It all began in a peaceful kingdom. A woman was happily holding a small baby in her arms on the bed. Rosanna suddenly lifted her head, opened her eyes, and looked at her daughter, who was sitting in her husband's arms, calling out, "Thalia." Rosanna tenderly held out the baby in her arms and introduced, "This is your little sister, Lowena." Little Thalia didn't turn her head or say a word. Thalia lightly bit her father's shoulder. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Julian glanced at her doubtfully and softly called, "Tilly." Thalia, on the other hand, was sadly burying her face into Julian's shoulder, fearfully thinking to herself, "Damn it, she's finally here." This baby was none other than the female protagonist, Lowena Remedio. Thalia irritably threw the stuffed rabbit in her hand onto the floor. Thump, the little girl burst into tears. Hic, Thalia's crying made Julian flustered, unsure of what to do. "Tilly," he gently soothed her, patting Thalia's back. Pat, pat. Then he softly asked, There, my precious Tilly." Julian's words of comfort were gentle and warm. "Are you jealous because Mommy is holding your little sister? Do you want Mommy?" But it didn't soothe Thalia. On the contrary, it made her irritably wonder. What? When Julian lifted Thalia, he met her dagger-like gaze, staring at him with annoyance as she thought to herself, "Do you think I'm like other children who would cry and be jealous of their little sister? Julian, you fool."
Thalia's tears welled up and streamed down, drop by drop. Julian suddenly called out to get her attention. "Tilly, look." Julian was pinching his cheek with one hand, making a funny face to coax a laugh from his little daughter. "A boo-boo." But Thalia's gaze at him was filled only with coldness and judgment. Thalia angrily struggled, then hit him in the face, irritably shouting, "Dad, ugly, go away." She thought to herself, "Dad thinks he can pinch his face like that just because he's handsome, huh? Foolish." Rosanna was still holding Lowena in her arms on one side. Seeing Thalia so angry she looked like she wanted to bite Julian's head off, she burst in joyful laughter. She gently tilted her head and waved to Thalia. "Tilly, my dear, come here, my dear. My name is Rosanna Enfield." Julian on the other side was still bewildered, not understanding where Thalia's anger came from. He doubtfully repeated her words. "Ugly? No, my name is Julian Remedio." A happy family was joyfully gathered together, everyone's face adorned with a smile, creating a warm atmosphere.
Thalia gazed thoughtfully at Julian and Rosanna, both characters from her novel. In Thalia's mind, the image of a small family happily laughing and talking suddenly appeared. They were also the parents of the female protagonist, Lowena. Thalia recalled the fateful car accident. 4 years ago, she had fallen into this world. The moment the car sped towards her, the past Thalia stiffened and froze. A loud crash echoed, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in the form of a baby named Thalia. The blurry image of reality gradually came into focus before her eyes. Julian was tearfully wiping his eyes with his hand, staring intently at her. "Roxy, the baby is so fragile." Rosanna gently turned her head to look at him and said reassuringly, "Don't cry anymore, Julie. You're a father now." Their conversation continued. "Look, Thalia isn't even crying. Wait, is it really normal for a baby not to cry, Roxy?" While Thalia was dazed, repeating the 2 names she had just heard. Roxy, Julie. The first time I heard their names, I wasn't sure, but then I realized this was the novel I had written. In the original story, there were 3 families fighting to protect this world against evil spirits. The Asser royal family, protectors, the Celis royal family, purifiers, and the ducal family Remedio, and the children born into these 3 families, Lowena Remedio, Rayan Celis, and Aegis Asser, were the main characters of this story.
Thalia recalled how her past self was incredibly joyful and focused on creating this tragedy. As a notorious writer for creating tragedies for her characters, well, it was indeed a good story. The novel's heroine and second male lead had a peaceful childhood together, an unusual occurrence for my characters, but that was merely a highlight for the future hardships to come. However, this story might lead to a happy ending.
Thalia in reality was contemplating, biting her teeth as she looked at the baby named Lowena and sadly thought to herself, but that doesn't mean the hurts and pains this child has to endure will be any less. Thalia's hand, hidden inside her clothes, couldn't help but clench tightly. Thalia pressed her lips together, suppressing her heartache, remembering how she had hoped until the very last moment that Rosanna wouldn't give birth to a daughter, and that the baby wouldn't be named Lowena. Seeing Thalia lost in thought and silent, Rosanna immediately called out to her little daughter, Tilly. "Do you love Mommy?" Thalia honestly replied, "Yes, I do." Rosanna continued, "What about your father?" Thalia picked up a pillow and mumbled, "Yes." Julian's face darkened and he grumbled to himself, "The child is awkward." Rosanna looked seriously into Thalia's innocent and pure face and explained, Just because Luina was born doesn't mean your father and I will love you any less. Instead, there will be one more person for you to love unconditionally. Your father, you, Luina, and I all cherish you. Do you still not like Luina? Thalia, flustered, replied, No, I don't. Rosanna then brought Luina, who was obediently curled up with her eyes tightly shut, to Thalia and said, Now quickly say hello to Luina. Thalia timidly touched Luina and mumbled, Hello. The baby slowly opened her eyes, which had been tightly shut until now, and they sparkled. Luina's gaze made the baby look even more like a tiny angel. Thalia stared at Luina in stunned silence. Luina unexpectedly opened her mouth and gave a soft smile, causing drool to trickle out. Seeing this, the whole family burst into happy laughter, dispelling the tense atmosphere from earlier. Thalia brought a cloth to Luina's mouth to wipe away the drool that had just flowed out, while the baby was still coughing lightly. Thalia secretly mused, All right, no matter how much I tried to deny it, you are still the Luina I cherish. Rosanna and Julian are also characters in the story I created. The one who shouldn't have been born isn't you, but Luina's older sister, who, fundamentally, doesn't exist in the original work.
Thalia pursed her lips, quietly watching the happy family of three, then gloomily told herself, It's me. Thalia lay sprawled in an empty corner of the yard, then thought to herself, Perhaps it's because I'm only 4 years old that I always feel sleepy. A voice suddenly rang in her ear. Sweetie. Rosanna squatted down, resting her hands as she looked at her, then said in a teasing tone, Are you sleeping again? Your father saw you sleeping when he left this morning. Thalia groggily replied, her eyes still tightly shut. Yes. That suspiciously. It's only midday. Why is father home so early today? Rosanna, sitting opposite Thalia, offered a suggestion. Instead of sleeping, why don't you play with father, or join us for a tea party? And so Thalia listened to her mother, taking her stuffed rabbit and sitting at the dining table. Thalia looked at Julian indifferently and asked, Father, why are you home so early today? He said in a teasing tone, Psst, of course. I'm afraid you'd be bored without me, Tilly. Thalia crossed her legs under the table and wondered suspiciously, Are you trying to liven up the atmosphere, father? Julian rested his chin on his hand, looked at her, and happily replied, What more could I wish for? Thalia lowered her head, yawned tiredly, then secretly regretted it. She had brought this upon herself by establishing her father's personality as someone who liked to ditch work. Father always ditched work midway and came to disturb her nap time. Yawn.
Julian raised his hand to offer another explanation. Actually, His Majesty allowed me to leave early today, so it's all good now, isn't it? Thalia pictured Julian's mortified expression in her mind, then gripped the plate tightly and looked at him with a judgmental gaze. I performed so exceptionally well that he allowed me to go home early, she thought. Seeing Thalia coldly turn her head away, Julian immediately bowed his head awkwardly and explained, Wait, it's not what you think. Indifferent, Thalia merely replied softly, Yes, all right. Julian suddenly became serious, then looked at Thalia and called, Tilly. Thalia looked up at him.
Julian tilted his head, asking with a hint of reluctance in his voice, My dearest Thalia, will you live with your father forever? Thalia was stunned, surprised by Julian's question. Forever? An image of a bloody war suddenly flashed in her mind. That evening, Thalia was lying with Rosanna, confiding in each other. Thalia, with her arms crossed, rambled on about what happened that afternoon, then grumbled, After that, father kept teasing me, but I still think father is very adorable. Mumbling, Rosanna chuckled softly, then propped herself up, looked at Thalia, and remarked in agreement, Sometimes your father just becomes adorable like that. Thalia suddenly spoke thoughtfully, Oh, but father said something very strange today. Rosanna asked in surprise, Strange how? Thalia then honestly recounted, Father asked if I would live with him forever. Rosanna looked at Thalia curiously and asked, What about you, Thalia? Thalia said nothing, just quietly turned her head to look at Rosanna's face, then fell silent. She propped herself up, tilted her head thoughtfully, waiting for her daughter's answer. Thalia turned her head back, lay straight, and thought to herself, Perhaps there's something else. She looked up and asserted confidently, Of course, I'll live with mother, father, and Luina forever. Rosanna smiled softly, closed her eyes, and sighed. Sometimes you really know how to say things that please others. Thalia secretly thought to herself, Well, inside this body is an adult, Rosanna. Thalia spoke up again, asking, But why did father suddenly ask me that? Rosanna gently stroked her head, caressing her small hair, then speculated, The neighboring prince will have to leave his kingdom for a long time. I guess that made father think of Thalia. Thalia recalled the storyline she had created. There were 3 families responsible for protecting the world from evil spirits: the imperial family, Asur, guardians; the royal family, Celis, purifiers; and the ducal family, Remedio, healers. The heads of the 3 families possessed special abilities, but their lives were inextricably linked to protecting this world.
For that very reason, they became leaders, but only in name, and those of lower status within the clan often instigated rebellions. However, the reigning emperor was an exception. He expanded his power by forging marital ties with Julian and Rosanna. Unlike the Empire, which saw spectacular advancements, the Kingdom of Celis remained stagnant, with a king no different from a puppet. The only one who held all the power was Rayan's stepmother. Rayan, orphaned by his mother, endured abuse from his stepmother, who constantly sought to secure the position of crown prince for her own son. Thalia turned her head, pondering, and recalled that around this time, the villain in the male lead of this novel, Rayan Celis, would travel to the Empire. To protect his son, the helpless king had no other option but to send Rayan to the Empire, using his studies as a pretext. That was the start of Rayan and Aegis growing up together, forging a close bond. Although they only grew up together for 1 year, it was the only period in Rayan's childhood when he truly felt joy.
Julian was sitting in his office, chin in hand, lost in thought. Rayan, he heard that boy, was the same age as Tilly. He leaned back in his chair, tired, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Is it truly good for the kingdom to make a child leave their homeland? What has happened? Just then, Thalia suddenly burst in, holding a plush bunny, and shouted, "Dad, surprise!" Julian immediately brightened, his face full of happiness as he looked at the little girl and asked, "Tilly, have you come to see Dad?" Thalia spread her arms and said, with a somewhat reluctant expression, "Yes, please play with me." Julian happily jumped to his feet and exclaimed, "Oh my, really? What do you want to play?" The bunny in Thalia's hand, as if sensing impending danger, seemed to turn pale with unease. Sure enough, Thalia stood opposite Julian, roughly grabbed the plush bunny by its head and interrogated him. "I've kidnapped your bunny, Dad. You'd better do what I say if you want it back." Julian's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in astonishment, not understanding what had just happened. A sudden realization flashed through Julian's mind, bringing him back to reality. Julian immediately feigned collapsing, wiping sweat from his forehead, and weakly said, Oh no, the poor rabbit, what should I do?" Thalia gave him an indifferent look and said, "Run." Julian pleaded in a low voice, "I'm begging you." Thalia paid no attention to his words. She still held the plush rabbit in her hand and ordered, "Warm up first, then run a lap around Dietra Manor. Understood?" Julian panicked. "What? Here?" He suddenly raised his hand to stop the game and asked in a low voice, I want to ask you something. So you said—" But before Julian could finish his sentence, Thalia interrupted him. "You should call me the Evil Queen." Julian immediately corrected himself to please his little daughter. Evil Queen. First, who is this rabbit?" Thalia honestly replied, "He's the neighboring prince, Dad." Julian was surprised by her words and questioned, "And why do I have to save the rabbit, the neighboring prince?" Thalia suddenly turned her head, put her hands on her hips, and said in an innocent child's voice, "If you save the prince, you'll be the master of that kingdom."
Julian hesitated and said, "But I don't want to be the master of the neighboring kingdom, your majesty, the evil queen." Thalia looked straight at him and continued in a profound tone, "It's better to give it to the prince. There's no harm in becoming friends with the king of the neighboring country." Julian froze, motionless on the spot. Thalia, still carrying her stuffed bunny, gleefully announced, "If you want to save your friends, you have to run a lap around the manor." Julian helplessly asked again, Do I really have to run a lap?" Thalia affirmed, "Exactly. Hurry up, Dad." Julian immediately and respectfully replied, "Yes, your majesty." At another mansion, Solid leisurely raised his teacup to drink, then smiled gently at the child sitting opposite him. Solid stared at the child on the chair and thought to himself, "The boy really just looks like an innocent, pure child." But Charlotte suddenly moved closer to the child and gently called, "Aegis." Aegis looked up and politely replied, "Yes, mother." Charlotte smiled at Aegis and gently announced, "You are about to meet a new friend." Aegis put down his fork and asked in surprise, "A new friend? From which family?" Charlotte tilted her head. "Well," she thought to herself, looking at her son, "he often has thoughts unlike other children." Looking at Aegis, wondering, "You know who she is?" Aegis honestly replied, "Yes, father told me last time." Aegis excitedly flashed a bright smile and said with anticipation, "Because she will be my bride." At Thalia's house, a family of 3 was eating together in a very warm family atmosphere. Julian suddenly picked up a piece of meat, turned to Thalia and gently said, "Tilly, say ah." After winning over his daughter, Julian cautiously and softly suggested, "Sweetie, would you like to visit the royal palace with Daddy and Mommy?" Thalia was still chewing a piece of food, making her little cheeks puff up adorably. She looked up and coldly refused, "No." Thalia secretly wondered, where would we even go? Thalia was surprised to see the smile on Julian's face suddenly freeze. Rosanna turned to look at him and softly said, "Julie, the engagement with the royal family hasn't been confirmed yet. It just needs His Majesty's approval, so there's no need to worry too much." Julian relaxed his facial muscles and quietly replied, "All right." Thalia, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. Her cheeks puffed up in disbelief as she thought, "What? Wait, an engagement? Why would there be an engagement between the royal family and Duke Remetio's family? This wasn't in the original story."
No, wait. In the original story, Luina was the sole heir of Duke Remetio. But now there are two heirs, including myself. Therefore, even if one of the two sisters marries into the royal family, it wouldn't affect the inheritance. However, Prince Aegis is the second male lead. He is like Luina since he was a child, so I would be creating a future disaster if I were to get engaged to Aegis. Rosanna suddenly called out, interrupting Thalia's thoughts. Thalia nervously looked up at her and thought to herself, so it won't just be a few trips to the palace.
Luina will become the Duke's heir once her special abilities are revealed in the future. Therefore, a talentless daughter like me is the perfect bridge to become the prince's bride.
Thalia angrily pressed her lips together, her hand holding the fork clenched so tightly it trembled. But I don't want to become queen, a high position but burdened with too many responsibilities. All I want is to inherit some assets and then live a happy life. But what's with discussing an engagement with a 5-year-old child? Even so, I can't let the story deviate too much from the original. Seat, Rosanna called out again, her voice filled with worry. Thalia gloomily raised her head and asked softly, Me? I have to go to the palace? Rosanna immediately reassured her by stating her own resolve, along with Julian's agreeing nod. No, sweetie, we won't force you to go somewhere you don't want to. We just want to introduce you to a new friend at the palace. Thalia let out a tired sigh. She gently raised her head and asked, facing Rosanna's doting smile, All right, like last time? Thalia picked up her fork and secretly calculated. No matter what, Aegis would still fall in love with Luina. I'll make him hate me. They can't force me to marry him, can they? Thalia's eyes gradually became mischievous, mixed with a hint of something sinister. I'll make him never want to see me again. Making a 5-year-old cry is as easy as eating a cookie. And so, a few days later, the Queen's palace.
Thalia elegantly bowed to the Empress in her beautiful little dress. It's a pleasure to meet your Majesty. I am Thalia, daughter of Duke Remedio. Thalia slowly raised her eyelids, and what met her gaze were the utterly captivated faces of Julian and Charlotte, staring at her with their mouths covered. Charlotte suddenly reached out her arms and moved closer to Thalia, while Thalia fearfully recoiled. What is it? What on earth? Aegis's voice suddenly rang out, jolting Charlotte awake. Her mother, blushing and covering her mouth in embarrassment, then turned to Thalia and said, Oh, please forgive me, Lady Thalia. You are so incredibly adorable and charming. I have no words to describe it. Thalia showed no reaction, standing perfectly still with an indifferent gaze, then thought to herself, Ah, right, I'm adorable. I'm used to it. Charlotte awkwardly spoke to Thalia's family. Please, have a seat. Rosanna politely replied, Yes, Your Highness. And so both families settled into their seats, looking at each other without a word. Thalia comfortably popped a strawberry into her mouth and happily savored it.
Her fan club squad was back in action, and Charlotte and Julian couldn't help but cover their faces, then looked at her with sparkling eyes. Julian gently tilted his head, looked at Thalia, and tenderly asked, My dear Tilly, do you like strawberries? Thalia honestly replied, Yes, I'll eat Daddy's strawberries too. A small fork from across the table suddenly rose and aimed at a strawberry in the cake, then speared it. That small fork was raised in front of Thalia. Thalia gazed intently at the owner of the fork, then secretly exclaimed, Wow! Aegis, from his side, was elegantly smiling as he offered the strawberry, then gently said to Thalia, You can have mine too. Thalia was captivated by Aegis's beauty. She exclaimed to herself, How can those eyes be so beautiful, like a real doll? After calming herself down, Thalia politely said, Thank you. Aegis then happily blushed and broke into a bright smile. Thalia, while drinking water from a straw, shyly glanced at Aegis, who was intently observing her, and thought, Can a doll also be this adorable? Unbelievable. Charlotte saw her son continuously looking at Thalia like that and felt a fleeting sense of surprise and contemplation. Charlotte suddenly spoke up. Last time I heard Peleus mention something about an engagement. She bowed her head, her hands clasped tightly together, then gently said to Thalia's family, Forgive me, I feel it would be better if the two children became friends. As for the engagement, I have no opinion whatsoever. I will speak with Peleus about it, so I hope you can understand. Julian smiled, then looked up and spoke with a hint of sentiment in his eyes. Ha, Your Highness, you don't need to apologize. We also take His Majesty's suggestion very seriously, but it's still too early to discuss this matter. For now, I still hope the two children can become friends. Rosanna also nodded in agreement, while Thalia, extremely pleased, looked at Julian and secretly praised him. Well done, Julian, polite and straight to the point. Aegis suddenly looked sullenly at Mrs. Charlotte's sigh. In the heavy atmosphere, Aegis suddenly spoke up innocently and hesitantly, breaking the silence. So Thalia and I can't get married? Thalia was so shocked by this, she spat out the mouthful of water she was drinking. Thalia suspiciously covered her mouth and looked at Aegis, assessing him. Had he really thought about marriage already? Julian on this side suddenly said awkwardly, At some point, Your Highness, you will want to marry someone you truly love.
Aegis, still unwilling to give up, voiced his thoughts. But father said it would be a good thing if the royal family and the ducal house of Remedio formed an alliance through marriage. Thalia looked at Aegis, slightly surprised. I didn't think he'd care about this. Charlotte, at a loss, just looked at Aegis and gently explained. Aegis, your father is right. It's just that you should marry someone you love. Aegis still wanted to say something. But everyone says... But his words were cut short by Mrs. Charlotte's profound and sharp remark. Aegis, if you find the love of your life, you will understand. Aegis suddenly looked up seriously and asked her, So, can I marry Thalia if I love her? Charlotte helplessly tilted her head, trying to end the topic. Not necessarily. You can only marry her if Lady Thalia also loves you. Aegis's eyes immediately sparkled as he turned to look at Thalia, making her flustered.
Thalia coldly glanced at Aegis, then blurted out heartbreaking words. You're not my type, therefore I will never marry you. Aegis sadly stammered. But I even gave you my strawberry, and you still won't marry me? Thalia doubtfully spoke up. So this is a strawberry proposal? Thalia narrowed her eyes at Aegis, then coldly said, Do you want to spit it out? She thought to herself, Just because you're cute doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, kid. Rosanna quickly covered her daughter's mouth with her hand, to the astonishment of Charlotte and Aegis.
Annoyed, Rosanna muttered to herself, That girl is exactly like Julie. Like father, like daughter. Outwardly, she politely turned to Thalia and instructed, Thalia, that's not how you talk to your friends. With Rosanna covering her mouth, Thalia could only grumpily utter fragmented words. That kid isn't my friend. Rosanna sprang to her feet, picked Thalia up, then bowed and said, Please forgive us for what just happened. Charlotte, covering her mouth in surprise, said, All right, much to Aegis's distress. And so the conversation ended. Thalia's family returned to their mansion. Rosanna watched Thalia sulking back as she entered the house, worriedly thinking to herself, I wonder why Thalia isn't like other children her age. She only likes to play the evil queen. Thalia. Rosanna walked closer to Thalia and knelt down, gently saying to her, I won't force you to marry someone you don't like, even if he's a prince. Thalia pouted, crossed her arms, and sharply turned her head away, saying, I know. Rosanna looked at Thalia in surprise and asked curiously, If that's the case, why did you act so rudely? His Highness only wanted to be friends with Thalia. Thalia put her hands on her hips and said in annoyance, He's the strange one, Mom. I shouldn't have come to the palace. Rosanna gently explained, The prince isn't like other children. People don't treat him like a normal child, but rather treat him according to his status as a prince. The prince might have many friends, but none of them are true friends. That's why His Highness and we arranged for you two to meet, because neither of you has any real friends.
Thalia let out a sharp breath, much to Rosanna's surprise, thinking to herself, I know. Aegis had no true friends until he met Rayan. He then had to abandon Loina and set himself on a path directly opposite to Rayan's. This was all because Rayan was Aegis's only friend in this world. Thalia shot an irritable glance at Rosanna, questioning, But do you think we, children born into 3 families, possessing special abilities, should become friends? Or do you think we have to be friends? Rosanna merely looked at her thoughtfully, without saying a word. Thalia smirked and raised an eyebrow, speaking in an adult tone. Mom, I'm not a stupid child. Rosanna lowered her gaze, looking at Thalia worriedly. That strange look again. Tilly, so you don't want to be friends with the prince? Thalia straightened up, then nodded slightly. Not having friends doesn't make me feel lonely.
Thalia clutched her skirt and sadly thought to herself, even if she made many friends, they would never be real to her, nor would this world. But if Aegis was lonely, she could be his friend. A moment later, Aegis approached her, carrying a basket full of strawberries, and sincerely said, I'm sorry, Thalia. Thalia irritably asked, Why? Aegis awkwardly and shyly explained, Because I asked you to marry me just because I gave you a strawberry. Even if you don't want to marry me, can we still be friends? Thalia covered her mouth and chuckled, then secretly thought, now he's super adorable. Thalia reached for the basket of strawberries. She held one up to Aegis and said, Here, say ah. Aegis blushed shyly as Thalia fed him a strawberry. Aegis suddenly looked at her, cleared his throat and said, to get Thalia's attention. With all sincerity, Aegis clutched the strawberry basket in his hands and shyly suggested, If you don't mind, can I call you Tilly? Thalia rubbed her chin, looking doubtful at Aegis's suggestion. Then I'll just call you Aegis, okay? Aegis looked at her, flashed a bright smile, and happily said, Of course. The cuteness of the 2 children made the 3 parents behind them admire them with sparkling eyes, unaware that Thalia was irritably thinking to herself, I just want to go home. And so, in the days that followed, a storytelling voice echoed through the quiet mansion. The fairy godmother gave Cinderella a pair of glass slippers. Thalia rested her chin on her hand, looking at Aegis, and thought to herself, Who is it? Who made Aegis into such a boring prince?
Thalia suddenly slumped, thudding her fists repeatedly onto the carpet, scolding herself. It's so obvious, it's me. Damn it, 2 months have passed already, and we've all been snacking, going for walks, then weaving books, a never-ending cycle. Aegis saw Thalia sprawl tiredly on the ground, so he put his book aside and softly asked, "Are you bored?" Thalia awkwardly replied, "Oh no, you go on." Aegis suddenly pouted, puffing out his cheeks adorably, and irritably said, "But you already know how to read on your own." Thalia, bored, propped her head on her hand and flatly denied, "No." Aegis recounted, displeased, "Last time you showed me how to read a word I didn't know."
Thalia raised an eyebrow at Aegis and urged him, saying, "I don't remember. Keep reading." Tsk, is he paying attention? Aegis irritably curled his lip, no longer bothering to look at her. The sound of reading once again echoed in the quiet air. Wearing glass slippers, Cinderella danced with the prince. Thalia sat to one side, staring at Aegis's concentration, then sighed. Even though I'm the author of this novel. Thalia leaned her head on a pillow, pondering. I also didn't expect a fairy tale to exist in this world. So it's just a slight substitution. It's still Cinderella. Aegis suddenly felt shy. He used the book to cover his face, and then interrupted her thoughts, saying, "I want to dance with you too, Tilly." Thalia asked in surprise, "Dance?" Aegis, his face flushed, affirmed, "That's right, dance. I just learned to dance, and my teacher said I'm quite good." Thalia immediately stood up, made a bowing gesture, and said, "All right, but I don't know how to dance." Aegis also stood up. He gently said, "Can I teach you?" We'll see." Aegis excitedly ran out, not forgetting to tell Thalia, "I'll have someone prepare the things we need." Thalia nodded lightly in response. "Yes, all right." After he left, Thalia stared at the fairy tale book on the table and pondered thoughtfully. Why Cinderella? But I guess the boy wants to dance with me. How cute.
She rubbed her chin smugly. This is me, she thought, completely confident in her dancing ability, because ever since high school, she had been a fangirl of pop idols. How could she not be? She could even dance difficult top moves, let alone dance with a kid. Thalia's gaze suddenly dropped. Wow, I can't believe it's been so long. An image from the past suddenly flashed in her mind. Remember our last trip? Ha, Mia, you remember, right? Just then, Aegis pushed open the door and cheerfully called out to Thalia, "Tilly, it's ready, let's go." Thalia glumly stood up. "All right," she replied. Aegis gallantly took Thalia's hand and led her out to the garden. The moment she stepped out, she was astonished, standing still and motionless. Thalia raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "What is this? What's going on?" Before her eyes was a magnificent scene, just like in a movie, with a pianist and even a painter. Thalia asked softly, astonished, "I thought we were going to dance?" Aegis gently replied, "That's right." Thalia then awkwardly pointed at the scene before them and asked, "So what is all this?" Aegis scratched his head, flustered, and explained, "Well, I only asked the teacher to prepare the piano, but Mom said she wanted to watch us dance." Thalia then cast her gaze towards Mrs. Charlotte, who was sitting nearby. She even called for a painter. Charlotte gently walked closer to her and asked, "I'm sorry, Tilly, you must be quite surprised, aren't you?" Thalia scratched her head, a little annoyed. "No, but—" Charlotte lightly covered her mouth and chuckled, then happily recounted, "It's just that I said I would watch you two dance, and they got jealous because they wouldn't get to see you two. They complained it wasn't fair to me." Thalia thought helplessly to herself, I can imagine." Charlotte tilted her head, looked at her, and continued, "That's why I wanted you two to dance together, if you're comfortable with it."
You don't need to feel stiff. Just move freely. Thalia was tense, secretly scolding herself in her mind. Who was the originator? I was the one who created these characters. All right, and just like that, an atmosphere with 3 different emotions emerged. Aegis smiled gently and elegantly, then extended his hand to her. Thalia gazed at his handsome appearance, stunned and speechless. In the room, the excited servant held out a pretty little dress in front of Thalia and said, "Ta-da! Miss, how is this dress? It's a new one. Do you like it?" Thalia indifferently raised an eyebrow and replied, Yes, yes, very pretty and childish." Thalia thoughtfully tilted her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. It must be suitable, right? They're all cut from the same cloth. 2 small hands clasped together in an atmosphere of melodious and romantic music.
Thalia and Aegis stood facing each other, looking at each other with joy. Thalia gently moved, following Aegis's gaze. He looked at her with an enamored gaze and then smiled faintly. Thalia was also stunned, watching Aegis. Mrs. Charlotte sat to one side, happily watching the steps of the 2 immature youngsters. Suddenly, Thalia missed a step and stepped on Aegis's shoe. Thalia secretly panicked. "Oh, I accidentally stepped on his foot." But Aegis said nothing, only took her hand and offered a reassuring smile. Thalia suddenly bowed her head sadly and silently scolded herself. Stupid. After the dance ended, Aegis sat on a chair reading a book, but his eyes were always directed towards Thalia. Thalia hugged her favorite stuffed rabbit tightly, her eyes looking into the distance as she bowed her head gloomily. Aegis looked at her, deep in thought, wondering if Tilly liked him. She was always frowning, just like now. He gently suggested, "Should we go for a walk?"
Thalia coldly refused. "I don't like going for walks." Aegis looked at her and cheerfully said, "I'll carry you on my back." Thalia reluctantly agreed, blandly saying, all right then. And so Aegis carried Thalia on his back with a doting smile while she closed her eyes, enjoying it. After walking for a while, Aegis suddenly called out, "Tilly!" Thalia softly replied, The conversation between the two children unfolded in a peaceful atmosphere. Aegis asked, "I remember you once said you had a younger sister, didn't you?" Thalia casually replied, "That's right, you mean Lewina." Aegis curiously asked, "What does she look like?" Thalia recounted with a proud tone, "She has light blonde hair and purple eyes, just like me." Aegis gleefully said, "She must be as adorable as Tilly." Thalia pondered for a long time before saying, I think she looks more like Mom than Dad, and I look more like Dad." Aegis glanced at her and softly said, "I hope she'll be like you." Thalia helplessly closed her eyes and, going along with his words, nodded. Yes, she's like me too." Aegis suddenly confided, "I used to have a younger sibling too." Thalia was surprised and wondered, "Used to? What about now?" But Aegis evaded answering her question. Now I have Tilly." Thalia irritably grumbled, "But I'm not your younger sister." Aegis honestly replied, "Even so, you're still younger than me." Thalia angrily retorted, "I'm almost 5 years old, almost as old as you." Aegis blandly said something that left Thalia speechless, "But I'm almost 6 years old." She angrily grabbed the ears of a plush bunny, then wrapped her arms around Aegis's neck and menacingly asked, "What did you say, you little brat?" Aegis was shaken until he was dizzy. Ugh! A gust of wind swept past, and Thalia tiredly collapsed onto the ground. Aegis looked at her worriedly. "Tilly, are you all right?" Aegis looked at Thalia and smiled gently, a smile full of innocence and charm. Thalia sat up unhappily and questioned him. "How dare you still laugh like an idiot and treat me like your little sister?" Aegis repeated doubtfully, "Like..." Thalia crossed her arms and mumbled softly, "So in the end, do you make friends just to treat them like little sisters?" Seeing her anger, Aegis immediately stammered an explanation. "No, I didn't mean that. I don't see you as my little sister. I like you, Tilly. I like you differently from my other friends. I only smile in front of Tilly. I also smile in front of my other friends, but what I mean is..." Thalia tilted her head suspiciously at Aegis and then uttered the next sentence, "That you only like me." Aegis nodded honestly. "That's right." Thalia questioned, "Why?" Thalia was annoyed when she heard Aegis's explanation. "Because I just like you, Tilly, and you're also a Remedio." Thalia asked while Aegis happily nodded repeatedly, "You mean because we are children from 3 interconnected families, we have to play together? So why do you still hang out with other children?" Aegis whispered, "That's what I have to do." Thalia wondered, "Like having to go to school?" Aegis nodded, "Exactly."
Thalia asked no more questions, only letting out a soft sigh. Aegis suddenly reached out, grabbed the hem of her shirt, and gently tugged. Aegis looked at her sadly and asked, "Do you hate me, Thalia?" Thalia lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said, "I don't hate you." Aegis is the name of the famous divine shield in Greek mythology. Aegis is also the character who will become a shield to protect all the people and his loved ones. The boy is kind, courteous, and just. That is his inherent personality, but partly also because of the environment he was born into. A perfect prince, straight out of a fairy tale. Thalia clutched the hem of her dress and pondered. "I can't say this is a bad thing, but it makes me uncomfortable, that's all. He is still just a child. Should she let him sacrifice everything to conform to principles, or should she tell him to be a little selfish?" Seeing Thalia just silently looking at him without speaking, Aegis probed, "If it's not because you hate me, then what's wrong?" Thalia slowly turned her back to Aegis and said, "I truly don't hate you, but I don't know how to tell you." Aegis didn't understand, his sad eyes following her retreating back. Thalia walked away with her head bowed, leaving Aegis with an enigmatic remark, "You're still too young to understand."
That afternoon, Thalia was sitting in a carriage heading home. Thalia sighed deeply in the carriage and thought to herself, well, I was too stubborn with the child. Julian, holding a stack of documents, sat opposite Thalia. When he saw her sigh, he looked up and asked, "A sigh? What happened?" "Tilly, did anything special happen today?" Thalia buried her face in her teddy bear and replied indifferently, "No, just carried me."
Julian looked at her in surprise, then smiled faintly and asked, "How's the boy? Do you like your older brother, Tilly?" He secretly speculated that everything seemed fine. Thalia irritably raised an eyebrow. "How can you say Aegis is my older brother?" Julian looked at Thalia, puzzled, and explained, "He's a few months older than you." Thalia unhappily shook her head repeatedly and said, "Oh, right, a few months mean nothing. Why are you still smiling?" Julian raised his hand and told Thalia an old story.
Aegis's father and I once competed to see who was older. Thalia wondered. So who was older, father? Julian said proudly. Of course, it was me. She was surprised. You were born earlier than him? He happily raised his hand and replied, That's right, a whole month. Thalia helplessly sighed to herself. Oh. Julian suddenly asked, Tilly, don't you like Aegis? Thalia turned her head to look out the window. No. Julian gently probed. Is there a reason? Thalia replied blandly, Because he's very adorable. Julian tilted his head, looked at her and remarked, You really are very much like your mother. Thalia was skeptical. Me? Julian gently continued, Yes, especially when you say these things with that stiff expression. He suddenly remembered something and looked at her to announce, Oh, speaking of which, your portrait is almost finished. Thalia was doubtful. Portrait? Oh, that. Julian once again began his career as a fan. He touched his face with his hand, tilted his head, and sighed in admiration. You were wearing such an adorable dress then, not to mention the very innocent and pure smile on your face, your flowing hair, and your boundless, crystal-clear purple eyes. But even so, it still doesn't look much like the real person.
Thalia irritably covered her ears tightly, not wanting to hear him speak anymore. But Julian continued to ramble on. So His Majesty, and I plan to debate who is cuter, you or Aegis. After all, he still wouldn't admit it until he saw you with his own eyes, which is ridiculous, isn't it? Anyway, Peleus wouldn't back down, so we decided to hold a family gathering this weekend. Thalia gasped in shock. What? At Aegis's house, Peleus stood there, staring at a painting depicting the moment Aegis and Thalia danced. He gently turned his head and asked Mrs. Charlotte, who was carefully tucking Aegis into bed, Lodi, what do you think of Julian's daughter? Charlotte didn't think much before blurting out a single word, an angel.
Peleus rubbed his chin and said, Frankly speaking, I don't expect much from the girl. Charlotte asked doubtfully, But why did you still propose an engagement? Peleus replied indifferently, As I said, it's nothing more than a declaration. Charlotte didn't answer him. She quietly looked at Aegis and thought to herself, Aegis, I once thought my son was the most mature child in the world. Charlotte recalled the praises everyone showered upon Aegis. Look how well behaved his highness is. He's so young, yet he's already so mature. He's destined to become a perfect prince. Your Majesty, you must be very pleased, aren't you? The party had indeed gone smoothly, or at least that's what I thought. One day, Charlotte knelt down and softly asked, Aegis, which friend do you like the most? Aegis honestly replied, I like Count Chovyu's child the most. She was skeptical upon hearing that answer. Count Chovyu, isn't he the emperor's strategist? Aegis then closed his eyes and continued in an adult-like tone. Father has a close relationship with the Count, and I think it would be good to maintain a close relationship for long-term benefits. Charlotte pondered. The boy was only 5 years old, and she made a decision. There's another child who has to go through a similar situation. Why don't I introduce him to Duke Remedia's daughter? The first time they met, Thalia gracefully bowed and greeted them. It's an honor to meet you. I am Thalia, Duke Remedia's daughter. Charlotte exclaimed. The moment she first saw Thalia, she immediately decided that this was truly an angel sent from heaven to change Aegis. The visit to Thalia's home arrived. Peleus rubbed his chin and stared intently at Thalia. Oh. Thalia uncomfortably pursed her lips and thought to herself, Could you please stop staring like that? Thank you.
Peleus scoffed. The girl looks so much like Julian, but much cuter. How interesting. Julian frowned unhappily and asked, Do you have a problem with me, your highness? Roxy and Tilly both said I'm cute, Peleus. Peleus raised an eyebrow mockingly. Oh, really? I don't find you cute at all. Thalia watched their verbal sparring and silently chided herself. Heavens, I shouldn't have set up their relationship like this. They really make everyone around them uncomfortable. This scent. Thalia looked at the drink Julian was holding. It was coffee. Thalia walked closer to Julian and looked at the cup of coffee in his hand with longing eyes. The 3 essential substances for Koreans: starch, alcohol, and coffee. Julian looked at her, smiled slightly, and said, Do you like it? This is called coffee. People from the south really enjoy drinking it. Thalia softly pleaded, Can I try some? Julian gently refused. You're too young to drink coffee, Tilly. Thalia grumbled inwardly. Come on, it's not alcohol. A sip of coffee won't kill me. Can't, Tilly? Just one sip. As a last resort, just a little bit, please. Julian, defeated by her charm, nodded in compromise. All right. But the moment he met Rosanna's glare, Julian immediately became firm. No, Tilly, let's just drink milk. Thalia annoyedly curled her lip and turned away. Just then, Peleus suddenly offered her a cup of coffee and laughed, saying, Ha-ha, here, Lady Thalia, just a little bit. Rosanna unhappily murmured, Your Majesty. Peleus gently explained,
It's just a little bit. Perhaps it will let her youth taste a little of life's bitterness. Thalia comfortably picked it up and drank, then happily thought to herself, life's bitterness? No, it's more like the true flavor of life. Damn, I miss it so much.
Peleus, surprised, rested his chin on his hand and looked at Thalia suspiciously. Isn't it delicious? Thalia happily replied, It's very delicious. Peleus exclaimed, Tilly is still young but not picky, ha. A hand suddenly picked up a small donut and brought it in front of Thalia. Aegis shyly maintained his posture, looking at her with expectant eyes. Thalia gently took the donut. She broke it in half and fed one half to Aegis, making him blush with embarrassment. And so all eyes suddenly turned to Thalia, making her uncomfortably turn her head. Thalia suddenly leaned forward and stood up. She looked at Aegis and politely said, I want to play with Aegis. Let's go. Thalia had gone outside with Aegis and the servants. She bowed her head, thinking to herself, I left because they treat me like a child, but there's nothing out here either. Aegis suddenly spoke up. Tilly. Thalia softly replied, What is it? Aegis looked at her cheerfully and asked curiously, Do you like coffee? It seems like you do, so I secretly asked them to bring some here. Thalia was surprised. Coffee? Aegis immediately took out a handful of coffee beans and put them in her hand. Here, have some. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat it? After saying that, Aegis immediately put some into his mouth. He uncomfortably covered his mouth and bowed his head. Ugh, what is this? Thalia glanced at Aegis. A laugh and a voice suddenly echoed in her head. Why did you eat it, silly? Ha ha ha, I hate you. I'm going to tell Mom. Why did I do that? I was clearly the one who said I wanted to try coffee. The coffee beans in Thalia's hand suddenly fell, and now that memory had resurfaced. A figure in her subconscious was holding her hand and sobbing, saying, It's okay, it's okay. Aegis anxiously stepped closer to her and asked, Tilly, are you all right? Thalia bowed her head in silence and said, I want to go home. Aegis reached out and tightly held her hand, then softly said, You can't go back because we still have to have dinner together.
Thalia screamed in annoyance, tears streaming down her small cheeks. Let me go, I have to go home. And unhappy Thalia yelled, I'm going home. I said I'm going home. Aegis looked at her, flustered and unsure what to do. He softly called out, But Tilly. Thalia thought to herself, I knew it well when I held my brother's hand, the one who always teased me, yet he burst into tears. Am I really dead? Even so, I want to go home. Aegis said gently, while Thalia threw the teddy bear at him, Tilly, wait a moment.
The worried maid quickly intervened. My lady. Thalia suddenly sat down and burst into tears, her face turning red. She was secretly sad, truly sad about how she had died. Why, after all, was she reincarnated as a character that didn't exist in the novel she wrote, even though she had tried her best to live peacefully in this place? But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't help but think that everything was her own creation. Mom, boo-hoo, was the only thought that flooded my mind, wishing everything was just a dream, and when I woke up in the hospital, if only none of this were real. All I wanted was to see my biological mother one last time. Back in Thalia's garden, Aegis sat down and anxiously asked to reassure her, The Count will be here soon, Tilly. Are you all right? Thalia, feeling a little dizzy, replied, I'm not all right. She thought to herself, embarrassed, I didn't think I would cry so much. It's really tiring. Aegis gently took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Thalia turned her head to avoid his gaze and thought to herself, the weak body of a child. Aegis stepped closer to her and gently asked, What makes you unhappy? Thalia mumbled, It's because I wasn't born a cat. Aegis looked at her thoughtfully and asked, You want to be a cat? Why? Thalia lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears.
Thalia's next words stunned Aegis, leaving him motionless on the spot. Because if I were a cat, I wouldn't be your friend. Aegis sulked. Do you hate me? Thalia quickly explained. I don't hate you, I'm very fond of you. Aegis hesitated, asking, Then why did you say that? Thalia frowned, looking at him questioningly. Do you like me, or is it just a feeling that you have to like me? Aegis was surprised by her question. Thalia still asked seriously, Is it not because I'm from the Remedio family? Aegis was flustered. No, it's not. Thalia pointed directly at Aegis again and continued, Are you sure? You care more about what you need to do than your true feelings. You said we were similar, right? Wrong. We are completely different and can never be alike. I only want to be friends with you because I'm fond of you, but unlike you, I can tell what you're thinking when you smile at me. If it continues like this, I won't be your friend. Aegis looked at Thalia suspiciously, asking, I won't be your friend anymore? Why? Thalia continued grumpily, That's right, I won't come here anymore, and I won't call you Aegis. Aegis moved closer to her and said softly, bewildered, But you said you liked me. Thalia crossed her arms, annoyed. I do, but I don't want to like you if you don't truly like me. Aegis awkwardly and quickly said loudly, I like you too. Thalia suddenly turned her head and sighed. She looked into his eyes and questioned, Even so, if there was someone else who wasn't me, but was a daughter of the Remedio family, you would treat them the same way, wouldn't you? Aegis shook his head. That's not true. Thalia asked again, annoyed. Are you sure? Aegis stammered nervously. I don't know. Thalia looked at him unhappily and mumbled, What? Tears also began to fall from Aegis's eyes. He sobbed, I don't know what to do. Thalia gently wiped away a tear from his cheek and said softly, Instead of thinking about what you have to do, think about what you like to do. Aegis tilted his head, hesitating, But I have to become a good prince. Thalia still held his face and gently reassured him, You don't have to try to become a good prince, but more importantly, you have to make everyone believe that you will become a good prince, because you are a good person, Aegis. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet.
Thalia looked at Aegis and smiled again. Honestly, I don't care if you're a good person or not. I just like you for who you are. She thought to herself, Aegis, I hope you'll care a little more about yourself. Even though this is a world I created, since you were born here, you deserve to have a life of your own. Because we don't know when our lives will end, I hope you live a life without regrets. Even if you suddenly switch from being the second male lead to a villain, since you're a character I created, I'll always cherish you, no matter what. I understand now. Perhaps I was born into this world to save someone. Whether they are a protagonist, a supporting character, or a villain, my love for each character is equal. Thalia suddenly looked up and smiled softly. She looked straight at Aegis and said, Aegis, if you also like me, not as a prince, but as Aegis, then let's become true friends. Aegis stopped crying, but his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Thalia was puzzled when she saw Aegis shaking his head repeatedly. You don't want to be friends with me? Aegis lowered his face and said in a low voice, What I mean is, it's not that I don't want to. Thalia was confused. Huh? What do you mean? Then why are you shaking your head? Aegis said in a firm voice, I don't just want to be your true friend, Tilly. Thalia raised an eyebrow, wondering. Then Aegis looked up, clenched his fists, and declared, I want to marry you, Tilly. Thalia's face darkened as she yelled. What? She said flustered. I'm not sure about marriage. Aegis looked at her, utterly confused. Why? We both like each other. Thalia awkwardly averted her gaze. Well, the way we like each other is different. To get married, you have to like that person in a very special way.
Aegis moved closer to her again and declared in a firm voice, I really, really like you, Tilly. Thalia, feeling helpless, softly replied, all right, thank you. Aegis asked doubtfully, but we can only get married if you also like me that much, right? Thalia covered her mouth with her hand, pretending to be an adult. That's right. Aegis gripped her sleeve tightly, his eyes shining with determination. Then I'll try my best to make you like me that much too. Thalia looked at Aegis thoughtfully and mused to herself. I finally understand why he's only the second male lead in the novel. Such a resolute statement came from the mouth of a 7-year-old child, if only the little guy wasn't sniffling. Aegis stood up and brushed off the sand clinging to his garment. All right, just try your best. Thalia suddenly saw Rosanna step out, and she excitedly called out, Mom, how long have you been listening? Rosanna, with her arms crossed, replied blandly, Since the boy proposed to you. Hearing this, the two children immediately stepped back in alarm. Rosanna sighed, walked closer to Thalia, and gently asked, Tilly, why are you crying?
Thalia immediately pointed at the scattered coffee beans on the ground and said, His Highness told me to eat coffee beans. Aegis shyly bowed his head. That's my fault. I gave Thalia something unprocessed. I apologize. Rosanna said nothing, only gazing thoughtfully at the two children. Thalia gently bowed her head and admitted her mistake. That's why I hit the prince with this rabbit 3 times. Rosanna glared at her, her voice stern with anger. Thalia Remedio, do you know what you did wrong? Thalia honestly bowed her head. I hit the prince, even though I shouldn't have hurt anyone. Rosanna put her hands on her hips and questioned, Why did you do that? Thalia replied in a small voice, Mother told me Aegis needs a true friend. I want Aegis to be my true friend because I cherish him, but Aegis is only nice to me because I'm a Remedio, not because he genuinely likes me. Rosanna's gaze suddenly became complex. Thalia continued, So I decided not to be his friend and go home, and when he tried to stop me, I got angry and hit him. Thalia reached out and hugged Aegis's shoulder. But I've already made it clear to him. I'm sorry for hitting you, Aegis. Aegis said casually, It's okay. Rosanna suddenly stepped forward and knelt, looking at a shy Aegis. Your Royal Highness, please forgive my daughter's behavior. Aegis still smiled and repeated, It's quite all right. Rosanna continued, And I also apologize for putting unnecessary pressure on your emotions.
I only have this to say. Whether you are a good child or not, Julie and I still like you just the same, so you don't need to always try so hard. Thalia raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, It seems Mom also heard the rest of the conversation. Rosanna suddenly stood up, extended her hand, and gently said, Thank you. Many days later, at home, Loina suddenly woke up, babbling, Ma. Thalia leaned into the crib and said, Loina, it's still quite early, but let's get up now. Lowena happily cried out, "Mama!" Thalia said to Lowena in surprise, "You just woke up and haven't even stopped crying yet, and you can already stand up by yourself?" The little girl happily boasted in a childish voice, "Mama!" Looking at Lowena's tiny face, Thalia exclaimed, "Wow, come to think of it, you're already 6 months old. Mama!" Thalia covered her mouth and chuckled at Lowena's cuteness. Thalia looked out the window and thought to herself, denial, anger, bargaining, disappointment, and acceptance. I guess it must be acceptance, right? It's hard for me to pretend nothing happened, to push aside my anger and cry.
Lowena, do you think I was sent here to help someone? If I can't go back, I can only accept my current identity as Thalia. Good morning, Lowena. Elsewhere, a person respectfully approached Matilda to inform her. Lady Matilda, as we need to prepare for the royal knight's journey, you will have to switch to another carriage. She said coldly, All right, Your Highness, please come here quickly. Matilda suddenly turned around to look at the child standing forlornly over there. Rayon suddenly turned around. She looked at him and smiled faintly. Matilda suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, I must switch to another carriage. Can you go on your own? Rayon coldly replied, Yes.
The car slowly started moving. Rayon inside was tiredly curled up in a corner. He lifted his head, his face gloomy. An image and a last-minute piece of advice from someone suddenly appeared in his mind. Rayon, it would be safer if you stayed in the Empire. Rayon muttered to himself irritably, Lies. Rosanna's voice suddenly rang out. I'll be back in just 10 days, is that okay? Thalia, annoyed, crossed her arms and looked away. She said discontentedly, That's not the problem. You would have left without saying a word if I hadn't woken up early today, wouldn't you? Rosanna, flustered, knelt down to look at her little daughter and explained, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. It's just that my work has been really busy lately. Thalia turned her head tense. So Rosanna will see Rayon soon. Thalia bowed her head gloomily, saying, while Julian behind her was still covering his face and looking at her adoringly, Next time, at least you have to tell me a day in advance. Rosanna gently compromised. Yes, I promise. Thalia stepped forward and kissed Rosanna's cheek, then worried silently, I hope Mother won't be too angry. Have a safe journey. Everyone stood motionless, watching Rosanna's departing back.
Julian suddenly spoke up, drawing Thalia's attention. So, now Tilly, shall we continue our outing? On stage, someone holding a sword said, My lady, I shall rescue you. Please take hold. He lunged with his sword, shouting loudly, Ah! The girl next to him suddenly stepped in. Damn it! The young man suddenly knelt down facing the girl he adored and said, My beautiful lady. Tears streamed down his face. Leave me. Go far away, my lady. The girl suddenly turned her back and walked away. A voice suddenly rang out. Goddess of comedy and joy, Thalia, are you pleased with the play? The corner of her mouth suddenly curved upwards and she gave a faint smile. Julian clapped while Thalia was intently watching the play. Thalia thought to herself, That's right, Thalia is the goddess of comedy, and the name Aegis comes from Greek mythology. But this world only worships a single deity, so how ultimately did this goddess of comedy come to be? At an eatery, countless attractive and eye-catching dishes were laid out on the banquet table. Thalia looked at Julian in surprise and asked, So Dad, your name comes from a character in a play? Julian smiled cheerfully and recounted, Yes, we found out we were having you after watching the play. It was a very impressive play with only 2 characters, so we decided to name you after the male lead if you were a boy, and after the goddess if you were a girl. Thalia speared a piece of meat with her fork, put it in her mouth, and pondered, Goddess of comedy.
Julian suddenly leaned closer to Thalia and said cheerfully, It's Goddess Tilly's birthday soon, isn't it? Is there anything you want? Just name it. Thalia didn't answer. She just gazed thoughtfully outside through the glass window. She shook her head. No. Julian enthusiastically urged, Come on, anything at all. Thalia murmured softly with a hint of wistfulness. Birthday. In my previous life, my birthday was Christmas. My mother used to say she was very happy when she only had to give me one gift for both my birthday and Christmas. I hope, it will snow on my birthday. I still haven't completely forgotten the past, that's all. In a valley, on the hillside, thick black smoke billowed from an unknown source.
Rayon, huddled and prostrate on the floor of the carriage, was terrified. He was distraught, tears welling up as he secretly feared, What's happening outside? Are we being attacked again? Rayon suddenly turned his head to look out the window. Rayon was astonished to see a cloud of black smoke. Rayon silently screamed, No! A hand suddenly gripped a cracked wooden pillar, and Rosanna forcefully tore open that section of the wall. Rayon closed his eyes, not daring to look, secretly terrified. Am I going to die? Rosanna outside suddenly shouted, Your Highness, this way please. Rayon cautiously looked at the hand she extended towards him. Who is she? The hand remained outstretched, waiting. Rosanna urgently persuaded Rayon, Child, quickly, follow me. Rayon, in tears, was confused and didn't know what to do. Finally, Rayon decided to lean out the window for Rosanna to carry him. The carriage suddenly hurtled down the hill, heading straight for Rosanna, who was holding Rayon. Rosanna managed to dodge in time, letting the carriage fall into the ravine. A voice suddenly shouted anxiously, Master! A soldier stepped forward and hesitantly said, You really shouldn't have taken such a risk. Rosanna dismounted, still holding Rayan, and frowned at him. What else was I supposed to do? The prince was in danger. The soldier shouted, I told you I would go. If anything happens to you, what will become of the relationship between the three families? Please, don't forget your status and duties. Rosanna gently stroked Rayan's back, then looked up and explained to the soldier, precisely because of that, I had to do it. Now that I'm involved, they won't be able to use this against the Empire. From a distance, Matilda hastily lifted her skirt and ran over, calling loudly, Your Highness, thank heavens, you're safe. Rayan trembled, pressing close to Rosanna's chest, and softly said, Yes, this knight saved me. Matilda recognized Rosanna and spoke up, Oh, you were the knight from the Empire. Because of the bandit attack, the horse pulling the prince's carriage lost control.
I was truly terrified to think of what might have happened to the prince if you hadn't appeared. Thank you so much for saving the prince's life. I will report this to the king so that we may reciprocate the Empire's kindness. From now on, I will take care of His Royal Highness the Prince. Rosanna paid no attention to her and spoke up herself. I forgot to introduce myself. Matilda tilted her head, indicating, I understand. Rosanna continued, Your Royal Highness. Rosanna knelt down and moved closer to Rayan. Rosanna introduced herself. I am Rosanna of House Enfield. Rayan, with tears still in his eyes, politely replied and introduced himself. I am Rayan of House Celis.
In the grand and magnificent palace, Thalia stood by the window, thinking, 11 days have passed and Rosanna still hasn't returned. Lately, Julian has also been leaving early and coming home late. Is everything all right? Nanny Mia approached, smiling and tilting her head slightly as she softly called out, Young lady, what would you like to do today? Thalia softly said, Where is my rabbit? Did it just disappear when I woke up this morning? Mia smiled and explained, The rabbit is having a bath. It will be back with you soon, clean and fragrant. Thalia puffed out her cheeks and sighed. All right, remember to feed her. She's not as soft as she used to be. Mia smiled, looking at her young mistress. Yes, of course. The little rabbit will be back with you soon, both clean and soft. Thalia lay down, closed her eyes, and softly said, Good. Mia was startled. Are you going to sleep again? Why don't you play a little? Thalia sighed. I don't like it. Mia immediately put her hands on her hips and made a condition. If you agree to play with me today, I'll bake the brown bread you love to eat. As Thalia thought of it, brown bread with lots of almonds. Absolutely delicious.
Thalia quickly sat up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Mia. I don't want any raisins. Mia quickly agreed. All right, just for today. Thalia leaned in, looking at Mia, a little drool at the corner of her mouth. Good then. Then she turned, picked up a teddy bear, and looked at Mia with a sweet, sparkling face, saying, Let's play with dolls. I'll be the lion, and Nanny, you'll be the deer. Nanny Mia held out the deer and asked, They're friends, right? Thalia immediately spoke up. What are you talking about? Lions eat deer. If the deer wants to survive, it has to make sure the lion is full. Only then will the lion not eat the deer. Mia nodded blankly. I understand. Thalia pouted and demanded, Lions also like to eat bread. Mia couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. What? Young lady, that's not fair. Let's play something else. Thalia was delighted and excited. All right, then I'll be a pirate. Mia sighed, bowing her head in helplessness, and murmured, Let me guess. You're a pirate, and I'm an innocent villager with bread, right? She looked at me in surprise. How did you know? After a while of discussing games, Nanny Mia reluctantly, with tears welling up in her heart, softly said, All right, I'll go and make bread for you. After Mia left, Thalia quickly lay down, tired and deep in thought. I always play this game, but it doesn't feel the same today. Thalia heard the loud crying of children and quickly sat up. She thought, What's happening?
She was still Rosanna's daughter, with a powerful and unique voice. Thalia ran over to ask the nanny holding the baby, Why is she crying again? She turned around in surprise. Young lady, she showed Dahlia the baby, whose face was red and tear-stained from crying loudly. She softly said, She just wet herself before sleeping. Look who's here, it's your sister. Do you want to say hello to her? Sure enough, the baby stopped crying when she saw her. The young lady will surely fall asleep soon. Thalia looked at the baby, then looked up and said in a sweet voice, Could you tell my wet nurse to bring some bread here? She's in the kitchen. She wondered, What? Seeing her agreement, Thalia quickly assured her, I'll look after Loina, so hurry up. Remember to tell her not to add raisins to the bread. A voice echoed back, Oh yes, young lady. Thalia lay next to the baby in the large crib, leaning over to watch the baby falling asleep. Seeing the baby's face, eyes closed and blissful sleep, with drool trickling out, Thalia playfully teased, She's so ugly. Thalia quickly dozed off, thinking, How interesting. When she woke up, she saw Mia holding Loina in her arms. Mia immediately asked her, Young lady, are you sleepy again? I thought you wanted to eat bread. Thalia, rubbing her eyes, softly said, Bread, give me bread. Thalia took the bread, bit into it, her cheeks puffing out as she savored the delicious taste.
It's like heaven.
Mia smiled, looking at her young mistress. How adorable, young lady. I heard we'll have a new friend staying with us for a while. It would be wonderful if you could make friends. Thalia shook her head vigorously. I already have friends. Mia looked puzzled. Do you mean the rabbit? Thalia puffed out her cheeks and pouted cutely. No, it's Aegis. Mia smiled, blushing, and hugged Loina. Oh, right. Do you mean Prince Aegis? Suddenly, Thalia remembered. Speaking of which, when will Mother return? Mia, cradling Loina, looked at her young mistress and softly said, While you were napping, I received news that she will return soon, so there's no need to worry. A moment later, hearing a clatter, a maidservant ran over, holding up her skirt. Young lady, the Countess! No sooner had she finished speaking than she saw Thalia unexpectedly darting past, clutching her skirt. Oh dear! Madame Rosanna stood beside Rayon, smiling softly and saying, Thalia, quickly say hello. This is Prince Rayon, him the kingdom of Salus. She looked at the boy in front of her. It was Rayon, the male lead from the original story. But why was Rayon here? Thalia remembered what Mia had just said. Young lady, I heard we'll have a new friend staying with us for a while. Could it be? Madame Rosanna bent down and smiled sweetly at Thalia. The prince has come to our empire to study, and he will be staying with us for a while. Thalia looked at the boy opposite her and thought, at the Duke's mansion? According to the original story, shouldn't he go to the royal palace and become friends with Aegis? Thalia moved closer to Rayon's face, stared at him, then gently held up a sweet almond bread. Would you like some? It's okay, my hands are clean. Rayon seemed afraid of something and remained silent.
Rayon's attendant, seeing this, reminded him, Your Highness, you shouldn't refuse such kindness. She is the daughter of Duke Remedio. Thalia pouted and puffed out her cheeks, glancing at the woman and thinking, So she's the queen's person, here to spy on Rayon. She looked at Rayon, who was happily eating a cake, thinking that they didn't even bother to feed that poor child properly. Madame Rosanna looked at her daughter tenderly. That's a good girl, Tilly. Go say hello to His Highness. She smiled at him with bright round eyes. Hello. Rayon replied, Hello, young lady. As soon as he finished speaking, Thalia immediately said, My name isn't young lady. He looked bewildered. Huh? Thalia introduced herself again in more detail. My name is Thalia. You can call me Tilly. But if you call me Tilly, you have to become my friend. Friends don't need to be so formal with each other. So, my dear bunny prince, do you want to be my friend? Seeing Rayon lower his head and not look at her, the little girl Thalia walked closer, put her hands on her hips, and asked innocently, Or can you become one of the 4 lords serving the wicked queen, my friend? You could also join in. Don't you like that either?
Rayon's scared face and trembling voice softly said, I don't have it. Mrs. Rosanna saw the boy Rayon lower his head like that, and her eyes immediately showed worry. Thalia stared at her. It must have been Rosanna's idea to bring Rayon here. After all, your daughter will become good friends with him. Thinking so, Thalia extended her hand, smiling with curved eyes, inviting him to join. All right, then you will be one of the 4 lords. I am a wicked queen who is kind to those close to me, so there's no need to worry. Thalia looked at Rayon, smiling, along with the first handshake that marked the beginning of their friendship.
Little Thalia smiled at Rayon, making the boy blush shyly. Thalia sweetly smiled at Mrs. Rosanna. Mother, let's go for a picnic in the garden. There are sandwiches and nurse-made bread. We can play while we wait for father to come home. Mrs. Rosanna's eyes curved as she looked at the 2 children. All of us? Meanwhile, the quartermaster was frowning, thinking about something displeased. Mrs. Rosanna sensed it, so she turned to face her and softly said, Since the annex hasn't been thoroughly prepared for the prince and the others yet, why don't you also take a stroll in the garden? Everyone must be tired after 2 months of travel. She hesitated evasively. It's fine. Rosanna's eyes curved as she enthusiastically introduced. Regarding the annex, that's where everyone will be staying, and our butler will be there to serve. The group of butlers respectfully bowed. Suddenly, Thalia softly called, Mr. Butler. He knelt on one knee, looking directly at the little girl, and gently said, Yes, young lady. Thalia leaned close to the butler's ear and whispered, Shh, from now on, the prince is one of the Demon King's 4 lords, and I will also appoint you as one of the 4 lords, so we must do something truly interesting together. The butler looked at little Thalia in bewilderment, then smiled. My honor. Thalia looked at the butler and softly said, Indeed, he quickly understood just as she thought. Not only was he the butler of this mansion, but he was also a formidable person in charge of managing Julian's affairs, so he was perfectly suited to be one of the 4 lords. Little Thalia turned and smiled sweetly at Rayon, her eyes curving. Before we go for the picnic, I'll introduce my sister to you. Let's go quickly. She's really ugly. You'll see. It's quite funny. Hearing Thalia criticize her sister in front of an outsider like that, Rosanna pouted and reminded her, Tilly,
You shouldn't speak ill of Luina like that. She understands everything, even though she's just a child. Little Thalia still laughed heartily, taking Rayon's hand. Let's go, Rayon. Rayon stared blankly, shyly looking at the bold little girl. Seeing her daughter like that, Mrs. Rosanna cautioned, Tilly, you'll hurt your friend if you keep pulling him like that. Little Thalia turned around to look at Mrs. Rosanna. He's not my friend, he's my subordinate. Rosanna was helpless. Where did you learn that word? Little Thalia smiled teasingly. He, for my parents. Overly excited, Thalia ran hastily and fell to the floor. She lifted her head awkwardly. Damn it, this clumsy body doesn't listen at all. I wish I could control my limbs. Rayon quickly ran over, asking worriedly, Tilly. Rosanna rushed over, looking at her child in fright. Sweetheart, that's why I told you not to run. Are you hurt? And your highness, are you all right? Thalia pouted at Mrs. Rosanna. Mom, can you carry me? Mrs. Rosanna sighed helplessly. All right. Rosanna carried both Rayon and Thalia in her arms. Rayon suddenly looked at her and whimpered. Thinking the boy was shy, Rosanna smiled and softly asked, Would your highness like me to put you down? Rayon stammered, No. The side of Lady Rosanna holding the two children close, with a gentle smile, looked truly warm. A moment later, wet nurse Mia softly called out.
The lady looked at Mia and asked, Nanny, is Louina crying again? Mia smiled respectfully. No, she has cried less today. Miss Thalia is always by her side. Hearing that, Rosanna knelt down, her eyes curving into a smile as she looked at Thalia. That's right, Louina really likes her older sister. Thalia, can you wait here with His Highness for a moment? Then she turned to Rayan and asked, Your Highness, I will change my clothes and be right back. Rayan obediently nodded. Okay. In the bustling kitchen, Mia's voice called out, Miss? Thalia politely replied, Yes? Mia's face showed concern as she reminded her, You can't eat and run like that. You're still too young. What if you choke or have some other problem? Can you please sit down and chew your food slowly? Thalia replied, Okay. Mia turned to Rayan and smiled. It's an honor to meet your highness. I am Mia Harrison, the nanny of Miss Thalia and Louina. Seeing Rayan's frightened face, Thalia immediately thought, Oh my. She immediately ran to shield and protect Rayan. Wait, what is this? This is too adorable. I wish I could cuddle this baby right now. Rayan in the original story.
Having grown up cruel and raised in an environment where no one could be trusted, but now Thalia puffed out her cheeks and said to Mia, her nanny, He's just one of my 4 lords. He's a subordinate of the evil queen. Mia smiled, looking at her adorable mistress. Oh dear, what about the other 3 lords? The butler and other positions are still vacant. So what do you plan to do once you have 4 lords? Conquer the world? Thalia sighed. Why is there still so much work? Mia, bewildered, asked Thalia, Then why did you recruit them? He didn't want to be my friend, so I made him one of my lords. Rayan, hiding behind Thalia, whispered, That's not it. I didn't say I didn't want to be your friend. I also didn't say there was anything wrong with it. Now I'm the evil queen's first subordinate, so whether I say anything or not, it doesn't matter, because she's the evil queen.
That's troublesome for me. Little Thalia's faintly pink face, her eyes curving as she looked at him, immediately thought, Could it be that you are the one I need to save? However, the latter part of the storyline relies on the world being destroyed by a demon. If I change the original plot by saving Rayan, he won't be able to kill the demon and the world might perish. If I let things follow the original plot, Aegis and Loina will save Rayan from the demon 17 years later, and Rayan will destroy the demon. That is the path to a happy ending. But 17 years is too long. Am I just supposed to watch and do nothing while that boy is tortured? Mia suddenly spoke up, asking Thalia, Milady, should we leave Lady Loina and the 4 lords? Thalia remembered and immediately pulled Rayan away. Oh, that's right. Jan, come say hello to your sister. Mia was bewildered. Did Milady just call the prince Jan? Thalia led him to the cradle where Loina was lying. Loina was still a baby. She was only 6 months old. Seeing Rayan look at Loina gently made her think, Oh, this meeting wasn't in the original plot. Even so, the Wheel of Fate will eventually return to its original trajectory.
Rosanna was deep in thought in the bathtub about the situations that had occurred, her delicate face furrowed with worry. At that moment, she said to Julian and Peleus, I will bring Prince Rayan to the ducal mansion. Peleus, Aegis's father, spoke up. Roxy, I understand your concern, but... Rosanna looked directly at both of them and softly said, Have you seen the boy with your own eyes? He's about the same age as our Tilly, but he's clearly been abandoned. Peleus and Julian were looking at the documents in their hands, listening to Rosanna speak. The prince needs to be cared for in an environment with more attention than the palace. The prince needs to be cared for in an environment with more attention than the palace. If only I could punch Matilda directly in the face, but she looks like she'd collapse after just one punch. Damn those 3 families. Rosanna called a servant and ordered, Tell the chef to consult with the doctor and change the diet. Until now, we've never worried about Tilly being a picky eater, but now we don't know about the prince, so keep an eye on him. Also, tell the chef to make the food more varied, so the boy can eat whatever he wants without any hesitation. The servant bowed and softly asked, So what shall we do with the others? Rosanna's eyes, deep in thought, softly said, Leave the others in the annex. Food shouldn't be wasted. At the magnificent palace of the Thalia family, young Rayan was enjoying pastries. Rosanna, Thalia, and Rayan were camping in an area bathed in warm sunlight filtering through the leaves. Thalia turned to him and asked, Is it good? Rayan nodded and smiled. She smiled sweetly. I knew it. Thalia was foolishly watching Rayan, who was eating as if there were no tomorrow.
It seemed this wasn't the first time the boy had been starved, despite being very adorable, like a baby kangaroo. She turned to ask Rosanna, "By the way, why did he come to our house, Mother?" Mrs. Rosanna's eyes curved into a smile under the sunlight, spreading warmth as she looked at the little one. "His carriage was attacked on the way, so I thought it would be better to have him stay with us rather than at the imperial palace." Thalia immediately thought, attacked. Clearly someone was behind this, but taking care of Rayan meant we would be responsible for any situation that might arise. She asked Mrs. Rosanna, "Did father agree to this?" She replied, "Of course your father tried to help." Thalia thought that Julian wasn't someone who shirked responsibility, nor was he the type to agree to something that wasn't to his advantage. But this time, did father really agree? Why was everything so different from the original story? Well, I don't have much to do now anyway. Little Thalia was still chattering, asking Mrs. Rosanna, "Is Rayan also staying in the annex?" At the same time, Rayan, with a few crumbs on his face, was bowing his head sadly. Rayan immediately looked up in confusion when he heard Mrs. Rosanna say, "No, the prince will be staying in the main mansion." The two sweet faces of Rosanna and her daughter turned, their eyes curving into smiles as they looked at Rayan, and Thalia happily spoke up.
Great, I was worried I'd always have to run over to the annex. Rayan was currently holding a sweet treat, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes from emotion. Thalia spoke up, "Come on, stop eating now. We still have dinner when my dad gets home." He looked at her, bewildered. "I can too?" She explained to him, "These are just snacks. If you fill up now, you won't be able to eat dinner. From now on, you'll have breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks with me, okay?" Thalia gently took a napkin and wiped away the crumbs from Rayan's mouth. He smiled at her. "Okay?" Rosanna praised contentedly. "It's good that you're friendly with your friend." "Tilly!" Suddenly Thalia called out. "Oh, Dad!" Rosanna, looking a little bewildered, smiled faintly, her face flushed, as she looked at Julian, intertwined with little Thalia's sweet voice. "Dad!" Thalia ran over, opening her arms to hug Julian. Julian picked up his daughter, kissed her chubby cheek, and praised, "My little goddess, you're always beautiful." Thalia pouted slightly. "Don't kiss me anymore." Julian, like a child, pursed his lips and looked at Thalia. "I'll stop when you agree to kiss Dad." Rosanna turned to Rayan and softly called, "Your Highness." He obediently replied, "Yes." She said, "You will stay with our family for a while. If anything happens, just tell Tilly." He looked bewildered. "If anything happens?" Rosanna gently and kindly replied to the boy, "Yes, anything at all. You can tell Tilly, because we will protect you during your stay here." Thalia thought it was the first time she had seen Rayan smile. Suddenly, Rayan smiled because he was reminded of someone and of the only year he had felt happy in his life. She hoped he would always be happy here. As for the original story, in that palace, their family was having dinner, and Thalia's swaying singing echoed, "Paprika, paprika, paprika." Julian gently looked at his daughter and softly said, "Sweetie, chew carefully." Rayan's hand, holding a fork, dropped a piece of meat. Rayan panicked. "Ah!" This made Rayan hear Matilda's scolding voice, her face stern. "Your Highness, look at your table manners." The scolding attracted the attention of Julian and Rosanna. Suddenly Rayan heard a sweet voice say, "Here, you can have mine. My subordinate must eat until full. Only then will I let you into the wicked queen's castle. Come on, eat it all." As soon as she finished speaking, Matilda's reminder made Rayan bow his head sadly. "I'm sorry, Miss Tilly, but His Highness still has class this morning." She asked, "Class?" She explained, "Yes, he has a language class this morning and 2 other classes in the afternoon." Thalia thought dazedly, "What a ridiculous schedule. Rayan is only a 5-year-old child." Suddenly, Thalia's voice rang out, "So I'll study with him," which left both Julian and Rosanna stunned, as if struck by lightning out of a clear sky. "Our Tilly study?" Matilda's expression twisted. "But Madam, I beg you to let the child join in as well."
This is the first time Tilly has shown interest in studying. Just watching should be fine. Madame Matilda silently turned her head. Julian smiled at Rosanna. "Roxy, why don't we spend more time watching Tilly study? We've all been busy investigating the previous attack, and this could affect diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. So let's just assume everything is fine." Madame Matilda cleared her throat. "As your Highness said, having a study companion poses no obstacle, and it will make His Highness's studies in the neighboring country more effective." Thalia puffed out her cheeks, looking at her. "That's right. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Rayan silently looked at Thalia, thinking, "Together." Meanwhile, Thalia was staring at the young boy, Rayan. "Look at that adorable child. Should I study with him?" Thalia, startled, held the paper in her hand, thinking, "What the hell?" The teacher explained to young Thalia, "Miss Thalia, since it's your first time, you only need to copy this passage once. Your Highness, you need to copy it 5 times as usual." Thalia thought with a pang, 5 times as usual. Thalia was startled when she read the prompt. Humans should not try to solve problems, but must believe that everything is the will of the gods. The gods grant humanity the ability of prophecy and miracles, but are often indifferent to human problems. That is why scholars study and seek the truth of problems and analyze attitudes. Thalia turned to Rayan, full of questions. Jan, can you read and understand this? But Thalia looked again and saw the messy, unclear handwriting and angrily thought, he doesn't understand anything. They're making a 5-year-old child write such incomprehensible things. If that's not bullying, what is it? Thalia raised her hand and softly asked the teacher, Sir, may I ask a question? He smiled at her. Yes, of course. Unlike His Highness, it seems you are very interested in studying, miss. Thalia was angry internally. How can you say that when he's still here? Are you trying to make the little one sad? Thalia bowed her head, sighed, and softly said, Jan? He replied.
Little Thalia spoke up. Do you want to go to the bathroom? Rayan dismissively said, No. Thalia insisted, Yes, you do. You shouldn't hold it in. Go now. Rayan, helpless, said, Okay. Thalia then tore the paper in half, her eyes sharp. He panicked. Miss Thalia, she asked, whose is this from? The will of the gods or yours? What do you mean? Or is it someone else's will, telling you to make the child read this nonsense, making that boy weak and useless? He was tense. Miss Thalia, I understand the class might be difficult for you to follow, because today you are only here to observe. You don't need to participate. Thalia's clear, somewhat angry voice rose. Do you think I'm doing this just because I don't want to participate in class? He crossed his arms, looking at Thalia. I'm just following orders. I'm not happy about this either, but I have no other choice. It's easy for you to say, Miss Thalia, because you don't have to listen to anyone, but I am just a lowly tutor. He scoffed and thought, the girl is nothing more than a lucky child born to wealthy parents. She asked, You, what's your name? Daniel looked bewildered. He panicked. What? Thalia repeated herself.
I asked what your name was. I shouldn't have to repeat myself, should I? He replied, I am Daniel, but what's more important, Lady Thalia, although my status is lower than yours, during my lesson you must... Before Daniel could finish, Thalia said, I understand your point about status, so I will give you 3 practical choices. 1. Abandon this tutoring job and return to your kingdom. 2nd, I will inform my parents about this situation, and then you will face punishment for insulting the royal family. Which do you prefer? Daniel looked bewildered. What do you mean? Thalia looked at him. As you said, I don't need to answer anyone's questions, and neither does Prince Jan. You must know that insulting the royal family is a serious crime, punishable by death. Daniel was startled. Execution? Thalia calmly said, The 3rd option I'm giving you is to stop tormenting the child and properly begin teaching a 5-year-old.
How do you feel? He thought in fear. Is this really a child, even if she is Duke Remedio's daughter? Seeing him so silent, she uttered the words, If you don't want to answer before Jan returns, I will let you choose the worst option. He trembled in fear. I choose option 3. Thalia looked at the torn papers and said softly, Oh, don't tell anyone about what happened today, especially my parents. It will only complicate things. What is your answer? He replied, Yes, young lady. Mia ran after the 2 children, Thalia and Rayan. Young lady, how was the lesson? Boring. Now I'll just eat and play. Oh dear, then I suppose His Highness will have to study alone. Thalia immediately ran and wrapped her arms around Rayan's neck, looking at Mia. No, Jan will play with me. They only teach strange things. Mia looked bewildered. What do you mean by strange, young lady? Thalia told her governess. It's that all the teachers have been bullying Jan. Mia looked at him, bewildered. Thalia hugged Rayan tightly, thinking, Daniel, he had promised to teach properly from now on, but he wasn't the only one teaching Jan, and it was clear they were all trying to make things difficult for the boy. Little Thalia said softly, I will fight anyone who bullies Jan, although Thalia thought to herself that they wouldn't be punished until they were exposed with evidence. Mia ran over and bent down to look at the little girl. All right, then I'll ask if we can skip class today. Thalia was surprised. Really? Governess Mia smiled.
Of course, in return, could your highness tell me what those teachers did to you? Did he hurt you? Zian stammered, his voice and face trembling. No, Daniel didn't, but the other teachers whipped me 30 times when I failed the test. Thalia clenched her palms in anger. Mia softly said to Thalia, who had her head down, My lady, I will inform the butler. If you need anything, please call another maid. She replied, There's a secret alleyway leading out of the mansion. Do you want to see it?
The air was fresh in the lush green garden. Rayan ran to Thalia, who was by the flower garden. What are you doing? Thalia replied, I'm going to make a flower crown. Rayan sat down, wondering, what's a flower crown? She answered, It's a crown made of flowers. Rayan's face showed surprise. You can make that? Little Thalia's eyes curved into a smile. Of course, I'll make one for you. Just wait a moment. Thalia softly called, Jan, come here. Thalia placed the flower crown on Rayan's hair, smiling as she thought to herself, I knew it. He's so adorable.
Even though he bent his head low to keep it from falling, I couldn't bring myself to say anything because he was just too adorable. Thalia covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Next time, I'll give you another one if you don't drop this one. Okay. In that fragrant flower garden, Rayon's childish voice softly called, Tilly. Thalia obediently replied, Yes? He asked, Do you like flowers? She quickly replied, I do. The two children continued their back-and-forth conversation. He opened his mouth to ask, Why? Because they're beautiful? Do you like beautiful things? Of course. Rayon replied, Me too. Rayon's flushed face shyly looked down. I also like beautiful things. Mia hurriedly ran to the flower garden and saw the two children, thinking to herself, Just as I thought, the two children are here. The character Mia Harrison did not originally appear in the original work. She was Rosanna's childhood friend and a trusted confidant of the family. After the death of her son and her broken marriage, she sacrificed her life to help Rosanna. But when Thalia was born, her destiny changed forever. Having escaped her fated death, she underwent a few minor changes compared to the original work. Only 2 people in this world possessed this awareness. Mia walked over and looked at the little girl. Young lady? Thalia smiled happily. Young lady, your highness, it's time for lunch, the sweet voice softly called. Nanny, Thalia smiled, offering the flower crown to Mia with both hands. This is for you. Mia's eyes curved into a smile. What's this for? Thank you, young lady. Young lady, let's go eat now. Thalia asked her nanny. Okay, how are those professors being handled? Mia replied.
The butler has intervened, so there won't be any problems from now on. Mia called him Your Highness, and he looked bewildered. Huh? Mia said, From now on, if anything happens, just tell Lady Tilly, because Our Lady is an evil queen, and we are all her trusted subordinates. Mia made young Rayan blush with embarrassment. Mia called out to the 2 children. All right, let's go back now. Thalia obediently replied, Yes. Young Rayan carried Thalia on his back, saying in a commanding tone, Let's go. Thalia thought that it had been a month since Jan arrived, and the boy had gained weight, and his physical condition seemed to have improved a lot, which was really good, and the issues at Julian Palace had been resolved. Rosanna and Julian had found evidence that Jan's tutors had abused the boy and dismissed them, and those tutors who had physically harmed Jan were sent back to their kingdom. Jan's wet nurse, Matilda, was still observing the situation, but most of the people in the annex had been dismissed, and the Duke's people were always keeping an eye on them. The maids were laughing and chatting happily. The young lady and young master, Thalia and Rayan, ran over to ask Lona, What are you doing today? The wet nurse smiled, just like always. Thalia thought helplessly, meaning, the baby eats, sleeps, and poops. A child truly has its own special privileges. Rayan called out softly.
Lily looked bewildered. Thalia thought, he's so adorable, but perhaps I'm spoiling him too much. Mia sat down to chat with 2 children and took the opportunity to mention, Young lady, I haven't seen you carrying your rabbit doll lately. I even added more stuffing to it. Thalia picked up a fruit fork and replied, That's right, the rabbit is being punished. He asked her, Why? Thalia replied casually, Because I'm not sleepy anymore. She thought, I used to use it as a body pillow, but now I'm always with Jan, so I don't get any chance to nap. Mia looked at Thalia with concern. It must be because the young lady is sleeping much less than before, she thought. The doctor said that sleeping less can affect one's personality. Perhaps she needs another friend her age. Thalia's voice softly said, You should use the plate on your right, shouldn't you?
Yes, my lady. Mia, holding Loina, smiled as she looked at Thalia. Your birthday is in 2 days, my lady. Is there anything you'd like as a gift? Rayan glanced at Thalia as she spoke. Haven't you already prepared everything? You were looking for ribbons last week, weren't you? Mia teased. Even so, my lady, could you perhaps reveal a little bit about what you'd like? Thalia pondered for a moment, then looked at her nanny and said, Well, father will make it snow, and mother will read me 10 stories. That's enough for me. Mia replied. Just as I said that, Thalia turned to look at Rayan, her eyes slightly moist. Oh no, Mia added. Didn't you once say you wanted something else, my lady? Thalia quickly replied. That's right. Thalia thought in confusion. A gift a 5-year-old can prepare in 2 days. Come on, brain, think. She looked at Mia and softly said, chocolate chip cookies. I think I want chocolate chip cookies for my birthday. Mia smiled. Is that so? Little Thalia Tilly was cheerfully excited. Yes, of course. I'm really excited for my birthday. Thalia thought, her face full of helplessness. Fate.
In the morning, in Julian Palace, Thalia was fast asleep. Madame Rosanna gently came to the bedside, smiling as she called, Sweetie, it's time to wake up. Today is your birthday. Hearing her mother's voice, Thalia slowly opened her eyes, still drowsy, and thought, Sorry, but I'm not like you, Mom. I'm not the energetic child who'd dance out of bed on her birthday. Besides, I feel lazy and tired today for a few reasons. Madame Rosanna smiled and gently lifted the girl up by her arms. Come on, let's celebrate your birthday. Both your father and I aren't working today. Thalia leaned into her mother's embrace, whining, I'm sleepy. Madame Rosanna looked at her beloved daughter kindly. You'll feel awake after washing your face. Do you want to bathe with me? Wash your face, then change into your dress. In the dressing room, Thalia was being dressed by the nannies, but her eyes were closed and her face showed deep fatigue as she thought, Why do I feel so tired, even though I went to bed early yesterday? The three families with their special physiques are nothing like my own weak self. Rosanna rushed over worried to check on Thalia. Are you feeling unwell? Thalia, sitting at the dressing table, replied, No, I just feel sleepy. Hearing Thalia's words, Madame Rosanna smiled excitedly, looking at Tilly. Ha, Tilly, could it be that you had trouble sleeping last night because you were looking forward to your birthday? She quietly said. That must be it. Rosanna took Thalia's hand, her joy indescribable. I was so happy I couldn't sleep either.
Thalia turned her head to look at her. Really? Mrs. Rosanna smiled so widely that her eyes crinkled. Of course. Your parents have been looking forward to this so much they couldn't sleep peacefully thinking that Tilly is already 5 years old. Thalia, with her big, round, sparkling eyes, looked at Mrs. Rosanna. A moment later, the nanny brought up an item. Mrs. Rosanna, with a satisfied smile, gently picked up the small diamond tiara, and that delicate little tiara was placed on little Thalia's head. Looking at the little girl in her beautiful ceremonial dress and the tiara for her new age, Mrs. Rosanna and her daughter stood in front of the mirror, their eyes crinkling as they looked at the little one. You look so pretty. Thalia's eyes curved into a smile, revealing her 2 rows of white teeth. Hee, really? She replied. You are the most beautiful child in this world, just like your father. Thalia snuggled into her mother's arms, pouting playfully. But I prefer to be like you, Mom. The 3 nannies smiled as they watched Mrs. Rosanna and her daughter tease each other. Mrs. Rosanna's graceful voice spoke up. You are like me in many ways, and after all, you are my daughter. Thalia wondered. Where? I can't think of anything else besides my hair. Seeing Mrs. Rosanna's rosy face, she said, Our hands are similar. Thalia's eyes widened as she looked at Rosanna, bewildered. Our hands? Mrs. Rosanna covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Your legs, too. Your bone structure is quite similar to mine and your father's. I'm sure many people will say you resemble your mother when you grow up. Thalia smiled, her eyes curving, as she looked at her mother, thinking, I guess I look more like Rosanna when seen from behind. Rosanna led Thalia to look at the flowers above. Tilly, do you know what that is? We look at it to remember your birthday. 5 years ago on this day, I believed you were destined for someone. Thalia, full of bewilderment. What do you mean, Mom? Mrs. Rosanna recalled the moment she and Julian gazed at baby Thalia in her arms. The moment I saw you born, I could hear the sound of destiny changing my life.
Little Thalia, in her beautiful dress, ran over and softly called, Father! Julian gently said, Thalia, it seems God has blessed the weather as your birthday gift, hasn't he? Nevertheless, we'll hold the party indoors. Little Thalia looked up at Julian and asked, What do you mean, Father? Rosanna thought of the moment the child was born, coinciding with today. Rosanna explained to Thalia, It's snowing outside. Thalia reached out her hand to catch the snow and softly said, What? Thalia thought, That's not right. At that moment, the man beside him said, It's rare for it to snow this autumn, Prophet. Well, it's normal. This doesn't mean anything. Those who can see both the past and the future surely must have known it would snow today, yet I haven't heard them say anything about it. His mood today seems to be good. What I had been waiting for the most has finally arrived. God has finally granted my request. He softly said to her, Should we prepare to receive the prophecy? That is not a prophecy. A moment later, he softly asked, What do you mean? The place where the woman, with her hair and face covered, stood with the man was a temple located on the eastern coast at the edge of the continent. There was also a temple located in the west with many small states, and beyond that was the kingdom of Celis.
He murmured, I wonder where you are on this snowy day, and if possible I hope you are also witnessing this moment, and then you will realize that destiny is slowly changing. Oh, right, today is the birthday of Duke Remetio's eldest daughter. That's right, the Duke's second daughter was also born just a few days ago. I wonder if they remember the baptism. I myself have served the prophet for a long time, but we have never been told about that special person. We should prepare the child's baptism soon. He replied, I will ensure everything is fully prepared. The woman was covering her hair and face. It will be wonderful, she thought. Just a few more years. I will finally be able to meet you, with your platinum hair and violet eyes, whom I have awaited for 1,000 years, the one who will put an end to me.
In front of Julian's palace, 4 members of Rosanna's family along with Julian were standing, celebrating little Thalia's birthday. Thalia was startled and surprised. They made a 5-tiered birthday cake for a 5-year-old, but before they always made normal birthday cakes. Julian, holding Thalia, turned his head down and asked, What's wrong, Tilly? Don't you like the cake? Thalia put her hands on her head and sighed softly. It's too big. Rosanna smiled and told the little one, Don't worry about the cake yet. First, since it's your birthday, you should greet your guests. Thalia looked up at Rosanna blankly. My guests? She gently replied, Your friends will be here soon. Little Thalia in her colorful dress wondered, Friends? Do you mean Aegis? Is Aegis coming? Suddenly Rayon appeared, asking, Who is Aegis? Thalia smiled and told him, He's my friend. Seeing Rayon's silence, Thalia extended her hand, thinking that since Rayon was still wary of her, she should help them become friends. Even if they weren't brothers, they should at least be friends. Thalia introduced to Rayon. Aegis is a 5-year-old boy, and we're all the same age now.
I'm 5 now. It would be more fun if we played together, Thalia said. Rayon looked bewildered. Shouldn't it be the 3 of us playing together? Thalia asked him. Don't you want to? But there are more games to play now that there are 3 of us, Rayon stammered. Really? Thalia exclaimed, jumping with joy. Of course. I bet you there are many games that can only be played with more people. Rayon, seeing this, agreed. Okay then. Can you hold my hand so I don't feel embarrassed? Thalia looked at Rayon's shy face with his rosy cheeks and thought to herself, oh my, could this boy get any cuter? Seeing Thalia's silence, Rayon had to ask, don't you want to? Thalia smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth, took Rayon's hand and softly said, no, of course I'll hold your hand. Suddenly, from a distance, Mrs. Seclote and Aegis were smiling and striding towards them. Rosanne and Julian, along with the 2 children, Rayon and Thalia, respectfully greeted them. Aegis walked over, waved, and said, hello, Tilly. Thalia, still holding Rayon's hand, smiled at Aegis and said, hello, brother. Aegis looked at Rayon, smiled, and said, hello, young man, then asked Thalia, Tilly, who is this? Thalia smiled and softly said, oh, he's my little brother. Suddenly, Rayon let go of Thalia's hand, stepped back, and said, that's not right. I'm older than Tilly. As soon as he finished speaking, little Thalia teased, big brothers should know how to greet people when they're introduced, shouldn't they? Rayon looked at Aegis, embarrassed, and said, hello. Aegis, full of enthusiastic energy, smiled at Rayon and said, hello, my name is Aegis. Rayon softly replied, I'm Rayon. Aegis smiled at Rayon. I know. It's nice to meet you. Hearing Aegis say that made Thalia turn to look at him with a bewildered expression.
What's with these 2? Looking at the innocent, handsome faces of Ragan and Aegis smiling at each other, they thought, oh, how adorable. Excuse me, sir, could you please take your son away? Everyone then chorused loudly, happy birthday, dear Tilly, happy birthday. Thalia, sitting in Julian and Rosanna's arms, thought blankly, 5 years old or 33? Julian smiled at his daughter and said, make a wish, darling. Wish for whatever you want. Thalia thought, a wish. Last year I wished I would wake up from this dream, but this year I wish everyone will have a happy ending, just like in the original story. Aegis, with his big, round blue eyes, held out a stuffed animal and softly said to Thalia, this is my birthday present, Tilly. I really wanted to give you a real cat. My mom said living things shouldn't be given as gifts, so instead I'm giving you a teddy bear. Do you like it? Thalia's eyes sparkled as she excitedly looked at the teddy bear in her hands. I love it. Smiling, Thalia looked at him and thought, yes, indeed, it's proof of good upbringing. Meanwhile, Regan approached, somewhat hesitantly, and softly said, Tilly, this is my gift. Thalia opened the gift box and was surprised. Oh, it's chocolate candy. Regan looked at the little girl eating the cake. Is it good, Tilly? Thalia smiled happily. Yes, it is. You should try a piece too. Regan smiled, his face flushed, and shook his head. Thalia, seeing this, brought the cake she was holding to Aegis's mouth.
Really? Then you eat, Aegis. Wouldn't it taste better if we ate together? Rayon was angrily watching Aegis being fed chocolate cake by Thalia. Thalia had to ask again, are you really not going to eat, Jan? Look how well our little one is eating. Thalia, along with Rayon and Aegis, looked towards their parents. Thalia thought, oh God, someone save me. Rayon kept glaring at Aegis with an angry face, while Aegis, chewing his cake, turned and smiled at Rayon. Suddenly, a voice said, Miss Thalia. It was Mrs. Charlotte, Aegis's mother. With a sharp face, her eyes curved into a smile as she said to Thalia, we also prepared this gift for you.
Thalia looked at the gift box delivered to her, bewildered. Are we royalty? When Mrs. Charlotte opened the gift box, it immediately glowed, leaving Thalia stunned. Is this a royal crown? And it's for a daughter of another family? Does this mean they accept me as the crown princess? But why did I think they had already canceled the engagement with Aegis? It seems this isn't Charlotte's idea, but Peleus's plan. So you want to go this far, old man. Peleus felt a shiver run down his spine, as if someone was talking about him. Huh, why do I suddenly feel a chill? Thalia smiled politely and replied, thank you. She thought, let's see what happens after the gift-giving party. Everyone then went outside into the snowy white landscape to chat. The three children, Thalia, Rayan, and Aegis, went out to build snow figures. Thalia turned her head to look at the adults smiling at each other, which made her think, they all must know Tiara's purpose. I bet they're not saying it directly because it's still too early to mention it, or maybe I'm overreacting. She gently bowed her head and sighed, then suddenly heard a call.
Tilly turned her head to see the energetic faces of the two boys, which brightened her mood. She softly asked, Are you guys going to build a snowman? That's great, Aegis replied with a smile. Yes, I'm going to make another snowball.
Rayan also came closer and joined in. Me too. Thalia, looking puzzled, wondered, what for? You can just put the two snowballs on top of each other. Aegis sighed and replied, I don't want to. Thalia, her face partially hidden by her scarf, asked Aegis, why not? Aegis, with a slightly sarcastic tone, said, that one's too dirty. Rayan immediately crossed his arms, turned his head away in a huff, and said, I don't want to either. His is too small. Little Aunt Thalia could only sigh helplessly. Oh, these kids. Thalia then stepped in to mediate. You can just put this one on top of that one. The two boys said in unison, ah, young lady. Thalia smiled proudly, looking at the result after stacking the two snowballs they had made, and softly said with a smile, that one's mine. Go make another one if you two still have a problem with it. Rayan and Aegis, helpless, could only remain silent. Thalia watched their retreating figures and thought, why aren't they close? In the original story, they were best friends, but it's like I'm babysitting naughty nephews at a family gathering. What a headache. A moment later, Rayan's clear voice called out, Tilly. Hearing the call, Thalia turned her head to look. Oh, you guys are done? It looks great. Thalia smiled and patted each of their heads, praising them. You guys can build a snowman together, so you can definitely become good friends, right? Aegis and Rayan continued to glare at each other. Thalia sighed, thinking, I should have just wished for them to be close friends. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the two boys on either side pulled Thalia's hands towards themselves. She looked at them, about to start a fight, and was startled.
Rayan immediately shoved Aegis down onto the cold snow. Thalia ran over, angrily shouting, Rayan! Realizing she had misspoken, Thalia covered her mouth, thinking regretfully, I shouldn't have done that. Rayan has trouble controlling himself. I shouldn't have yelled at him. Thalia then explained to Rayan, I'm sorry I yelled at you, but you shouldn't push your friend like that. Rayan, head bowed dejectedly, said, I'm sorry. Thalia, with wide, bewildered eyes, looked at the boy Rayan, who had been laughing and playing happily with her for the past month. Rayan then strode away, heading inside. Thalia stood awkwardly in the snow, her hands covering her face in embarrassment. Aegis approached her and asked, Tylee, are you okay? Thalia's tear-filled eyes looked at Aegis, her voice trembling. What about you, Aegis? Are you hurt? Aegis replied, I'm fine, but does he not want to be my friend? Thalia clenched her fists, thinking, of course, that's good, but... Thalia gently told Aegis, I've told you before, Aegis, instead of thinking about what you have to do, think about what you want to do. Thalia reached out and touched Aegis's youthful face, which was slightly flushed from the cold, making Aegis smile and say to Thalia, then I'll make up with him. Little Thalia quickly inquired, really? So is there anything about Jan that you like? Aegis replied,
To be honest, I don't really like him much, but I can understand why he did that, so I think we can be friends. Thalia's eyes went wide as she asked him, You understand why he did that? Aegis smiled, taking Thalia's hand that was touching his face, and softly said, That's right. I don't like it because it feels like he's taking you away from me, but you're not someone we can fight over like that, and if we did that, you'd drift away from us. Thalia gave a silly smile and told him, You're so kind. But Aegis, you don't have to be so nice to everyone. You can be a pushover. Aegis looked at her, bewildered, and asked,
What does ze'ezai mean? Thalia patiently explained. It means someone who is so kind that they give others whatever they want. Aegis immediately retorted, So you're saying I shouldn't be kind? Thalia looked at his innocent face, waiting for an answer, and thought to herself, Not exactly. Perhaps Aegis is still too young to understand this. Being kind has nothing to do with being too accommodating. Thalia thought of an easy way to explain and said, You can be kind if you want. I'll just stop you if you go too far. Aegis nodded and smiled at little Thalia. All right, but the only person I'm indulgent with is you, Lily. I like you the most, and Mom and Dad too. Thalia quickly replied, all right, don't be too indulgent, because what if you find someone you like more than me? Aegis's face, beaming with a bright smile, assured her, Don't worry, that will never happen. With that, Aegis turned and strode away, calling out to Thalia, I'll go find and bring Jan back. The three of us can build a snowman together. Thalia was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, Okay, let's do it together. Thalia watched Aegis's hurried figure as he ran off to find Jan in the snow. She thought, Removing those tutors isn't enough. Everyone will treat Jan well while he's here, but everything will go back to how it was when he returns to the kingdom. Thalia looked up at the sky, which was showering down white snowflakes, and wondered to herself, Can someone tell me what I should do?
In the grand palace, right in the living room, Mrs. Rosanna was holding Rayan in her arms when everyone heard footsteps running towards them. Rayan turned his head to look, his face stained with tears from crying. Seeing Aegis standing neatly in front of him, Rayan quickly wiped away the lingering tears from the corners of his eyes. Rayan stepped down and approached Aegis hesitantly. He lowered his head and with a trembling voice said, I'm sorry. After speaking, he bravely looked straight into Aegis's eyes and softly added, I'm sorry for pushing you. Aegis tilted his head and smiled. It's okay. Aegis took Rayan's hand and gently asked, Jan, do you like Tilly? Rayan shyly replied, Yes. Aegis also said at the same time, I like Tilly too. Jan quietly whispered, I know. Aegis, with his bright face and a clear, somewhat warm smile, looked at Ryan and spoke, but the way I like Tilly is a little different from yours. I like her in a special way. Ryan looked bewildered. Special? Then he heard Aegis continue to explain. Yes, when you like someone in a special way, okay, you marry that person, like the Duke and Duchess, or like my father and my mother. The two mothers, Rosanna and Charlotte, covered their mouths in astonishment, watching the two boys explaining things to each other. Ryan replied to Aegis, I understand now. Aegis, like a wise old man, meticulously explained, even though we like Tilly in different ways, you still like Tilly, and Tilly likes you too.
Young Rayon asked Aegis blankly, Tilly said she likes me? Aegis took Rayon's hands and said softly, Yes, Tilly said she likes us, so you don't need to be afraid of losing her when I'm here. What's important is that Tilly might hate us if we keep fighting. And because I like Tilly, I also like you. Actually, I liked you from the moment we first met, but I wasn't friendly with you because I thought you also liked Tilly in that special way. From now on, I won't be like that. So can we make up and be friends? Rayon, his face flushed, said softly, Friends, all right? Rayon looked at Aegis and smiled brightly, his eyes curving up, and thought with a smile, I know I can be good friends with Aegis. Suddenly, Rayon's question stunned Aegis. Does Tilly also like you in that special way? Aegis then replied, No, that's why I'm trying to make Tilly like me in that special way. Now that you're my friend, can you help me? Aegis saw Rayon smile at him, then gently pulled his hand and said softly, All right, let's go and apologize to Tilly. After all, the three of us can make a snowman together.
He replied, Certainly. With that, the two boys ran outside together, leaving Rosanna and Mia with helpless gazes and sighs. Mrs. Rosanna turned to Mia and asked, Mia, what's going on? Mia gave a reluctant smile and replied, I guess they're making up. Mrs. Rosanna quickly praised, Oh my, Prince Aegis is truly. Mia then shared her thoughts with Mrs. Rosanna. I think he will become someone who moves people when he grows up. Rosanna leaned closer, curious. You mean? Mia quickly explained, No, it's about those whom the prince loves. I really wonder how long a 5-year-old's first love will last. Ran and Aegis made up and then ran outside to build a snowman with Thalia, which made her very happy. When night fell, in that bedroom, Thalia was on the bed, flanked by Rosanna and Julian. It was a scene of warmth and love enveloping Thalia. Mrs. Rosanna gently asked her daughter, Tilly, are you happy today? Thalia replied, Yes, I am. Rosanna and Julian held the little girl tightly in their arms. Rosanna looked at the little one in her arms and gently reminded her, You're 5 years old now. You should go to bed on time. It's quite late already. Thalia, sad at being told to go to bed early, asked, Why? Today's different, isn't it? Julian gently called, Tilly, be a good girl. Yes, the warm voice of love enveloped her, reaching Thalia's ears. Thank you so much for being our daughter. Thalia hugged her parents, sweetly and obediently. Thank you for being my parents. She dozed off for a moment, then suddenly felt her body become inexplicably heavy. Am I getting a fever? I hope I'm not catching a cold. A night's sleep should fix it. I've already been baptized after all. Suddenly, in her dream, a man's deep voice gently reminded her, No, you won't be fine at all. Thalia, squinting, saw a figure in the distance and asked in a panic, Who's there? The voice echoed again, There's no need to be wary. After all, this is just a dream. You shouldn't have met me, had you not used your power.
Stepping out of bed, she yelled, What's going on? Who are you? Suddenly, Thalia looked closely and realized it was Jan's adult face. He walked away, answering coldly, No, the child you cherish is probably still sound asleep in bed. Thalia, bewildered, asked, So who are you? He gently sat on the bed and told Thalia, Don't worry, I can't do anything. Just as I said, this is only a dream. His sharp, masculine face smiled. Today is your 5th birthday, isn't it? Happy birthday. Thalia's face showed a hint of fear and dislike, but she still politely said, Happy birthday, even if it's in a dream. Thank you anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, he softly said, I came to tell you something as a gift. She looked bewildered. What is it? She then heard him explain, You will have to endure a lot of pain once you wake up. Thalia, her face full of questions, asked, Why? He calmly looked into the distance. Because you used holy power when your body wasn't fully developed yet. You created snow in autumn. Little Thalia was surprised. I used holy power to create snow? He then explained the origin to Thalia clearly. As you know, the baptism of children in the 3 families.
It is about awakening them to use holy power. That holy power we call a special ability, which is precisely why they become stronger than ordinary humans. Thalia's sweet voice spoke up. Yes, but, she thought, his cold voice explained in even more detail. There's no reason for holy power to be awakened within me, and furthermore, there's no special power that can control the weather. Even if you've been baptized, you should know the price of using holy power in a human body, shouldn't you? Thalia wondered. Life? His cold face and narrow long eyes looked at Thalia as he spoke softly. Yes, but stronger the energy, the more it will only take away your lifespan. So don't wish for unnecessary things, at least for my sake, once you've matured. Thalia said in a panic. But that wasn't a sincere wish. His eyes gently closed as he told her. God has granted you this ability because it is very important. Thalia silently looked at him and softly asked, So what about you? He strode away, turning his head towards the outside. I don't necessarily have to answer.
Dawn had broken. Thalia's cough became more distinct, and her face was flushed red from a high fever during the night. Mia stood by the edge of the bed and asked with concern, Young lady, would you like some water? Thalia's voice was faint. Nanny. Mia then looked at her young charge. The doctor said it's just a cold, so if you get some sleep, you'll be fine. Thalia thought, everyone must be very worried about me, especially since I've never been sick before. Thalia sat up and drank water, feeling utterly exhausted. Thalia, her voice faint from the high fever, softly asked Mia, Where are the others? Mia, observing Thalia with concern, softly replied, The Duke and the Count are at the royal palace, and Prince Jan is waiting outside the door. She wondered, Outside the door? Mia quickly explained, I told him not to come in because he might catch a cold, but he still refused to leave. Thalia, clutching her head tiredly, spoke, Tell him to go back and play with my toys. Mia replied, All right, for your own good you should get some sleep, young lady. Thalia lay thinking about the words her brother had reminded her of in her dream. As you know, baptizing children in the 3 main families is to awaken them to use their holy power. That holy power, which we call special abilities, is precisely why they become stronger than ordinary humans, although that's not why I created baptism. Whatever it is, I don't know. Peleus knocked on the door of Julian's study, leaning in and saying, Julie, how long do you plan to lock yourself in here? Julian asked Peleus. Peleus?
Do you remember the one who awakened their power earliest? Peleus thought for a moment and then said, Yes, our ancestor. Julian immediately replied, That's right. The 8th Duke of House Remedio awakened his power at the age of 10 and passed away at 22. The reason for such an early demise was clearly because he abused his special abilities. Peleus asked in alarm, Are you saying your daughter's illness is related to her power? Have you found anything? They both looked at the documents on the table. Julian softly said, I don't know about the people of the Sella family, but among those from House Remedio and Acer, only those who have experienced an illness receive special abilities. Peleus looked at Julian fearfully, but Thalia is only 5 years old. Peleus was deep in thought. If special abilities are awakened in our children's generation, then that means evil spirits are drawing near. Peleus shook his head as he left, saying, No, nothing is certain. Julian stared blankly at Peleus, while Peleus's voice echoed in the study, asking Julian, Why don't you go back and spend time with her instead of locking yourself up here? I will send a letter to the oracle. They will know something.
You're done with work too, so go home. Julian rested his tired head on his desk. From the other side of the palace, Thalia, with a joyful face, called out loudly, Father! Julian came over and sat close to the child, smiling gently as he softly said, Tilly, your father is home early today. Tilly, are you in a lot of pain? You always complain when I come home early. Tilly obediently looked at Julian. I'm feeling better now. Julian immediately asked, Really? Little Thalia then explained, It hurt before, but it's better now. Mia quickly bowed and reported, He just finished eating and took his medicine. Thalia saw Julian looking bewildered and called out, Father! He replied, What is it? With a flushed face hugging a stuffed animal under her blanket, Thalia softly whined, Buy me some cookies. I want to eat them. You know the kind I like. Didn't you once bring me a whole box of cookies when I asked you for them? Julian thought blankly. Me? What does she mean? Thalia closed her eyes and sighed. But this time remember to buy 2 portions, okay? Is that all right? There aren't many, so this time you have to buy 2 of the same kind for us. Mia explained to Julian. The medicine must be quite strong. He was very well before taking it. Julian said to the wet nurse watching over little Thalia. I think I should go to the pastry shop before Tilly wakes up. Mia said to him. Duke.
Please bring the prince with you. Julian looked bewildered. The prince? Mia looked towards Rayon, who was sitting next to Luina's cradle. He has been waiting outside the door all morning. Now he is with young Lady Luina. He must be very bored. Julian immediately thought of his daughter's words. When Tilly said we, she must have only meant Rayon. Julian softly called, Yan. Julian gently bent down to talk to Rayon. Outside, we look like father and son, don't we? Rayon asked him, Did Tilly say she wanted to eat something?
Julian replied, She told me to buy her whatever she likes. Rayon rubbed his forehead in thought and said to Julian, But Tilly likes everything. Rayon then pointed at the cakes in the display case and softly said, Then this one and that one too. Julian looked at the innocent boy. He's just a child, yet the queen sent too many people to the empire to watch over him. He'll be safe here, but even so, he'll still have to return to the kingdom. Should I adopt him so he can stay with us?
I'll have to reconsider this matter. The naive girl looked at the sweets displayed before her, startled. What do these cookies mean? Did I ask father to buy all of these? Mia immediately smiled and replied, Yes, that was when you woke up to eat lunch and take your medicine. But didn't I sleep the entire time after that? Moa, with a worried expression, reminded her, I think the medicine had a strong effect on you. Thalia replied, That's right. Oh, I still don't feel well. Thalia remembered the conversation between herself and her brother in that dream. Because you used holy power when your body wasn't fully developed, you created snow in autumn. I didn't expect holy power to make my wishes come true. Her older brother in the dream reminded her, Don't wish for unnecessary things, at least not until you're grown up. God granted you this ability because it's very important. He said God granted me this ability because it's very important. I was born as the female lead's older sister because I had to undergo baptism to use holy power. The reason I have holy power is because I have to save someone. Just like when I wished for someone to appear and show me the way, someone actually appeared. Wishes, well, they come true, but what I truly longed for didn't. Thalia happily ran over shouting, Aegis, Jan, let's play. Aegis and Rayon looked up at the same time. Rayon was surprised. Tilly. Then all three pounced on each other. Seeing Mato rolling on the floor, Thalia was curious. What are you two doing? Oh, wait a minute. The picture showed 3 people with a snowman.
She intently looked at the painting. Rayon expressed, We're painting this picture, hoping for your speedy recovery. We even plan to give it to you once it's finished. Thalia happily cooed, I'm feeling better thanks to you guys. Rayon worried, You're not still tired, are you? She chuckled and said, Of course, it was just a cold. I'm completely fine now. But both Aegis and Rayon looked grim. Thalia, bewildered, asked, What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Now we can play together. Aegis softly said, That's good. But, Thalia, what if you get sick again? Thalia was surprised. Well, it's just a normal cold, so I can get it again. At this moment, she felt like she was being interrogated. Rayon spoke up, But we've never had a cold. Thalia explained, That's true, but after being baptized, it doesn't mean you'll never get sick. Rayon and Aegis fell silent. Aegis recounted, Everyone says that you only get sick when your special abilities awaken, so everyone is saying that you might have awakened your power.
Thalia asked curiously, Who said that? The servants in the palace. Being gossiped about behind her back, Thalia was extremely annoyed. Why would a member of the 3 families fall ill? It couldn't be because of awakening, could it? This is also the author's official stance, which is truly confusing. Thalia pulled her 2 brothers closer and whispered, This is truly a secret. It's because of my wish. Aegis asked curiously, What did you wish for? She replied, For everyone to be happy. The 2 were speechless. They said in unison, But we're not happy when you're sick, Tilly. Thalia froze. However, the only thing she could tell them at that moment was, One day everyone will be happy. Everyone, yes, everyone. Because I want a happy ending.
Thalia believed that sooner or later she would have to make a wish again. She didn't like it, but she needed to see him again to clarify things she was unsure about. At the castle, Julian instructed, Luina, I have to leave for a while. Don't cry because you miss me, okay? The 3 of them looked at each other happily, and Luina exclaimed, Ah! Julian sat down in front of Thalia, wondering, This trip is really important. Can't you give me a kiss for encouragement? Thalia refused. No. Helpless against his daughter's stubbornness, he turned his attention to Ran. So, Ran quickly understood and gave a quick kiss, and Julian chuckled triumphantly. Ha ha ha! Before getting into the car, Julian wondered, Tilly, will you kiss me when I return? Thalia replied, I don't want to. Julian winked and sighed, I bet you'll kiss me once you find out what I do on this trip. Thalia startled awake. She wiped drool from her hand, bewildered. Oh, did I fall asleep again? Ran, leaning by the window, spoke up. It seems you're having foolish thoughts again. I told you not to make any wishes. Do you really want to die that much? Thalia retorted irritably. But I haven't wished for anything yet. I'm just going to. Ran frowned slightly.
Thalia rushed back to confront him. So what do you want me to do? You said a bunch of things I couldn't understand and then disappeared. Rayon sighed. I honestly don't know much either. The only thing I can do is wait. I only came to see you one last time because I discovered you can use holy power. If you keep using your power without thinking while your body hasn't fully developed, you might die someday. Rayon emphasized. So promise me you won't use your power until you're 15. You must cherish your life. Understand? Chastised by Rayon, Thalia's face stiffened. She worried inwardly. Was it really true? Thalia wondered. So what are you waiting for? Rayon replied. Destiny. But then you appeared, someone who doesn't belong here. Let me ask you the question you asked me last time. Who are you? Who are you to be able to use holy power without being bound by destiny? Rayon knelt down and held out his hand to her, proposing, Answer me. Thalia leaned her face gently into his hand, stammering, I don't know. All I know is that I have to save someone, but I don't know who I need to rescue. Rayon advised, If you don't know who you need to rescue, then you can choose who you want to protect.
Thalia was bewildered. I can choose? If that's the case, I want to try my best not to change destiny. Even if Rayan is betrayed and faces death, what then? But he won't die, will he? Don't you think so too? An evil spirit possesses his body and puts the world in danger, but in the end he is saved? Is that really a good thing? Thalia's spirit sank. She softly said, I'm sorry. Rayan wondered, why do you have to apologize? She believed, because I am the one who created the evil spirit and brought destruction to this world.
She stammered, You will. Rayan shook his head. No, you don't need to do anything for me. Don't try to change fate. Rayan believed he was only interested because he had met someone who didn't belong to this place, and it only gave him a little hope for a short time. Thalia was completely stunned. He had been watching her for 5 years, and now he called it hope? Thalia repeated, You said I could choose who I save, right? So is there anything I can do for you, even something small? Rayan expressed, Then will you be my friend? Thalia hesitated. Your friend? Rayan smiled. Yes, because you're the first person who doesn't hate me, and for a few other reasons, I like you. Thalia happily agreed. Sure, why not? You haven't told me who you are yet, but I'll tell you my name. She introduced, My name is Mia Jun. Jun is the surname, Mia is the given name, and Mia means dragon. Rayan exclaimed, That's a really cool name. Thalia felt incredibly proud hearing that. Rayan chuckled softly, calling out, Mia.
In the room, Rayan spoke up. Mia, actually, there's something I lied about. He looked straight into her eyes. Rayan repeated, There's someone you really need to rescue. Thalia couldn't hide a curiosity. Huh? Who is it? Rayan hesitated. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I should be the first one to tell you. Anyway, you'll meet them soon enough. Then he stood up. Thalia's face fell, having not received an answer. His hand gently touched her cheek. Rayan requested, Now wake up. Thalia wondered, Can we meet again in my dreams? Rayan replied, No, I won't come here anymore. She asked, surprised, Why not? Rayan smiled, Because I found hope when I was with you.
Thalia was cynical about life, but even so, we are just friends. He agreed, Yes, and because we are friends, I don't want you to get hurt, so try not to use holy power. Before leaving, Rayan reminded her, Wishes don't come true that easily, and if you continue like this, there's no guarantee everything will go as planned. Furthermore, fate can be reversed by your actions, even if you don't use holy power. Things have gradually changed, and that could cause you trouble. Thalia listened intently as he spoke. Rayan emphasized, So Mia, you must always be careful. People will do some unexpected things. Thalia felt her ears start to ring. She helplessly said, Oh, my ears. All right, I get it. I'll be careful. Stop nagging me. Rayan chuckled. I only nag you because you're my friend. Then he gently kissed her, expressing, We can't meet, but I will always watch over you. A new day dawned. The carriage moved. Julian, playing with a rabbit in his hands, spoke up. You've met Prince Rayan before, haven't you? Anne narrowed his eyes and replied, No, I haven't met him directly. I am Anne de Bulls, Judge of the Kingdom of Celis.
Julian admitted that the boy was a good child, and he couldn't wait for him to become an older brother to his daughter. I don't think this will take long, do you? After all, you'd also like to finish up and leave as soon as possible, wouldn't you? Anne asked curiously. So are you really taking him in? Julian was extremely annoyed. If not, why would I submit the paperwork and participate in this meaningless conversation? I am a very busy man, you know. Anne found himself in a dilemma. He spoke up, But how do you expect me to convince His Majesty to give up his child? Julian argued, Objectively speaking, don't you think it would be better if the boy became my son? After all, he is a prince of a kingdom. Julian turned to look at his daughter and sighed deeply. Julian proposed, So let me teach the boy his destiny of living and dying as a prince, all right? Anne was thunderstruck upon hearing this. He stammered, What do you mean, sir? Julian explained, I will teach my daughter to ignore the deaths of her friends, because this concerns adult matters, doesn't it? I don't want to become such a shameful father, and I'm sure my friend Gaetan feels the same way. Anne reminded him, Duke, currently there are many factions vying for power to balance the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Zelis, and I do not wish for the situation to become more complicated. Julian sighed, saying absently, Me too. I only wish this peace could last. Anne asked curiously, Do you think this place will maintain peace? Julian replied, Isn't the best answer that a child should sacrifice themselves to protect peace?
Julian tilted his head, his voice full of promise. I believe that peaceful children will lead this world. As evening approached, Julian appeared, his eyes dark and sunken like a panda's. He called out loudly, Sweetie! He gleefully picked Rayan up.
Are you all lonely because your father isn't here? Thalia playfully pouted. No, not really. Rayan whined. Yes, I miss you very much, Dad. Rosanna, holding Luina, watched gently from a distance. Julian came out holding gifts and said, I have gifts for you all. Rayan took the rabbit, exclaiming in surprise. Oh. Rayan gratefully gave him a kiss. Thank you, Dad. Ha ha. Thalia stood dazed, watching their strong affection, which made her feel a little uneasy. Lately, those two seem quite close, don't they? Has Julian always liked children this much? Is this part of Dad's personality? Rosanna, holding her daughter, approached. Tilly? Yes? Rosanna suggested. What do you think about having an older brother? Thalia was confused. An older brother? She was startled. What do you mean, Mom? Are you planning to adopt Rayan or something? When Thalia learned about it, she froze, her eyes fixed on Rayan. Thalia's heart was in turmoil. Adoption, she thought. Even if Rayan is adopted now, this adoption will be revoked once the prophet makes a prophecy.
Julian looked at her worriedly. He admitted, well, it can't be finalized immediately, and we'll need to wait for the results in a few more months. Don't you like it, Tilly? Her hand holding the results trembled slightly. Thalia cried tears of happiness, exclaiming, Of course I do. As night fell, Matilda bit her nails, pacing restlessly in the room. I said I had to kill the prince when I had the chance, didn't I? But now they want me here because the child might be adopted? Her only hope was the promised reward for killing the prince and returning to the kingdom, but now she had nothing to return with. She grew increasingly fearful, her hand clutching the crumpled paper tightly. Matilda grumbled, If it dares to tell the Duke everything, this matter will escalate even further. The Duke won't let it rest, and the Queen will surely cast me aside. My life is in danger. I'll definitely have to give up my title. No, that won't do. I must prevent all of this. The pain struck, making her extremely uncomfortable. Thinking of Jan happily with Thalia, she wondered why he was suddenly adopted. She bet that kid had said something to his parents. Matilda stood hidden behind a tree, full of resentment, her gaze filled with murderous intent. That ill-mannered brat. All she could do before was observe from afar, and what's more, she was that little rascal's wet nurse. Matilda clutched her head, deep in thought. She had to do something. She sprang to her feet, her hands trembling slightly. She took out a string of beads, her eyes dark and sinister. A thought formed in her mind. She would kill the boy before he was adopted. At the mansion, Thalia walked around. Watching the servants work, Thalia mused to herself. How quiet. She carefully observed her surroundings. If Jan was truly adopted by the Duke, then the next step would involve his wet nurse and tutor. Rumors should have spread by now, but this place was strangely quiet. She recalled the image of Jan being bullied by his wet nurse. Thalia wondered especially about Jan's wet nurse. She couldn't see her anywhere. What was making her even more worried? She hoped things weren't too serious. Just then, Aegis appeared. Thalia quickly greeted him. Aegis, where's Jan? Aegis smiled and replied, Jan is in the toy room. I was actually looking for you. She was confused. The toy room? Is he alone? Aegis responded, No, I think he's with a maid. Her heart began to feel uneasy. Thalia spoke up. All right, let's go find Jan. The two quickly ran off to look for Jan. Aegis noticed she was acting a bit odd, so he pulled her hand and asked, Tilly, what's wrong? Why are you always acting so strangely? Thalia replied, Nothing. She quickly moved. She anxiously clutched Aegis's shirt and pleaded, Aegis, when I'm not here, you must stay with Jan. If anything happens, you must go find him first. Don't let him go alone, okay? And he must always have an adult with him. Aegis softly said, Okay. Jan happily shouted, Aegis! Thalia warmly replied, Jan, are you drawing? Jan responded, Yes, I'm drawing father. I want to give it to him as a gift. The drawing was simple yet adorable. Aegis was curious. What about your mother? Jan hesitated. Actually, I want to, but I think Mother wouldn't be pleased when she looks down from heaven. His words made both their hearts skip a beat. Thalia softly asked, What about your biological father? Rayan brushed it off. It's nothing. Why? Mentioning his biological father, Rayan's attitude became irritated because he was just a liar who didn't love him at all. Time passed, and in the room, Rayan paced by the door. Rayan held a letter in his hand, the content of which read, My dearest son, Rayan. He cursed silently in his heart. Lies. Duke Rimateo has sent a letter expressing his desire to adopt you. Your mother would surely be sad if she looked down from heaven. Rayan sadly clutched the letter, his heart aching. I wish I had a mother too, just like Tilly. All three of them are so happy. Rayan folded the letter neatly. He thought, so I should keep this letter a secret. Suddenly, Aegis appeared. Jan, there you are. Rayan grabbed a random book, making up an excuse. Oh, I'm just choosing a book to read. Aegis didn't suspect anything. Really, let me read to you. Rayan softly said, I can read by myself now. Aegis linked arms with Rayan and pulled him away. He expressed, Then can you read it to us? Come on, let's go find Tilly. a voice called out. Aegis, Aegis! Confused. What is it? Rayan awkwardly said. I promised to help you so Tilly could like you in a special way, didn't I? I don't mind playing by myself. Aegis chuckled at his appearance. He explained, Tilly will be going away soon, so the three of us should spend more time together. Rayan agreed. All right, I'll do as you say. The two of them linked arms and left. Aegis chattered. Do you want to draw after reading? Because yesterday you only drew the Duke. How about today you draw something and give it to the lady as a gift? Rayan hesitated. But
Aegis smiled and said, I'm sure your mother won't be angry because you drew something for the lady. I once asked my mother how she felt, and she said that never made her angry. Rayan was skeptical. Then he was touched and burst into happy laughter. Night fell, enveloping the entire mansion. The family of 5 tucked warmly in their beds, prepared for sleep. Rosanna gently said, You all have to wake up early tomorrow, so go to sleep now. Rayan obediently said, Yes, see you tomorrow. Meanwhile, Thalia tossed and turned, thinking. It was time for Luina to undergo the ritual cleansing. Time truly flew by. There was a whisper. We will see each other again after one night's sleep, Your Highness, but even one night is too long. Rayan hugged Rosanna tightly. She comforted him. It will pass quickly. Thalia silently watched Rayan. Then she felt at ease and drifted off to sleep. There was a whispered voice. I hope the boy won't be too lonely when we have to go far away. He'll be fine because Mia will also go to the palace with us. And besides, we still need to meet the prophet. That's right. We need to go quickly and come back to finalize the adoption. Rosanna curiously asked, Julie, what made you decide to adopt Rayan?
Julian smiled. There were several reasons, but the idea came to him because Tilly called Rayan her brother. Rosanna was surprised. Her? Julian smiled. Yes, that's why Tilly was the first to accept Rayan as a member of our family. Rosanna happily said, Thinking back, if it weren't for Tilly, I wouldn't have brought Rayan to our home, and perhaps you wouldn't have said you wanted to adopt him. She truly is our goddess. Thalia stood alone in the dark room. Her mind was in turmoil when she heard the reason for Rayan's adoption. Thalia was bewildered. Is it because of me? Rayan came to the Duke's mansion instead of the Imperial Palace, and both Rosanna and Julian decided to adopt him. It was all because of her. No, we can't be a family. How could an heir who might awaken special abilities be sent to a family of a different house? Once the prophet made a prophecy about the return of the evil spirit. But even so, Thalia paced around the room.
Thalia was afraid. I don't want to let the boy come back. Her heart was in turmoil, and she wept. A few days later, Lumos appeared with 2 disciples. He spoke, Welcome, worshipper of God and heir. The Duke's family happily welcomed them. Julian spoke, It's truly good to see you again, Priest Lumos. Afterwards, his family followed them inside. The priest's disciple spoke, You 2 will participate in Lady Luina's baptism, which begins today. Please follow this way. Julian worried. Oh, what about Thalia? Fearing her parents' worry, Thalia smiled and said, I don't mind playing by myself. Don't worry too much, father.
Julian left with his wife, turning his head to say goodbye, his heart aching. Lumos appeared behind her. You've grown so much, young lady. His aged gaze fixed on her. Thalia was processing. You are, she quickly said, thank you. Lumos recounted. You were just a child when I baptized you. Oh dear, so it's normal that you don't remember me. Thalia fidgeted with her hands. I understand. Lumos suddenly remembered. Ah, speaking of which one do you like? It's rock candy, my favorite, but I'm not sure if you'll like it too. Thalia happily took the candy, joyfully thanking him. The air in the temple was incredibly fresh. Lumos suggested, Now let me show you around the temple. Please follow me. She playfully followed him, and they stopped in front of an enormous statue. Lumos asked curiously, Young Lady Thalia, can you see the god's face? She frowned. No. Lumos recounted. It is said that he has never revealed his name or appearance, out of reverence for the god's pronouncements. The previous priests, when building this temple, deliberately chose not to carve the god's face. Instead, they placed the god statue high up so that no one would notice the missing face. Lumos thumped his chest and said, That's why all the statues in the temple are large. Thalia's face turned pale. She thought to herself, So that must have caused a lot of trouble for the sculptors. I guess those artists had to really please their clients.
Thalia spoke up, asking, Sir, what is this for? He looked in the direction she was pointing. Lumos, curious, asked, Do you see something, young lady? She replied, A long corridor. Lumos said, I see it, startling her. Lumos recounted, Young Lady Thalia, there is a saying in the scriptures, If a path opens before you, then surely it is the will of the gods. Perhaps you will find the path you were seeking there. Hearing his abstract words frightened her. What are you talking about? Lumos reminded her, The prophet is waiting for you. They will deliver a prophecy that only you can hear, so I regret that I cannot accompany you any further. Thalia was bewildered by his words. The prophet, a mysterious figure who always helped protagonists find their way through prophecies. Thalia walked along the corridor, her mind full of questions. What kind of prophecy will they give me? Why? She stopped before a door. Thalia pushed the door open and stepped inside. The atmosphere was gloomy, and she flinched slightly. A person appeared before her. The prophet spoke, Young Lady Thalia. The prophet stood up, offering thanks with both hands. Thalia surmised. The prophet. She smiled. How interesting. Even now, even if I wanted to, I still couldn't leave this place. Thalia wondered. What do you mean? The prophet recounted. For 20 days, when a child receives baptism with their parents, I must pray here.
During that time, I could do nothing but pray. The prophet added, and within those 20 days, I will see the child's future. The prophet knelt before her. My prophecies are nothing more than quoting memories I have seen 1,000 times. The gift the gods bestowed upon me is not only the ability to prophesy, but also to see through both the past and the future. However, there are limits to what I can see. It begins from the time when the first guardians, including myself, sealed away the evil spirit, at the moment Lowena married Rayon after destroying the evil spirit, more precisely, when they rode horses together across the meadow. Thalia listened intently to her words. The prophet sighed. Then there was nothing but darkness. She expressed regret. Initially, I thought peace would continue after the evil spirit vanished, but after 1,000 years, I began to suspect if something else existed beyond the darkness. The prophet continued. When I paid attention to that, I suddenly realized I don't remember who I was before becoming the prophet. Thalia tensed, her hands clenched. Prophet? She nodded. Prophet is just a title, not my name. I am nothing but the prophet. Suddenly Thalia broke down. She slumped down, her eyes dimming. Thalia trembled as she looked at the prophet before her.
She grasped her hand. The prophet revealed, "For the first time in my life, I lied so I could meet you. The truth is, I have no prophecy for you, nor can I tell you where your path will lead." The prophet paused, her hands pulling up her hood. She revealed her face to Thalia, her eyes heavy with sorrow, and she spoke, "Moreover, I am the one seeking a path from you. I have been praying for 1,000 years, believing that someone would answer that prayer, someone who could fulfill my wish. It is you, Lady Thalia, so I beg you, please save this world." This story has the happiest ending of all the stories I have written. I did not add the familiar phrase, "and they lived happily ever after," to the ending, but I concluded the story believing that the characters would be happy. Like a being existing within that story, a prayer repeated for 1,000 years, searching for God. It was you who called me here, the prophet, to write a new ending, to create a world that exists thereafter. Thalia looked at the prophet, asking curiously, "Do you know who I am?" The prophet shook her head, "No." Thalia, filled with existential doubt, asked, "Then why do you tell me to save this world?"
Is it because I am not bound by fate? Thalia's eyes pleaded for the truth. The prophetess smiled and softly said, "It is because from the very moment you were born, you had already saved a life." Thalia wondered, "What do you mean?" The prophetess recounted that Mia Harrison's fate was to commit suicide. She was supposed to have ended her life before Lowena Remetio was born because she couldn't bear the pain of losing her son. But because she became your wet nurse, she is still alive. You saved her, young Lady Thalia. Hearing the truth, Thalia's body trembled slightly. She wondered to herself, the wet nurse once tried to commit suicide. The prophetess touched her, comforting her. She is fine now.
"Because she would never have the heart to abandon you." Thalia emotionally covered her face, admitting, "Yes, you're right. Haha." Thalia realized there was no need to try and find someone specific to save in this world. I will save everyone I have created in this place, everyone I must save in this world. The prophet reminded her, after all, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps it's wisest to let things unfold according to destiny, but I hope the destiny will be determined by you yourself. Thalia bowed her head in silence. The prophet worried, "Do you understand, lady?" Suddenly, Thalia asked in return, "What about you?" The prophet froze. "What did you say?" Thalia frowned and asked, "What must I do to save the prophet? No, I mean, to save you." Hearing Thalia's words made the prophet's heart skip a beat. Tears streamed down her face. Thalia became anxious and quickly comforted her. "Don't cry." The prophet, deeply moved, clasped her hands and said, "Lady Thalia, you truly are the savior God sent to help fulfill this wish of mine." At the foot of the monument, the prophet took her hand and said, "My wish is—" 20 days later, the doorbell echoed. Lowena appeared playfully. Thalia and her parents stood waiting for Lowena to approach. All three eagerly awaited the child after the baptism. The priest, leading Lowena, bowed. The prophet knelt down, extending her arms in prayer. The prophet murmured, "Everything you hear and see will be reported to God. Therefore you must listen, observe, and act appropriately to save this world." After receiving the prayer, Lowena, with lingering tears, turned and left.
Julian waited with open arms for his daughter. Lowena happily ran quickly to her family. The bell rang and the second prophet appeared. The priests all wore surprised expressions at the information they received. Julian frowned. The second prophet? The prophet warned evil spirits would return, and the children of the three families would become guardians. Julian trembled. He would not accept this danger. He spoke up. No. Luina worried. Papa. Lumos was confused. What do you mean by the second prophet? The prophet smiled, then turned away sharply. She looked towards the ducal family. The prophet announced, Lady Thalia. Rosanna froze. Tilly? The prophet reminded Thalia, You must not forget the first prophecy I told you, must you? Thalia smiled confidently and said, Thank you. I will try not to let it last long. At the mansion, a loud cry was heard. Your Majesty, this is an urgent report.
A close aide rushed to report urgently, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Aegis and Rayan listened intently to the situation. The aide said, The prophet has responded. He says the evil spirits will return. Upon hearing this, Peleus' face went blank, and he mumbled, What? The aide added, Furthermore, the prophet also wrote a letter to Your Majesty. He quickly read the letter, his eyebrows furrowing. The letter's content, Imprison Matilda Errand. Peleus broke out in a cold sweat. What? Why them? Aegis looked at Rayan in shock. With blood on his mouth, Aegis cried out, Jan! Rayan had been poisoned. He collapsed. Aegis called out loudly, Jan! Rayan's body lay in a pool of blood next to the half-eaten apple. In the prison, light streamed through the window. The physician examined Matilda's body and diagnosed she has been poisoned with the same type of poison that Prince Rayan contracted. It's possible she mishandled the toxin. The symptoms are only now manifesting because she used a non-lethal dose, and the antidote she possesses appears to be fake. Her body was lifeless, like a zombie. Peleus realized, I understand now. They want to eliminate everything before it even begins. Her hand moved. Matilda whispered, a jewel box, pearls, necklaces. The butler spoke up. In my estimation, the poison used is snake venom. Peleus demanded, Hurry, there must be an antidote. Then he left the dungeon. The physician silently watched His Majesty depart. Peleus looked back, and he coldly ordered, Keep her alive, immediately. At the mansion, Aegis sat vigil by the sickbed. He worriedly whispered, Jan, wake up. Mia approached, carrying some items. Your Royal Highness. Aegis's eyes welled up with tears. Mia! She ran over and anxiously asked, Why are you crying? Aegis hesitated. Because I'm scared. I'm afraid Jan will never wake up. Seeing Aegis's body tremble made her choke up. Mia comforted him. He'll wake up soon. Prince Rayan is still fighting the poison as we speak. Aegis was doubtful. Really? Mia smiled faintly. Yes, of course. So don't cry. Aegis recounted. I was by Jan's side, just like Tilly said, but I couldn't prevent this from happening. We ate the same food, but only Jan got sick.
Mia quickly explained, It's not your fault, Your Highness. It's because bad people want to torment Jan. Aegis sobbed and asked, Then why do they want to torment Jan? Mia froze at the question. She couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Mia stammered, I'm not sure anymore. Aegis softly called out, Mia, Mother said God will answer our prayers. So let's pray together, okay? Mia smiled and agreed. Of course, why not? By this time, Aegis was somewhat comforted. He prayed, Please let me share his pain. Please let Jan live. At this moment, Rosanna appeared, looking cold. Peleus was surprised. Chief! Rosanna bowed. Your Majesty. Peleus spoke up. You've returned sooner than I expected. Have you seen the prince? Rosanna replied, Yes, I have. Thalia is with him, so the child will be fine.
Peleus was a little surprised to hear about Thalia. Lady Thalia returning so soon, did you let the child come back? Rosanna sighed, saying the girl insisted. Peleus questioned, But what can an impulsive child do? Rosanna expressed, I don't know, which left him speechless. Peleus suggested, No need to worry, we'll just continue doing what needs to be done. Peleus felt a throbbing headache, and Rosanna agreed. All right then, the woman who was detained in the investigation, before all that happened, when was the last time you slept, Your Majesty? Peleus looked at her ice-cold face. He froze. Captain, that's not important right now. Rosanna, unwilling to give up, reached out and struck him before Peleus could react. Ouch! Then Peleus fainted. Rosanna grumbled irritably. They never take care of themselves. She turned and saw a servant. Rosanna ordered, Take His Majesty to the Empress's chambers. Her Majesty will handle the rest. The servant acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Highness. Rosanna announced, From now on, I will take charge of the investigation. As night fell, Thalia stayed by Rayan's side. She kept staring at Rayan. Thalia whispered, Don't die, Yan. She prayed silently, recalling that this had never happened in the original story. When you were injured, destiny was also changed. It's my fault. Evil spirits only appear when you are injured, so you will have to defeat them to achieve a happy ending. But Thalia touched Rand's pale skin and whispered, I will bear this pain for you, so don't struggle anymore. Tomorrow, I want you to wake up and smile brightly. An image of the two of them riding horses in a field appeared. Thalia recalled the prophet's words. After that, there will be nothing but darkness. If, after the ending, this world.
Enveloped by darkness, then try to be as happy as possible before it comes. The world might be destroyed because of me. At Peleus's mansion, his aching body awoke. He jolted upright. Charlotte asked worriedly, "Did you sleep well, sir?" Peleus felt his head ache, and he sighed. Unconsciousness is different from sleep. Light streamed through the window, and Peleus exclaimed in alarm, "Oh my, have I slept for more than a day?" Charlotte reminded him, "You should add another day to that." Peleus, hearing this, was utterly shocked. "What? Why didn't you wake me up?" Charlotte sighed. "I did, but then you just went back to sleep. The doctor advised that you rest for a few days because you've been overworked and stressed." Peleus asked softly, "How is Ryan? Nothing happened while I was asleep, did it?" Charlotte replied, "Everything is fine." Peleus was startled. Do you mean everything is settled?" She said, "The boy is much better now." "Oh, so they found an antidote?" "No." Charlotte recounted. "Ryan suddenly woke up yesterday morning, and all the poison in his body disappeared."
Peleus, after a sleep like a wild man, frowned in bewilderment. He recalled Rosanna's words. Thalia was with the child, and the boy would be fine. Thinking this, Peleus was doubtful. Could Thalia have awakened her healing ability? I didn't know healing abilities could also detoxify. Charlotte shook her head. "I'm not sure either. But since that day, both Aegis and Tilly had been sick. Even though the children weren't poisoned, they said it was the flu." Peleus was startled. "Are the children all sick?" She replied, "Yes, they're sleeping in the next room. Don't worry, they're all fine." "How's the investigation going?" Charlotte repeated, rubbing her temples. "The captain took charge of it. I heard she punched Matilda Arundel and caused her an injury. She probably died from the injury before she even died from the poison." Peleus grumbled. "What the hell did that girl do after knocking me unconscious?"
She nervously told him he would do the same if he saw this. He took the letter, thinking of his beloved son, Rayan. Peleus was bewildered. A letter? Charlotte recounted that the woman had impersonated someone to write the letter and deliver it to the prince. The letter's content: "Duke Remedio has sent a letter saying he wishes to adopt you. Your mother would be so disappointed if she looked down from heaven." Charlotte revealed that the woman had smeared poison on the letter to poison the prince. Peleus received the toxic information, making him furious. Damn it! In the large room, the atmosphere was hot and stuffy. Both Aegis and Thalia were flushed red with fever. Ugh, my head. Aegis was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. "Tilly, I hurt." Thalia was speechless. "Ugh, me too," she said irritably. Aegis, confused, uttered, "Huh?" She surmised, "You made a wish, didn't you?" Caught by her, Aegis tried to deny it. "A wish for what?" Thalia reminded him. "Whether it was a wish or a prayer, you asked for something, didn't you?" Aegis recoiled like a puppy, his eyes welling up as he awaited judgment. She irritably pulled his blanket away. Aegis cried out, "Tilly!" Thalia raised her voice. "What did you do? Tell me." Aegis hesitated. "I prayed that I could bear the pain with Jan."
Thalia, after hearing it, sat there stunned while Aegis tried to sit up. Thalia softly said, "I guess one person's prayer isn't enough." Aegis wondered, "What do you mean?" Thalia mumbled like a little old lady. "I told you not to be careless, didn't I?" Aegis quickly retorted, "I wasn't." Thalia argued, "How can sharing pain with others be careless?" Aegis emphasized, "Jan is my friend." Thalia put her hands on her hips and reminded him, "Listen carefully, Aegis. When we sincerely wish for something, it will come true, but we will have to pay a price for it. So you can't just casually wish for what you want, understand?" Aegis asked back, "Then why did you make a wish, Thalia? You said one person's wish isn't enough. You wished just like me, didn't you? Is that why you got sick, right?" Aegis frowned and pressed. "Then why do you talk as if I'm the only one who shouldn't make a wish?"
Thalia justified, "Well, you're still too young to understand clearly, so from now on, don't wish for anything." Aegis retorted, "But I'm even younger than you, Tilly." Thalia angrily, "I said no." Aegis trembled like a cornered dog. "Not even on my birthday?" "Yes, not even on your birthday." Aegis loudly, "No!" Thalia startled, "Huh?" Aegis expressed, "I wished for us to get married on my last birthday, and this year I'll continue to wish for the same." For a moment, Thalia was like a girl turned to stone. She clutched her heart in pain. Ugh, marriage again. At the mansion, Livia spoke up, "Your Majesty." Rand's father angrily ordered, "Leave." The servants quickly left the room. The air became quiet again. Livia smirked and asked, "Let's see what you've brought today." Rand's father irritably, "How can you be so cruel?" She feigned innocence. "What do you mean? I don't understand what you're implying, Your Majesty." He clenched his fist and accused, "You impersonated my letter to assassinate the boy, didn't you?" She again feigned innocence. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Why are you making such baseless accusations against me?" He reiterated, "Are you denying your involvement in this? Then where did she get that poison? And what about the royal seal on that letter?" Livia tried to remain calm. "I was the one who gave her the poison, but I don't know about the royal seal." He pressed on relentlessly. "Do you know who wrote that letter?" She insisted, "I don't know." He irritably questioned. "The letter said Rand's deceased mother would be sad if the boy were adopted by Duke Remedio." Livia startled. I really didn't do anything. I'm the one who wants that child to be adopted the most.
Seeing her flippant attitude, he angrily questioned further. So you mean you did nothing wrong? Livia insisted. What else can I say? Because I was the one who sent that woman to be the boy's wet nurse. He spoke up. Thank you. She was bewildered. He added, You have made things clear to me. Livia softly called, Your Majesty. He emphasized, Rayan must become king. I will certainly make that happen. At the mansion, Rosanna appeared with Julian. She softly called, Your Highness. Rayan was overjoyed to see his adoptive parents. He quickly got out of bed. Rosanna rushed over. Seeing his body constantly trembling, Rosanna worriedly asked, Do you need help? Rayan replied, No, I can get up by myself. He suddenly froze. Rosanna encouraged him, Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Get some rest. Rayan immediately nodded in agreement. The room fell silent.
Rayan, holding the rabbit in his arms, softly recounted, Judge Anne had come to see me earlier. Rosanna asked curiously, What did he say? Rayan repeated, He said that what was written in the letter was a lie written by Matilda. I am truly sorry for the letter. I thought you wouldn't want to adopt me after seeing it. Both of them looked grim after hearing the story. Rayan expressed, Aegis's mother said this would never happen again, but I was still scared, which is why I hid it. Rosanna smiled. I understand, but it's not your fault, Rayan, so you don't need to apologize. His mood sank, and Rayan's eyes welled up with tears. But my adoption has been cancelled. Julian, fearing he was overthinking, announced, Actually, you've already been adopted. Rayan was surprised. Really? Julian recounted, We received your father's consent before consulting the prophet, so now you are our son, Rayan. Rayan was still confused by the information he received. Are you still my parents even if I'm far away? Can I come back if my younger brother wakes up in the future?
Julian was doubtful. Could it be that you want to return to the kingdom? Rayan nodded. Knowing Rayan's wish, Rosanna felt a little sad. The return of the evil spirit had been prophesied and was inevitable, but she took his hand and expressed, If you don't want to go, you can say so. You don't have to return. But that would cause trouble for everyone, Rayan replied. After all, we have to fight the evil spirit, and if I have special abilities, I want to protect Aegis and my sister. I will return if it can protect them. Rosanna reiterated, Even so, you don't have to sacrifice yourself, my dear. It's not a sacrifice. Rayan smiled and said, It's what I need to do for all of us to be happy. Rayan informed Aegis and Thalia, I will return to the kingdom with the delegation. Thalia found it hard to accept the news. She spoke up, No, I won't let you go. How can you leave? You should ask them to let you stay here. Rayan patted her hand and softly called, Tilly. Aegis's eyes welled up with tears. Why do you want to go back, Jan? Hearing this, Rayan couldn't help but embrace them. He said, You two got sick because of me, didn't you? I know you both endured pain together for me to recover, and I also know you kept that secret from the adults. Aegis wondered, How do you know? Rayan chuckled. Tilly's friend told me in a dream. Oh, that person is Rayan in the future.
Thalia asked curiously, What did that person say to you? Rayan recounted. He said it was a good thing, and he wanted to thank you for becoming his friend. He said the future had changed, and he would disappear, but everything was fine because you were here. Thalia, questioning everything, thought, The future has changed. Could he be the original Rayan? But why would he disappear? Thalia's tears fell profusely, and Rayan quickly comforted her. He tried to force a smile before parting ways. Tilly, Aegis, thank you for loving me. I truly like you two very much. I won't forget you two, even if I'm gone. In the room, the atmosphere grew heavy, and pleading voices echoed, Don't go, Jan. Stay here. You shouldn't go back. Tilly, I have to go back. Thalia cried, clutching his hand tightly. Why do you keep trying to go back there? Rayan replied, Didn't you say everyone would be happy together? Thalia couldn't hold back and yelled, It will be meaningless if you're not happy now.
Rayan smiled brightly, asserting, I am happy because I know that Mom and Dad, Tilly, Loina, and Aegis will always love me, even if I return to the kingdom. After a brief exchange of words, the two of them looked at Rayan with tears in their eyes. Rayan took her hand and softly asked, So, can you call me Big Brother, Tilly? Thalia granted his wish, her mouth murmuring, Big Brother. Thalia quickly reminded him, Never give up, because I will always be here waiting for you, no matter what happens. If that is the life you choose, I will respect it, because I have decided to stay by your side until the very end. That is how I will atone. Time passed. Thalia stood lost in thought, looking out the window. She mused, I wonder if Jan has eaten enough. The ability to make wishes come true. I don't know why I have it. There are too many risky limitations, even though I could save Jan with it. After much thought, Thalia sighed in frustration. Sigh. Suddenly, Aegis entered, and he spoke up. Why are you sighing? Thalia was surprised. Aegis, you didn't say you were coming today. Caught off guard, Aegis became flustered. It's been a week already. Mom said I don't need to go to class today, so I have some free time.
Thalia smiled. Oh, really? That's great, but I have class this afternoon. Aegis's face stiffened upon hearing this. You can't spend time with me? Thalia hesitated. Aegis whined. Let's just do something we both like. She asked curiously, what is it? Aegis suggested, well, you like theater, cookies, and flowers too. So let's go to the theater, eat cookies, and look at flowers. Thalia thought it was a good suggestion, but was a little confused. But that's what I like to do. Didn't you say it was for both of us? Aegis smiled dotingly. Seeing you happy is what I like, so I also like what you like. I want to go on a date with you. Thalia was surprised. A date? Just then, Aegis seized the opportunity to give her several quick kisses on the cheek, leaving her stunned. Thalia burst out laughing, making Aegis blush with embarrassment. The two held hands, and Thalia softly said, "All right, let's go." Much later, Thalia slowly sipped her coffee. She put the coffee cup down, a look of disapproval clearly on her face. Cinderella said irritably, "When will you learn how to make coffee? It tastes awful." Sage chuckled. "What if we just randomly throw things into the coffee? Maybe that way it'll taste better." That Sage could still joke at a time like this annoyed Thalia immensely. "Well, I'd best not count on you then." Sage asked curiously, "Are you about to leave, ma'am?"
Thalia irritably pulled her hat low to cover herself, grumbling like a little old lady. "Yes, improve your coffee-making skills as I travel. Didn't I tell you that coffee would be widely used in the future? Put effort into it. And also, I'm demoting you to a waiter." Outside the peaceful city, despite her threat of demotion, Sage calmly said, "Haha, I know you wouldn't do anything to disadvantage yourself, Big Boss Thalia. After all, you know I, Sage, am the only one who will help you keep your identity a secret." Thalia irritably said, "I told you not to call me Cinderella." Sage was extremely annoyed. He grumbled, "Psst, what should I call someone who wants to hide their identity and only appears at night?" Thalia rode her horse back to the mansion. Upon arrival, Cinderella took off her wig, smiling as she looked forward. "Whew, it's almost time." Thalia quickly went inside the mansion. A voice calling out reached her ears, startling Thalia. "Sister?" Loina appeared, her eyes half closed.
The two sisters happily embraced each other. Thalia, bewildered, said, "Luina, you're up so early today." Luina pouted, "Yes, but I'm still sleepy." Suddenly, Luina felt something strange. She quickly asked, "Wait, why is your skin so cold?" Thalia, with a frozen expression, stammered, That's because your skin is too warm." Luina was surprised. "Is that so?" Fearing her sister would notice something unusual, she quickly said, "Let's go get something to eat. Perhaps mother and father are waiting for us." At the meal, the ducal family was all present. Thalia said to the maid, "Could you please bring me a glass of coffee with a lot of ice?" Seeing her sister drink coffee, Luina became curious. "Is the coffee good?" Thalia smiled and said, "Yes, but it might be very bitter for you. Just a little bit." After hearing this, Luina whined and demanded, "I want to drink coffee too." Thalia chuckled. All right. Once your birthday passes and you turn 15, you can drink as much coffee as you like, but today you'll drink milk." Julian and Rosanna silently watched their two children talk, secretly smiling to themselves.
Loina recounted, "I heard that coffee has become very popular in the shopping district these past few days. Many kids my age are drinking it too." Upon hearing this, Thalia, a major shareholder in the coffee business, stiffened her face. Rosanna interjected to ease the tension, "I think it wouldn't hurt to drop by a coffee shop." Loina asked curiously, "Are you free today, sis?" Thalia asked in surprise, "Huh? Where do you want to go today?" She replied, "Yes, I don't have classes today." Seeing Loina's adorable, kitten-like demeanor, Thalia found it hard to refuse. She pretended to ponder. Lately I've been too busy expanding the business and haven't had much free time for Loina, have I?" Loina suggested, "Also, Aegis's birthday is coming up soon. Let's see what we can prepare for his birthday." Upon hearing this, she paused. Thalia thought, "But his birthday isn't for another 2 months. Isn't it too early to prepare a gift?" Loina sighed, reminding her sister, "Come on, it's his coming-of-age party. It's a big deal. We should prepare something extremely special. 2 months is too short if we want to make something." Thalia gazed at her coffee cup, thinking to herself, "A coming-of-age party. My little Aegis is all grown up." Thalia smiled and agreed. "All right, let's go buy him a gift." Achieving her goal, Luina unconsciously chuckled. "Hee, after Aegis's birthday, mine is next, right?" Knowing Lilina's little ploy, Thalia helplessly pinched her cheek and said, "Oh, so that was your real intention." Seeing his two daughters happy, Julian was also content. He spoke up, "All right, your parents have to go out now, girls. We might be home a little late today." Luina was a little sad. "Again?" Julian sighed. "I'm really sorry, but please have fun with your sister today, okay?" This has been happening a lot lately. After their parents left, only the two sisters remained at the dining table. Luina's mood sank, and she started to worry about the future. The Aegis coming-of-age party was approaching, and there would surely be many nobles there. Thalia drank her coffee, thinking to herself, with Aegis's coming-of-age party approaching, many nobles would surely want to establish connections through marriage. The two of them would have to be busy handling this situation. Marriage. Aegis stood looking at himself in the mirror. Helena appeared, calling out to him, "Your Highness." Helena happily curtsied, greeting him. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Aegis replied, Indeed, Lady Yggdrasil. It's a bit late, but congratulations on your coming-of-age party. His congratulations made her beam like a flower, her mouth chattering incessantly. Thank you, Your Highness. Your coming-of-age party is also nearing completion, isn't it? Aegis replied, yes. She asked curiously, I heard that Lady Remedio will become the companion of... That's right. Isn't that how it always is? Helena quickly said, as you said, may I ask what you'll be busy with after the coming-of-age party? Aegis wondered, after the party?
Fearing he might misunderstand, Helena explained, that's right, because Lady Remedio has not yet reached the age for her coming-of-age ceremony. There are some parties that would be difficult to enter merely as a friend. Aegis listened to her in silence. Then Aegis politely made an excuse to decline. I plan to go training with my Knight Order, and it seems I won't be here for 3 to 4 months. Helena didn't give up. She found another excuse. Then may I offer you a handkerchief, hoping for your safe return? Aegis was flustered. It's not a big deal. She insisted, even so, you'll still be gone for a while, won't you? Aegis sighed at Helena's stubbornness. If you insist, I will only accept it with gratitude. With him accepting the gift, Helena was immensely grateful. Then I will present it to you at your coming-of-age party. Looking at her, Aegis surmised, Lady Yggdrasil seems rather unlucky. He then asked, so what brings you to the palace today? Helena replied, I've just returned from Her Majesty the Empress's tea party. Aegis was surprised. Oh, is that so? He speculated that his mother must be planning to meet privately with the unmarried ladies. His mind immediately went to Thalia. I should go see Tilly, if I had known about this sooner.
Helena suddenly stared at him, startling Aegis and making him flustered. Is there something on my face? Helena flirted mercilessly. Yes, I see the word love written on it. Aegis burst out laughing. Is it that obvious? She and I are the only ones who don't know how I feel about her. She probably understands, but chooses to ignore it. Helena's face froze. I didn't expect you already had someone in mind. Helena bowed slightly and said, I understand. It seems it's mutual then. Aegis was curious. You too? Helena suddenly smiled, making him so bewildered he almost wanted to retreat to the mountains. Helena subtly showed off. No, I have enough to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Aegis silently watched Helena's composure. On a street corner, amidst tall buildings with ancient architecture, was an outdoor tea shop next to a fountain, surrounded by greenery and an incredibly peaceful, pleasant atmosphere. Thalia was relaxing with Lowena. At this moment, Thalia glanced to one side and smiled. Let's see. He really has no hope when it comes to making coffee, but he still does his job very well. Over there, Sage was smiling and talking to customers. Suddenly, Lowena called, Tilly. She startled and turned back. She thought to herself. Oh, I've been caught lost in thought about work again. Lowena seemed a bit hesitant again. She was about to say something, but stopped, avoiding eye contact and looking elsewhere. Actually, it's nothing.
Seeing her sister's awkward look, Thalia spoke up. Lowena? She looked up. Thalia speared her fork into a bit of strawberry cake. Do you know what makes everyone go crazy? Lowena looked clueless. What is it? Thalia didn't answer her sister right away. She brought the piece of cake to her mouth, savoring it, lost in thought for a moment. Lowena felt awkward again, staring at her, waiting. Finally, seeing Thalia's unhurried manner, Lowena seemed to understand. She cupped her cheeks and sighed. Oh, all right. Lowena then happily expressed, I just hope you'll relax a bit today. It was Thalia's turn to feel confused. What do you mean? Lowena gently picked up her coffee cup. Well, it's been a while since the two of us sisters got to go out, but you look really tired. Faced with her sister's meticulous concern, Thalia could only helplessly think to herself, oh, I've been found out again, haven't I? I should be more careful. Just as she took a sip, Lowena slumped. Ugh, what is this taste? Is this really what coffee tastes like? Thalia offered a suggestion. Here, you should drink milk tea instead. Lowena nodded instantly. Okay. Eye-catching cakes were displayed on the shop's shelves. Lowena asked, Tilly, what are you planning for Aegis's birthday? Thalia tilted her head slightly, hesitating. Maybe cufflinks or a handkerchief or something? Lowena expressed her disagreement with the plan. But isn't that too simple? It's his coming-of-age party soon. Thalia's blank look seemed to make Lowena uneasy. She tried to emphasize again. I mean, I'm sure Aegis will be happy no matter what you give him, but you should really think about it more carefully. As I said, it's his coming-of-age party. Contrary to Loina's concern, Thalia didn't see it that way. She asked back, Do you think so, Loina? What do you think? Have you made a decision already? Loina immediately smiled brightly, revealing, Yes, a horse. Thalia looked bewildered. You mean a horse? Loina confirmed, yes, a white horse from the recently born foals. Loina's unexpected gift made Thalia seriously reconsider. It must be a wonderful gift, though perhaps a bit much for a 14-year-old. She fell into contemplation. For a coming-of-age ceremony, what kind of gift would be special? The image of a gentle Aegis with his affectionate gaze appeared in her mind.
Tilly. Thalia tried to tell herself, no, I need to prepare something that's neither too extravagant nor too boring, something that symbolizes friendship. Finally, she put down her coffee cup and decided, I think I'll still give cufflinks. Let's go to the jewelry store later. Loina made a suggestion to her. Then how about preparing amethyst cufflinks? Thalia was a little surprised by it. What? Are you serious? She realized Loina's intention. Giving a gemstone that matches the person's eye color is a way to express affection for them. Loina puffed out her cheeks in a pout. That's not too much, is it? Thalia, dissatisfied, probed. Loina, do you think Aegis and I are in a secret relationship or something? She casually stated her deduction. Maybe not a secret relationship, but you two go on dates every week.
Luina's naive words made Thalia burst out laughing. It wasn't a date, it was just like kids hanging out. A 14-year-old wouldn't understand that. The scene shifted to a long street with tall houses built close together. Thalia rested her chin on her hand, hesitantly examining it carefully. Luina peeked her head out, observing her sister's indecisive expression. Then Luina lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness on her face. Once his coming-of-age party was over, would Aegis really get married? She couldn't believe that members of the three families weren't allowed to marry freely to maintain their lineage. Luina felt indignant on their behalf. Wasn't that a misfortune for her sister and Aegis? She was certain her sister also had feelings for him.
Luina was lost in thought until she was startled by a voice calling, "What's wrong, Luina?" Luina looked at the 2 buttons Thalia had chosen and commented, "Ruby, wouldn't purple crystal suit Aegis better?" Thalia listened to her sister and turned to ask the seller, "Do you have purple crystals here?" The employee replied, "They've been really hard to find lately. If you're looking for a purple gemstone, how about amethyst?" Thalia gently refused. "No, amethyst won't do." She added, "If you happen to find purple crystals, please send 2 of them to the Remedio household. I will pay for them later." Outside, it was already late afternoon. The employee happily agreed, "Yes, Lady Thalia." After the negotiation, Thalia and her sister left, Luina holding her sister's hand affectionately. Suddenly, Luina playfully asked, "So what's my birthday present?" Thalia honestly replied, "I've already thought of your gift." Luina was extremely curious. "What is it?" Thalia didn't bother keeping it a secret. She revealed, "Purple crystals for you." Luina's eyes widened in confusion. "Huh? What are you going to do with them?" Thalia smiled brightly. "Something you'll need later." Luina, still puzzled, continued to ask, "Later?"
Luina's innocent curiosity made Thalia unconsciously smile. She didn't answer but changed the subject. "Even though I've decided to give you that, I can also give you something else you want. Is there anything you're wishing for?" Luina immediately glanced away, stammering, there's this and that." Seeing this, Thalia didn't press further. She invited Luina. "Tonight, let's eat out with Mom and Dad and then go shopping." Luina repeated, "We're eating out?" Thalia continued, "Yes, I just got a message from Mom and Dad. They'll meet us at the restaurant after they finish work." After hearing her, Luina excitedly exclaimed, "Really?" Luina's delight was contagious, spreading to Thalia. "I'm glad you like it." Luina leaned her head on Thalia's shoulder. "Thank you." Then Luina silently spoke to herself. "What I want, sister, I want to know what you're thinking. I wish you could lean on me a little, so that..." Thinking this, Luina looked up and over. The image of Thalia's radiant smile filled her vision. She's always by my side. In the splendid Soahoa mansion under the clear blue sky, Thalia wore a light pink dress that was strangely beautiful. Suddenly, Thalia looked up and met the eyes of the person opposite her. Opposite her was Aegis, displaying a standard smile, his entire being seemingly glowing. Thalia blushed, immediately avoided his gaze, and took a sip of tea to ease her awkwardness.
She recalled her outing with Luina the other day, when Luina suggested to Thalia, "So can you prepare an amethyst button for me?" At that time, she hesitated. "What? Are you serious? Giving a gemstone that matches someone's eye color is a way to express affection for them." But Luina pouted. "It's not too much, is it?" Back in reality, she silently assessed Aegis. "Psst, Aegis doesn't even bother to hide his feelings anymore, and I'm used to dealing with this kind of thing." Thalia's expression suddenly darkened. In love, but unable to be together because of the 3 families. I guess that's what Luina thought. Then she called out, "Aegis." As if he had only been waiting for that, he immediately replied brightly, "Yes?" She cautiously asked, "Your birthday gift will take some time. Can I give it to you on Luina's birthday along with her gift?" Aegis smiled gently. "There are still 2 months. What are you planning to give me?" Thalia calmly uttered 3 words. "A sword." Aegis suddenly froze. "A sword?" She confirmed. "Yes, a very practical dagger." His expression was momentarily confused, but outwardly he still tried to praise. Something like that would take a very long time to make. It's okay, I don't mind if it's late." Thalia didn't notice his expression. She continued, full of gratitude. "Great, thank you for understanding." But Aegis made another request. "But instead, could you give me another gift?" Aegis immediately agreed. "What do you want?" A brooch? He subtly refused. Isn't that too plain and ordinary? She helplessly conceded to his wish. All right, I'll consider what I want to give you. Aegis felt curious. And then what? Thalia pondered seriously, and Aegis then urged, Tell me, what are you planning to give me? I'll let you decide.
Seeing that she was thinking for too long, he sincerely placed both hands on his chest, feigning coyness, and suggested, Then, for my coming-of-age party, you'll wear the dress I choose, won't you? She hesitated. But that would make me the recipient of a gift. Aegis denied. No, that's not right. My gift is seeing you beautiful on that day. His eyes were filled with love. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Thalia bluntly dodged. Psst, I think you have heart problems. Her answer made him chuckle happily. Finally, she sighed. I don't know how to answer. Thalia helplessly agreed with Aegis. All right, but there's one condition. He immediately asked. Condition? Thalia made a request. I'll wear it, but don't let anyone else know it's a dress you gave me. Aegis pondered. How can that be? Thalia casually stated her intention. I'll have a custom-designed dress made to my specifications at the shop, and you can pay for it later. Aegis looked utterly bewildered. What? How can that be considered a gift?
She reiterated clearly, Hey, you're the one receiving the gift, not me, okay? Aegis furrowed his brow, demanding, Then at least let me choose the color of the dress. I want it to be white and gold. She conceded, sighing inwardly. I knew it. Outwardly, she replied, All right. No sooner had she spoken than a hand brought a pastry to her mouth. Aegis smiled naturally, as gentle as a spring breeze. Here, open your mouth. Thalia obediently ate the pastry. Aegis rested his chin on his hand, watching her intently. Is it not good? I thought you'd like it because it's not too sweet. She mused confidently. Soon this dessert will become famous. Aegis nodded. I see. It must also be related to the increased production of coffee beans. Thalia set her teacup down and confided. I'm quite worried hearing them say they'll push for the expansion of coffee farms, but fortunately we've had a bumper harvest, and we also need to ensure a steady supply because the demand for coffee is increasing. She didn't forget to entice him. Isn't investing in me too profitable? I'll share the profits with you as per the contract. Faced with her pride and sparkling eyes, Aegis could only say gently, All right, I'll cover the restaurant today anyway. We can go after the play ends.
His reaction made Thalia feel a bit deflated. Huh? He wasn't even interested in money. Who did he think he was working for? He had no idea. While she was lost in thought, Aegis stood up, adjusted his coat, and cheerfully called out to her. Let's go, Tilly. On stage, the play was unfolding smoothly. Bologna, my beloved Bologna. She let herself be carried away by the play while Aegis was engrossed in watching her. Our love has destroyed this nation. Aegis observed Thalia for a long time. She was completely immersed in the play. Did she like it that much? He drifted into his own thoughts, not caring about the play at all. Thalia's tears began to fall. Aegis also took the opportunity to rest his head on her shoulder when Thalia wasn't paying attention. When the play ended, the two coincidentally met the play's director. He exclaimed joyfully, Oh my! Thalia also smiled happily and said, Willie. She then walked up to him and sincerely praised, You were truly brilliant with this play. Willie, looking very grateful, replied, Thank you, Your Highness. It seems you're on a date with the prince today, aren't you? Upon hearing this, both Thalia and Aegis froze, their brains taking a few seconds to process. Thalia blushed and corrected him, It's not a date. Willie understood and played along. Yes, you two are just friends spending the afternoon together, right? Thalia said with utmost seriousness, Of course. Aegis beside her remained silent, gazing at her with doting affection.
Willie again turned his attention to Aegis. You seem taller, Your Highness. He smiled and replied, Yes, indeed. Thalia unconsciously glanced at him. Willie politely remarked, Lady Tilly and I are the same height, but you look so petite next to Your Highness. Thalia, annoyed by his teasing, asked, Are you making fun of me again, Willie? He smiled genially. Oh dear, don't you find it amusing? A few onlookers started to whisper and gossip. Thalia complained, Aegis told me I'd better start gaining weight because I'm too thin. Willie suddenly expressed, It's great to see you two are still as close as before. Thalia didn't quite agree. Do you think so, Willie? He answered her without hesitation, as if it were obvious. Of course, young lady. Who could deny that? Thalia's voice suddenly dropped a tone. Well, I can be comfortable with him because he's my childhood friend. Aegis had just opened his mouth to say, I don't want to be emperor, which made Thalia, who was slowly drinking, choke on her water. He anxiously rushed to hand her a tissue. Are you all right? Aegis gently wiped her mouth, while Thalia looked at him with great unease. Yes, I'm fine. Suddenly she noticed Aegis's reddened eyes. Seeing that the matter seemed difficult to discuss, she decided not to delve deeper. Well, all right. Her actions, in turn, made Aegis a little confused. Aren't you going to scold me? Thalia tilted her head slightly, hesitantly. Well, that's not something I can comment on.
The table was laden with exquisitely arranged food. Aegis guessed her thoughts, for his own thoughts were paramount. Thalia answered bluntly, "Yes, that's right." Then she fell silent, avoiding Aegis's gaze. But he was about to be crowned crown prince at the coming-of-age ceremony, which meant a political marriage or something similar, didn't it? Thalia speared a piece of meat, still pondering the reason in her heart. Was his mood down because of everyone's expectations? Suddenly, Aegis told a disjointed story. "Someone once told me that even simple embroidery made her happy." Thalia raised an eyebrow. "I don't understand what that means." Aegis's face fell, his eyes visibly saddened. "She said she would give me a handkerchief at the coming-of-age ceremony, which means she wants to become empress." Thalia fumed, asking irritably, "What? Who is that cunning woman?" Aegis in turn felt curious. "If I tell you, what do you intend to do?" Thalia answered nonchalantly, "I'll slap her." Aegis, meanwhile, silently judged, "You're too violent, Tilly." Thalia wouldn't accept it, so she explained her reasoning to him. "But to advance, she would use you through marriage. Isn't that rude?" Aegis thoughtfully swirled the glass of water in his hand. "Yes, it is rude." Thalia looked at his calm, still demeanor and felt indignant on his behalf. "It seems you don't care, do you? Aren't you angry?" He calmly replied, "Well, I think if you did that, I would be angry, but that's not what I'm concerned about." Aegis's voice was both awkward and slightly aggrieved. "It just feels a little unfair." Thalia began to wonder too. "What's unfair?" Aegis continued calmly. "You know, I don't care about protecting the world. I only think about protecting the things I love. But as a king, it feels like a sacrifice." Thalia vaguely guessed. Could it be that? Without letting her finish, he immediately confirmed, "Yes, I know there's no other choice, because I am the sole heir to the royal family."
Thalia pondered deeply about Aegis's declarations, but Aegis began to wonder where he could find his own happiness. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Tilly, what are your plans after the evil spirits are completely defeated?" While Thalia was still deep in thought, he asked again, Have you thought about that yet?" She hesitated. "I'm not sure." Fast forward to Aegis's coronation day at the opulent and splendid palace. Aegis was clad in regal attire, grand and majestic, exuding the full aura of a king. Thalia couldn't help but marvel. Honestly, with his wise demeanor, he is certainly a perfect prince. The applause from the crowd below erupted thunderously.
Thalia stood beside Luina, smiling as she watched Aegis. Although Aegis's personality was a little different from the original, he was certainly no longer someone who easily accepted everything. Suddenly, she realized something. On the high platform, Aegis's gaze stopped on her, and he smiled gently, full of love. Thalia immediately looked away. Sometimes he could be so foolish. Hearing her secretly scold Aegis, Luina gently nudged Thalia with her elbow, her voice teasing. "I understand your feelings for Aegis, but you don't have to be so obvious about it, okay?" Faced with her mischievous younger sister, she could only remain silently helpless. Honestly, this child. The coronation ceremony finally concluded, followed by the banquet. Thalia told Luina, "I'm going to change my dress for the party." Luina smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll stay here with our parents since I'm not attending the party." Hearing her sister say that, she felt relieved and left. "Good. If Aegis looks for me, tell him I'm in the Queen's chambers." Luina happily agreed. "Understood." The party was held in a magnificent and splendid grand hall, bathed in romantic golden light. Luina held a glass of water in her hand when someone suddenly approached her. It was Aegis. He had just arrived and was looking around. "Where's Tilly?" Luina looked at his restless demeanor and replied with a smile. "She's gone to the Queen's chambers to change. Don't worry." Aegis placed a hand on his chest, looking very nervous. Luina mischievously added, doing her best to encourage their romance, "I've left a bunch of different dresses to confuse her, so I'm sure she won't know which one is the new one. Now go and escort her." On the other side, Thalia seemed to be glowing with a radiant aura. She noticed Aegis approaching. "Aegis, why are you here so early?"
Then she touched the necklace she was wearing, complaining, "And where did they get this crown from? This crown is so heavy. These decorations are going to break my neck." Aegis didn't respond, captivated by Thalia's beauty. She understood, raising a hand teasingly. All right, I know I'm beautiful." Only then did Aegis gently take her hand, smiling radiantly. "Yes, you truly are beautiful." Suddenly, he seemed to feel her judgmental gaze. Aegis stammered, quickly correcting himself. I mean, you're dazzling." Outside, the afternoon sun streamed through the window. Aegis, flustered, only made things worse as he spoke. "I didn't say anything." She sighed again. Thalia walked beside Aegis, gently shaking her head. "I'm not sighing because of that. I'm just a little tired after all." Aegis, uneasy, asked her with a worried expression, "So should we skip the party?" Thalia refused again. "It's your birthday party. How could we skip it?" Seemingly sensing her genuine concern for him, Aegis paused briefly, looking at her tenderly. Then he unexpectedly placed a kiss on Thalia's hand. She awkwardly questioned Aegis, "Hey, why are you suddenly like this?"
Contrary to her reaction, he calmly replied, "I've always been like this, haven't I?" Hearing this, Thalia gave up. "You're right, you used to be very cute when you were little, and you even insisted you'd marry me." Her unintentional recollection of the past became a perfect opening for Aegis. "So will you finally marry me?" Thalia still thought he was joking. "In your dreams, kid." The two continued their stroll. "Kid, I'd really like to see a child as big as me." Thalia conceded. "All right, whatever you say, big brother." Aegis's face suddenly flushed. Thalia burst into delighted laughter. "What's wrong? Do you like me calling you big brother?" Aegis posed a question to Thalia. "Why do you make that word sound so formal when you say it to me? Didn't you say it very casually when writing to Jan?" She calmly explained. "You should be grateful I called you that. This will be the first and last time." Aegis's lips pursed slightly, as if he felt greatly wronged. He slightly raised Thalia's hand higher, his grip tightening. Suddenly, he softly called out, "Tilly!" Then Aegis bravely expressed his feelings to Thalia. "I love you, Tilly. I feel like I don't say those words as often now as I did when we were children." Thalia's expression gradually became awkward, unsure how to respond correctly, because they were no longer children. Aegis, composedly, replied, "But haven't I always liked you?" In Aegis's mind, the words of others suddenly replayed. "There must be an heir before the evil spirits return. Because you are the sole heir to the throne at this moment, your highness. You must marry soon." No one cared what Aegis truly wanted. He was tired of these responsibilities. Thalia's image, delicate as a flower, appeared, beautiful and utterly gentle. "If only you could be by my side, Tilly." Suddenly, Aegis's calm demeanor from earlier vanished, replaced by a rosy blush of shyness. "If only I could be with you, I wouldn't need the throne anymore." Aegis carefully raised Thalia's hand like a treasure. "Am I too selfish? No, saving the world is enough. What more do they want from me?" Finally, the two remained silent, walking together into the party. "All I need is Tilly." The large, heavy doors slowly opened, and Aegis silently vowed to himself, "I won't let go." Then the two appeared side by side, and someone announced, "His Highness and Lady Thalia have arrived." The party began with a dance, and Aegis was busy dancing with a girl with pink hair. She smiled, looking very happy, but Aegis's expression was filled with coercion and disgust. Helena Yggdrasil. Thalia quietly stood in a corner observing. So that was the daughter of Marquis Yggdrasil, the one who had embroidered a handkerchief for Aegis. Thinking this, she secretly sighed. Fate truly was something, like a curse. Seemingly noticing her unwell expression, Aegis immediately walked over and asked, "Are you in pain somewhere?" His abrupt departure in the middle of something made everyone stare blankly at the two of them. Thalia quickly replied, "No." Aegis didn't give up, proactively inviting. "Then could we dance the last song?" Thalia crossed her arms and skillfully refused. "We've danced a dozen times already. I think that's enough." Aegis became slightly worried. "Do you want to leave already?" Moving to another corner of the party, Thalia excitedly urged Aegis. "Aegis, I've been thinking, and I'm sure we'll drink alcohol on our birthdays when we turn 20. He swirled the wine glass in his hand. "I'm drinking now." She immediately retorted, "No, not like that. We'll drink something really strong, something that will make you drunk." Aegis suddenly remembered. "Speaking of which, I remember receiving a few bottles of wine for my birthday."
Thalia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It must be expensive and delicious, right? Aegis was helpless against her enthusiasm. "Are you thinking of stealing my wine?" Thalia didn't accept his words. "That's called sharing, not stealing. Your birthday will end soon, so shouldn't we raise a toast before it does?" Aegis put his wine glass down on the table. "Is it okay for you to be home late tonight?" Thalia brightly and proudly boasted, as if it were an achievement. "Yes, I told my parents I'd have a private party with you after the party." Her innocence made Aegis's face fluff red. He avoided her gaze. "Did you really think that?" Very quickly after that, a small, equally luxurious feast was laid out. Thalia couldn't suppress her craving. "Finally, I have all 3 top essential nutrients." She swiftly poured wine into the glass, not forgetting to exclaim a few words. "Oh my, look at the color!" Next, she delightedly handed a glass to Aegis. "Cheers!" Seeing Thalia's utterly satisfied expression, he guessed, "You seem quite familiar with this." She humbly replied, "That's just life experience." Immediately, they both raised their glasses together. In an instant, Aegis's face, red as a beet, became dazed from the alcohol. While Thalia remained perfectly sober, she casually picked up the wine bottle to examine it. "He keeps his wine quite well." Her sobriety made Aegis feel a bit resentful. "Why aren't you drunk, Thalia? I thought we'd get drunk together." She teased. "You're still just a child, after all." Aegis protested vehemently. "I'm not a child." Thalia burst into delighted laughter. Then she removed the crown from her head and returned it to Aegis. All right, I should go now." The sudden end caught him off guard. "Why?" She replied curtly, "This is your place, not mine."
Aegis held the crown that Thalia had just given him in his hand, silent. Thalia asked, "Is that yours?" But Aegis denied. "No, it's not." Thalia immediately noticed. "You're lying again." Aegis, unwilling to stay silent, retorted, "You lied to me too, Thalia." She couldn't recall. "When?" Aegis calmly replied, "On the day you said you weren't sure."
Thalia suddenly froze, trying to recall that memory. Aegis smiled, looking at her without offering any further hints. Then he placed the crown back on Thalia's head. Tilly. It seemed that with a little more intoxication, Aegis found the courage to ask her, "May I kiss you?" Thalia immediately refused. No. He stubbornly changed his approach. Then what about just touching lips? But Thalia wasn't that naive. "Do you even know the difference?" Aegis replied, "Of course I do." Finally, giving her no further chance to refuse, he held Thalia's face. Then he quickly lowered his lips to hers for an affectionate kiss. Aegis explained, "That was just touching your lips." While Thalia was still trying to understand what was happening, Aegis immediately seized the opportunity to take advantage. And this is a real kiss. They exchanged a passionate kiss, incredibly sweet. Thalia finally let go of her defenses, swept away by Aegis's rhythm. As he gently touched Thalia's cheek, Aegis asked in a serious tone, "Tilly, can I ask you something?" Her eyes wide with curiosity, she asked back, "What is it?" He didn't beat around the bush and immediately got straight to the point. "What did the prophet tell you?" She quickly evaded. "I can't talk about that." Hearing her say that, he felt a little disappointed and let out a soft sigh, then gently chided, "I thought you'd tell me when you were drunk." She suddenly stood up and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Well, well, you're the one who's drunk." He gently bowed his head and quietly confirmed, "You're right. Why aren't you drunk?" Then, just like that, he drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Thalia suddenly took off the crown she was wearing and placed it in Aegis's hand, which startled him awake. He quickly handed it back to her and said, "Keep it." She frowned slightly and asked back, "No, why?" He gently explained, "If you leave it with me, I'll remember everything that happened today, but because I've had so much to drink, I'll forget everything if you take it away." Hearing him say that, she reluctantly took the crown back. He suddenly sighed and gently expressed, "Tilly, I've confessed my feelings. Every year on my birthday, I wish."
Hearing him say this, she suddenly blushed and shyly chided him. "I told you not to make a wish." He asked back, feeling a bit sorry for himself, "But just one thing, can't I wish to keep one thing on my birthday?" Thalia suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity, "What did you wish for? It's not that you wished for us to get married, is it?" Aegis let out a soft sigh and replied, "Sigh, marriage. You know, I don't just want to marry you, but..." She impatiently asked immediately, "Then what?" He continued in a low voice, "I wish you would love me," then immediately closed his eyes, leaned to his right, and fell asleep. Hearing Aegis's confession, Thalia didn't leave immediately, but stood frozen in place and stared at him for a moment. Only then did she turn around and walk out of the room. Then she slowly closed the door and said, "Lucky for you, your wish has come true." A long while later, in Thalia's room, she suddenly threw off her blanket. Then with a pale face, she wondered to herself, "When did I get drunk? That kiss, quite good. No wonder he's a prince." Come on, I shouldn't get too deeply involved in this. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Thalia suddenly remembered the fish-shaped folded paper on the floor. So she quickly got out of bed and gently knelt down to pick it up. She then hastily unfolded it and read the message written on it. "Report whenever the commander and the second daughter leave the mansion." She then immediately crumpled the paper and thought to herself in annoyance, "Marquis Yggdrasil has sent a spy into this mansion again. Although it's pointless now that I've discovered it." She recalled that, at that time, the spy had knelt before her and earnestly pleaded, "Please forgive me, my lady. I will return to my hometown immediately." And she had nonchalantly proposed, "No need, just keep doing what you're doing, but be a double agent." In the original story, the Marquis tried to assassinate Julian while he was with Rowena, who would become the sole heir of Duke Remedio. Marquis Yggdrasil and Julian were two opposing political factions, and because Rowena would awaken a special healing ability, there was no reason to keep Julian, the commander, alive. This plotline was merely the catalyst for Rowena to awaken her special ability.
Now that I exist, he might think of killing Rowena too. After all, Rowena is currently not the sole heir, and everyone thinks I will awaken special healing abilities because I received the prophecy first. For Marquis Agiso, who wants to make his daughter the Empress of the Empire, Rowena could become an obstacle. I could stop the assassination, but... Thinking this to herself, Thalia couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Just then, someone suddenly came and knocked on her door. Hearing this, she invited, "Come in." Leading Rowena inside, Mia smiled, her eyes crinkling, and said, "It's been a long time, young lady." Thalia couldn't help but be stunned as she replied, "Nanny?" She suddenly gave an apologetic smile and explained, "I wanted to arrive in time for His Highness's birthday, but I only just arrived this morning because the carriage broke down on the way. That's why I couldn't contact you, and... Young lady, what is the smell?" Hearing this, Thalia felt a little guilty and asked back, "Smell? What smell? I don't know what you're talking about." Mia, fuming with anger, questioned, "Good heavens, how much did you drink last night?" Thalia replied in a low voice, "I just drank enough to have fun, that's all. Besides, yesterday was a Jisoo's coming-of-age party." Luina suddenly blushed and asked curiously, "Tilly, did you two kiss?"
Faced with her extremely direct question, she froze in astonishment for a moment. Then, blushing shyly, she chuckled and asked back, "Kiss kiss? What do you mean? Why kiss?" Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask with a hint of surprise, "You didn't kiss? Aegis said he would kiss you on his birthday." She pretended to be naive, laughing heartily as she asked again, "Ha ha ha, that means Aegis said that?" Then she quickly thought to herself, annoyed, so that was the plan all along? A moment later, as Mia closed Thalia's room door, she let out a soft sigh and thought to herself, "They definitely kissed, isn't it obvious? Look at how he's acting. I never thought our dear young lady would get drunk and get into such trouble." Crossing her arms, Luina frowned and complained, "Tilly never tells me anything." Mia smiled gently and advised, "She probably thinks it's over. We just have to wait." She asked back frustrated, "How can we wait? She's always leaving the mansion, and both father and mother, and you too. I can't even get a word in with her." Hearing this, Mia gently placed a hand on Luina's arm and replied with a kind smile, "That's because we trust she will return, and that's the only thing we can do. We can't have someone follow her to know what she's doing." Luina innocently asked back, "Why not?" "Because she runs really fast. That's been her special ability since she was little." Now let's go down to the dining room for dinner." A moment later, in the dining room, Mia suddenly spoke up, stating, "I plan to stay here until Lady Tilly's coming-of-age party." Hearing this, Thalia couldn't help but ask in surprise, "That long? Aren't you going back to Enfielder? What about your husband?" Mia replied with a gentle smile, "He's not a child. He can take care of himself. Your upcoming coming-of-age party is what's important. There's so much to prepare."
As Thalia brought the fork with food to her mouth, she let out a soft sigh and expressed, "I don't find any meaning in those things." Hearing that, the other person involuntarily broke into a sweat and said, "After all, that's your coming-of-age party, isn't it?" Thalia calmly chewed and replied, "Yes, yes." Afterwards, she wondered to herself, "What is my true age now, anyway?" Suddenly remembering something, Nemia quickly asked, "My lady, have you written the guest list yet?" Seeing that she didn't answer.
She said with endless worry, "At this rate, your coming-of-age party will be here before you know it. Anyway, Madam called me here because Duke Ramiato intends to invite everyone he knows." Thalia calmly suggested, "I'll leave the party scale to you." Hearing her say that, Mia warned, "You might regret it. Are you sure you don't want to invite anyone?" Thalia calmly asked back, "Is there someone?" Hearing that, Mia immediately called out loudly, "My lady!" Thalia calmly continued, "I'll write the invitations. You can handle the rest, Nanny." Mia, sweating and stunned, asked back, "The rest? We still have to decide whether to hold it indoors or outdoors, the decoration theme, and what kind of dress you'll wear and where to order it." Thalia immediately confirmed, "Exactly, so don't make it too difficult. We still have over 6 months. I'm already tired from the Crown Prince's investiture ceremony yesterday, so let's think about that another time, okay?" As she picked up the glass of orange juice, Mia slightly frowned, then helplessly continued, "All right, but I need the guest list after tomorrow." Thalia immediately replied, "Okay." Then she quickly thought to herself, "The person I want to invite? I think there's one." The next day, as he picked up his coffee cup to drink, Cinderella suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, this coffee is truly delicious." Hearing that, Sage, sweating and stunned, questioned, "Did you think it would be bad forever?" Cinderella asked back, startled, "What?" "My friend, I need your help with something. It's related to your actual work." Sage immediately asked in a serious tone, "What is it?" Cinderella replied, "I need you to make me 50 types of clones." He was utterly taken aback when he heard that and asked, "Hey, what's this? Are you trying to run away from your family or something?" She calmly explained, "My family can never fall apart. Why would we need to run away?" Hearing that, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, saying, "That's good then." Raising 5 fingers, Cinderella seriously requested, "I need identities for 2 men and 3 women, all of them commoners. If anyone comes to the cafe and asks, just say they came here looking for work. Then give them both money and documents. Then send them somewhere no one can find them. And I'll also ask you to take care of them for 5 years. You can take all expenses from me." Hearing this, Sage suddenly expressed some concern, saying, "Giving them new identities isn't a problem, but it will cost a significant amount of money to provide for them for 5 years. She immediately reassured him, "Don't worry about money. I'll find a way." He asked back, somewhat confused, "What is it? Are you planning to buy some land or something?" Hearing that, Cinderella couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Haha, any land I buy always yields gold and silver anyway. I am an incredibly lucky person, so just make full use of the financial resources of this lucky owner. If you've taken care of this for me, I still have other matters to attend to."
Seeing Cinderella about to leave, Sage immediately stood up, grabbed her hand and asked, "Oh, madam."
"Excuse me, but I just have a question," she immediately asked. "What is it?" he immediately asked back. "When are you going to take off that wig?" she asked in surprise. "Why do you ask that? Our contract specifically states that you are not to try to find out my identity." Scratching his face, he replied with a chuckle, "All right, I would never betray you." She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and suggested, "If you want to know, why don't we draw up another contract? But it won't make it easy for you to earn money. It will be really, really difficult." He immediately waved his hand in protest. "No, don't tell me that." A little later, at a certain cafe, Helena was waiting for someone. As soon as she saw someone open the door and step in, Helena immediately stood up.
And she greeted, "Long time no see, young lady. This is a tea made from flowers that I personally selected and dried. Please try it." Thalia replied in surprise, "Oh, really? Thank you." Saying so, she quickly picked up the teacup and began to enjoy it. Afterward, she commented, "It's delicious." Hearing this, Helena smiled and offered, "I'm glad you like it. May I offer you a gift?" She exclaimed in surprise, "That would be wonderful." Hearing that, she immediately smiled and asked, "Lady Tilly, what is the reason you wish to have tea privately with me?" Then she quickly thought to herself, "We're not close at all. Why would she want to talk to me privately?" After a moment of silent glances, Thalia gently smiled and asked, "What do you think about the guardian?" Helena asked back, puzzled, "What do you mean?" She then suggested, "Just speak your true thoughts. It's just the two of us here." She asked suspiciously, "Is it because of what I said to His Highness the other day? I admit I was a bit disrespectful then, and I will apologize to His Highness soon." Thalia suddenly questioned in a low, firm voice, "Helena Igresso, I'm asking what you think about the guardian. Why do you keep bringing up the past?" She quickly bowed her head and stammered in denial. I don't understand what you're asking about."
Thalia continued to question. "I remember saying I wanted an honest answer." Helena immediately explained, "I think they are part of this world. That's my thought." She quickly asked, "Do you want to become a part of this world?" She didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, if that's the way to prevent the Yggdrasil family from collapsing." After hearing Helena's answer, Thalia couldn't help but be surprised and thought to herself, "Is she still wary of me because she wants to become the crown princess?" Clenching her hands, Helena continued to express her view. Yggdrasil has no intention of opposing the imperial family or the ducal family of Remedio. In short, we guarantee our loyalty and only wish to restore a part of the glory we once had in the past. What does it mean to pledge loyalty? Simply becoming a member is precisely becoming a member of the real world.
It's neither good nor bad. It's simply human nature. At this, Helena suddenly stood up. Then she loudly speculated, asking, Are you targeting our family?" Thalia calmly picked up her teacup and softly affirmed, "Julian or Peleus might eavesdrop, but I do not." Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask somewhat vaguely, "Miss Thalia, what is this about?" She slowly put down her teacup and continued, "Helena, do you wish to die with your family, or do you want to sacrifice Yggdrasil to save yourself?" After saying this, Thalia pondered to herself. After Marquis Yggdrasil conspired to plan Julian's assassination, his family was stripped of their noble title and all their assets. After that, no one knew what Helena did. No one was interested in the prophet's words, nor was anyone interested in what would happen next. Finishing her thoughts, Thalia then spoke up, asking, "You once said that the protectors are a part of this world, didn't you?" "Indeed, that is true. The three families are tasked with guarding this world, and no matter what happens, they must continue to exist. But from another perspective, that also means there will be no other changes."
Helena asked in surprise, "What?" Thalia immediately replied, "Our generation are the protectors. The previous generation created the heirs, so they are no longer needed. That means if they have two heirs, one disappearing wouldn't be a problem at all." Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "How? Who would cause that?" She immediately replied, "Marquis Yggdrasil could." Hearing that, she asked in disbelief, My father?" She suddenly suggested, "We're out of tea. Let me replace it with coffee." Seeing this, she replied, "Okay." Then she slightly bowed her head and thought, "A part of the world is simply a part. The world truly doesn't belong to good or evil, but to humanity. Is that what my father meant? No way. After all, father dislikes Duke Remedio." Just as Helena was thinking this, Thalia arrived with the coffee and said, "Here you go." Seeing this, she replied, "Oh, yes, thank you." Then trembling as she picked up the teacup, she thought in disbelief, "Is father behind Duke Remedio's situation? That's the gamble. If it's true, our family will..." Thinking this, Helena suddenly proposed in a serious tone, "In the worst-case scenario, if it's necessary, I will kill father to stop him." Then she quickly clenched her hands and continued to think, "There's no other way. Lady Thalia has received a prophecy, so she must know something. Otherwise, why would she say it?" Thalia suddenly suggested, "There's no need to do that," causing Helena to widen her eyes in astonishment and ask, "What?" She then explained, "I also don't intend to stop Marquis Yggdrasil." Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask with concern, But that's a matter concerning Duke Remedio's safety.
she calmly explained. My father, Julian, will be fine, because my younger sister will awaken her healing ability. That is her destiny.
Helena, sweating in surprise, immediately asked, "What? But you've received the prophecy." Thalia immediately asked back, "Who said the prophet declared that I would be the awakened one?" Upon hearing this, she quickly exclaimed, "Oh, so what's the reason you're meeting me today?" She gently smiled and replied, "I want to do my best to save you." She asked back in astonishment, "What?" She gave a faint smile and replied, "I want to change destiny. You are my test subject. If it goes well, you can save yourself and not lose your family." Upon hearing these words, Helena could only gape at her blankly. Seeing this, she gently smiled and reminded her, "So listen carefully to what I'm telling you." A moment later, as she watched Helena's retreating back, Thalia pondered to herself, "Could I have let my anger get the better of me? I suppose I've been quite lenient. It's just that earlier she said, 'I admit I was a bit rude. Perhaps I should apologize as soon as your highness returns.'" She showed no remorse at all. Just then, Aegis suddenly walked in. This surprised Thalia, who quickly asked, "Aegis, what are you doing here? I thought you were training." Hearing this, he grinned and replied, "Aha, I never said that." Thalia asked, bewildered, "What? Wait, then why are you here?" He calmly explained, "I've been spending some time relaxing at our summer house outside the capital." She asked, stunned, "So you're on vacation?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, I asked father for 3 months off as a coming-of-age gift, but being alone is really boring." She raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What?" Aegis unconsciously blushed and smiled brightly, asking, "So will you make me happy, Tilly?" Her eyes widened in curiosity as she immediately asked, "What exactly is this?" He smiled, his eyes crinkling, and announced, "I have a special gift for you. I realized I've given you many types of flowers before, but never roses. I thought purple roses would suit you better than red ones." Hearing this, Thalia sighed softly and said, "This isn't important. You really don't need to give me things like this." When Aegis heard her say that, he frowned slightly and pouted. "Come on."
Thalia quickly asked, "Did you meet Lady Helena on your way in?" "Yes," Aegis immediately confirmed. "She was having a lot of trouble walking, so I helped her into the carriage." Hearing this, she couldn't help but angrily scold, "Miss, I won't be so easygoing anymore." Thalia couldn't help but sigh in expiration. "You're always like this." He remarked with a slight pout, "You always treat me like a child." She softly explained, "Because you're still a child in my eyes." As he gently touched her small lips, he softly asked back, "Really? Would a child do this?" Thalia didn't answer immediately, but subtly bit her lip. Then she prompted, "You said you'd forgotten about it?" Leaning his hand on his face, Aegis replied with a squinting smile, "How could I forget my first kiss?" She bluntly questioned, "You planned to kiss me from the very beginning, didn't you?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes." She continued to ask, "Then you must remember the last thing I said to you that day, right?" He replied, "Of course. Were you angry?" She let out a soft sigh and replied, "I was just rambling." He explained with a smile, "But I was really drunk that time. I only heard half of it before falling asleep. I thought it was a dream after I woke up." She gently closed her eyes and regretfully thought to herself, "I should have kept my mouth shut." He seriously stated, "But I'm sure it wasn't a dream, which is why I came here to see you." She quickly turned her face away and asked in a low voice, "What would you do if it really was a dream?" Aegis promptly assured her, "Then I would pretend nothing happened." "Should we pretend it was just a dream?"
Thalia quickly asked back, "What does that change anyway?" He gently tilted his head to the right and smiled softly, replying, "It means I can have my first kiss with you again next time." Hearing that, she couldn't help but blush crimson with embarrassment, burying her face in the table and thinking to herself, "He wins." Seeing this, he asked with a hint of worry, "Tilly?" She replied in a small voice, "I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me." He immediately asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to come with me?" She flatly refused. "No, I'll never go out with you again." Just then, Aegis suddenly pinned a flower in Thalia's hair, which made her startle vibrate and immediately ask, "What are you doing?" He chuckled apologetically. "Sorry, are you awake? Am I adorable?" She grumpily thought to herself, "This idiot." He said softly, "You're the most beautiful person in this world, Tilly. Even without flowers, you're still very beautiful."
Thalia let out a soft sigh and asked, "Aegis, exactly what do you want?" He asked back, bewildered, "What do you mean?" She calmly replied, "I've asked clearly, do you want me to go along with this so much? It's true that I like you too, but I don't want to lose a friend like you because of these feelings." After hearing Thalia's words, Aegis suddenly fell into thoughtful silence for a moment. Then he expressed in a serious tone, "Thalia, I no longer want to marry you. Of course, I also have special feelings for you, but we don't necessarily have to be bound by marriage or status.
I shouldn't have brought this up if I was going to say such things. I don't care whether you've awakened or not. Indeed, if you have been chosen by destiny to awaken your power, then I will actively express these feelings." Thalia didn't reply immediately, but gently bowed her head in thought for a moment. Seeing this, Aegis continued to explain. "Even if we return safely from the battle with the evil spirits, no one knows how long we can live after using our power. If that's the case, I just want to live the rest of my life happily with you. That's what concerns me most, but I understand that you don't feel that way. I know I'm not your top priority. Even so, that's not a problem. I will give you the freedom you want, so don't run away from me."
Thalia shyly asked back, "Who said I would run away?" Aegis immediately spoke up guiltily. "I'm sorry if that made you misunderstand. What I mean is, I will follow you. No matter where you go, I will always follow you." That afternoon, at the mansion where Thalia was staying, as she walked down the stairs, Thalia pondered to herself, "Oh, I can't stop thinking about those purple roses. I really should have accepted them." At that time, Aegis had told her, "Just don't run away from him." She unexpectedly left them behind there. Suddenly hearing the sound of metal clashing, Thalia curiously turned her head to look. She then couldn't help but think in surprise, "When did he get here? He looks as if he doesn't care about me after everything he did to me." Aegis then smiled and suggested to her, "No one knows I'm in the capital, so could you let me stay at your house?" As he stepped towards her, he called out, "Tilly, are you here for training too?" She replied, "No, I came to watch Lowena train, because my mother is busy today." He grinned, his eyes crinkling, and eagerly suggested, "Why don't you watch me instead?" She quickly replied, "I already said I only came to watch Lowena train." He smiled faintly and assured her, "I'm sure if you directly participate, it would be an excellent experience for Lowena." Just then, Lowena suddenly approached, then smiled brightly and excitedly suggested, "Are you joining in too, big sister? I want to watch. Please let me watch." Thalia didn't reply, but silently thought to herself, "Come to think of it, we haven't fought one-on-one since we turned 15, have we? We finally adjusted the training course to suit our skills once the basics were completed. I remember when Aegis trained with me, it felt like only a few days had passed. He never changed his expression, truly the chosen one to protect the world. Even so, there's still a difference between fighting a trained knight and an evil spirit."
After a moment of thought, Thalia replied, "All right, go ahead and try." A moment later, Thalia had also finished changing into her training attire for sword practice. Holding a shield in his hand, Aegis smiled and asked, "Have you warmed up yet?" Tilly didn't reply, but mused to herself, "He seems to see everything. Perhaps he's always been like that." Shortly after, observing the two, the blonde-haired swordsman remarked with his arms crossed, "I don't think young Thalia will be wielding a sword." The brown-haired swordsman, hearing this, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Doesn't she usually train?" The light brown-haired swordsman immediately replied, "She does, but she usually trains alone." No sooner had he finished speaking than Thalia simultaneously swung her sword to attack Aegis. Seeing this, he immediately raised his sword to parry, then couldn't help but think to himself in surprise, "Is she planning to fight me? But she must know she can't defeat me with sheer strength." Noticing that Aegis seemed distracted, thinking about something, Thalia quickly seized this opportunity and swiftly took a step forward, aiming straight for his right leg and kicking it hard. It left him utterly astonished. Before he could even react, Thalia immediately dropped her sword and swung her fist straight towards his shield. Just as she was about to strike the shield with her bare hand, someone suddenly yelled, "Stop!" Hearing this, Thalia immediately halted her action. Witnessing this scene, Lowena couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Meanwhile, Aegis suddenly furrowed his brow and anxiously chided her, "Tilly, you can't drop your sword in the middle of a fight." Thalia suddenly asked in a low voice, "Do you really not understand?" Aegis looked bewildered and asked back, "Huh?" She seriously stated, "What we must fight are evil spirits, not humans. What will we do if it breaks through your defenses?" Aegis didn't reply but silently pondered this for a moment. Then he quickly clenched his fist and frankly proposed, "Go on. If you break through my defenses, then I lose." Hearing that, Thalia immediately nodded. Then she swiftly picked up her sword and continued sparring with him. Seeing this, Lowena couldn't help but acknowledge, "It's true, she's more like his teacher than a friend." The two swordsmen, hearing her say that, immediately nodded in agreement. After a period of sparring, Aegis was now exhausted, with Thalia's sword point aimed directly at him. Seeing this, he quickly said, "I yield." She quickly asked, "What we must fight are evil spirits, right?" He subtly bowed his head, silently confirming to himself, "She's right, I need to change my training methods." Seeing him still standing stunned in place and staring at his hands, Lowena quickly ran over and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Aegis?" As he gently rubbed Loina's head with his hand, he grinned and replied, "It's nothing." She suddenly asked suspiciously, "Oh, are you done?" He immediately confirmed, "That's right, that's right." Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel disappointed and exclaimed, "That's truly disappointing." "What's wrong? Because I lost?" He quickly denied, "No." Then he quickly added silently in his heart, "Because you didn't look at me even when we were practicing together." Soon, it was late afternoon. Thalia suddenly happily offered her congratulations. "Happy early birthday, Loina."
She smiled happily and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow." As she handed Aegis a small sword, Thalia smiled and said, "And this is a belated gift for you." He quickly took it and softly thanked her. "Thank you." Suddenly remembering something, Luina immediately asked curiously, "Huh? What about Ruby? The one you bought, did you give it to someone?" She replied a little shyly, "Rayon." As she recalled Rayon's difficult expression, Luina vaguely exclaimed, "Oh, that person?" As he reached out and pinched Luina's cheek, Aegis asked with a hint of reproach, "What do you mean, that person? You used to be closer to Jan than me when you were little. But that was when you were little. You probably don't even remember anymore." She softly announced, "I'll meet him soon."
She eagerly asked immediately when. Thalia playfully replied, when Ackland returns, perhaps?" Hearing that, she gasped in surprise. "Oh?" She seriously advised, "Don't rely on your special ability. That will deplete your energy, and when your energy is depleted, it will consume your life force." Loina couldn't help but ask curiously, "How do you know so much about special abilities?" As she touched Loina's face, Thalia seriously explained, "There's a lot of evidence that abusing special abilities leads to death, especially among the Remedio family. There have been many cases where they abused healing abilities, so you need to be careful. Survival isn't the issue, all right?" After hearing these words, Aegis subtly frowned in agreement, thinking to himself, "Tilly is right. During our training, I was determined to prevent all weaknesses, but there are still too many gaps in my defenses, and the wounds Ackland inflicted cannot be healed by healing abilities. I can't shorten Loina's and Tilly's lives just to heal my own wounds." A moment later, Loina, now tired, was resting her head on Thalia's lap. As she gently stroked her hair, she mused to herself, "Since when did this child become so stubborn? I guess it's my fault. In the original story, Loina was the only daughter and heir of this family, but now—" Then she unconsciously smiled and exclaimed, "I can't believe Loina is already 15. As he gently tucked her hair behind her ear, Aegis gently smiled and confessed, "I love you, Tilly." She couldn't help but think in disbelief. "And why are you like this?" Next she softly said, "Yes, I know." Then she continued to think to herself, "This must be my fault too."
That evening at Luina's birthday party, everyone was now cheering in unison. "Happy birthday, Luina! Make a wish before blowing out the candles." Hearing this, she quickly clasped her hands together and softly closed her eyes to make a wish. Seeing this, Thalia also quickly closed her eyes and silently prayed that perhaps Luina's wish would come true. A moment later, holding a glass of wine in his hand, Peleus gently smiled and remarked, "I can't believe my little girl is already 15 years old. I should have brought her home when she was little. Now she's truly grown up." Hearing this, Julian slightly raised an eyebrow in doubt and asked, "Why would you take my daughter away?" He calmly replied, "You already have 3 children, don't you? You could lend me your daughter." Julian asserted in a loud voice, "I won't let you take her anywhere." As she raised her glass of wine to drink, Thalia sighed and thought to herself, "To think of it, Peleus never asked if I wanted to be his daughter?"
As he handed her a plate of pastries, Mr. Peleus smiled kindly and said, "Here, Thalia." She immediately replied, "Oh, yes." Then she couldn't help but think to herself, "Even this father and son treat me like a child." Then, smiling broadly, she suggested, "Anyway, it's time for you to make your debut in high society, Loya. Isn't that appealing enough?" When Loya heard her say that, she frowned and suggested, "You and Aegis already had your coming-of-age party this year, so it would be better to wait until next year." "That's true, isn't it?" Hearing that, Aegis quickly exclaimed, "That's true, isn't it?" Loya frowned and continued, "Holding a series of major events at the same time is not good at all. Furthermore, if we start preparing right now, we won't be ready enough before winter, so your debut party would coincide with the year-end party." Seeing everyone suddenly turn to stare at her, Thalia couldn't help but wonder in confusion, thinking to herself, "Why is everyone looking at me? Oh, my coming-of-age party is this autumn. I guess my coming-of-age party and Luina's debutante ball might coincide." After thinking, Thalia suggested, "If that's what you want, you should be the center of attention at your debutante ball." Hearing her say that, Luina clasped her hands together and joyfully exclaimed, "Ah!" She didn't reply, but quickly thought to herself, in the original story, Luina's debutante ball was in winter. This must be the result of spoiling her too much. As he handed Luina the gift box, Aegis said with a beaming smile, "Look, Luina, here's your birthday present." She eagerly took the gift box, then quickly opened it to see, and joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, it's a pair of earrings just like Tilly's." He suddenly declared confidently, "I'm sure you'll have your ears pierced by the time you debut." Hearing him say that, Luina couldn't help but joyfully and quickly thank him. "Sigh, thank you, Aegis." Hearing that, Thalia unconsciously broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, "Earrings just like the ones he gave me? But Luina will get her ears pierced next month." Luina suddenly pleaded coquettishly, "I want earrings just like Sister Kerr's." She gently nodded and smiled, thinking to herself, "I guess I'll have to wear the earrings Aegis gave me last month. Ugh, he's so annoying." After thinking, Thalia handed Luina a gift box and said, "This is a gift from Jan." She asked in surprise, "For me?" Then she curiously opened the gift box and found a pair of rather precious-looking earrings inside, along with a message from Jan, which made Luina freeze and stare at it for a long time. Seeing that, Thalia burst out laughing and commented, "Ha! You guys think so alike." Aegis quickly interjected defensively. "No, the earrings Jan sent are for her debutante ball." Luina suddenly asked with a hint of anticipation, "When can I meet him?"
Thalia immediately replied, "Well, Jan will return when the second prince awakens his power. No, he won't come. Jan said he has to govern the Water Kingdom. After all, he is still the evil queen's attendant, her child. It's not that he can't come, he just doesn't want to. Rayan, Aegis, and Loina have all changed. We won't be able to see him until the third guardian awakens. The prophet is the first guardian. The second and third guardians must awaken. When the third guardian awakens, there will be an official meeting to prepare for the battle against the evil spirits. In other words, we won't see Rayan again until we are in Mao." Mr. Peleus smiled faintly and spoke, "It might be difficult for little Loina, but Aegis and Thalia must visit the kingdom, because you have all grown up. Given the current situation, we cannot let all of you leave the empire at once, but it would be better if one of you visited the neighboring kingdom."
Aegis, hearing this, involuntarily blushed and suggested, "So, Thalia?" Thalia immediately objected, "No, Aegis, you're the one who should go." He, hearing this, couldn't help but ask with a hint of surprise, "Don't you miss Jan?" She immediately replied, "Just because I miss him doesn't mean I should be the messenger. Besides, it's much more advantageous if you go." Noticing the party's atmosphere suddenly fall silent after her words, Thalia then smiled, her eyes crinkling, and explained, "And who knows, Jan might even come here. A new messenger is sent every year after all." Mr. Peleus, hearing this, smiled brightly and acknowledged, "Thalia is right. The boy might come. He's an adult now." She continued, her eyes crinkling in a smile, "I've also prepared a gift for his coming-of-age party. Perhaps I should send him a letter inviting him to visit." Mr. Julian suddenly clapped his hands once and joyfully announced, "Excellent. I have a gift for Luina now, but I can't bring it in here." Luina, hearing this, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is it?" Mr. Julian replied, his eyes crinkling in a smile, "A carriage just for you." Luina, hearing this, asked with great anticipation, "A carriage just for me? Does that mean I can go out on my own now?" He immediately replied, "Of course, but your first outing must be with me, all right?" She happily replied, "Yes, everyone feel free to go out in my carriage." Mrs. Rosanna, hearing this, smiled, her eyes narrowing, and suggested, "Why don't you go out on your father's day off, darling? I'll have to go with you another time."
Thalia offered an apologetic smile first. "I'm sorry, Luina. I'm not sure if I can go." Luina gave a slight nod and mumbled in reply, I know." Seeing this, Thalia suddenly stood up and requested, "Please excuse me for a few minutes." She then quickly walked away. Luina couldn't help but stare at Aegis in confusion. Noticing this, he also quickly spoke up, I also asked to be excused." He then quickly left to find Thalia. As soon as he saw the brown-haired maid, Aegis immediately asked, "Where is Thalia?" She replied, "Oh, she went back to her old room with her maid. She wants to adjust her waist belt." He asked in surprise, "A waist belt?" She replied, "Yes." As he went to look for her, he couldn't help but wonder, strange, Tilly's waist belt was perfectly normal. Just then, someone suddenly spoke, demanding, "Then go with my younger brother immediately. Just go meet the owner of Moose Cafe. That person will give you a false identity and money to escape." Upon hearing this, Aegis couldn't help but be stunned, thinking, "What? A false identity? Money to escape? Moose Cafe? Is that where Tilly is secretly hiding?" The maid, upon hearing this, couldn't help but say worriedly, "If you get caught, then there shouldn't be any problem. Young lady, if it weren't for you, the Count would—" Aegis quickly clenched his fists, then wondered in confusion, what on earth are they talking about? Just then a blonde maid suddenly stepped out and bumped into him. This made her turn pale and stammer, Your Highness." Immediately after, Thalia also coincidentally stepped out and asked in surprise, "Aegis?" Seeing this, the blonde maid quickly bowed and said, "Excuse me."
Thalia immediately asked, puzzled, "What are you doing here?" Aegis replied a little awkwardly, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was about to knock. Do you need to talk to the maid about something?" Thalia immediately answered, "No, I just asked her to adjust my dress." Hearing that, Aegis smiled, his eyes crinkling, and advised, "It's just a family dinner. You don't need to worry too much about it. If you're that concerned, I can help you adjust it." Pointing at him, she said in a low voice, "Forget it. I know you have ulterior motives." He laughed heartily. "Ha! You caught me." She irritably reminded him, "Don't tease me." He didn't reply, but continued to smile at her, wondering to himself, "What are you thinking, Tilly? First, I need to investigate the owner of Muse Cafe." After only a few steps, Thalia suddenly stopped and thought with a slight sense of relief. It seems he didn't hear anything. Then she quickly turned around to look at Aegis and asked, "Why are you following me?" He thought in silence for a moment, then replied with a crinkling smile, "Huh? Oh, I see your belt is still fine. Let me fasten it for you. Turn around, Tilly." Hearing that, Thalia quickly turned around to let him fasten her belt. She didn't say anything, but subtly turned her head to stare at him for a moment, then quickly turned her face forward. As soon as he finished fastening it, Aegis announced, "Done."
What did you mean when you said Jan would rule the entire kingdom? Hearing that, Thalia let out a soft sigh and replied, "Oh, Jan once said he was worried about his siblings after he left." Hearing this, he asked with a slight hesitation, "But you and Lowena are also Jan's siblings, aren't you?" She quickly clarified, "But he also has another sibling." He couldn't help but wonder and ask, "What on earth is he thinking?" She calmly expressed, "I can tell you what Jan is thinking and what he wants, but don't you think it would be better to ask him directly?" He asked with a hint of suspicion, "Are you suggesting that you want me to go to the kingdom to meet Jan?" She gently closed her eyes and suggested, "You should go meet him yourself." Then she quickly thought to herself, "The world Aegis lives in is a world full of goodness, so seeing the world Jan lives in would be a good experience for him." Aegis suddenly asked with a hint of curiosity, "Don't you miss Jan?"
Thalia smiled faintly in confirmation. Of course. He then added, "I miss him a lot too." She quickly suggested, "Then go meet him. You can go another time." He quickly asked, "Tilly, do you think it would be okay if Jan never came back to us?" Placing a hand over her chest, Thalia bowed her head slightly and replied, "I respect my friend's decisions." He suddenly speculated, "He's your friend, not your brother?" She calmly smiled and asked back, "Then what should I consider him? One of the 4 vassals?" He couldn't help but ask, perplexed, "How can you call him one of the 4 vassals when there aren't even 4 of them? There's barely just Chamber and Jan." She casually crossed her arms and replied, "We're still looking." Aegis chuckled and asked back, "You're still recruiting vassals after 15 years? Thalia nonchalantly replied, "I have high standards, so I can't just pick anyone." He quickly pointed at his own face, then curiously asked, "What about me? Can I become one of your vassals?" She suddenly raised one eyebrow, then smiled teasingly and replied, "I don't need a vassal who always argues with me." Hearing that, Aegis's eyes crinkled in a smile as he playfully asked, "Then what about a prince taken hostage? I'm the best hostage you could find." She immediately declined. "No need, thank you." No sooner had Thalia finished speaking than Aegis immediately placed a kiss on her forehead, making her extremely shy as she quickly covered her forehead with her hand and loudly complained, "I can't believe you." He calmly smiled, his eyes crinkling, and suggested, "Then instead, I'll kidnap the wicked queen."
She shyly asked immediately, "Why?" He smiled and replied, "I don't know, perhaps to conquer the world?" She couldn't help but suggest dejectedly, "Forget about it." He casually stated, "Actually, I thought about kissing your neck when I was adjusting your belt, but I held back and kissed your forehead instead." Her face flushed crimson as she shyly chided, "You're truly detestable." He calmly asked back, "Could it be that you prefer a kiss on the neck?" She shyly yelled, "Oh, don't be so weird." She then hastily turned and left, secretly wondering to herself, "He's been here for over a month now. How much longer does he intend to stay? What if the plan gets messed up because of Aegis? No, everything will be fine. He won't be a problem at all. Everything will still go according to plan. But what if the plan succeeds, yet in the end nothing changes? Even so, I can't just sit by and watch things happen." Seeing Thalia leave, Aegis not only didn't try to stop her, but also watched her figure disappear, then mused to himself, "She definitely wants to hide something." As he handed a stack of documents to Aegis, Russo reported with a slight smile, "This is the information we've gathered about the Muse Cafe."
Aegis quickly took the stack of documents, then hastily opened them to read, and couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity, "Sage, was he once part of an intelligence guild?" He then quickly thought to himself, about his past, "We believe he was on the information management side." An image flashed through Aegis's mind, Sage smiling while carrying a steaming cup of coffee. The apron Sage wore exuded the calm, warm demeanor of a small shop owner. Russo continued, "Recently he's been buying and selling quite a lot of land, but there's something unusual about it. Most of these plots are worthless, and they're deep in the mountains." As soon as he finished speaking, Aegis's gaze dropped slightly, with unconcealed worry in his eyes. Then he spoke, "Do you think he needs to handle something discreetly, something he doesn't want anyone to notice?" Hearing this, Russo paused, confused, not quite understanding. "Not wanting attention, what do you mean?" Aegis replied, "Because it's in the mountains." Before he could finish, Russo interrupted, raising an eyebrow as he explained, "While other guilds operate in the shadows, the intelligence guild he once belonged to is quite reputable. It has no criminal record whatsoever. If you truly want something from them, the worst you could get is probably a fake identity." Aegis's spacious study was clearly visible, every piece of furniture meticulously chosen, notably a towering bookshelf filled with various books, several treasure chests, and glittering gold middles reflecting the light, bearing witness to a glorious past. Hearing Russo's words, an idea suddenly resonated in his mind, a false identity. Russo's steady voice rang out, "The person who needs to handle things smoothly without attracting attention can only be the Duke, and recruiting outstanding individuals is also quite common in intelligence agencies. Is that so? That's right, he has an unusual background, but if he does good work, I would hire him too. Looking at the coffee business, his business acumen is not bad at all. Hearing this, he raised a hand to his chin, his gaze distant, thinking about something, his eyes gleaming with scrutiny. Tilly has always been saving money, and now a false identity. Is she planning to run away? Breaking from his thoughts, he spoke up. Russo, I need to meet him. The man named Sage? Yes. Seeing this, Russo was slightly worried and hesitantly asked, This isn't difficult, but what if Miss Thalia finds out?
Will she be angry? Who knows? I can't possibly understand what she's thinking. But you are one of the investors, so it's not strange that you want to know who is working for you. Perhaps she'll just let it go. Hearing that, Aegis rubbed his head, closed his eyes and sighed, his face full of weariness. Then he opened his eyes, looked at something, and slowly said, That's even more terrifying. At a grand, majestic, and luxurious mansion, adorned with dark, somber tones that exuded solemnity and power. Inside the mansion, Julian, holding a file, walked along the long red carpet, cheerfully humming a tune. The person walking behind him could only look on helplessly. Then he spoke up, gently reminding him, Duke, I understand you're very excited about the outing with Lady Lowena, but please exercise restraint as we are in a council meeting. Hearing that, Julian stopped abruptly, turned his face back, his eyes full of annoyance, and replied, Why? These recent council meetings only make my blood boil. What's restraint? The companion could only helplessly exclaim, Duke! Julian continued walking, speaking again as if emphasizing each word. Those old men always want to kill me. Really, I even wish... His sentence hung in the air as his hands gently knocked on the large wooden door in front of him.
Upon entering, Julian's face immediately changed. He hugged the stack of documents, his face lit up with joy, and with a bright smile, he cheerfully greeted, Good afternoon, everyone. Seeing Julian like that, the reaction in the room was entirely predictable. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, faces reflecting surprise and bewilderment. Then one person stood up and said, You seem very happy today, Duke. Do you perhaps have some good news? Julian took a seat and responded, The good news is I won't have to see your face tomorrow, as it's my day off. Hearing the reply, the man chuckled, stroking his mustache, and responded, I suppose you're right. It's been a long time since you've rested, so please enjoy your day off. We'll only be apart for one day, after all. Julian smiled brightly and replied, Do I have any other choice but to continue working with you for the Empire's benefit? But inwardly his face darkened as he silently cursed the disgusting mustache. The banter continued, though it hardly seemed friendly, every word a veiled jab, hidden beneath a diplomatic veneer. I'll miss your mustache when I'm off for a day. Oh, how flattered I am. I shall also miss your graceful bearing. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Seeing the two of them like that, the others fell silent, their faces showing worry and confusion, quietly standing and observing. The person who had been walking behind him earlier approached and leaned close to his ear, speaking in a voice just loud enough for the two of them to hear, quietly reminding him, Duke, I told you to exercise restraint, not to start a fight. Please control yourself. Julian frowned in annoyance. Glaring at the person behind him, he replied, But that bastard started it first. The other person retorted helplessly, I'd say you were the one who started it. He angrily retorted. His mere gaze was an invitation to a challenge. I don't like anyone talking about my appearance, yet he kept going on and on. Pausing for a moment, seeing the man continue to smile, Julian wondered, thinking to himself, But why is he smiling so much today? People often say that individuals act differently than usual when they are about to die. If he truly wants to die, I only wish I could be the one to finish him off. The next day, at the majestic royal mansion with its exquisite architecture, exuding luxury and power. Inside, Thalia paced back and forth, seemingly anxious about something. She gently rested her hand on her cheek, thinking to herself, Today was the day. Meanwhile, a small figure was slowly moving across the yard. It was Lonia, with short blonde hair, wearing a pink dress with intricate lace detailing that highlighted her cuteness. Her clear eyes gently looked around, as she thought this was her first outing in her own private carriage. But Mother was busy, and so was Tilly. It was nice to go out with Father. I just wish everyone could come along. Just then, a gentle voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Lonia suddenly turned around, her sparkling eyes widening upon seeing a familiar figure. Lonia softly called out, Tilly. Hearing this, Thalia smiled gently, her face soft. Then she stepped forward and embraced Lonia, a gentle, warm hug. Then Thalia spoke. I'll come with you. Hearing this, Lonia froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up, and she joyfully exclaimed, Really?
Without a word, she just smiled and gently nodded in reply. Her gentle voice rang out, "I'll come along too." As soon as she heard this, Luina's eyes immediately lit up as if a small flame had just been kindled. She smiled radiantly, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Really?" She nodded, her lips curving into a soft smile, as if in confirmation. Then, as if realizing something, the joy on Luina's face momentarily faltered, a slight worry spreading in her eyes as she hesitantly spoke. "But what about your work? You said you were busy." She happily replied, her gentle voice carrying reassurance. "I finished early, so I can go out with you now." Hearing this, Luina became cheerful again. Then Luina spoke up. "It would be wonderful if you came along next time, too." She smiled brightly, gently stroking Luina's face with an affectionate and loving gesture. "Then I'll come with you next time, too." Thalia's hand touched her ear, and she asked, "Do you have earrings now?" Luina beamed. "That's right. These are the earrings Aegis gave me. They're so beautiful." Suddenly, Julian appeared and embraced the two of them, still looking enthusiastic, smiling brightly as he said, "My goddess and my princess, come give your father a hug."
"Sir," Luina immediately asked, "Father, where is Aegis?" Hearing that name, Julian's face clouded over, his mouth twisting as if it were a familiar annoyance. He spoke up, "Just leave the boy be," while a woman cheerfully replied, "Aegis had an urgent matter to attend to." "Really? How strange." "There's nothing strange about it. What's truly strange is that the boy has been staying at our house for over a month." Hearing that, Luina thought to herself, "Father really doesn't like things being arranged, does he?" Luina, seeing this, softly replied, "I suppose so." Then her eyes idly followed the figures of her two loved ones, thinking to herself, "Sister Tilly and father are dressed so similarly today." The grand gates of the mansion gradually appeared before them, a row of straight black columns leading into the grounds. A voice rang out, "Well then, shall we get into the carriage?" The carriage was already moving, the steady clatter of its wheels echoing on the dirt road. Inside the carriage, Luina happily hummed a gentle tune. Julian, seeing her joy, asked, "Do you like this carriage so much, my dear princess?" Luina replied with a beaming smile, "Because it's my very own carriage. I like it even more. And besides, this is my first picnic trip by carriage." While laughing, Luina suddenly noticed Tilly's silence and turned to her, asking curiously, "Tilly, do you feel nauseous?" Tilly quickly replied, "Of course not. We've only just left." "Let me open the window a little," Luina offered. Thalia stopped her. "Open it later. You'll let dust in." "That's true." Julian looked at Thalia, his eyes also showing a hint of worry. "Tilly, are you all right? You look very pale."
She replied softly, as if to reassure him, "Yes, I'm fine. I just feel a little nauseous. It's nothing." Julian suggested, "Should we stop for a bit?" She smiled faintly and replied, "No, it's better to rest once we get there." Despite saying that, her heart was filled with worry. "Oh dear, I can't believe it. Is it that obvious? I wish this would just pass." Julian's voice spoke up, "We'll be there in 10 minutes. Perhaps we shouldn't have gone so far in the first place." Suddenly, she reached out and took Luina's hand. At that very moment, Julian froze, his gaze fixed on something unusual outside the window. She suddenly hugged Luina tightly. The carriage abruptly stopped. Outside, the forest appeared under a high, deep blue sky, creating a majestic natural landscape that, however, concealed unknown dangers. Unsure of what was happening, Julian and Thalia both held Luina tightly. Their eyes flashed with extreme tension.
Blood began to seep through Julian's back, wetting his clothes. Julian softly reassured her, "It's all right." Lohia exclaimed in a panic, "Tilly, your father's back is bleeding." Tilly cried out worriedly, "Father!" Seeing this, Julian smiled brightly and spoke gently to comfort her. "It's all right. It hurts a little, but it's just a small wound." She stood silently, her heart heavy. But in the original story, father wasn't injured protecting us. Then the coachman's voice rang out in a panic. "Duke, young lady, are you all right?" Her face grew serious, and she said, "It might be more dangerous if we stay in the carriage, so we need to get out immediately. Quickly open the way for us." "Yes, young lady." The carriage door was pulled open, and the coachman called out, "Everyone, please climb out one by one." She suddenly called out to Julian, "Father!" Then she whispered something into his ear. Julian replied after listening, "My dear." Immediately after, she stood up and stepped out first. Then she turned back, extending her hand to Lohia. "I'll pull you up. Come on, Lohia." She nodded. Just then an arrow flew swiftly, embedding itself directly into her neck. Her body fell, her clothes soaked red with blood. Lohia froze, her heart seemingly stopped. "Tilly!" His hands trembled as he caught his daughter, blood staining his hands red. "My dear!" Blood gushed out, staining her white clothes.
Julian trembled and cried out, "No, my child, you cannot die." The scream echoed throughout the forest where snipers and carriage guards were. Beneath the tall, majestic mansion, towering against the clear blue sky, a pink-haired girl stood silently looking up. Her beautiful face and body bore wounds, her hair was disheveled, and her eyes gleamed with some thought. She then recalled, memories flooding back, to that tea party where Thalia's voice rang out like a carefully prearranged warning.
On the day Marquis Yggdrasil organizes our assassination, I will send a few people to you. By doing so, go to the Imperial Palace and inform the Emperor or Aegis or anyone about Marquis Yggdrasil's crimes. If you act as if you know nothing of what happened, it will be even more convincing. The crime of factionalism from long ago will be abolished, so you will not be an accomplice and will not be punished.
Helena asked anxiously, "What about my family?" Thalia sighed, her voice steady, as if recounting a story whose ending was already known. "Just emphasize the crimes your father committed, but state that for the sake of justice you cannot follow in his footsteps. Then demand that they punish your father for bringing disgrace upon the family." As soon as those words were uttered, Helena felt as if she had been struck a powerful blow to her spirit. She froze, her face paling. Panic and fear were evident in her eyes. Thalia's voice continued steadily. "Only then can you save the family of Marquis Yggdrasil." She calmly sipped her tea, continuing, Well, although the Marquis title will no longer exist, we will help you maintain your noble status and some assets. But, or do you want your mother and siblings to end up on the streets?" Hearing this, Helena lowered her head, her thoughts swirling like a storm within her. Thalia's voice continued, "And if my mother, Countess Enfield, wishes to execute Marquis Yggdrasil, kneel and beg her to allow you to personally carry out his execution, understand?" Helena's entire body stiffened, and she replied softly, "Will I really have to personally kill my own father if that happens?" Thalia calmly replied, "No, just show your weakness and timidity. She's not the type of person to make a young lady close to her daughter's age pay for a crime she didn't commit. I'm sure she'll be lenient and won't kill Marquis Yggdrasil immediately. At the very least, she won't kill him in front of you."
Helena spoke softly. "So what you're telling me is that my father will die at the hands of the Count because he deliberately assassinated the Duke. Is this his destiny?" The atmosphere grew heavy. A silence fell. No one spoke. After a long silence, Helena finally said, "I understand." Thalia, sipping her tea, offered another option. "If things don't go according to our plan, go to the Muse Cafe and say you're looking for a job. You just need to do that, and I will arrange a new identity for your family and also a way for you to survive. Of course, I cannot take care of you for your entire life. You will still have to find a way to stand on your own 2 feet." Hearing these words, Helena's face showed a mix of sadness and worry. She then uttered something, but it was unclear what, as if she couldn't form the words. Thalia spoke sternly, concluding with a warning. "Very well. You won't have many luxuries in life, and things won't be easy. Don't forget that, Helena." Returning to the present, Helena stood there, deep in thought, her eyes serious. Lady Thalia had, after all, been right about everything, and indeed her father had sent spies into the Duke's household. Today he would... Helena's hand involuntarily clenched, as if showing determination. 2 guards at the mansion gate stopped her. One of them spoke, his eyes wary. "Lady, what brings you here?" She began to speak, playing the role of a pitiful supplicant, her voice trembling. I must speak with His Majesty immediately."
Duke Remedio is in danger. The mansion stood again, still exuding its dignified, luxurious aura. Inside, news quickly reached the council chamber. Someone bowed and whispered the report to him. "Your Majesty, Marquis Yggdrasil's daughter is here." No sooner had the words ended than the large door suddenly burst open. Helena's loud cry rang out, "Your Majesty!" Peleus quickly spoke up, "Lady Helena, we are in the middle of a council meeting. You have no business here." Helena did not back down, saying with a voice full of determination, "You must find Duke Remedio immediately." "What are you talking about?" "My father is plotting to assassinate the Duke today." Hearing this, Rosanna and Peleus were both stunned, their faces paling. Helena immediately bent down and knelt on the cold floor, crying out in supplication, "I beg you, please stop my father and save the Duke, Your Majesty." Back in Julian's carriage with Thalia and Luina, Julian was tightly holding an unconscious body in his arms, trembling as he desperately called out to her, "No, my child, you must not die."
An arrow pierced Thalia's neck, blood stained her white garment red, even soaking into Julian's trembling hands. Julian trembled with fear, tears welling up as he held her tightly, exclaiming, "No, no, my child." Suddenly, her hand gently rose, pointing towards Luina. A dazzling light spread between Luina's hands. She was startled, crying out anxiously, "Father." He froze, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Impossible, Luina has awakened her abilities. He recalled their earlier conversation. "Tilly, are you really all right? You look so pale."
"Yes, I'm fine. I just feel a little nauseous. It's nothing." Recalling that conversation, his heart tightened. Did she know this would happen? But if she knew, why didn't she stop it? Her whispered words to him then were, "Father, if anything happens, stop Luina. Using excessive energy is akin to sacrificing one's life. Tilly didn't want Luina's lifespan to be shortened to save her." Julian gently laid her down. Indeed, whether Tilly knew this would happen or not no longer mattered. Then he turned to Luina, his gaze gentle yet resolute, and spoke to her.
Lowena, listen carefully. We must save Tilly. Save Tilly. You are the only one who can save her, Lowena. When I remove the arrow, use your energy to heal her. Hearing this, Lowena thought to herself, energy. But then, as if a flash of light streaked through her mind, she seemed to understand. Her expression grew serious, her eyes resolute. Without further hesitation, Julian pulled out the arrow, and then a brilliant surge of energy from Julian flared brightly, pouring into the wound on Miss Thalia. The light spread, like a radiant, warm, and soft glow. The wound stopped bleeding. Lowena focused on using her energy. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lowena. Julian, his face full of worry, urged, enough, you can stop, she's all right now. Lowena, hearing this, asked again, really? He gently nodded in response. Then he thought to himself, all we can do now is hope she will be all right. In the vast forest, the bodyguard's voice rang out, the assassin has fled.
Julian said sternly, commanding, arrange for a few knights to escort Lowena. In case of any unforeseen events, her safety must be paramount. The bodyguard received the order and bowed. He continued, saying, I will stay here and protect Thalia, father. He then turned to Lowena, his gaze tender and urgent as he reminded her, Lowena, Tilly cannot ride a horse. At the very least, we need to get you to safety first. You must leave this place, Lowena. It's the only way you can survive, for in the future, you will have to fight evil spirits. Lowena's eyes were still brimming with tears upon hearing this. Then she hugged him tightly. At that very moment, a voice rang out from the forest. Sir, it's Knight Helios.
Rosanna's stern face appeared as she rode her horse, galloping towards them. Inside the mansion, Aegis stood before Peleus and spoke. Please allow me to personally apprehend Marquis Yggdrasil. Peleus sternly replied, no. But before he could speak further, he slammed his seal onto the paper, firmly stating, you will remain at the palace and wait until I give the order. He immediately replied, yes, father, I will wait here. Peleus's expression darkened, and he sighed. Just then, a voice called out, Your Majesty. Hearing this, he immediately asked, are the Duke and his daughter still safe? The butler bowed and began to explain the situation. The Duke and his daughter have returned to the mansion with the Helios Knights. An explosion occurred on their carriage, the carriage overturned, and they were ambushed. Hearing this, his heart seemed to skip a beat. He then anxiously asked, were there any casualties? There were no casualties, but the Duke and Lady Thalia were injured. A look of worry crossed his face as he asked, are their injuries serious? The Duke's injuries are not concerning, but Lady Thalia was shot in the throat with an arrow. Hearing this, Aegis froze, his face drained of color, his expression darkening. He asked in a chilling voice, where was she shot? What happened? The butler, questioned, trembled as he replied, she was hit by an arrow in the throat, but Lady Lowena awakened her powers and saved Lady Thalia's life. As soon as the words finished, Aegis said nothing more and immediately ran off.
Peleus rested his head in his hands, his face grim. So Marquis Yggdrasil had intentionally tried to assassinate Julian, but instead Thalia was struck by an arrow in the throat, and Leola awakened her abilities. His mind was in turmoil. How could this have happened? Damn it, this is infuriating. He slammed his hand hard on the table, causing the worried butler to exclaim, Your Majesty! Peleus picked up the document. He spoke, follow the Crown Prince and tell him to take charge of investigating this matter. Also, send the royal physician to the ducal residence. Yes, Your Majesty. At least the boy would maintain his composure if given the important task of investigation. Outside in the corridor, the butler stepped out and called to him, Your Highness, His Majesty has entrusted you with full authority to investigate this incident. Hearing this, Aegis sighed. He then spoke, Russo, first we must apprehend the assassin. Search the entire forest and close the city gates. Russo immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness. Aegis turned and walked away, asking further, What about Lady Helena? She has returned to the ducal residence with the Helios Knights.
So, I should go to the Duke's mansion first. I need to find complete evidence before interrogating Marquis Yggdrasil. Hearing him say that, Russo didn't respond, his face looking worried about something. Aegis noticed something was amiss. He stopped and asked, What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? Russo hesitated, then replied, This reminds me of 15 years ago. Back then, we also went looking for evidence when we already knew who the culprit was. Of course, that time we found out who the culprit was thanks to Lady Helena's confession. Due to that incident, we only knew it was because of the prophet's prophecy. He turned around, continued walking, and casually replied, Thinking about that is useless. Russo continued, Yes, Your Highness, I will prepare the carriage, and I will also cancel your meeting with the owner of Café Muse today. Upon hearing about the cancelled meeting, he stopped abruptly. Then he spoke up. Wait, what? He pondered for a moment, recalling past events. Back then, we also went looking for evidence when we already knew who the culprit was. If I didn't know Marquis Yggdrasil was the culprit, where would I start the investigation? I would start the investigation from the Duke's mansion. An explosion occurred on the carriage, meaning the culprit knew where they were going. A spy. The maid had fled when Lady Helena and Thalia met, and Lowena's awakening. As if realizing something, Aegis spoke up. Check if any servants are missing from the Duke's household. Yes, Your Highness.
He clenched his fist, his face stern, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, cold light. And before going to the Duke's mansion, I need to stop by Café Muse. Aegis talked to himself. Thalia, you already know something. Why are you keeping quiet about this?
Sager Osborne is the grandson of Baron Osborne. Sager has golden brown hair and a handsome, refined face. A brown apron over his simple shirt further accentuated his quiet and polite demeanor. A mental image of Sager's family emerged, in which his grandfather was the only one who always cared for him until his death. That period passed like a cruel blow. Sager witnessed his parents constantly fighting and drinking, and he realized that this household would soon collapse within 3 years. Realizing there was no chance to revive the family, he abandoned his parents and the Osborne name and began a nomadic life on the streets. He frantically accumulated money and joined a guild, thereby accumulating little by little. The next thing known about him was that he had been a mid-level manager of the guild.
One day, everything changed. In a room, he stood facing 2 people. Suddenly, the man approached him, smiling brightly and introducing with a confident voice. What about this one? He is meticulous, agile, and enthusiastic. Above all, he is very good at taking care of himself. I believe he meets all the requirements you mentioned. Hearing this, Sage briefly glanced at the opposite side, his eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. He thought to himself, a girl. Suddenly, the man spoke up. She's looking for a slave who is both hardworking and valuable for the next 10 years. Hearing this, her voice began to ring out. A slave? Slavery was abolished long ago. I just want someone who can handle all my dirty work. Sage, hearing this, looked weary and muttered to himself, someone who can handle all her dirty work. Isn't that the same thing? Snapping out of his thoughts, Sage quickly spoke up. What exactly is going on? The man chuckled, casually replying, What do you think? You've been sold, of course. He froze, surprised. Huh? What did you just say? You once said you were the son of a noble. Sage, feeling helpless, replied, Not a son, I am the grandson of a noble. The man chuckled and replied something. Sage sighed wearily, explaining, My family has fallen, and I've also been reported missing. Unexpectedly. Isn't there a way for you to return to your family? Her voice rang out, making Sage flinch slightly. A silence fell. No one spoke. Then she continued, There is still a way. What is your family name? The Osborne.
She was surprised. Osborne, he used to be a baron. A baron, Sage thought to himself, crossing his arms. She must be a high-ranking noble, at least the daughter of an earl. She began to speak, outlining the terms of employment. I need someone who can prove their identity and is competent. If you work for me for 10 years, I will give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life and help you restore your noble status. Sage crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, I'm not interested in nobility. She replied, Really? Then just take the money. So can I consider this our first contract? Back to the present. In the Muse Cafe, the atmosphere was unusually silent. Aegis, with a serious expression, asked, You don't know who Thalia is? Sage, sitting opposite him, chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing as he replied, Well, I know her very well.
She is a regular customer at our shop, a counter displaying various pastries. Hearing that, his face darkened, his eyes sharp and cold. A customer? Seeing that look, Sage instinctively felt a chill and replied, Yes, she is Duke Remedio's daughter, and she also really likes coffee. Then Sage thought to himself, this man had come to the cafe a few times with Lady Thalia before, but now he looks like a completely different person. I don't like that look in his eyes. He's not particularly loyal. Aegis continued, Has anyone come looking for work recently? Ah, yes there has. Do you remember what she looked like? She? No, it was a man. Just then, Russo leaned down and whispered something to him. Immediately after, Aegis stood up, grabbed Sage by the collar, his face contorted with clear anger. Seeing this, Russo quickly intervened. Oh dear, I beg you, sir. Lady Thalia will be furious with you. This is her person after all. Sage, held by the collar, his face showing discomfort, gritted his teeth, and a thought flashed through his mind. So the real owner is Duke Remedio's daughter. I had a hunch indeed. The image of Thalia and the fake identity of Cinderella appeared. Aegis calmly replied, How can she be angry with me when she's walking the line between life and death? Dead? Aegis then turned, his voice cold, and continued to ask, Then tell me, where are her cousins? Sage cried out in panic. What the hell? Aegis frowned, staring at Sage without a reply. Sage shivered, his eyes full of helplessness, tears falling, and he choked out, I'll tell you everything you want. Please spare me. In his heart, Sage sighed repeatedly. I'm so sorry, boss, but it was never said to be a secret, and this man is going crazy.
In a simply designed high-rise apartment building, a voice called out, Mia, aren't you going to work? That call made her groggily wake up. Mia immediately sat up and sighed. I told you, Mom, I'm off today. Mom replied, Oh, really? Well, come out and have breakfast then. What's for breakfast? Kimchi stew. Hearing that, she let out an excited sound. A corner of the room came into view, with wooden bookshelves placed next to the window. The early morning sunlight streamed through the glass pane, illuminating neatly arranged items, from plants to books, creating a warm and peaceful scene. On the table, with many simple yet nutritious dishes for breakfast, Mia and her family members chatted happily. Mia and her brother exchanged glances, likely vying for a tasty dish. Her parents could only sit and laugh helplessly. When she managed to eat something she'd won from her brother, she smiled brightly, radiant with victory. After breakfast, Mia sat alone, enjoying herself and working at a small cafe. As she drank, she thought, "It's great to be able to come to a cafe while everyone else has to go to work. Which novel should I continue writing?" A file appeared with the title, "The Perfect Ending for the Perfect Character." I've already written a happy ending for this work. Should I write a sad ending this time? Suddenly, a determined female voice rang out. No. Standing before Mia was Thalia. She continued, "I won't continue this story anymore." Mia, bewildered, asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Mia June, haven't you returned yet?" Hearing that, Mia's heart seemed to skip a beat. In that moment, reality and vague memories began to intertwine. In the small cafe, Thalia's voice rang out clearly and decisively. "You are really not going back, Mia." Hearing this, Mia's mouth slightly parted in confusion. "What do you mean?" Thalia replied, "You can call yourself June Mia, and I am Thalia, but drawing a clear distinction between us is truly impossible and meaningless, simply because your life has ended. That doesn't mean we are no longer June Mia. Thalia is also important."
Just like Mia, the words resonated like a powerful blow, leaving Mia stunned, her face darkening. Thalia continued, her voice unwavering. "Mia, you need to be accountable to your conscience. Listen carefully and awaken your conscience. You are responsible for the world you have created. But don't use that as an excuse to ignore those who love you. Don't pretend you're okay just because your life is over. No parent wants that." As soon as Thalia finished speaking, Mia lost her composure, sprang to her feet, and yelled, "Shut up! Don't preach to me! I know everything!" Thalia didn't back down, standing up and yelling back, "If you know, then wake up and go apologize to your parents right now." June Mia, hearing her name spoken with such decisiveness, closed her eyes. Then a gentle glow began to emanate around her. The space of a room appeared, Mia having transmigrated into the novel, becoming Thalia. She thought to herself, "How much time has passed?" Thalia lay on a large bed covered with pristine white sheets, and she gently turned to her side. Before her eyes were two familiar figures, Rosanna and Lowena, both with their heads bowed, as if waiting for her to wake up.
At that moment, Thalia seemed to sense something, and she looked up, her eyes still brimming with tears. She thought to herself, "Thalia." Seeing her awake, Lowena immediately approached and directed energy at her neck. Thalia cried out in alarm in her mind, "What are you doing? No, you can't use energy like that." Afterwards, Rosanna also suddenly jolted awake, her face momentarily filled with worry as she cried out, "Tilly!" A moment later, the butler, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "It seems her vocal cords have been damaged." Rosanna fell silent for a moment before replying, her face showing a mix of worry and fear. "Could it be that she won't be able to speak anymore?" The butler replied, "In fact, there's still a possibility of recovery, so we can only wait and observe. However, the wound on her neck has healed, so everyone needn't worry about that." Hearing this, Rosanna let out a sigh of relief, feeling partly eased, but a deep line of worry still creased her face. Suddenly, Julian's voice rang out, "Tilly!" His face was filled with extreme worry and fear. Seeing this, Thalia's heart seemed to skip a beat. He quickly stepped forward and sat down, tears beginning to fall from his eyes. Seeing this, she whispered to herself, her mind in turmoil, "I should comfort Father. I have to do something. But I am just a character who never truly existed. I was given Thalia's life, so I must be responsible for it. However, for the past 20 years, I haven't considered Thalia and her family as truly existing people because of that thought. I'm sorry. I love you all." Night fell, and moonlight illuminated the castle, creating an air of mystery. In the room, Thalia lay awake. She tried to practice making sounds.
But suddenly a hand gently took her, stopping her. "Don't speak." It was Aegis, sitting there, his face dark, his gaze profound. Aegis slowly spoke. "Your vocal cords have been severely damaged, so the quickest way to recover is not to speak. It seems you have nothing to say at the moment, do you?" Aegis glanced at her wrist. "You've lost weight, and it's only been a week." Hearing that, Thalia was surprised. "A week already?" Aegis's voice remained steady. "After you first woke up, you immediately fell back asleep, and although you've woken up a few times, you've mostly been in a deep sleep. You've made everyone very worried about you, you know?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "We've caught the culprit. Furthermore, we've released Marquis Aggresso. because his family, Lady Helena, saved the entire family by completely ruining it, although their title has been reduced to Viscount. What do you think? Hearing that, she sighed, her heart heavy. What now?
Aegis's voice rang out again. Do you want to sleep more? Her servants and brother have run away, so don't worry. Even if they're caught, they still want to tell you that everything is fine. Aegis gave a cold laugh. Why did you do that? Never mind. Don't worry about anything else. I'll let you sleep. He placed his hand on her face. You can't even speak. And anyway, things between us aren't as simple as before. His voice deepened. I'll wait until you tell me yourself, but I won't let you leave me easily. In the silent night, the dark sky resembled an endless velvet expanse, dotted with countless twinkling stars like drops of light falling from eternity. Below, the magnificent castle still stood tall, proud in the dead of night. In Thalia's quiet room, Aegis sat silently beside her bed. A flood of unnamed thoughts filled Aegis's mind. I need to make sure she eats properly again. Thanks to Lowena, Tilly had finally recovered her health in just a few months. He quietly closed his eyes, his eyelids dark and heavy with accumulated fatigue.
Thoughts kept surfacing. Currently, Lowena is the heir to the Remedio ducal family, so where will you go, Tilly? Surely the prophecy you received is probably related to this accident, but that's not it, is it? Aegis burst into tears, drops falling down his cheeks. Just then, her slender hand gently rested on his, like a warm and gentle comfort. Aegis flinched slightly, seeing she was still awake, and softly said, I told you to get more sleep. On the back of his hand, Thalia slowly wrote soft words, Don't cry. He understood and quickly replied, with a hint of gentle reproach, You're the one making me cry, Tilly. She responded by writing on his hand, I know, but don't cry alone. Aegis softly spoke, Do you know I planned to cry once you were asleep? You understand me so well, yet I know nothing about you. That's what I'm afraid of, Tilly. Seeing this, she immediately sat up, her eyes fixed on him. In that moment, all of Aegis's defenses completely crumbled. Other things are fine, but you must not die. He buried his face in the bed, his shoulders trembling with each long suppressed sob. Don't die, Tilly. Stay with me. Thalia silently embraced him. It was already morning, the sky a deep blue, signaling the start of a new day. In her room, everyone sat around her bed, attentively watching the butler. The butler's voice rang out, calm as ever. She is now fully conscious. Her condition is also stable, so there's nothing to worry about. Just make sure she doesn't overexert herself for a while. Hearing this, Thalia nodded, offering a gentle smile instead of words to comfort everyone. Afterward, the door was closed.
Julian began to speak, a hint of worry on his face. So Tilly, can you tell us what the first prophecy is? We hoped you would tell us yourself, but we can't wait any longer. Hearing this, a hint of sadness crossed Thalia's face, her eyelashes trembling slightly as if in hesitation. She knew this moment would come sooner or later.
Seeing her expression, he gently continued, You know Lowena will awaken her abilities, don't you? She sighed, thinking to herself, There's no denying it. Then she wrote the prophecies on paper and held it up for Julian and Rosanna to read. It read, What you've received isn't exactly a prophecy. It's more like a request. A request? What kind of request? A request to change the future and save the world. Aegis spoke up, asking, What about the future? In the future, the protectors will be in danger and killed by humans before the battle against the demons takes place. Rosanna asked, her gaze heavy, You mentioned protectors. Are you saying situations like this will happen again? She nodded slightly, her face momentarily tinged with sadness. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. No one spoke, as if silently grasping the gravity of what was being revealed. Suddenly, Lowena spoke, tears starting to fall. But why? Thalia thought to herself, Because this is my writing style. Lowena continued, Does someone want this world to collapse? And what about after us? The villain who wants to destroy this world is Rayan, the male lead in the original work, and this world itself created him that way. There's no one else, Lowena. Lowena was distraught. How could this happen? We are the protectors. Everyone knows this world will collapse without us. Hearing Lowena's words, no one spoke. Everyone's gaze fell. That's because of the selfishness of someone who doesn't value the lives of others.
Seeing those words, Lowena said angrily, But how can one be so careless with other people's lives? That's terrible. But that's what everyone thinks. So what should we do now? When will this happen again? Hearing that, she pondered, then wrote down on paper the sentence, I'm not sure I want to tell everyone. Why not? If people try to prevent something from happening, something worse will happen. Lowena sprang to her feet, angrily saying, What could be worse than you almost dying? Unable to bear it any longer, Lowena burst into tears. Aegis gently led her outside. The moment the door closed, a voice rang out, Mom and Dad, I love you. Within the mansion's grounds, lush with greenery, and a large fountain gurgling from above into the water, creating a gentle melody amidst the tranquil nature, Aegis walked Lowena through the grounds,
Lowena spoke in a melancholic tone. If it hadn't been for Tilly, Dad and I might have lost our lives. Aegis responded, That's certainly possible. Lowena sighed softly. She continued slowly, her voice laden with emotion. It's quite ironic. Everyone wants us to protect the world, but they themselves are destroying the very reason we want to protect it. And I'm really angry. Even if things go according to their plans, Tilly would still save the world to protect Mom, regardless of whether she has the power or not.
As soon as she finished speaking, she bent down and burst into tears. Aegis said nothing, just stood there gently rubbing Loina's back, as if offering comfort. A moment later, Loina called out, Aegis? What should I do now? Hearing this, a hint of sadness crossed his face, and his gaze became distant. Then he spoke softly. Before you decide, you must cast aside all your personal standards and determine what your most important goal is. After that, arrange everything you want to do and everything you need to eliminate, and also prepare yourself mentally for the possibility of failure. His words were truly a piece of advice for Loina. Aegis gently placed a hand on her shoulder and continued, We may be guardians, but we don't need to protect everything in this world, and we don't have to do it just because we want to. We must live to protect what is important to us, just like everyone else. Hearing this, Loina clenched her fists and said, I want to protect my family and you. Hearing those words, Aegis smiled faintly, a warm, gentle light flickering in his eyes, and replied, Me too. She held a bowl of dark herbal medicine in her hand. It emitted a strong, bitter smell that made her nauseous and disgusted. Aegis sat beside her, and seeing her expression, he began to chuckle and tease. Should I tell the Duke or the Count about that servant? Thalia heard this, frowned, and muttered, Leave me alone. Without waiting, Thalia closed her eyes and drank the entire bowl of medicine in one gulp. Seeing this, Aegis was satisfied. There we go. That's a good girl.
Thalia finished drinking, her face pitiful as if she had just survived a battle. She thought to herself, I nearly couldn't take it. Aegis took the bowl of medicine, staring at it. Then he spoke, his voice nonchalant. There's still a little left. You have to finish it. His words struck her like lightning, and she was so panicked that she blurted out, Aegis gently cut her off. I told you not to talk, didn't I? You have to drink it even if you don't like it. If you can talk right now. Helplessly, she then drank the remaining medicine.
After Thalia finished drinking, she pouted, casting a resentful glance at him. Seeing this, he asked, Is there something you want to say? She then raised a notebook, on which was written, Where is that maid? Aegis shrugged and replied, Seiji Osborne is taking care of her. He works for you, so there's no need to worry, is there? She raised an eyebrow, a thought echoing in her mind. Does he think I'm asking because I'm worried? How can he be so cunning with that face? As soon as the thought ended, she suddenly raised her hand and placed it on his cheek. Then, without warning, she pulled Aegis closer and kissed him on the lips. Aegis was stunned and stammered. Why did you... Thalia tilted her head, her wide eyes looking at him innocently. Seeing this, Aegis quickly stood up, stuttering. I'm going out for a bit. Get some rest. Aegis turned and quickly walked out. Behind him, she wondered, her mind in a jumble. What's wrong with him? I thought he wanted to kiss me. She sighed softly. I did it because I thought he was so adorable, but it seems I shouldn't have. I've decided to live my own life, but I'll still keep my promise. She buried her face in her knees, her thoughts in turmoil. What exactly is my relationship with Aegis? Thalia's face flushed slightly. Seriously, what should I do?
Outside the room door, Aegis stood there, no different from her, his face flushed crimson, his hand touching his lips as if to re-feel the touch from earlier. What was that? Something felt different about Tilly. The image of him kissing her lips earlier flashed in his mind. He thought to himself, I've always felt an invisible wall between us, even when she said she liked me. Why now? How long has it been? No, I have to seize this opportunity, but how? Suddenly, Lowena, standing behind him, spoke up. What are you doing here, Aegis? He startled and turned around. Lowena stared at him and continued. I asked what you're doing here. Did Tilly kick you out? What's wrong? Did something happen? As if caught red-handed, his face turned crimson, and he yelled, No! Lowena saw his expression and seemed to understand. Then she cheerfully yelled, Tilly, let's play chess. Hearing that, Aegis could only cover half his face with his hand, his face still burning red. A few days later, at a small, ancient, solemn mansion, a gloomy atmosphere still enveloped it, as if only the echoes of its glorious past remained. Inside the study, Helena sat quietly by herself, her eyes fixed on a document, and she sighed softly. Do I really have to sell the mansion after all? Helena gently put the papers down, thinking to herself, even so, would anyone still want to buy it after everything that's happened? Most of the servants have already left. Helena, tired, leaned back against the chair, her heart heavy. Our reputation is ruined, and it's hard for us to recover any assets. Just a month ago, I never imagined things would turn out this way. Closing her train of thought, Helena gently closed her eyes and sighed, a feeling of helplessness and despair tightening like a noose around her chest. Just then, the sound of the door bursting open echoed, and Helena's mother opened the door and stepped in, her face pale, her eyes filled with extreme panic. "Helena!"
Helena was about to reply. Her mother quickly approached the table and hastily asked, "What's wrong with your lawyer?" The question was like a knife twisting deep into her tense mind. Helena remained silent, not answering. Seeing her silence, her mother anxiously cried out, "Answer me, Helena." On the table, piles of books and papers were stacked in a corner, reflecting a chaotic reality with no escape.
Helena's voice rose. "No one wants to take this job. Who wants to be criticized for defending father?" She sighed softly, then continued, "Their lives are more important than money." The mother replied, her eyes welling up with tears. "Even so, there must be some way. The trial date is approaching. How can father get a reduced sentence without a lawyer?" Helena, her voice soft as a breeze. "A reduced sentence? We must save him." Helena's face darkened. She looked straight at her mother and said sternly, "Even if father escapes the death penalty, the Duke will still kill him. Perhaps it would be better for him this way." The words choked her mother's heart, but she still tried to defend. The Duke surely wouldn't be so cruel. Hearing her mother say that, Helena could only stare, her eyes revealing a mix of helplessness and sadness. Helena then spoke up. "Mother, why don't you go stay with grandparents for a few days? But our family is still here. How can I leave? You can get a divorce." Divorce? What can I do without my family? She thought to herself. She still doesn't realize who the current head of the family is. Helena gently said, "I know what you're worried about. We share the same blood as father, so everyone will think we are accomplices." Hearing this, her mother fell silent, saying nothing, because it was a bitter truth that she herself could not deny. Helena bowed her head, trembling slightly, her voice becoming choked. "I don't know why father killed the Duke's family. The world could perish if the second daughter dies." Helena looked up, tears streaming down, her voice full of helplessness. "I only have one way left, to accuse father to protect mother and my sibling." Her mother softly replied, "Of course, I know."
Helena reminded her, "Right now, you are the one facing the most danger, Mom. Please, find a place to lay low in your hometown. Once everything settles down, I'll contact you."
I know.
The door closed. Helena sat in her study and sighed softly. Thalia's words resurfaced in her mind. "From now on, you will face many difficulties. Life won't be easy anymore. Don't forget that, Helena." Thinking about those words, her face grew sad. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. The butler entered and bowed, saying, "Miss, you have a visitor." Helena asked, puzzled, "Who is it?" "Miss Thalia Remetio." Hearing that name, Helena suddenly sprang to her feet. In the living room, Thalia and Sage were sitting there, waiting for her.
Helena stepped out and bowed to greet her. "Long time no see, Miss Thalia." Thalia then replied via her writing board, which slightly surprised Helena. On the board was written, "Yes, it has been a long time, Marquia Egresso. My voice still hasn't recovered, so please bear with me as I communicate by writing." Helena understood the situation and spoke up. "It's quite all right, Miss Thalia. How have you been? I can move around without much difficulty now. Thank you for your concern. So what brings you here?" Thalia smiled brightly, holding up her board. "I heard you have a very beautiful piece of land, so I've come to buy it. I'll give you a deal." Seeing this, Helena was slightly surprised. She then thought to herself, "Miss Thalia's expression has changed. She seems much tougher. It makes sense, considering all she's been through." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Helena's thoughts. "Madam." As if understanding, Helena walked over to the butler. "I'll bring the tea in myself." "Yes, madam. I'll be outside then. Please call if you need anything." "It's all right. Please carry on with your duties." Helena sat down, pouring tea, and explained, "He retired a few years ago, but he came to help me when he heard what happened. He worries about me a lot, so please bear with him if his tone makes anyone uncomfortable." Thalia smiled cheerfully and replied, "It's all right, I understand. I was the one at fault for coming without prior notice, even if this person is a bit weak." Hearing this, Helena chuckled softly, then spoke up, "This is the flower tea I offered you last time. Do you like it?" Thalia nodded immediately. After tasting it, she thought to herself, "Still as delicious as it was then." She set the teacup down, then said, "Let's talk about the land. I have an agreement regarding the mountain." "I see. So what's your offer?" "I'm not sure. It wouldn't do if it's too low compared to the market price. How about 70 gold coins?" 60. A moment of silence. Then Helena closed her eyes and softly said, 55. I can't go any lower than that." Suddenly, Sage spoke up. "How about 1 platinum coin and 10 gold coins?" Hearing that price, Helena was startled and thought to herself, "This price is double the market value." Sage continued, "But there's one condition, Duchess." "A condition?" "My master, or rather Miss Thalia, wishes to propose that the offered sum be part of an agreement." "Propose to me? But why?" Sage began to frown, grumbling. "She wants you to manage her assets as a caretaker,
And you'll also have to assist her with her business. I will be the one running the main business operations, but the one in charge will still be Boss Dahlia here. Suddenly, she patted Sage's head, thinking to herself, more like a partner than a boss, isn't he? So obedient. Having his head patted, Sage's face darkened as he dodged away, then loudly exclaimed, "Let your lover enjoy that, boss. Otherwise, your lover will come looking for my neck." Thalia froze, bewildered. Lover? Who is my lover? Sage still had a dark expression, sighing and complaining. Just stay away from me for a bit. After that, Thalia immediately held up a sign that read, "My fault, it's all right." The living room was also decorated in an antique, simple style.
Helena's voice rang out, and she clenched her hands, saying, "Regarding the king, I have a few things I want to tell you. That day, he asked me if you were the one who told me to report to my father." Helena, with a worried expression, avoided her gaze as she recounted, "I told him the truth, but I hid the fact that he put himself in danger to protect the Duke." Hearing what she recounted, she was so surprised that she remained motionless for a few seconds. Thalia asked her, "Why?" Helen, confused, repeated the two words in her head, "Why?" Then she softly replied, "I'm not sure anymore." A train of thought ran through her mind. "I used to hate Thalia. I remember when Aegis and Thalia walked hand in hand. I thought she was trying to use me to change destiny, even though she already had everything. Why is she acting as if she's saving me?" Thalia smiled brightly like a blooming flower, but that day Helena, covered in wounds and wrapped in a cloth, noticed the person in front of her talking. Something terrible had happened. Thalia had been shot in the neck by an arrow. The shocking news stunned her, her eyes rigid. The gravity of changing destiny and the impression that she was willing to sacrifice her life dawned on her. Thalia sat lost in thought, staring blankly ahead.
In the silent room, Helena spoke up. "I have a feeling I shouldn't tell him." Suddenly, Thalia broke into a bright, sweet, and slightly gentle smile. Seeing her surprised expression, Helena was just as surprised, left speechless and stunned. The candles in the room had burned out, and the discussion was gradually coming to an end. At this point, Helena said in surprise, "So you're saying you want me to be the estate manager and act as its guardian? How am I supposed to be a guardian then?" Thalia smiled gently and softly reminded her, "I will tell you at our next meeting, and I hope you will do better than just being a guardian. I want you to help people adapt to the world. Only when a person can stand on their own 2 feet, then I want you to transfer what you manage to them." Feeling that everything was too easy, Helena asked, puzzled, "Is that all?" But in her mind, she wondered, what does she mean by that? Sage walked over and sat next to Thalia, placing a hand on her chest, listening as Thalia explained the matter to Helena. Sage then added, "As my friend said, I also want you to help me with some business activities. Thalia and I have been taking care of the business from then until now, but I need someone to take my place after that person arrives." Her expression darkened slightly as she said worriedly, "But I don't know how to run a business."
Thalia looked at the paper in Sage's hand, heard her words, and smiled reassuringly. "You can learn," she said. "I will guide you until you master it." Sage placed the contract on the table and conveniently pushed it towards her. Thalia then added, "Please look over the contract first." Helena took the contract and read it. The space suddenly fell silent. The vase and paintings lay still there. Helena softly whispered in her mind, "Miss Thalia." She clutched the contract, her face puzzled that she thought, "I don't know much about this contract or agreement, but I can tell it's very generous." Thalia raised her teacup as if understanding her mood and immediately asked, "You don't know why I'm so generous, do you?" Helena replied without hesitation, "Yes." Thalia calmly raised her teacup, a slight smile on her face as she explained, "I like you because you're selfish," a statement that made her exclaim in surprise. "Huh?" She looked intently at the teacup and said, "I like people who put themselves first." A mysterious person stood with their back turned. "I hope you pass that aspect on to those around you."
At this moment, Helena sat stunned, unable to utter a word. She thought this was a path to change her destiny, and upon hearing that, she gave a gentle smile. She then regained her composure and agreed, "All right, I accept this contract." Suddenly, a hand reached out, catching Helena's attention. He smiled warmly and said, "Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Sej." She returned a polite smile, shook his hand, and introduced herself, Helena. He smiled as he shook her hand, but a scheme flashed in his mind. "I'll train her into a loyal dog." The room door closed quietly, and a voice spoke. "Then I will soon be at Muscafe, miss." Thalia, holding the contract, smiled excitedly and said, "I'm very much looking forward to working with you, Marchioness."
Helena suddenly felt a little embarrassed by the way she was addressed. She waved her hand, giving an awkward smile as she replied, "Just call me Helena, or Lena is fine too." She didn't say anything else, just smiled gently. Suddenly, a knock came from the door.
Thalia called out loudly, "Yes, what is it?" He stood, slightly bowed, with his hands clasped behind his back, and respectfully said, "Excuse me, miss." Then he reported, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is here to see Miss Thalia." All eyes in the room turned towards her. She was a little flustered, not expecting it, and thought to herself, "He actually came? This is the first time I've left this month." Footsteps approached, making a sound. Aegis placed a hand on his chest and respectfully asked, "What brings a patient like you all the way here, instead of resting in bed?" Thalia put on a sulky, disapproving look. "My health is recovered. Who is he calling a patient?" Helena politely stood up and bowed respectfully as she greeted him. "It is an honor to meet your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince." He asked, puzzled, "What's going on here, Marquis?" Sage, standing behind Tianfeng, stood up and explained, "Even though no one asked, Miss Thalia is trying to recruit Miss Helena." His sudden words made Thalia, standing next to him, panic and almost have a heart attack as she retorted, "What? That's not true. Don't make things up."
He still wouldn't stop, clapping proudly and saying, "She won thanks to that money. I can handle the minor details afterwards, so feel free to take her." Aegis crossed his arms over his chest, glancing silently without a word. The entire room suddenly fell silent. He stopped questioning, bowed to Helena and urged, "I'll wait outside, so hurry up. My apologies, Marquis." The atmosphere had now returned to normal. After Helena finished her greetings, she turned to ask permission. "Then I will go retrieve the ownership documents, miss." Sage calmly sipped her tea, while Thalia smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. As soon as the door closed, Thalia's face turned angry and stern inside. Sage calmly reminded her, "I told you not to hold me back." She turned her face away, annoyed but still agreeing with the recent handling of the situation. "At least you didn't tell him everything until the job was done," he casually replied. "You said it was for yourself, but I, a weak man, can still defeat myself, you know." Inside the decorated villa, there were sounds of conversation. "But I didn't expect you to come here. Did someone force you?" Hearing this, she spun around and snapped, "Who do you think I am?" Sage raised a hand as if to explain. "At least you're brave enough to help the daughter of the person who tried to kill you. And also, speak less. Your voice keeps echoing in my ears." Thalia turned her face away, sighing and wondering, does he really think he's so pathetic? In her imagination, Helena wore a black cloak covering her. She analyzed to herself, "Helena is just a minor character in the story, so I never knew what her fate would be, but it's clear she won't know what will happen after losing everything." A book with blank white pages lay scattered. It wasn't Helena's fault for living in this confined world, or that her father was a criminal. She sat lost in thought, her eyes pensive. "But in the end, I'm doing this for myself too."
Thalia sat next to Aegis, gesturing with her hand, pointing at him, then at her own face, and whispered, "Are you following me?" Seeing this, Aegis transformed into a small puppy and eagerly explained, "No way, Sage told me himself. Really, trust me." Inside the luxurious villa, voices chatted. "By the way, Tilly, what are you doing in a gracious manner?" She sighed tiredly and replied, "Because when it comes to real estate, you have to be quick." Aegis suddenly looked worried, his cheeks dotted with sweat, and said irritably, "Then at least you should let me protect you. You're still recovering. What if someone attacks you again?" Thalia didn't speak, just leaned her head back and sighed tiredly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he made a request. "It's been a while since we went out together, hasn't it? Would you like to go somewhere for lunch?" He smiled radiantly and replied, "Like a date." Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she smiled at him. Suddenly, Thalia shyly embraced Aegis. His cheeks also flushed, and he looked at her tenderly, thinking, "I've never been this shy when hugging her." Their embrace created a perfect, wonderful scene. A luxurious palace stood under a clear blue sky. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching Rayon's attention. "Rayon, Rayon!" Abel walked over with a bright smile and greeted him. "It's been a long time, brother." Rayon also asked kindly, "How have you been, Abel?" Suddenly, he noticed Anne standing behind them and greeted, "Oh, is the Minister of Justice accompanying you?" Anne politely replied, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Your Highness." In a corner of the magnificent palace, Abel suddenly asked, "Did Father summon you, Rayon?" He softly replied, "Yes." Rayon walked over and gently ruffled his hair, smiling softly. The boy looked at him with a mix of confusion and joy, complaining, "Honestly, Father has never summoned both of us at the same time like this." The butler approached, bowed, and announced, "Sir, the Emperor has summoned you." In front of the silent room, as they walked, Abel excitedly invited, "Rayon, are you free today? Would you like to have tea at my place?" Anne walked beside them, his face full of wrinkles, remaining silent. He then asked again, "Or perhaps I could come to your place." Seeing his excitement, Rayon agreed, "All right, anywhere is fine." The three of them arrived in front of the room. Outside, two guards bowed. One of them looked at Rayon and respectfully gave an order. The Emperor wishes to see you alone. Please leave your weapons here." He subtly raised the black sword in his hand. Abel, standing beside him, looked at the sword with a hint of curiosity and said, "I've never seen this sword before."
Rian coldly spoke about the origin of this sword, saying it was his brother's birthday gift. It was as if he understood something. His whole demeanor, which had just been cheerful, now turned somber as he pondered. "Oh, it's from the Emperor." Abel, a little disappointed, lowered his head and thought to himself, "But I'm your biological brother." The father came from inside, saw them, and called out, "My son." Rian, puzzled, didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Why do you want to see us, father?" He held a piece of paper in his hand, frowned, and hesitated. "This—" Suddenly, the paper was handed to him. Rian took it and read the contents, unconsciously clutching the paper tightly. Abel, behind him, also looked up curiously and asked, "What is it, Brother Rian?" Then he crumpled the paper tightly in his hand, using a little force that made his hand tremble. A voice called out, "Rian." Without a moment's hesitation, he excused himself. "Forgive me, I must go now." The father replied understandingly, "It's all right." Only Abel stood bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Rian turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back to comfort. "Sorry, Leo, but I'll have tea later." Still confused, he replied, "Yes, but Rian." After that, he stood silently, watching Rian's retreating figure. The father stepped up from behind, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Let him go, Leo."
He asked, puzzled, "Father, what's wrong?" He didn't talk about it, but instead concealed it. "You'll find out soon enough." Abel took the paper and read its contents, which made his face turn ashen as he stammered, "What? How could anyone dare to assassinate a member of the three great families?" He turned his face away, gazing into the distance, and didn't answer. Suddenly, Abel called out seriously, "Father." He sighed, heartbroken and troubled, saying, "For now, just leave your brother alone." He still had something he wanted to say, hesitating. But
finally, he had to remind him of something else. You shouldn't always focus solely on training. From time to time, you should also go and enjoy the scent of roses. The luxurious room had a wine decanter and candles, and the sound of conversation echoed. Smelling the roses means you should rest. Abel smiled brightly and obediently replied, "Yes, father." Outside the mansion, the lush green trees stood quietly. Rayan and Anne hurried forward, one after another. Anne, walking behind with beads of sweat, respectfully asked, "What's the matter, sir?" Rayan put his hand over his nose, his face anxious, and hesitantly uttered, "Mr. Remedio has been attacked, Thalia is injured, and Luina has awakened her abilities." Anne was slightly startled, and asked again, confused, "Miss Thalia is injured?" He nodded slightly, his hand still covering his mouth.
The luxurious surroundings exuded an aristocratic air, and his voice softly echoed, "I will send someone to Remedio to check it out." Andy, standing behind him, reached out and patted his back comfortingly. He still said, as usual, "I think the Empire is still peaceful, isn't it?" Anne gently and kindly comforted him, "I don't think she's badly hurt, because she's a strong person." An image of young Thalia appeared, smiling brightly. Rayan briefly fell into thought, bowing his head to look at his hands, and murmured to himself, "I know, Tilly is very strong." The door creaked open, letting light stream in. Abel stood before the room, his fists clenched at his sides, looking resolute. He was slightly disappointed, his gaze lowered, and his brows furrowed in thought. Remembering his earlier conversation with the old man, whose eyes had said it all, he thought, "I know what he wants to say." Hens and the old man each had their own calculations, neither yielding to the other. There was certainly no chance that his father and mother could be together again. He clenched his fists, determinedly thinking, "I hope someone realizes this so they don't have to fight each other anymore." Rayan, the elder brother, wore the royal crown upon becoming emperor. Abel couldn't help but worry about that, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No, you'll have to fight the evil spirits again. I don't want that to happen anymore." Andy approached and respectfully asked Abel, "Sir, why don't you return?" He suddenly saw a servant carrying 2 swords. He stared, exclaiming in his mind, "Ah, those are my brother's swords." Then he confusedly asked those around him, "Where did he go?" He bent down and hugged the 2 swords to himself. Seeing this, Anne explained, "He has returned to his palace. The servant will deliver them to him, so you can just leave them there." He was firm in his decision and politely said, "It's all right, you may withdraw. I will deliver the swords to him."
Hearing this, Anne, who was behind, hastily shouted to stop him. "But my lord!" He coldly cast a sharp glance, asking with a hint of threat, "Who permitted you to speak?" From the ceiling of the luxurious palace, a frightened voice echoed, "My fault, my fault." Abel left the 3 people behind and walked away, accompanied by a reminder, "Don't follow me." He walked outside, carrying 2 swords, his face thoughtful as he mused. "I don't understand why Mother entrusted this to me. It's truly suffocating." The luxurious palace under the clear blue sky looked serene. Anne respectfully spoke softly, "My lord, if you are worried, why don't you visit the Empire?" Rayan's face was dotted with sweat. He turned his head away and replied,
Even if I travel as fast as possible, it would still take 4 months, and I cannot leave here for that long. White roses had bloomed profusely among the trees. Rayon fell silent, his finger pointing to the trees nearby. Then he raised his hand to take a flower branch, asking hesitantly, "Should I send flowers to Tilly? The white roses have bloomed. They will be beautiful until they wither, but their fragrance will last a long time. Would you like me to send a bouquet to your office, sir?" Anne politely smiled, his eyes crinkling, and accepted. "Thank you, my lord. Thanks to you, my office always smells fragrant." Seeing his gentle demeanor towards the flowers, Anne quietly whispered to himself, "Everyone would be surprised that he likes to grow flowers, and it seems this hobby was influenced by Miss Thalia."
Thalia, holding the yellow flower, smiled sweetly at them. Suddenly, Rayon hesitated slightly before calling out, "Grandpa!" Then he tilted his head slightly, glancing behind him, and asked, "Do you have any weapons for me to use?" On this side, Abel was leisurely approaching, carrying 2 swords. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It turned out he saw Rayon in front and called out, "Ah, big brother!" Suddenly, Rayon's face turned ashen, his cheek mottled. Something whizzed past, making Abel's eyes widen in surprise as he fell backward. A sword was forcefully embedded in the tree trunk, just a small distance from him. Rayon, one side of his body covered in blood, reached out, his eyes filled with worry as he called, "Elle!" He was so terrified that his face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, brother." He walked over to him, comforting him, and called out, "Elle." He took Abel by the shoulders, his eyes filled with worry as he said, "I'm sorry, Elle." He gasped, "Ah." His hand still on his shoulders, he looked at the blood-stained sword stuck in the tree trunk and asked, "I'm truly sorry. Are you hurt?" Abel glanced at him and replied, "No, I'm fine." A man lay face down on the ground, his entire body covered in fresh blood. He explained, a little flustered, "I didn't know it was you." He continued to tremble with fear, stammering, I borrowed your sword." At this moment, Anne, who was standing behind them and had witnessed the entire scene, spoke up, speculating, "It appears to be an assassin deliberately targeting Prince Rayon's life." He offered a respectful, squinting smile, and then reminded, "Sir, please return to your palace and clean yourself up. I will have someone clean this place."
It seemed this was the first time Abel had witnessed such a sight. He trembled uncontrollably in fear. In a corner of the luxurious room, Abel sat on a chair, staring intently at something below. Opposite him was An, who lifted the teapot and poured water, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Prince Rayon has been gone for quite a while, hasn't he?" Then, with a worried frown, he spoke, "It's fortunate he wasn't harmed. He was so close." As 2 teacups sat opposite each other, Abel's voice suddenly broke the silence, asking, "Who is threatening his life?" An calmly and softly reminded him, "Please drink your tea." He quietly called out to An, "Minister of Justice." An remained unperturbed, calmly and casually reminding him, "A little chamomile tea will calm you down. Have some." He silently lowered his head. Suddenly, he picked up the teacup and drained it. An also raised his teacup, taking a thoughtful sip, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious. Then he forcefully put the teacup down, his eyes resolute, and said, "Please tell me, Minister." At this point, An no longer concealed anything, and frankly explained, "Within the palace there is only one group that threatens Prince Rayon's life." Hearing these words, he immediately thought of his mother and asked, "Is it mother?" His hand, resting on his leg, trembled as he speculated, "No, it must be my grandfather or uncle." By the fireplace the fire still burned, radiating warmth. Abel posed a question, "How can they do that?" An, also puzzled, turned his face away and sighed, "Well, I don't know what makes them do such things." Then he also reminded him, "Please don't ask the emperor or anyone about this." Abel, a little confused, quickly asked back, "Why?" An maintained his calm expression, raised his teacup, and explained, "We cannot understand their reasons, so what would it do to provoke them?" Abel, completely caught in a difficult situation, asked, "So what should I do?" He placed the teacup down, making a sound. Then, as if nothing had happened, he calmly said, "You must decide for yourself." "But I'll give you a piece of advice. Perhaps it's better if you don't know." Hearing this, he asked back, a little confused, "So can you help me find the answer?" Anne maintained his calm expression, giving a wry smile as he replied, "I can't explain it clearly either, because it also took me a while to find the answer. As they say, growing up can be a bit painful, and the process of finding the answer certainly won't be easy, but you can't remain a child forever." Abel was completely lost in thought, listening absently to his words, so I'm sure he will find the answer. Meanwhile, Sage and Helena were at odds, crying tears of resentment. The imagined piercing screams could have made Thalia's ears bleed.
Helena was constantly cursing, calling him a scoundrel, while also kneeling at Thalia's feet, weeping with joy and saying, "My divine golden goose, thank you, I love you so much." She tiredly watched the 2 of them bickering beside her, thinking in confusion, what on earth is wrong with these 2? Why has Helena changed so drastically? At this point, she truly couldn't stand it anymore and raised her hand to stop the fight, saying, "Enough."
She then walked over to Helena and questioned her about everything. Why are you crying, Helena? Is it because you realized your mountain has been sold? Helena shook her head, wiping away tears from her cheeks, and replied, No, even if I kept it, I wouldn't have the money to exploit it. She tiredly asked again, Then why? Helena angrily pointed her finger directly at Sage's face and stated the problem. This Mr. Osborne called me stone-headed. He immediately retorted when accused. When did I say that? He then placed a hand on his chest, feigning innocence, and clarified. I only sincerely said that she has a gemstone head. I bet Miss Helena here has a head even harder than a diamond. Thalia helplessly turned her head away, ignoring them fighting behind her, and said, Helena, he's yours to deal with. Sage, beaten black and blue with a swollen lump on his head, resentfully said, Boss, you've been giving me a hard time these past few days. Don't spoil her anymore. She sat on the table, calmly sipping her tea, and placidly retorted, You only feel that way because someone is comparing themselves to me, Sage. I'm always tough on you. There's nothing new about it. Suddenly, Helena came from behind, carrying a stack of papers, and reported with a radiant smile. Oh, that's right. I've made the list of unmarried nobles as you requested, boss.
Seeing that, Seizure smiled politely, holding a cloth bag, and said, Thank you. Helena waved both hands, indicating it was nothing, and replied, It's fine, I just listed what I know. Thalia suddenly changed her expression, becoming serious, and raised the cloth bag in Seijure's hand. Helena, even an information guild would find it very difficult to obtain this material. Giving it to me without requesting proper compensation would be disrespectful to both Seizure and you. Haven't I told you this many times? Helena, confused by her actions, reached out and asked, Should I ask for something? Thalia smiled sweetly, raising the cloth bag in her hand, and said, That's right. Now take this and buy some nice clothes or delicious food. Helena shyly covered her mouth and shouted, Thank you, boss. Suddenly, Seizure poked her head out from the side and asked confused, But why single noble? Are you looking for a husband, boss? Thalia raised her teacup, frowned, and explained, Of course not. How ridiculous. Remembering Aegis's image, she was startled, her eyes wide and her face pale, thinking, But I didn't choose to be single. I misspoke. What was I thinking? Then Thalia regained her composure and said, I don't believe in love. Helena, curious, immediately asked, Why not?
She raised her teacup, shook her head in annoyance, and replied, Because it's inconvenient. What else? Helena grew even more curious and said, But you're the Duke's daughter. Hearing the question, she immediately explained, I'm not the heir, so I won't be forced into marriage. Helena respectfully covered her mouth, wondering and speculating. So is it for your younger sister? She had been holding the teacup in her hand the whole time, her eyes thoughtfully agreeing. Yes, she's received a lot of letters of introduction. A thought flashed through her mind. If anyone dares to mess with her, I'll bury him alive to fertilize the mountain. The shovel's blade pointed into the earth in the silent dark night. 2 guards, the short-haired one holding a shovel, swaggered and exclaimed, Tch! He, with an ashen face, glared at the long-haired guard and asked, Are you crazy? The sun hasn't even risen yet. The other tilted his head slightly, eyes still closed, and replied, Shut up! How dare you complain when the crown prince is here working with me? Ryan, covered in dirt, raised a hand with a cloth to wipe his face, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. The star-filled night sky, the silent trees. A voice said, Yeah, I heard this started when the queen gave him a cave next to the forest. He, also with dirt on his face, mumbled, This is no different from telling him to live next to a graveyard. Ryan walked up from behind, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Well, I wouldn't know, because I'm the one who turned this place into a graveyard. Suddenly, one knee dropped to the ground. It was Ryan, clasping his hands and bowing his head respectfully.
The guard put his hands on his hips, looked over and asked mockingly, Well, are you praying for the souls of those bastards? Rayon also feigned sincerity, his eyes shining brightly as he replied, I pray for his soul to go to hell. The guard softly exclaimed, Ah, that makes sense. The long-haired servant from behind hit the guard on the head, making him rub his head, tilt it, and shout, Ouch, what was that? The servant sternly reminded him, Don't be disrespectful in front of the crown prince. The guard immediately turned to question, But his highness also wants him to go to hell, doesn't he? The servant still didn't approve and immediately gave another reason. It's still an act of disrespect towards God. The short-haired guard, unwilling to back down, began to argue back, reasoning, I'm just agreeing with the crown prince. What's God got to do with it now? What are you even talking about? Is the disrespectful one the one who babbles like they're half asleep? The argument grew louder, and the servant, displeased, shouted, Damn it, who taught you to say such things? Rayon put a hand over his mouth, laughing aloud, and said, I agree. The guard saw the crown prince's vague expression and reminded him, Crown Prince, I don't think this is something to laugh about. The crown prince turned his face away casually and explained, This world is suffering and broken, but God is also recreating it. I see hope in the smiles of those children. A family of 3 smiled brightly, looking quite happy. Rayon looked up, welcoming the morning sun, and thought,
So perhaps this world isn't so bad after all.
The castle stood majestically under the scorching sun. Thalia turned page after page, her gaze slowly hardening as she thought, damn it, how many people in this family are accused of being assassins? Around her, the table was covered with books, a messy pile of them. There were many situations where she couldn't be sure they died early because of her special ability. Her head ached from the books, and she tiredly propped her head up, thinking, I know I wrote this book, but why is it so bleak? The royal emblem was stained with blood. Ryan's father became king after his own father's death, but it wasn't that simple. That death was an assassination disguised as an accident, and she was the only one who knew the truth. The situation of the Celis family had changed drastically and was unstable, so she couldn't predict what would happen next. She covered one side of her face with her hand, sighing as she thought, he can't come because he's worried about his younger brother. It's truly incomprehensible, while I'm here in the library researching, also out of worry for Lowena. The bookshelves were filled with books, quite luxurious. Thalia brought her index finger to the edge of a page and whispered, Abel Celis. The book lay open, unfinished, with scattered scraps of paper falling out. Abel's calm figure seemed to be deep in thought. She had to be more careful with characters who hadn't been fully explored in the novel, especially those whose fates had been affected by her appearance. She rested her hand on one cheek, her calm eyes calculating something. She held a chess piece, her face sharp, because they could become the best allies or the strongest enemies, depending on the situation. The luxurious mansion stood under a clear sky. Thalia suddenly noticed someone.
Peleus approached, his gaze gentle, and she softly called out, Emperor. He casually sat down on the chair in front of her and playfully asked, Thalia, there are so many books on the table. What are you reading? She politely replied, Oh, I was just looking through some special abilities. Suddenly, she let out a sigh and revealed her thoughts. Lowena has awakened, so I just want to guide her a little. A little curious, he rested his hand on his chin and, pretending to be serious, said, Guidance, huh? That sounds important.
Thalia raised the teacup in her hand, not wanting to upset him, and comforted him. I'll guide Aegis too, so please don't worry. Peleus smiled faintly upon hearing this, saying nothing, but she was lost in thought. Thinking back, she had never spoken to him privately before. Thalia sat seriously, enjoying her tea, watching the person opposite her smile brightly at her, secretly reminding herself to observe carefully if she didn't want to speak out of turn disrespectfully. But she was too lazy for standard etiquette. Suddenly, she gently put down her teacup and softly asked, Is there something you wish to say? He burst out laughing, covering his mouth slightly as he uttered, Well, it's your upcoming coming-of-age celebration. He paid no attention to her bored expression and cheerfully asked, I heard you don't know yet. Is there anything you'd like? Piles of books lay stacked, and the space suddenly fell silent. When she didn't answer for a long time, Peleus asked again doubtfully, Nothing? I've never seen you ask for anything since you were little. Thalia pondered for a moment, then glanced up and said softly, To be honest, there are a few things I want. Hearing this, he excitedly asked, Then why don't you tell me? She slowly sipped her tea, a thoughtful expression on her face, and said, Because that wish is too grand for a birthday gift to fulfill. It's all right, just tell me. A long sheet of paper filled with content and a pen hovered, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Peleus heard a rather unfamiliar phrase and asked curiously, The Charter of Human Rights, what is that? Her face suddenly became pensive as she replied, Asking for it as a birthday present is truly impossible. He was quite firm in his decision, resting his hands on the table reassuringly. But you know I want to fulfill your wish. Suddenly her words stopped him short, making him feel awkward. Just like what you gave me for my 15th birthday. He regained his composure and asked, You don't like it? It's not that I don't like it, she said nonchalantly, with a hint of flattery. What have you ever given me that I didn't like? Peleus, like a child, eagerly asked, Really? That's right, Thalia sighed softly, lowering her head slightly as she answered. I could wear the crown my whole life, you know. Suddenly he stopped talking and changed the subject. So how's teasing my son going? She replied tiredly, offhandedly. It's not fun anymore. He just keeps running away. And to think he was the one who flirted with me first. He also followed her lead and admonished, He truly has no tact. She sighed again, repeating, That's what I meant.
Peleus raised his teacup and casually praised, Well, this is between you and me, but you're being too good to my son. Her surprise made her exclaim, Really? He agreed, Of course. Aegis took Thalia's hand and lightly kissed the back of it, to her astonishment. Peleus continued, You've gone beyond his limits. While you can live without him, he cannot. She lowered her head, her eyelids slightly open, looking at the teacup in her hand, and calmly said, Well, that's true. I have over 100 reasons to survive without Aegis. He feigned surprise and asked with a smile, You have that many reasons? From a corner of the study, where the table was piled high with books, came her reply. But what can I do? There's only one reason for me to be by his side. He asked curiously again, What reason is that? Her eyes opened slightly, and she gently replied,
If I hadn't met Aegis, I could live in over 100 ways. But I can only live for one reason, and that's because I have Aegis. By this point, Peleus was completely speechless due to her words. The tea in the cup lay still, without a ripple, as she honestly said, "But then do you know where one reason outweighs 100 solutions?" She raised the teacup in her hand, smiling shyly with slightly flushed cheeks. 100 solutions, and one reason. The palace lay beneath a gloomy sky. On this side, Livia was relaxing, sipping a teacup in her hand. The person sitting opposite her, Abel, was also raising a teacup, but his eyes were scrutinizing his mother's expression. Remembering his previous conversation with Aang, he carefully warned, "If Prince Rayan reveals matters of the past and present, then everyone will kill each other in chaos, staining this place with blood." That information left him stunned and terrified. Despite the silent atmosphere, he still raised his teacup, his cheeks already dotted with sweat. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and praised loudly. "The tea is delicious, mother."
She also replied to him with a sweet and gentle smile. He continued to observe her expression, ceaselessly muttering to himself, "Why would my sweet mother do that to him?" Suddenly, Livia spoke up, looking at the slice of carrot cake on the table, saying, "Have some of the carrot cake I made." Then she covered her mouth and chuckled shyly, asking, "I wonder if you remember how much you hated food made from carrots when you were little?" Abel gave a wry smile and replied, "Well, I actually like it now." She continued, "Is that so? Well, it seems one's taste changes as they grow up, doesn't it?"
He happily talked about his brother and father. "Both your father and brother are very tall, so I'm sure you'll grow tall quickly too," she said. Suddenly her expression became a little pensive, and she slowly mused, But I'm also a little worried because you inherited more of my traits. What if you don't grow tall enough?" Abel offered a bright smile of reassurance. "Don't worry, I'll eat lots of carrots." She didn't let up. Closing her eyes to recall, she then looked at him with a sharp, cold gaze and said, "I heard you met with the Minister of Justice not long ago, didn't you?" Faced with such a mother, being suddenly questioned made him flustered, and he feigned a reply. "Oh, really? I think I might have passed by him a few times." She continued to interrogate him, making him feel suffocated. "Why did you pass by him?" However, his hands, resting on his thighs, fidgeted constantly, worried about revealing a slip-up, and he quickly replied, "Perhaps because I want to visit the palace frequently? The Crown Prince of the Empire sent my brother a new strategy against evil spirits, so I'm also reviewing it. I'm comparing it with royal records of wars against evil spirits to analyze how useful it is." From outside the door, the entire room could be seen. She feigned affection, saying with a hint of sarcasm, "Quite busy, aren't we?" Abel, feigning ignorance, chuckled and asked her, "I'm just doing my duty as a member of the royal family, but do you have a problem with the Minister of Justice?" Caught off guard by the counter-question, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "I just want you to be careful with the people you associate with. Unlike me, he supports your brother." "Indeed. What are your thoughts?" Abel glanced away, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek, and said with a hint of panic, "I don't think I need to confront the Minister of Justice. It's not really necessary." Although Livia smiled sweetly, her words were laced with sarcasm towards him. A truly generous choice. However, it's still better not to let people who are disadvantages to you linger around. He wasn't good at dealing with her schemes, so he just chuckled and replied, "What I do is just social calls. Don't worry, mother." The door closed, its sound echoing through the room. Abel walked steadily, coldly telling the servant behind him, "I must go to the palace." The servant, unaware of the situation but trying to flatter, said, "You're going there again, Your Highness. It's good to see you working so hard, but Her Majesty will worry if you push yourself too much." Hearing this, he became pensive, wondering to himself, "Does he really think Mother worries about me?" Then he regained his usual cheerful demeanor and replied, "All right, I'll finish reading what I intended to read this morning." Elsewhere, Aegis stood with his head turned to the side, breathing heavily with exhaustion. He suddenly pulled up his shirt, then decisively took it off, revealing a toned, muscular physique. At that moment, a light seemed to radiate from him, making Aegis's beauty even more captivating than ever. His eyes subtly shifted, glancing towards the side. It was Thalia standing there, dumbfounded and staring at Aegis all this time. He shyly brought his hands to cover his body, while she happily covered her mouth, thinking to herself, "What a beautiful sight." Thalia gave a mysterious smile, then she spread her arms towards Aegis, saying in a suggestive tone, "Come here, I'll give you a kiss." He was taken aback, his face flushing red, his hands clutching himself even tighter. Aegis was tense, and he hesitated as he moved closer to Thalia. She also turned on her heel and walked closer to Aegis, then stood on her tiptoes. Thalia wrapped her arms around Aegis's neck, gently placing a soft kiss on the corner of his mouth, which left Aegis stunned. Thalia slowly released her hands from around Aegis's neck.
But his hands, which had been hanging loosely, suddenly rose and wrapped tightly around her waist.
It was a warm embrace that made Thalia secretly exclaim, "Oh my!" Aegis suddenly spoke Tilly, and she replied, "Hmm?" He stared curiously at Thalia and asked, "Why are you here?" She looked up suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Aegis suddenly turned his head away, his face flushed, his mouth stammering, unable to form words. "Why do you keep—" Just then, Thalia cheerfully and innocently finished a sentence. "Keep kissing you?" Aegis's face grew even hotter. "Yeah." She continued gleefully, "I've been kissing you since we were little kids." Aegis hesitated, but that was a long time ago, and it was only kisses on the cheek. Hearing that, Thalia immediately stood on her tiptoes and placed another kiss on his cheek. "Well, I'm kissing your cheek now too." Thalia, still with her arms around Aegis's neck, looked straight at him suspiciously. "Don't you like me kissing your lips?" Aegis was flustered, unsure how to respond. Thalia's beautiful and adorable smiling face met Aegis's eyes. He didn't say another word, his hands wrapped around her, pulling her closer. Then he lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on Thalia's lips. The romantic atmosphere between the two of them continued to linger in the vast mansion. Aegis gently raised his head and said, "I'll put my shirt back on now, okay?" But Thalia just looked at him and pouted. "I don't like it." Aegis chuckled and explained, "But it's really cold." Thalia immediately moved closer to him, hugging him even tighter. "So I'm warming you up." Aegis, helpless, whispered, "But my back is cold." Thalia irritably clicked her tongue. After Aegis had put his clothes back on, he asked, "Did you go to the library again?" Thalia honestly recounted. "Earlier, His Majesty snuck away from work to talk to me for a bit, and then I missed you." Aegis tilted his head, looked at her indulgently, and continued to ask, "What did you two talk about?" She replied, "About my upcoming birthday." He let out an "ah" sound, indicating he understood. Thalia continued excitedly, hands on her hips. "He said he's going to give me a crown, so I'm very happy to receive it." Aegis suddenly lowered his head and said gloomily, "I'm sorry." Thalia immediately raised her hand, cutting Aegis off. "Hey, you were the one who gave me my first crown." But Aegis, still somewhat sullen, turned his back and said, "Let's go inside first. We've been standing here for a while now."
Thalia stood still, watching Aegis's retreating back, secretly wondering why he had been so timid lately. But it wasn't a big deal. No matter what he did, she wouldn't turn back, because she had already promised the prophetess. A memory suddenly flashed in her mind, herself sitting with a woman, who took her hand and said emotionally, "Your wish is to live ordinary days like any other." Thalia, in the present, suddenly became sad, her eyes full of thought as she stared at Aegis's departing back. Thalia's hands clenched. That was why, even if he loved her, she couldn't say anything. The next day, at the mansion where Thalia lived, Lowena stood before her bed, raising her hands cheerfully and saying, "Tilly, happy birthday." Thalia sat up, tiredly rubbing her neck in a sleepy daze. Before she could fully wake up, the maids enthusiastically carried Thalia, blanket and all, away. "Let's go bathe you first, young lady," they said. "We'll prepare your clothes." After a busy moment, while Thalia was still groggy and not fully awake, her entire body had become incredibly splendid and luxurious, with the maid's chatter buzzing in her ears. Finally, it was time for the necklace. A red-haired maid clapped her hands in satisfaction, flattering Thalia. "Oh, you look so beautiful!" Thalia, bewildered, silently marveled. That was fast. The two maids beside her looked at her thoughtfully, then spoke up. "What about the crown? Should we use the blue one, since your outfit is also blue? If you look in the jewel box, you can see several crowns." Thalia looked at the crown and mused. "This is a gift from Aegis, and I'm wearing a blue dress, so this must be the chance to use it." The two maids happily stood in front of Thalia, pointing and continuing. "Now that the crown selection is done, you'll have light makeup, okay?" The corner of Thalia's mouth suddenly curved into a faint smile. Thalia firmly said, "No, just make me as beautiful as possible." The short-haired maid wondered, "Oh, why?" Thalia put her hands on her hips, looked at her reflection in the mirror in front of her, and said, "Because I have to go confess my feelings to someone. Isn't this an opportunity for me to be more beautiful than usual?" Lowena looked at Thalia puzzled and asked, "Huh? But didn't Aegis already confess to you?" Thalia bowed her head, closed her eyes with a happy smile, and whispered, "That's why I'm doing it this time." Lowena frowned in confusion, while the two maids were excitedly blushing. A knock suddenly echoed from outside. "Thalia, this letter is for you." The conversation outside was filled with everyone's astonishment. "But she's very busy right now, so bring it later, please. This is from the prophet." Thalia bowed her head wearily. The reply had arrived. She ordered, "Everyone, please step outside for a moment." After everyone had left, Thalia took the small letter and opened it. Thalia's hand trembled slightly as she clutched the letter. Then she silently gasped in her heart. "Ah, what?" Thalia stared blankly at the letter. "Miss Thalia, I do not wish to leave the tower now. Lumos fell ill a few days ago. He unfortunately took ill last night and only has a little time left.
I need to be by his side until he takes his last breath, Miss Thalia. Do you still remember my wish? It was to live a normal life, even if just for one day. I said I wanted to live a normal life as soon as possible. So all I wanted was just one day. Therefore, I want to keep my promise until the evil spirit returns. At that time, the prophet will be allowed to leave the sanctuary, which will be much easier. Then I will accept everything arranged for me. So until the promise is fulfilled, I want us both to live each day to the fullest.
From the prophet, with utmost sincerity, Thalia sat in front of the mirror, read it, and chuckled softly. She thought, the prophet has changed so much since I was 15, for both of us. What's that? Outside the door, Lady Lewina was peering through the crack, wondering, why would the prophet send a letter to Sister Thalia? Thalia suddenly opened the door, startling Lewina, who shrieked. Thalia sighed helplessly, looking at Lewina. What's so interesting about eavesdropping on me reading a letter? I was just a little curious, little Lewina whispered. Sister Thalia, you're not going anywhere, are you? Thalia gently stroked the little one's head, smiling softly as she replied. I'm not going anywhere, Lewina asked. Really? Thalia pulled little Lewina into her lap, stroking her head and holding her tight, gently telling Lewina, even if I do go, I'll be back soon. Aegis looked at his beautiful Thalia, who was putting on her crown, and softly asked.
The crown was present. Prince Aegis, handsome in his ceremonial attire, stood with Thalia. Thalia smiled happily at him. This is a good occasion to wear it. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Aegis blushed, looking at the girl he loved, and shyly replied, it's very beautiful. Due to the height difference between Aegis and Thalia, Thalia had to look up at Aegis, her beautiful face smiling. Aegis, from now on, I will kiss you so, so much. I know you came to celebrate your birthday, so I came to do the same. Thalia's sweet voice made Aegis's face flush with shyness. Suddenly, little Loina stood there with her hands on her hips. Ahem, can I join in? Thalia linked her arm with his and smiled, saying to little Loina, No, this is my private celebration, so I'll do whatever I like. Saying this, she extended her hand towards her younger sister Loina amidst the grand, magnificent palace party. Cheerful music began to play, starting the party. Someone reported, Your Majesty, Lady Thalia and Lady Loina have arrived. Thalia offered her hand to little Loina, who was looking around in wonder. Would you like to dance with me, Loina?
Why, for you? Thalia was holding hands with Aegis, smiling as she looked at her sister. You haven't danced at all this whole time. Crown Prince Aegis's somewhat childish sulking left the two sisters helplessly silent. Suddenly, Thalia stepped forward and kissed Aegis's face, leaving him stunned and dazed for a few seconds as he tried to process it. On the other side, Julian sadly froze as he watched his daughter, now grown up. Rosanna watched her husband Julian helplessly as he vied for their daughter Thalia's affection. Thalia softly said, Well, let's start now. The lively music started, and everyone turned their eyes to watch the beautiful Thalia and Loina dancing. Aegis stood holding a glass of water, watching Thalia, when the voice of a red-haired woman approached him. Your Royal Highness, would you care to dance with me? Thalia ran over, smiling as she shielded Aegis and said, I apologize, but I've already booked a dance with him. For a moment, Thalia stared blankly at the girl in front of her, then thought, wait a minute, this girl. Thalia's eyes lit up. She's so beautiful, super beautiful. Thalia pouted and stepped forward to ask.
But next time, may I dance with you? I've heard it's good luck to get a kiss on a girl's birthday. Aegis helplessly pulled Thalia into his arms, shyly looking at the red-haired girl. Sorry, she's a bit too forward. Thalia glared at him angrily. Hey, no way! He gently looked at the impulsive girl in his arms. Come on, you're embarrassing me. Even as they walked away, Thalia's voice called out loudly to the girl. Let's dance together later. The red-haired girl smiled, looking at the two of them with their deep affection. Okay, I'll wait. Happy birthday. Aegis led Thalia to the balcony, childishly demanding, Today, you're only allowed to dance with me. She pouted. No way. It's my birthday today. I should celebrate with as many people as possible. But every time you dance with someone else, you'll give me a kiss. If you want me to kiss you, just bring other people to dance with me. Aegis asked Thalia, Will you kiss me in front of everyone? Thalia smiled happily at him. Of course. Aegis smiled, covering his mouth shyly. Then I'll have to bring a few more people onto the dance floor. Also, Thalia, when will you give me a real kiss, not just a peck? Thalia smiled. When I dance with you? He gently asked. Does that mean you'll kiss me in front of everyone? Thalia teased Aegis. No, of course not.
A peck is normal to show love between a couple, but kissing should be done in private. Aegis looked at her blankly. Are we lovers? Thalia brushed a lock of hair aside, revealing her delicate face, and looked at him. So what do you think we are? We love each other, kiss each other, and even cuddle. If not lovers, then what are we? Aegis stepped closer, wrapped his arms around her waist, and replied, Oh right, you're correct. Thalia, a little miffed, pushed him away. But honestly, until yesterday, we weren't lovers. Aegis was bewildered. What? We weren't lovers then? Thalia mischievously said, That's right.
I was still trying to win you over, but today I'm going to confess my feelings. Thalia looked up at him, full of shyness. So, do you want to officially become my boyfriend? Aegis gently took her hand and looked at her. If we become lovers, I'll keep you and never let you leave. I'll do everything to keep you by my side forever. You either get rid of my anxiety or you stay with me. Choose one. Thalia asked him, How can I get rid of your anxiety? Aegis closed his eyes, turned his head away and sulked. I don't know. Thalia lowered her face and softly said, I still have a lot of work to do, so I might have to leave sometimes for work.
I only plan to be away for a very long time, so I want you to wait. I'll contact you later, because I'm afraid you might change your mind and feelings. Aegis assured her, I will never change. Thalia looked at him worriedly. That's what worries me, Aegis. What I'm more afraid of is that you won't change your mind. Since you'll be alone when I leave, I hope you won't feel lonely. Aegis, I'm glad I'm the most important person to you, but I don't want to be everything to you. He asked her, Is that why you're leaving? Thalia replied, It would be true if I delayed my departure, but this isn't the cause of my anxiety. I can't tell you the details now, but because of it, I'll be back in about 2 years from when I leave. Aegis gently grasped Thalia's shoulders and asked, Really? Promise me. Thalia looked up at him. I promise I'll come back to you no matter what, so please promise me that I'll always be number 1 in your heart. But you can also find a number 2 among your 101 priorities, with me being number 1. He asked, Why 101 and not 100? You don't need to know. Thalia hooked her pinky with his. Promise me. Whoever breaks the promise will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Aegis looked bewildered. Huh? That's horrifying. Thalia teased. This is a blood promise, you know. All right, let's kiss then. Aegis lifted Thalia's face, held her neck, and lowered his kiss. A moment later, seeing the guests return and smile at Luina, I hadn't realized your brilliance, Miss Luina. I didn't have a chance to notice because Lady Thalia had already taken up most of the attention with her issues.
How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Luina looked at them disdainfully, thinking, is he trying to put down Tilly to elevate himself? Miss Luina was feeling a bit reluctant at the party. So, may I continue? The guest was stunned. Yes, Luina said. I don't need anyone to acknowledge my brilliance. The guests, one by one, laughed mockingly. Madame Rosanna approached her little daughter. Do you like this party? Luina told Madame Rosanna. Not really. To be honest, I don't really like being presented. Madame Rosanna told her little daughter. You don't have to join the nobility. Luina looked at her mother. I know, but I still don't want to. Her mother smiled, looking at her child. But what other chance will you have to wear the earrings Jan gave you? She thought of Jan, Prince Jan, Tilly's eldest brother. She didn't remember him clearly, Tilly's brother, but he seemed very important to Tilly, the 3 guardians, and Tilly. And the 3 guardians had to face a death predetermined by humans before the future war against the demon spirits, when Tilly was born and received the first prophecy.
Luina was influenced by a saying, to protect the guardian. That's why the guardian, like Tilly, will protect this world. Luina thought God is truly cruel. The sunset scene showed 2 figures, Aegis and Thalia, with Thalia leaning her head on Aegis's shoulder. Nestled in his large embrace, Thalia softly asked, Aegis, do you think this world is stagnant? He said, stagnant? She replied, after thousands of years, nothing has changed. Aegis said, well, perhaps it's because there are both demons and gods. Humans must fight against demonic spirits to protect peace. On second thought, it's not exactly stagnant. Thalia turned to look at him. What if the demonic spirits were to die? Aegis wondered.
Ah, she voiced, but no one has succeeded in completely destroying it. He nodded slightly. She recalled the spiritualist, the official name for evil spirits, meaning to vanish into wind and spirit. And in Latin, an evil spirit, a true demon, would destroy the world, aiming to devastate humanity and nations. If possessed by an evil spirit, humans would be controlled, and unless they awakened special abilities like the Salas family, no one could escape the evil spirit. But thanks to the prophet's prophecy and the special abilities of each family, it was possible to proactively prevent people from losing themselves to evil spirits when war broke out. There are 2 reasons why evil spirits cannot be destroyed. The first reason is that no one controls the evil spirits. An evil spirit with a master can make them thousands of times stronger, but at the same time, it also creates a fatal weakness. Secondly, if an evil spirit has no master, one must exploit every bit of their vitality. Dahlia turned and asked, what if one day everything comes to an end, whether evil spirits or humanity are annihilated? If we successfully destroy the evil spirits, then the 3 families will no longer have obligations. Will the country remain stagnant as before, or will the 3 families still hold power?
Aegis cautiously and tremblingly asked. Thalia, will you destroy the evil spirits? Her delicate, beautiful face turned back as she spoke. The future I knew has changed. Now no one knows what the future holds. But if this mission ends, many people will be able to live under protection, and the presence of the three families will no longer be needed. When the foundation of the world collapses, I too will collapse. Therefore, I must prepare even more. Even if we cannot destroy the evil spirits, I cannot entrust this responsibility to the next generation. Aegis lowered his head, his voice soft.
I understand what you're saying, Thalia smiled. You said you don't want to be emperor, right? How will people judge me when I go save this world? Don't lie to yourself. Deep down, you also want to be emperor. The choice is yours, he asked. Looking at him, Thalia's eyes curved into a happy smile. No matter who you are, I'll still love you, so I respect your decision. If you become emperor, I will gladly accept the role of empress to help you bear the burden of the country. But if you don't want to be emperor, I'll kidnap you like a tyrannical queen. Suddenly, Aegis buried his face in his hands and groaned. Oh my God, marry me. Thalia smiled, looking at his flushed face, embarrassed. We've only just started dating. He murmured, whatever, just marry me. Not now. Then when? Aegis, like a child, hugged Thalia close. When can we get married? Give me a hint. Thalia, helpless, said, I don't know either. He rested his head in the hollow of Thalia's neck, whining, please. Holding him tight, she thought of an intimate scene where he revealed his muscular, toned body. She softly called, Hey, Bronny, I'm calling you.
Aegis? Thalia pointed to herself, wondering. Me? She softly said, You know, I don't need a simple love. I'm more affectionate than that. He looked bewildered. Huh? Leaving Aegis still bewildered, Thalia's mind was filled with thoughts like, after we get married, I want him to be completely mine, and then we'll do this and that. A week later, Luina was lying on Mia's lap, whining, Nanny, can you stay? You know I can't. But, Mia then smiled, looking at the little girl tenderly. Then why don't we meet up outside after I leave? Luina spined up joyfully. Really? I'm free the day after tomorrow. Mia softly told the little girl, Actually, I have plans to visit a relief camp the day after tomorrow, but I can cancel it. Luina quickly said, Then I'll go with you. Mia replied in a low, surprised voice. Really? But there are many patients there. Luina's eyes sparkled. It's okay. It's not my first time going somewhere like that. Mia looked bewildered and puzzled. Wouldn't going shopping be better? The little girl quickly lowered her face and softly said, I don't like it because there are too many nobles there. Ever since I awakened my special ability, they've been looking at me like a rare animal in a zoo. And besides,
I'm also on the verge of success, so I'd like an opportunity to review my own situation. They are my people too. Mia looked at the girl right in front of her and smiled, thinking, when did this girl truly grow up? Mia softly said to Luina, Then let's go ask the Count for his opinion. Luina happily and excitedly replied, Okay, I'll also go ask Tilly if she wants to come along. What Luina said made Thalia stop her pen and wonder, What? Where are you going? Luina tilted her head and smiled, her eyes curving.
That relief camp, our girl went there too, didn't she? You don't want to go? Thalia thought for a moment, then softly said to Luina, It's too sudden, I can't make arrangements. Luina softly asked, full of curiosity, What do you mean? Thalia lowered her head, writing in the ledger, and said in a low voice, It's nothing, but I'll be busy that day. Luina could only reply, Oh, all right then. Thalia reminded her younger sister, Luina, did you read the training instructions I sent you? Luina stammered, Well, Luina thought, it's just some advice not to use her abilities indiscriminately. Thalia guessed her sister's intention and said, You were overconfident, so you didn't read them, did you? Luina awkwardly said, Is that so? Thalia, with eyes deep in thought, reminded her younger sister, If you use them moderately, it's fine. But the problem is, this won't solve everything, so only use them when protecting yourself or those you want to protect. Luina ran over, pressing her face against Thalia's cheek, pouting. Yes, my dear sister. Thalia, with a hint of annoyance, complained. You're too heavy. Get off me. Luina, in her fencing attire that accentuated her beautiful curves in all the right places, appeared at the relief camp. The children buzzed with curiosity. Miss Luina, is this a real sword? Let us see it. The children's teacher, embarrassed and flustered, said, Kids, give her some space. They smiled and said, No. The teacher reluctantly said, But Miss Luina only gives sweets to those who listen to the principal. Luina stared blankly at the two teachers and the children's sudden silence. The children burst out laughing. Hello. Luina smiled, her eyes curving gently, and said, Hello, kids. They nudged each other. Wow, she can talk, she can talk. Luina, feeling a little helpless, quickly explained, Kids, I'm a normal person too. The principal welcomed her. Miss Luina, let's go inside.
Kids, Count Harrison said he would give sweets to those who are well-behaved, so don't come into my office while I'm entertaining guests. The children obediently replied, Yes, Principal. Inside the office, Luina's gentle voice softly spoke.
There are so many children here. He smiled and replied, Well, their parents are too busy to take care of them, but can't afford to hire nannies, or those who are too weak to look after their grandchildren. Loiana was drawn to the portrait of a veiled woman with clasped hands and softly asked the master, What is that painting? He replied, That is the prophet. Thalia was surprised. Oh, he explained, I grew up in the Tower of the Holy Land, but I didn't choose to live as a monk, so I left that place and studied medicine. To me, the prophet is like my birth parents. Mia, in her elegant attire, holding a teacup, softly asked, May we look through the records of this place?
Seeing the principal respond, All right, here you go, they picked up the ledgers and papers in their hands and quietly asked, It seems there are a lot of healthcare costs, doesn't it? Referring to the basic facility costs, he smiled kindly at Mia and replied, You're right, which is why I'm worried they might leave. To be honest, the costs aren't enough to meet the operational needs of this place. Loina spoke up, wondering, Are there many sick people here? The principal replied, Most of them are seriously ill and difficult to cure, because this is the last place they can come to after resigning themselves to their terrible illnesses. But that's not a big problem. It's all thanks to the Countess's help. Mia smiled. What good is that donation if it can't help you? Loina stood up, smiled, and said softly to the two, I'm going to go around and play with the children. The principal was surprised. Ah, he looked up and asked, I don't think you should go to the patient area. That's where the patients are, so... Loina smiled in response to his words. Loina was standing, looking out at the space outside, when suddenly a voice called out, Miss Loina. A blue-haired woman with a frightened face pleaded, Please save my son. Her panic made Loina's whole body tremble. What? Loina asked. The woman then whispered, My son is very ill. Please save him. Please have mercy. My son, his heart is very weak. It's all because of my genetics. Please, I'll do anything. Loina could only shake her head and admit, I'm sorry, I cannot cure illnesses.
She knelt down, clutching Luina's hand, pleading heartbrokenly, But what if? You haven't even tried yet, please. The principal rushed over, seeing the scene, and was horrified. No, I've already told you, special abilities cannot cure diseases. That statement made the woman bow her head, filled with desperate unease. But he quickly ran over to help her up. Linda, get up. What are you doing to Miss Loina? A guardian is supposed to protect everyone, aren't they? Loina was rubbing her arm, which was red from where the woman had grabbed it. Loina heard her words and thought, Then why didn't she protect my child? Both the guardian and God have abandoned us. Mia pulled Miss Loina into an embrace and whispered, Miss Loina, let's go. Loina softly replied, Okay. The woman still struggled, crying out, My son! What about my son? Mia had no choice but to step closer and explain to her, If I were you, I would be by his side while his heart is still faintly beating. It's not too late to believe in God.
Your son is still alive, isn't he? As soon as Mia finished speaking, she turned and strode away, and the principal reassured her, Just stand up, her voice growing increasingly fierce. Even so, can't Miss Loina examine my son just once? He reminded her. Linda, the principal said softly, looking at the woman whose head was bowed low. The price of using her special ability is her life. Linda was bewildered. Huh? He explained. You are calling for someone else's daughter to die for your son. As Count Harrison said, your son isn't dead yet, so stand up. You said God doesn't care about you, didn't you? That's right. God never cares about us. It is only we who turn to God. Instead of denying fate, think of a way to change it.
In the spacious study, Thalia was nestled in Aegis's arms, reading documents together. There was a knock at the door, and Aegis commanded loudly, Come in. The attendant respectfully announced, I have a small request to make. Thalia, sweetly content with Aegis, gently looked at him and smiled. Hey, put me down. I want to eat something sweet. He replied, No. The attendant smiled and relayed the message. Miss Thalia, the queen wishes for you to visit her for a moment before returning. Aegis was sitting, holding Thalia tightly in his large arms. Thalia softly asked, Today? Seeing this, the attendant said to Miss Thalia, Yes, but if today isn't convenient, another day would be fine. Thalia said, Then tell her I will come in 3 hours. The attendant respectfully replied, Understood. Aegis turned his head and pouted, I want to come too. Thalia, about to offer him a sweet strawberry cake, looked at him gently, But you still have so much work to do. He thought in silence, then leaned closer to Thalia's face, making both of them blush shyly. In a low, seductive voice, he whispered into her ear, I can do it tomorrow, or I can just stay up a little late. Thalia asked him, bewildered, You don't want to do any work today? Why don't you finish all your tasks now, and then we can do something tonight? He teased Thalia, who was easily embarrassed. What exactly can we do? Thalia, recalling some promise, smiled at him with her large, sparkling eyes. You still haven't found your 100 priorities, have you? Aegis replied, I already have 10.
Thalia's sweet, gentle voice spoke up. I understand. Your 10 is the emperor. Family, Jan, and even close secretaries, right? Aegis, with his handsome and charming face, gently promised Thalia, next week I'll raise it to 20. Seeing his enthusiasm and sincerity, Thalia couldn't bear but to softly say, You don't need to rush like that. Later you'll regret your decision. He asked, Is regretting this so bad? Thalia smiled, looking at the strawberry cake in her hand, and softly said, It's not bad. I just want to say you should use your whole heart to love something. In the grand mansion with lush trees, a refined voice softly spoke up. Long time no see, Your Majesty. Thalia held both sides of her skirt and gently bowed in respectful greeting. Mrs. Charlotte smiled, looking at the young Thalia, who had now become a beautiful young woman. Welcome, Thalia. I assume you've had coffee with Aegis, so I've prepared some warm milk tea here. Thalia smiled. Thank you, ma'am. Charlotte called. Thalia. Thalia looked up politely. Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Charlotte innocently wondered, Why brony? Thalia, holding her teacup, felt apprehensive about Mrs. Charlotte's question.
Yes, you asked. I called Aegis brony, didn't I? Thalia hesitated shyly. Well, Thalia thought to herself, because your son has such a beautiful body. She stammered in reply, The reason I called Aegis brony is because... Before she could finish her sentence, Madame Charlotte interjected. His body, you say? Thalia, frightened, said, My fault. Smiling, she looked at the young Thalia, who was blushing with shyness, and playfully said, You don't need to apologize. After all, you are the only one who gets to touch him. The Asser family is famous for its robust physique. Thalia shyly replied, Oh, I know. Thalia's face burned with embarrassment as she listened to Madame Charlotte's girlish reminiscences. I experienced that when I was just a maiden, so I decided to marry Peleus when Aegis was still young. His cheeks were so soft and cute. But somehow, as he grew up, all that baby fat turned into muscle without me even realizing it. She softly called, Thalia. She replied, Yes, madam. She looked at Thalia and softly asked, Are you still choosing to escape the ties of the three families? Are you sure? Noting Thalia's silence, which seemed to confirm her answer, she confided sincerely,
You've done well, Thalia. Unlike me, you were born into three families, unburdened and accepting your destiny. But that doesn't mean you're okay with your choice, Thalia explained. In fact, this goes against my very nature. I can't become a queen like her, and I don't think anyone can. She thought of Peleus and Charlotte, embracing and raising Aegis with the sincere love of parents. Charlotte is a perfect queen, because a dream prince needs dream parents. But I don't know much about who he truly is after wearing the crown. Perhaps he has his own story, Thalia confided in her, saying, I don't know how things will turn out, but if it were me, I would pass on the throne to the heir and enjoy retirement with Aegis. Charlotte found it quite amusing and chuckled. Oh, that sounds good. Maybe Peleus and I should do the same. She quickly interjected. Please, not right now, she said. I'm just kidding. Thalia thought helplessly to herself. Are you sure? Thalia reluctantly said to Charlotte, Even if Aegis and I were to take the throne, we would only do the bare minimum.
My apologies, she chuckled, looking at Thalia. Seeing her laugh like that made Thalia somewhat foolishly call out, Sir? Charlotte's elegant voice was truly sincere, and she smiled genuinely. That is what I want. I don't wish to ask if you want to become queen. I only hope that you and my son can live a happy life. That is enough. I don't expect anything more than that. Spirits and not humans. What can I even do? When evil spirits appear, I must stop them with Aegis and the person named Jan, fighting evil spirits and bringing glory to the family. But is that what I want? What is my purpose, after all? Is protecting those I love enough? Night fell. Outside Thalia's study, there was a knock. Knock, knock, Thalia softly said. Come in. Luina immediately entered and heard her sister Thalia's voice. Is everything all right? Luina stammered. Yes, Thalia asked the girl, who was standing there dumbfounded. Did something happen at the poorhouse? Luina looked bewildered. How did you know? Thalia softly said. Because ever since you left there, you've been acting strangely. Sit down. Luina obediently replied. Yes. Thalia sighed softly and said, So that's what happened. How unfortunate. Luina bowed her head and replied, Mm-hmm. Thalia looked at the girl's innocent face and asked, So you want to save others with your ability? Luina replied, I'm not sure, but I can't stop thinking about Linda. Thalia thought for a moment, then told Luina, Yes, you probably feel it's your duty to save people because you have a special ability. But then again, special abilities aren't just for saving people. Luina looked bewildered, still not understanding. Huh? Thalia looked at her sister and explained, If you want to save more people, you should study medicine. Then you can save them with medicine as a doctor, instead of with your special ability. But you must become a duchess. There's no law that forbids a duchess from becoming a doctor. Hearing her sister say that, Luina smiled and replied, You're right. Thalia sat down to talk with her sister Luina. So why do you want to solve everything with your ability? Even if you completely drain yourself using your ability, the number of people you save won't reach 100. So why don't you try studying medicine and drugs to understand and cure the root cause of diseases, Luina? Finding and curing the root cause of a disease could save hundreds, thousands of people, even after you're gone. Or you could donate to hospitals as a duchess. Your donations could be used to train doctors and save thousands of people. Luina was silent for a moment, then smiled and turned to look at her sister. I've never thought about that.
Why didn't I think of this? Luina thought, looking at her admiringly. Why do I only believe in God? Thalia smiled, looking at the sweet little Luina. Thalia asked, So, do you have your answer yet? Luina shook her head vigorously. Luina confided in Thalia, I'm thinking about the answer, but right now I have more things I want to do. Thalia then understood Luina's thoughts and asked, You want to save that woman's son, don't you? Luina said softly, Yes, I know medicine can't cure that disease, but I still want to try once.
Do you know what that illness is? Thalia replied, It's heart disease. I'll find a good doctor for it. The little girl happily said to her, Thank you, Tilly. But Thalia had to raise her voice slightly to remind the little girl, But this will be the last time I see you involved with anyone else. Next time, I won't take responsibility. If this gets out, people will think you're a saint and force you to heal them. You know that healing with medicine and healing for money are different, right? Luina nodded, smiling at her sister. Yes, I understand. Luina rushed into Thalia's arms, hugging her tightly and softly calling, Tilly. Thalia stroked her head, looking at the pouting little girl Luina. My little sister is acting like a baby today. Luina buried her small head in Thalia's chest. Hee, no I'm not. In the gloomy room, the woman was slumped over her son's bed. She heard a sound and woke up startled, looking at the woman with her head covered, asking softly, Who are you? Looking closely, the girl had bright blonde hair and purple eyes. She knelt down, bowing her head tremblingly. It's an honor, Miss Thalia. Thalia asked her, Do you want to save your son? She quickly nodded. Yes, but I cannot ask Miss Luina. That is impossible. She understood that she had committed some offense. I am truly regretful for my rudeness that day. If you wish to punish me, I will accept any punishment.
Thalia said, Very well, I will punish you. As a punishment, you must not tell anyone that the ducal family helped you. She respectfully nodded. Yes. Thalia softly said, I will help your son receive treatment from a cardiologist. She was stunned and bewildered. Treatment? Thalia then explained to her, A disease cannot be cured by special abilities, so we must rely on medical science. I will fully support the costs, but I cannot guarantee that your son will recover. She looked up and asked, Will you help us too? Thalia child on the bed and said, Don't ask why. Focus on saving your son. His condition has improved thanks to the care at the camp. Understand? She understood the ducal family's help and respectfully expressed her gratitude. Understood.
Miss Thalia, thank you very much. The principal saw Thalia preparing to leave and rushed over, whispering, Thank you, Miss Thalia. Thalia turned to look at him. You're thanking me? This was merely my sister's wish. This won't happen again because she'll be going much further away. Seeing this, he understood her meaning and changed the subject. Then when the child is better, I will send a letter to thank Miss Luina. Thalia quickly, sternly reminded him, Don't even think about secretly thanking her. Then she heard him ask, Aren't you the one being secretive? The sky had turned to a new day. At the palace, Julian's questioning voice rose. Would it be better if the second guardian accompanied the delegation? It would help us gain more trust from the kingdom and its subjects. Pelias saw this and praised the idea. Good idea, we should ask her opinion first. Suddenly Aegis thought, Luina will visit the kingdom? Tilly must be so sad not to see Jan. So if I say that Tilly and I have become lovers, he'll surely be happy for both of us, right? He must be grown up by now, right? I wonder what he looks like. I really want to meet him. At Thalia's house, Thalia stared at Aegis in astonishment and asked, Luina will join the delegation? Aegis smiled gently, then hugged her, softly chuckling to reassure her. We have to ask Luina first. What do you think? Meanwhile, Luina, her face streaked with tears, was flailing and shouting loudly, I'll do everything to avoid joining the nobility.
Thalia rubbed her chin in silent doubt. The two of them going to the Empire together was not in the original plot, and she was a little worried about this. She must have made a mistake somewhere. Thalia crossed her arms and reluctantly spoke, All right, I'll go too. Aegis clapped excitedly, looking at her. Really? While Luina raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Really? Thalia closed her eyes helplessly and said to Aegis, I'm not going because of you, Aegis. Aegis happily ran over and hugged her, rubbing his head against her like a big puppy. Of course, I'm going to meet Jan. Luina put her hands on her hips and looked at them with a judgmental gaze. You're truly a terrible sister, Thalia said in a teasing tone. Then you should go find a lover too. Aegis suddenly hid behind Thalia, timidly, upon hearing Luina's next words. No way Dad would ever allow that.
Thalia nudged Luina with her elbow and said cheerfully, "If you manage to date a good man, just let me put in a good word for you." Luina crossed her arms and gently leaned away from Thalia. "Forget it. Are you just going to leave everything for Father to handle anyway?" Aegis, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up in Thalia's defense. "One of the purposes of this trip is to discuss the development plan. Since Thalia is the one advocating for this new plan, it's good that she's coming along." Thalia smirked and looked at Luina. "I'll be your guardian." Luina irritably turned her face away, a sparkling light swaying in the wind with her movement. All right, I know I need a guardian, but I'm not a child anymore, you know?" Thalia, having noticed the light, asked curiously, "Those are the earrings Jan gave you, right? Do you like them?" Luina lightly touched the earring with her hand and mumbled softly, "They're too heavy, but I guess I should wear them." Aegis and Thalia both smiled, looking at their little sister. The designer, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up hesitantly. "Ms. Luina, what color dress would you like to wear? And the crown, too. We need to synchronize the colors. If you don't have a specific color in mind, you could suggest the style you prefer." Luina thoughtfully rubbed her chin. "I want to look mature." Thalia gleefully ran over and hugged Luina, teasing, "So you want to make some foolish noble look a year or two younger?" Luina flinched, quickly turned to avoid her, and retorted, "I didn't say that."
Thalia pointed at the youthful dresses with bright, clear colors, then asked doubtfully, "So you don't like people paying attention to you because you're too young?" Thalia took out a somewhat mature red dress. "Then try to imagine me wearing this dress. How would I look?" Before Luina could speak, Aegis, with a dazed look, stared at Thalia and exclaimed, "Absolutely stunning!" Thalia frowned helplessly and kicked him out. And so His Highness was unceremoniously kicked out by his lover, feeling wronged, like a kicked ball. Returning to the quiet space in the fitting room, Thalia pointed directly at Luina and gave her honest opinion. "To be frank, none of these styles suit you at all. It wouldn't be bad to look for a new style now, would it?" Luina repeated anxiously, "A new style? Really?" Thalia said mysteriously, "What I mean is, create an outfit that, just by looking at it, you'd know only you could wear." She looked at all the outfits in the room and shook her head in disappointment. "It's a shame. I don't see any of these clothes fitting my sister." The fashion designer tilted her head and looked at Thalia doubtfully. "An outfit made for Miss Luina?" Thalia pointed at the three women beside her and gave an order that made them stiffen in tension. "Your task is to create such an outfit. To make a 15-year-old girl happy, it can't be too simple. Don't over-decorate it with too many details, but it must be a truly beautiful, splendid, and most luxurious outfit."
The three stylists listened, utterly confused and unable to comprehend. Thalia held up the check and uttered enchanting words to motivate the stylists, urging them to break away from traditional clothing styles. "You all know which colors are suitable for the ducal family, don't you? Whoever can create an outfit that perfectly suits Luina will certainly receive a reward." The three of them stared intently at the check, a blank check, their eyes gleaming. As if energized, they respectfully exclaimed, "Yes, we will do our best." And that day finally arrived, a few days after Luina's debut. Luina confidently donned her one-of-a-kind outfit and stepped into the ceremonial grounds. Thalia happily looked down at her younger sister from upstairs. Thalia silently mused, "Absolutely worth every penny." Aegis suddenly approached from behind Thalia and softly asked, "What are you looking at?"
Thalia cast her gaze towards Luina, who was happily surrounded by people, and chuckled, "The star of the day." Aegis suddenly pointed at someone in surprise. "Oh, he's over there." Thalia looked in the direction he pointed and asked doubtfully, "What about him?" Aegis observed Hayden and Luina's conversation and speculated, "It seems he likes Luina." Thalia looked more closely in surprise. "Really? He seems to be Viscount Hayden's eldest son. What's he like?" Aegis put one hand on his hip and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I don't know much about his personality, but I heard he left the Royal Knights." Thalia looked at him curiously. "Why is that?" Aegis recounted while Thalia was deep in thought. Apparently, he never wanted to be a knight from the beginning, so he argued with Viscount Hayden and handed over his responsibilities to his 7-year-old younger brother. Thalia moved closer to Aegis. "So what does he do now? He looks like a normal teenager." Aegis turned his head to look at her and replied, "Well, he's 18. I heard he's studying something, but I don't know what exactly. Anyway, he used to secretly watch Luina a few times when she visited the palace, while he was still a knight, and some other knights even rumored that he liked Luina." Thalia rolled her eyes indifferently. "Ah, quite entertaining. Oh, he's inviting Luina to dance." Seeing Hayden kiss Luina's hand made Thalia secretly stammer in her mind, "Oh my God, is he a playboy?" Thalia immediately whipped her head around and urgently called Aegis. "Let's go down and dance too." Aegis looked bewildered. "Huh?" But he was immediately dragged away by Thalia with the urging words, "Hurry up." In the middle of the party grounds, it was time for ladies and gentlemen to dance. Thalia vigilantly stared at Luina while holding hands and dancing with Aegis. She exclaimed when she saw them at a closer distance,
Well, he looks quite cute up close, doesn't he? Oh my, look at that smile on his face. Aegis was displeased to see Thalia constantly casting admiring glances elsewhere. He wrapped his arm around her waist more tightly and pulled her closer to him. Their eyes were inches apart. Aegis said in a sulky, petulant voice, "You should be looking at me while we dance." Thalia leaned closer to Aegis's lips and gently coaxed the sulking young man. "Don't be so selfish." The procession of carriages entered the majestic and magnificent castle. Rayon's father enthusiastically spread his arms and said to everyone, "We are delighted to welcome the members of the delegation." Aegis, Thalia, and Luina stepped forward and respectfully bowed to him. Aegis politely said, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your warm welcome." He introduced himself, "I am Aegis Acer." Thalia, standing next to him, added, "I am Thalia Remecchio." Luina also gave a slight nod and said, "I am Luina Remecchio." The man suddenly pushed Rayon forward and introduced him to everyone. "My eldest son, Rayon, will look after all of you during your stay in this kingdom."
Rayon gave a slight bow to everyone. The man suddenly looked at Thalia and happily said, "A welcome party will be held in a few days, so everyone please rest. I also hope that you and your brother will have a chance to be close." Thalia tilted her head, looking at him with a polite smile. "Thank you for your offer, sir." He placed a hand on his chest and bowed to her. "I am the one who should thank you, so I will leave you to your comfort." The morning at the mansion was fresh and cool. Everyone politely bowed, watching the man's retreating back. Rayon straightened up and hospitably said, "Allow me to lead everyone to your resting place." Rayon led the large group to the buildings behind the mansion. Rayon politely bowed. "This will be your resting place. If you need anything, please call me." Aegis and Thalia simultaneously bowed politely, while Luina stood stunned in a corner.
Rayon suddenly spoke softly as Thalia looked up. "Tilly." Rayon opened his arms and looked at Thalia expectantly. Thalia's eyes were filled with a sad nostalgia. She lunged into Rayon's arms, hugged his neck, and called out, "Jan!" Abel and the servants were speechless with astonishment at the sight. During the reunion of old friends, Thalia looked directly at Rayon and said, "I've missed you so much, Jan." Rayon smiled at her and replied, "Me too. Tilly, you really do resemble your father." Thalia, surprised, pointed at her face. "Really? I never thought so." Rayon rested his chin on his hand, squinted and assessed. "And now you must be more mature, huh? When you were little, you used to tease me all the time." Thalia rested her chin on her hand and looked at Rayon with a judgmental gaze. "I'm glad to see you, but do you really remember all the times I teased you when we were kids? Psst, it seems I've wasted my time being nice to you, haven't I?" Rayon chuckled and spoke up to stop the playful banter. All right. So have you recruited all 4 lords yet?" Thalia proudly put her hands on her hips and replied, "I have." Rayon suddenly spoke in a teasing tone. "I'm still the first lord, aren't I, Demon Queen?" Thalia happily replied, "Of course. Without you, there would be no 4 lords or any Demon Queen here." Rayon exclaimed, "Is that so?" Thalia suddenly glanced at Aegis and mischievously added, "Thanks to you, I even managed to kidnap the Crown Prince." Rayon looked in the direction of her gaze in astonishment. "The Crown Prince?"
Over there, Aegis was saying something to his friends beside him, his focused demeanor looking extremely handsome. Rayon rubbed his chin and exclaimed in surprise, while Thalia forced a smile. "Really? Well, I didn't realize you were in such a state. How has your health been these past few days?" Thalia gently said to reassure him. "I have fully recovered." Rayon chuckled contentedly. "Well, let's talk about the other details later. You'll be staying here for a while anyway." Thalia suddenly turned her head as if remembering something. "Oh, right. I should introduce Luina to you, shouldn't I?" Thalia looked towards Luina from a distance, then waved her hand and called out loudly, "Luina!" Luina gently walked over. She politely bowed to Rayon and then said in a distant tone, "I believe this is our first meeting. I am Luina Remedio." Rayon cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Rayon Celis. You've grown so fast." Luina closed her eyes and coldly replied to Rayon, "Thank you for the birthday gift you gave me. Thanks to it, my debut was a huge success." Rayon replied courteously while Luina fell silent. "I'm glad to hear you say that." Luina turned her head, avoiding Rayon's gaze, then shyly bowed her head and said, "I apologize for saying this was our first meeting. I am well aware of your importance to the family."
Rayon didn't blame her. He just spoke softly. "Well, you were still a baby then, and I was still young too, so I don't remember everything." Luina nervously bowed her head. "And besides, even without any formal adoption, I'm certain I'm your sister." Rayon's laughter rang out, making Luina look up in surprise and stare at him. Rayon suddenly leaned closer to Luina and whispered into her ear, "I'll keep track of the time." At the resting place, once everyone had settled into their accommodations, Thalia suddenly woke up. She yawned sleepily and thought to herself, "I woke up too early. Should I go down and train a bit?" And so Thalia sat up and changed her clothes. She walked past a small room and looked into it with curiosity. Thalia's gaze suddenly focused on something.
Cautiously, she asked loudly to a shadowy figure sitting suspiciously close to the wall, "Who's there?" The shadowy figure slowly stood up. Abel nervously pulled back his hood and introduced himself. "I am Abel Celis." Thalia looked at him and said sarcastically, "Oh, Prince, what brings you here?" Abel awkwardly whispered, "I came to see you."
Thalia replied coolly, "If you wish to discuss something, you should propose a meeting at a different time." Abel immediately became flustered and anxious. "No, that's not it. I have something I need to ask right now. I want to formally apologize to you for my previous behavior." Thalia looked at Abel suspiciously. "Did you perhaps come here by secretly jumping in through the window?" Abel nodded slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Thalia let out a sigh and then asked gently, "All right, what do you want to ask?" Abel immediately blurted out what he was wondering. "I know you are one of the members of the three families and have now been released from your obligations." Thalia nodded in agreement. "What you said is correct." Abel continued earnestly in a low voice. "So, can you help my brother?" Thalia glanced at him, puzzled. "I don't quite understand this request." Abel nervously placed a hand on his chest and then calmly said, "I want you to involve my brother in the relationship between two nations. I know that my brother and you are very close."
Thalia speculated suspiciously, "So that's why you want me to help him?" Abel bowed his head and sincerely offered, "Could you enter into a fake engagement with him?" He nervously turned his head, avoiding Thalia's gaze, and thought to himself, "An engagement is a very delicate matter. However, if Rayan gets engaged to her, Mother won't be able to openly harm him as she does now. Do you know about the current situation of this place?" Thalia rested her hands on her hips, asking doubtfully, "What about you? How much do you know?" Abel honestly bowed his head and said, "I don't know much. However, I know that the current peace is just a facade." Thalia interrupted him with a cryptic remark, "You know enough." Abel hesitated and explained, "I used to know nothing, but when I realized and tried to do something, I couldn't do anything anymore. Now the best thing for me to do is to know nothing, even if I have to sneak out in the middle of the night to ask for your help."
The air between the two suddenly became still and awkward. Thalia said firmly, "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to an engagement." Abel looked up in disappointment. "That's true, because the two of you are like brother and sister, but I didn't think that was impossible." Thalia cut him off before he could finish. "The reason is that this condition cannot be met because I already have a partner." How could someone with a partner still have to accept an arranged marriage? How could the crown prince's partner get engaged to a crown prince of another nation? Abel awkwardly stepped back, unable to utter another word. He shyly covered his mouth, and then hastily said, "I apologize for making such an embarrassing proposal. I wasn't aware of the current situation. Every night I stay awake until midnight, worrying about my brother, but even so I can't get out of bed, because that would only make things worse." Thalia looked at Abel with a complex gaze, not knowing what to do. Abel continued gloomily, "Every day I plead with Mother, who is targeting my brother's life. I truly want to find a solution for this." Thalia suddenly spoke up. "So this is my way." Abel looked at her expectantly, then excitedly asked, "Really?" Thalia nodded frankly. "Yes. To be honest, this should have been resolved a long time ago, but it's been dragged on until now." Abel tensed, his hands clutching his cloak tightly. "So what's the solution?" Thalia said with a firm tone and determined eyes. "It's to assassinate the queen." Abel's eyes darkened, unable to believe his ears. "I apologize for the extreme measure," Thalia said. Abel bowed his head. No need to apologize." Thalia closed her eyes and regretfully uttered, "I shouldn't have told you this. The queen's son." "But the chances of Jan or Harry Mateo assassinating the queen aren't high," Abel asked timidly. "May I ask why?" Thalia answered him in a serious tone. "Because it only resolves the current conflict, not the root cause of the problem." Abel looked at her, puzzled. "Huh?" Thalia raised her hand, then smiled brightly at him and said, "Try to figure out why we shouldn't use this method. That will be your assignment." With that, Thalia turned and walked away, leaving Abel confused and unsure what to do. "Wait," Thalia urged Abel indifferently. "You should go back. Everyone must be waking up soon." Abel thoughtfully watched her retreating figure, not uttering another word. That afternoon, Aegis, Thalia, Luina, and Rayan were enjoying a small tea party together.
Rayan suddenly turned his head to look at Aegis and asked in surprise, "Ain? Aegis, since when did you get so big?" Thalia agreed with Rayan's question and added, "Tell me too." Aegis replied helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to." But before he could finish, Thalia suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, are we going to eat all of this?" Rayan was holding a small cake and looked at her with a skeptical gaze. "What do you mean? Do you think it's too much? But there's only enough here for us." Thalia thought to herself, "He still likes sweets just like before. He's grown up, but he's still a child." Thalia looked at Rayan's puffed up cheeks as he put food in his mouth, then covered her face and exclaimed, "You chew so cutely." Rayan calmly replied, but it made the servants behind him cover their mouths in alarm. "You too, Tilly?" Thalia asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Rayon replied in a teasing tone, while Aegis covered his mouth, laughing. You still treat me like a child, don't you? Thalia casually replied. Is that so? Aegis couldn't help but add. You treat me that way, too.
Thalia suddenly raised her hand and said, okay. Rayon looked at her cuteness, chuckled, and asked, How are your parents doing? Thalia happily replied, They're very well, but my father tried to kill Aegis before. Oh, right, Luina has received a marriage proposal. Rayon looked at Luina in surprise. Really now, but she's still so young. Thalia whispered excitedly. They're not dating yet, but it seems he really likes her. Rayon raised his voice. Wow, that's shocking. I didn't expect this to happen so soon, because Al has never liked anyone. Thalia tilted her head in doubt, wondering, Al? Do you mean Prince Abel? Rayon nodded. Yes. Thalia thought to herself, I bet Abel is too preoccupied with the political struggle to think about dating.
Thalia immediately changed the subject to Rayon. What about you? Do you have someone you like yet? He rubbed his chin and shyly replied, Not yet. Thalia cleared her throat and exclaimed, What a waste of such a handsome face. Aegis's gaze slowly turned into daggers, staring at them. Rayon pointed to himself, wondering, Do I look that handsome? Thalia casually replied, Yeah, exactly my type. Rayon immediately moved closer to Aegis and quickly said, So you like Aegis even more than your usual type? Thalia crossed her arms and smugly replied, Yeah, I'm pretty confident I'll become queen. Rayon looked at her, covering his mouth to chuckle teasingly. You, a queen? I can't imagine it. I bet you just throw all the rules out the window and live freely. Thalia closed her eyes, not refuting him, but just softly said, You really are my brother. You know everything. The atmosphere among long-lost friends was unusually warm. Aegis said nothing, only looking at her with eyes full of indulgence. Rayon suddenly spoke up. Oh, right, about the welcome party. There's a suggestion that the Remedio girls should be escorted by either me or Abel. Aegis looked at him and remarked, Sounds good? Thalia looked at Rayon in surprise and asked curiously, Aren't people making a fuss about your engagement? Rayon closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. Well, I'm still dealing with a more difficult problem. What girl would want to sleep with me knowing she could be stabbed at any moment? Luina, who had been silent until now, suddenly put down her teacup and softly said, So, could you escort me? Rayon looked at her awkwardly and said, Oh, Abel is closer to your age. I might not be very suitable, so... But Luina immediately cut him off and said with a firm voice, No, I want you to be my escort. That day finally arrived. Rayon took Luina's hand and looked at her affectionately in the melodious atmosphere. They seemed to separate from the outside world, creating their own private space.
Luina's gaze at Rayon was filled with happiness and infatuation. Thalia, who was with Aegis, suddenly turned her head to look at them with a complex expression. Thalia thought to herself, It seems the two of them are still shy with each other. What was Luina thinking? She was truly very shy. Were they attracting attention because they were the main characters? No, don't overthink it. Just then, someone approached and politely nodded to Thalia and Aegis. Your Royal Highness, Miss Thalia. Thalia exclaimed in surprise, Mr. An? He extended his hand and introduced himself. I am An Libos, the Minister of Justice in this kingdom. I didn't expect you to remember me, Miss Thalia. She tilted her head, looked at Mr. An and politely replied, Of course I remember. He looked at her happily and said with praise and admiration, I've heard many things about your wisdom, Miss Thalia. I truly hope you'll have the opportunity to share your experiences with my students. He suddenly turned his head to look towards Abel. Thalia shyly held her wineglass and humbly said, If you allow it, I would be delighted. An then politely bowed to the two of them and bid them farewell. Thank you, Miss Thalia. Well, I'll be leaving now. Please enjoy your evening. After he left, Thalia's gaze once again settled on Abel Celis. He seemed much more comfortable standing next to Jan, but I don't know if that was due to guilt or affection when standing next to Jan. She recalled his fearful image from before, which was completely contrary to how he was now. Thalia mused. In the original storyline, the final villain was Rayon, who was possessed by an evil spirit, and the queen herself was responsible for that. Controlled by the evil spirit, Rayon killed the queen, the king, and even Abel, but I won't let that happen. A moment later, Thalia approached Rayon. She asked softly, Where's Luina? Rayon replied, Oh, she went back to her room. It's quite late now. Why do you ask? Thalia then stepped closer and whispered into his ear, Then let's go for a drink again. Just the three of us. Rayon looked at her suspiciously. Tonight? Thalia quickly explained, Tomorrow we have to start the delegation's work, so today is the best opportunity, isn't it? Rayon nodded casually. All right, let's go. That evening, Thalia quietly stepped into a small room and stared at it, assessing it. This place was desolate compared to a crown prince's room. There wasn't much furniture here.
Thalia looked in surprise at the black plush rabbit sitting forlornly on the chair. Thalia reached out her hand and gently stroked it. A voice from behind suddenly called out, catching her attention. Hello, Tilly? Thalia walked closer to the wine table and softly asked Rayon, You still have it? Rayon paused for a moment, looking bewildered, then replied, The plush rabbit? Of course, I can't sleep without it. Thalia closed her eyes in resignation and remarked, You're such a child.
The three of them, holding 3 glasses of wine, gently clinked their glasses together. The atmosphere was extremely warm and joyful. Rayan suddenly turned his head to look at Thalia and softly asked, "So Tilly, is there something you want to say?" Thalia lowered her head, holding the wine glass in her hand, and said in a confiding tone, "Abel asked for my help. I think he wants to resolve this issue." The atmosphere suddenly grew still and fell into silence.
Thalia whispered tentatively, "Jan, you want to take advantage of this situation a bit longer, don't you?" Rayan slammed his wine glass onto the table and said, "Yes, I feel guilty towards Abel, but I can't disrupt this balance right away." Aegis turned his head, looking at him quizzically. "Didn't you say you would rule the entire kingdom? Wouldn't it be better to just settle everything then?" Rayan lowered his head, his voice growing quieter. "You're right, but I don't want to use violence to seize the throne. I don't see the point in doing this, even if it's the right way." Aegis asked curiously, "So what do you want to do?" Rayan raised his head and answered resolutely, "I will establish a new system, reorganize the 3 royal families, and ensure that the throne is not based on hereditary succession." Aegis frowned, stunned, and Thalia too couldn't help but stare at Rayan in surprise. Thalia closed her eyes and sighed, thinking to herself, "I know what Jan is aiming for is what he envisions for an ideal kingdom."
She suddenly turned her head to look at Aegis, who was sitting still and motionless. Aegis suddenly raised his wineglass and took a deep gulp. Thalia called out worriedly, "Aegis!" Rayan couldn't help but speak up, "Hey!" Aegis put down the wineglass and suddenly furrowed his brows tightly. Aegis suddenly spoke, addressing Rayan. "Jan, you said you didn't want to become king." Rayan lowered his head awkwardly. "I will become king, but not because I am the heir to the family. You know, it's this very inheritance that has caused so much suffering." Aegis and Thalia looked at Rayan with complex expressions. Rayan turned his face away and spoke each word. "Initially, the plan was for Abel to awaken before I returned to Remedio and lived a peaceful life. But I realized that I wouldn't be happy if I left Father and Abel behind. This isn't love, this is because I don't want to have regrets later." Thalia lowered her eyes in thought, not answering. Rayan pondered for a moment, then scoffed at himself. "If I left, Abel would continue living this life, either fighting for power or becoming a puppet king. So in the end, I decided I would become king myself." Aegis reached out and touched his shoulder, advising softly, "You don't need to sacrifice yourself for your brother's sake." Rayan turned his head to look at him, then gave Aegis a reassuring smile. "I won't sacrifice myself. I just want to create a kingdom different from the kingdom of those who abuse me. By doing so, I can prove that I am different from them." Aegis looked at him with a complex gaze, not uttering a word. Aegis lowered his head, thinking to himself, "It seems I found where I don't fit with the throne."
All right, if that's what you want, I'll support you. If you get lost, we'll discuss it and find the right path again, so just do what you want. Seeing Aegis's attitude, Rayan immediately covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Aegis wondered suspiciously, "Why are you laughing?" Rayan said with a trembling voice, "Hearing you say you'll defeat me, I find it hilarious." Aegis thought helplessly to himself, "Is it really that funny?" Thalia suddenly raised the wineglass in her hand, put her hand on her hip, and said, "Let me guess, he's drunk." Aegis glanced at Rayan, who was covering his face and laughing like crazy, and said, "I don't think I'm drunk." Thalia looked at them, then picked up the wine bottle and assessed. "Whether drunk or not, one of you is really strange, or maybe both of you are." Thalia raised the entire bottle of wine and shouted, "Come on, let's drink, let's drink." The next morning, Thalia suddenly opened her eyes to find herself having fallen asleep against Aegis's chest at some point. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and tiredly mumbled to herself, I must have fallen asleep." Thalia looked around in confusion and wonder, but where was Jan? Her eyes flickered, then stared at something. Thalia looked suspiciously at the dark red liquid on the floor, blood. Thalia calmly pushed open the door and stepped out. The guard outside immediately greeted her upon seeing her. "Ah, Miss Thalia." Thalia asked in a low, firm voice, "Where is Jan?" The guard respectfully replied, "He's gone for a walk. Shall I call a servant for you?" Thalia raised an eyebrow at him, saying nothing. Thalia suddenly cut to the chase, making the guard flinch and turn away. "Where did the blood come from? Don't tell me assassins arrived first thing in the morning?" Thalia silently fumed. "Tsk, to think they dared send assassins when both Aegis and I are with Jan." The guard then honestly reported, "Actually, they sent spies disguised as servants. He usually lets them live, but this time they had to be dealt with because he saw what was necessary." Thalia asked again, "So where is Jan?" He pointed to a distant spot and replied, "There's a small forest behind this place. He's probably there." Thalia wondered suspiciously, "Why there?" The guard hesitated before answering, "That's where he usually buries the bodies." Thalia crossed her arms, annoyed. "Is that so?" The guard panicked when he saw Thalia suddenly turn and walk away. "Where are you going?" Thalia honestly turned her head and replied, "To find my brother. What else? Why? Do you want to come along?" The guard, flustered, whispered, but I'm afraid you'll want to stay away from him when you see him in his current state." Thalia, annoyed, glanced at him. "Do I look like a heartless sister?" The guard immediately panicked, waving his hands to explain. "No, not at all. My fault, Miss Thalia."
Thalia walked away again, leaving only a firm statement. You just stay here. I'll bring Jan back. Rayan was wiping his face with a handkerchief when he was suddenly surprised to see Thalia. Tilly? Rayan ignored the corpse behind him and quickly ran closer to her. Rayan spoke up. You shouldn't be here. But she didn't care for his words, only asking in a low, worried voice, Are you hurt? I'm asking if you're hurt. Rayan ugly shook his head and replied, No. Thalia suddenly raised her hand and touched his face, softly calling, Jan. Don't hide your pain from me. I know you like the back of my hand, so I know everything. Rayan looked at Thalia and gave a bitter smile. Thalia put her hand to her chest and bowed her head, saying in his self-reproaching voice, I've done many wrong things to you. Rayan stared at her suspiciously. What do you mean? Thalia whispered, I can't tell you no. Please wait for me, but never forgive me. Rayan stepped forward and took her hand, then said gently, I don't know what it is, but I don't care what you've done. I will still forgive you, even if you tell me not to, Tilly. Thalia blushed and looked sadly at Rayan, saying, You'll regret it. But Rayan didn't say another word. He just smiled foolishly in front of her. Back at the mansion, a voice rang out while pouring coffee into a cup. So why do you want to see me? Thalia said in a serious tone, I want to have a negotiation with you. Livia looked at her, then casually leaned back in her chair and said, Is that so? Well, I feel the same way. Thalia got straight to the point, stunning her. You should stop. Thalia's voice pleaded earnestly. Please stop. Livia irritably slammed the coffee cup under the table. She looked at her and gave a sinister smile. What will you do if I don't stop? Will you threaten me? You have no right to threaten me, no matter what the first prophecy you received was. Thalia bowed her head and said in a low voice, I know. I only came to see you out of mercy. Livia said loudly with a mocking tone, Pity, you've come here to warn me, have you? What do you think could happen to me? Thalia firmly spoke up. If I tell you, will you stop? She coldly turned her head. Stopping now would be of no use to me. Thalia suddenly uttered a strange remark. But that way you could save yourself. Livia covered her mouth, a scornful laugh escaping. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes terrifying as she spoke to Thalia. Save myself? If she only wants to pity me, then she should do something more useful. Livia again covered her mouth, laughing scornfully. She then raised her head, saying with a mocking tone, Save myself? If you want to pity me, then you should do something for me. Thalia, sitting opposite Livia, suddenly asked, Is there anything more important than your life? Unable to hide the ambition in her eyes, she immediately said, I want power. Thalia asked doubtfully, Are you willing to break the law for power? Livia parted her lips in a smile, then furrowed her brows and said, Is it just for power? You're still too young to understand what power entails. The powerful are always right. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Livia closed her eyes and exclaimed, I would have accepted death if I had possessed the power I desired at that time. Thalia's sharp words suddenly broke the silence, startling her. Then what's the point? You're going to die anyway. Livia shot her a contemptuous look. My, you're quite afraid of death, aren't you? But in this life, there are things far more terrifying than death. Thalia remained silent, not uttering another word. She stood up and gently spoke. Jan said he doesn't want to become like you, so I wanted to discuss with you to determine if you are the root of the problem. But now I know how difficult you are to talk to, far more than anyone I've ever encountered.
Goodbye. Thalia suddenly paused when she heard Livia's question. So what prophecy did you receive? Has Rayan awakened his special ability? Or is it Abel? She suddenly turned her head to look at her and said, So what? No matter who it is, you'll still try to find a way to kill Rayan anyway. Livia raised her coffee cup to her lips, took a sip, and then calmly said, If Rayan awakens his special ability, I will make him king, but I will only accept my own son as king. Thalia angrily spun her head back and growled, If you want the throne so badly, then just become queen yourself and stop treating your son like a puppet. She glared angrily at her and snapped, Miss Thalia, watch your words. Thalia continued to speak without reservation. Do you think you'll gain more power if your son becomes king? What kind of logic is that? You asked what prophecy I received, didn't you? That I am the sole captain of the ship, and also the end for everyone, like a death. You were also the captain of the ship, and your son will also become captain himself. Don't regret it if things don't go as planned.
Thalia angrily walked straight out into the hallway. She muttered to herself in annoyance. What did I expect from that self-centered woman? Thalia suddenly stopped and wearily closed her eyes tightly. At the border kingdom, Acton Castle, Rayan, with his face and body covered by a black cloak, softly said, The storm is worse than ever. Thalia, also with her face covered, asked doubtfully, Is that so? Rayan replied worriedly, It's not usually this bad, but this storm has been occurring annually for the past 10 years.
Thalia lowered her eyes and thought to herself, I know why everyone calls this place the land of death now. Anyone could be torn to pieces if they were careless and didn't have a guardian with them. Just thinking about the day I'll have to come here. But the prophet has come here 1,000 times over thousands of years. What a fool. Rayon worriedly suddenly gripped her hand. Tilly, I will defend against evil spirits to protect Aegis and Lowena. Thalia hesitated, looking at Rayon. Promise me. Rayon smiled softly and said decisively, I promise. Thalia then turned her head and closed her eyes tightly. She said seriously and firmly, we must survive and return. Aegis, who was behind them, suddenly stared at Rayon and Thalia in astonishment. Aegis suddenly stepped closer to Lowena and whispered, Lowena, can we talk? Lowena slightly loosened her veil and said irritably, What is it? We can talk after we leave here. Ah, the wind is... Aegis suddenly moved closer to Lowena and asked, Do you want to ascend to the throne? Lowena looked at him puzzled. Huh?
Aegis continued, What are your thoughts when it comes to the throne? Lowena couldn't believe her ears and asked again, What? Aegis repeated, more carefully and thoroughly, I'm asking if you've ever imagined yourself as queen. You have many things you want to do, don't you? Think ambitiously. Lowena pondered, stunned, and thought to herself, What could be better than being a duke? But how could I conquer the throne? Aegis then seriously explained, If a member of the Assi family cannot ascend to the throne, then the head of the Remedio family will be its successor. This is written in the law.
Lowena frowned in surprise. Is he serious? He really is serious. What about Tilly? If the throne is vacant, I am indeed the one who will inherit it. Aegis saw her deep in thought and softly reassured her. Don't take it too seriously, Lowena. If you don't like it, just say so. Lowena hesitated, but Aegis didn't let her finish her sentence and interrupted. I'm not forcing you to ascend the throne. I just think you would be a suitable person for the position, a position that could help you achieve your dreams, so this is something you should consider. Lowena was skeptical. You think I'm suitable for that position? Aegis nodded slightly. Yes. Lowena wondered, how can you be so sure? Aegis uttered a puzzling statement. Because you're like Yan. Lowena, confused, asked again, What do you mean? Aegis patted his shoulder and said, You never give up, but I won't force you into anything. Feel free to choose, and then we'll continue together. We live to save this world, don't we? They proceeded together to another mansion. 4 figures stood tall before the mansion guards. The leading knight suddenly bowed respectfully to them and said, Giatan is ready to serve. Lowena stepped forward and politely replied, I am Lowena Remedio. The knight immediately knelt down. He bowed his head before Lowena. It is an honor to meet the second guardian. Lowena looked at him flustered and politely said, It is also an honor for me to meet the knight protecting this place. Please rise. The knight looked at Lowena with utmost respect and then announced to everyone, We have prepared a bath for you. A servant will show you the way.
Thalia gently reached out and pulled down her cloak's hood. The moment the hood fell, her beautiful face was revealed. Everyone was stunned, gazing at Thalia in admiration. The knight from earlier suddenly cleared his throat and spoke after catching Aegis's dagger-like gaze from behind Thalia, leading them inside. Inside the mansion, Thalia was comfortably soaking in a bathtub with Lowena. Thalia glanced at Lowena suspiciously and asked, Why do you keep staring at me? Lowena honestly replied, I'm just admiring your beauty. Thalia leaned back comfortably and said smugly, Ha, I am the most beautiful person in this world after all. Lowena looked at her, then subtly covered her mouth, chuckling, Ha ha. Lowena suddenly spoke seriously, Tilly.
Thalia cleared her throat and replied, Lowena looked straight into Thalia's eyes anxiously and asked, Do you think I look like someone who could become a queen? Do I? Thalia replied coldly, making Lowena sadly turn her head. No, but I'm not someone with an objective perspective. Lowena suddenly became interested and looked up to ask, So who can give me an objective perspective? Someone other than Aegis? Thalia thought for a moment, then said blandly, Perhaps Yan, or the Emperor. Do you want to become queen? Lowena awkwardly walked away and mumbled, I don't know, I've never thought about it. Thalia asked suspiciously, Then why are you asking about something you've never thought about? Could this be something you and Aegis discussed outside the city walls? Memories of Aegis's words resurfaced in Lowena's mind. She dejectedly bowed her head. Lowena looked at Lowena curiously and asked, By the way, what kind of queen would you want to be if you had the chance? Lowena replied without hesitation, A good one, of course. Thalia gently raised her head and said, You need a fundamental system to create a system that fulfills other aspirations, not just merely existing. Don't you think planning the organization of the state apparatus is more important? I think this is a basic quality of a queen, and you must have a sense of necessity for this apparatus.
Well, in that case, I think you'll do just fine. Lowena looked at Thalia with expectant eyes. Really? Thalia suddenly closed her eyes and said seriously, But as your older sister, I don't want you to become the next queen at all. Lowena tilted her head, wondering, Why not? Thalia lowered her head and spoke, You have to prioritize many things over your personal happiness. For Aegis to say that, he must have thought it through, so you should think about it too. Lowena looked up, smiling, and said, Okay. Thalia suddenly stood up. Lowena looked at Thalia and softly said, Oh, I'll soak for a little longer. Thalia looked at her cheerfully. All right.
After Thalia finished her bath and stepped out, Thalia walked past a room and curiously peeked in. Ryan was sitting on a chair, lost in thought, staring into an empty space. Thalia suddenly walked closer and wrapped her arms around his neck. Ian. Ryan looked at Thalia suspiciously. What is it? She asked curiously. Where's Aegis? Ryan softly replied. He went to check on the horses. They injured their legs. Thalia leaned back into the chair tiredly. Is that so? Ryan suddenly looked at her and said, Tilly. She cleared her throat and replied, Ryan hesitated and asked, How can I get closer to Luina? Thalia looked at him suspiciously. Why do you ask? Ryan sighed and sadly lowered his head. I feel like she's too distant from me. I think she's still wary when she's around me.
Thalia raised a hand and chuckled teasingly. Because your voice sounds really nice. Truly, it's so good, I'm serious. Rayan pointed at himself, bewildered. Huh? My voice? Thalia nodded affirmingly. She's not wary of you. She just got startled when she heard your voice. Rayan frowned, complaining. You should have told me sooner. Thalia said, feeling wronged. Why is it my fault now? Rayan blushed and slumped back into his chair. You're so mean. There's not much time left. Thalia lowered her gaze and softly asked, Are you sad? Rayan grumbled unhappily. A month is too little time to get close to her. Thalia exclaimed with a teasing laugh. You're so cute. Rayan spoke thoughtfully. Luina didn't grow up near me like you did, so I think I should try to get to know her. Thalia pondered, then said, Well, you could try writing to her more often. That would work. Rayan hesitated. I don't think just writing letters will be close enough. Thalia looked up at Rayan. It's true that you and Luina don't get to see each other often, which is sad, but that doesn't mean you can't become close. Rayan still felt uneasy, lowering his head. But I'm still very worried. Whenever I stand next to her, I get this strange feeling. Thalia was suspicious. Strange feeling? Is he attracted to her? Rayan said casually, not noticing that Luina had appeared behind him. Or maybe it's because she resembles your mother. Luina, suspicious, poked her head out, hearing Thalia's confirmation. My mother? Yes. Thalia happily covered her mouth to laugh, then agreed. She looks a lot like your mother. Rayan continued, and her personality is like yours when you were little.
Thalia, as if watching a movie, a bag of popcorn appearing from nowhere, asked, Really? Rayan suddenly praised, making Luina, who was eavesdropping outside, blush shyly. To be honest, she's really cute. Thalia teased softly. Maybe Luina is your type. Luina felt like she was fuming internally, secretly laughing, ha ha ha, but outwardly looked at Thalia with a reproachful gaze. Oh my God, what are you saying? Rayan exclaimed doubtfully. What? Thalia raised a hand, reminding him of something from childhood. Didn't you say before that you wanted to marry someone like me or Mom? Then Luina is your type, isn't she? She's like me and Mom. Rayan refuted awkwardly. My type, huh? No, she's not. Thalia softly closed her eyes and said, Anyway, Luina only admires your voice. Don't be so distant. Rayan blushed and mumbled in response. All right. That evening, Luina was lying on a bed with Thalia. She turned her head and asked curiously, Why didn't you tell me about Prince Rayan before? I don't feel as comfortable around him as you do.
Thalia awkwardly said, This is hard to explain. There are many reasons. Luina asked sullenly, He doesn't want me to know more about him, does he? If that's the case, then you don't need to tell me. Thalia shook her head, then closed her eyes and recounted. No, he told me to tell you if you were curious. We've never discussed him, have we? It's hard now to explain why Jan became part of our family when you were little. Throughout his childhood, Jan was abused. His wet nurse once tried to poison him while he was still at the palace. After everything he went through, he returned to this country. Because his adoption was cancelled when the prophecy was made, Jan decided to leave so everyone could be happy.
I've already promised to always stand by his side. I don't want to see him living aimlessly like he is now anymore. Luina lowered her head and quietly said, I see. Thalia gently looked at Luina and softly said, I don't want to force you to accept Jan as part of our family, because for him, family is very frightening. I hope you don't feel guilty about this. The air suddenly stilled, sinking into silence for a moment. Luina suddenly dropped her eyes and awkwardly confided in Thalia, Tilly, I get a very strange feeling whenever Rayan looks at me. I know he likes me as a normal person, but I just feel a certain distance somehow. My feelings and his are very different when we're near each other. Thalia chuckled softly, reassuring Luina. He just needs a little space. There's someone else he wants to protect, right? He just needs a little time to gather enough strength and what he holds dear. And he is that to you as well. Luina shook her head, confused. I don't understand. Thalia chuckled softly and looked at Luina, saying, Because Jan is a very cautious person. All right, let's go to sleep. In just a few more days, we'll be heading back to the Empire. A new morning began. Rayan wistfully embraced Aegis.
The two looked at each other with lingering, reluctant eyes.
Rayon gently touched Aegis's hand, then smiled and advised, "Be careful, Aegis." Rayon then turned to look directly at Luina, startling her. He held out his hand and looked at Luina with expectant eyes. Luina took his hand and happily said, "I'll write to you, Rayon." Rayon's eyes crinkled as he smiled. "Thank you." He then turned his head to look towards Thalia. Rayon softly called, "Tilly, see you later. When you get back to the Empire, remember to write to me." Thalia bowed her head in silence, thinking to herself, "The next time I see him will probably be when Aegis awakens his special ability and return when the evil spirits are near. Jan won't have to suffer the same fate as in the original storyline. Considering I can't contact the Queen, that's definitely going to happen." Rayon became thoughtful when he saw Thalia still bowing her head, not saying a word. Rayon leaned his head close to hers and softly said, "Tilly, I like you, Tilly." Thalia looked up and replied, "Me too. Let's hang out together again next time, Jan."
Time flew by again. 2 years later, Thalia sat diligently writing a letter in her study. "Jan, how are you? Do you remember me reminding you about Luina telling the Emperor that she was comfortable with inheriting the throne if Aegis didn't? I'm sure that will happen, but remember to keep it a secret. That's why she's been so busy these past few days. Oh right, she's also started dating the guy I told you about last time." Images of Luina and Hardin happily enjoying sweet moments appeared. And finally today, a photo of 2 happy hands clasped together was attached below the small letter. Many days after that, outside the mansion's courtyard, guests were arriving in droves. Thalia raised her wineglass to her lips and thought to herself, "The weather is beautiful today, truly perfect for an outdoor wedding party." Today is our engagement ceremony, but Thalia looked over at Luina, who was sulking with her arms crossed. Why does she look so upset? Thalia called out, "Luina, what's wrong? Did you just have a fight with your boyfriend?" Luina irritably looked towards where Hardin was standing. Luina angrily recounted, "He said he wanted to break up, so I agreed." Thalia silently glanced at Hardin.
Mia, who was nearby, suddenly approached and said irritably, "Oh my God, really?" Luina sadly and timidly looked towards Thalia and hesitantly said, "I'm sorry, Sister Tilly. I know today is your happy day, and I really shouldn't have invited him." Thalia bowed her head and said casually, "It's fine. I'm only holding the ceremony because I felt annoyed with everyone asking for my opinion." Luina suddenly noticed Aegis from a distance and spoke up, "Wow, look at him. Aegis seems very happy about this." Thalia raised her wineglass, took a sip, and then fell into thought. What should I do? He looks so happy." Luina, seeing her acting strangely, asked worriedly, "Is something wrong, Sister Tilly?" Thalia frowned and fabricated a reason that couldn't be more transparent. "I'm too hungry." Luina helplessly pulled her to the dining table and said, "Come here, miss. All day today you've only had a few candies and a little wine. Let me go get you some food." Mia suddenly became emotional, tears welling up as she watched Luina's retreating back. "Young miss." She irritably turned her head to glance at Hardin, who was laughing and talking in the distance. Mia spoke up doubtfully, "I don't understand why that boy wanted to break up with the young miss. He still looks at her so adoringly." Thalia remained pensive, not uttering a single word. She suddenly recalled the moment Aegis pointed at Hardin and introduced him to her. "Ah, that young man over there. It seems he likes Luina. He is Viscount Hardin's eldest son. He left the Royal Knight Order. It seems he didn't want to be a knight. I heard he's studying something. I heard he left the Knight Order to become a renowned musician." Thalia pondered thoughtfully. Sir Hayden and Luina both had their own dreams, but since Luina was aiming for the throne, one of them would have to give up their dream if they married. That's why he decided to break up. It must be difficult for Luina, as she needs to find someone who can share her dreams. It must be someone who loves her very much and would never give up on her. Mia, who was beside her, couldn't help but shed tears. Poor her. Even just dating is so difficult. Thalia grumbled irritably. "My stomach is rumbling from hunger." The engagement party took place, and Aegis gently placed the ring on Thalia's hand. Their eyes met passionately, radiating sparks of love. Aegis suddenly looked up and said, "First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who attended the party today." The guests all listened intently to their heartfelt words. Someone suddenly spoke up with a question. "Now that you are engaged to Thalia, I'd like to know about your first impression when you met her." Aegis shyly looked at Thalia, then comfortably recounted, "The first time I met her, I was 5 years old, and the moment I saw her, I decided she would be my bride. So I proposed back then, but she rejected me outright. She said I wasn't her type. But my feelings for her, from when I was 5 until now, have not changed and will never change. I will never forget the moment I lost her." The guests all covered their mouths, moved. Aegis raised his voice with conviction. "I'm sure everyone wants to protect the person they love, the person who is their whole world. I swear I will protect her, because I am also a guardian of the Axel family. I ask everyone here to bear witness to this vow, that I will protect this country as a king and also the person I love." A thunderous applause erupted. Aegis suddenly called out anxiously when he saw Thalia still bowing her head. Tilly? Thalia lowered her eyes gloomily. Thalia gently looked up at the sky, then spoke indifferently. Today is a beautiful day, a wonderful day to enjoy peace. Actually, I didn't prepare for long. The only thing I want to say is for everyone to enjoy today. However, hearing my fiancé's vow, I regret holding our engagement ceremony on a day like today. Aegis looked at Thalia with doubt. She gently touched Aegis's face while he still called out doubtfully, Tilly?
Thalia leaned in and gently placed a passionate and sweet kiss on Aegis's lips, and that moment, even the light seemed to want to bless the young couple, shining directly down on the mansion. Everything around them seemed to lose importance, for in their eyes, only each other's reflection remained. Aegis then looked at Thalia, understanding that she had known this would eventually happen. Aegis tightly closed his eyes to hide the disappointment within them, knowing that this was bound to happen anyway. All the nobles were utterly astonished by the scene, whispering amongst themselves, "A special ability, that's a special ability. How beautiful, he has awakened his special ability." Madame Charlotte had not expected her son to awaken his special ability during such an important ceremony today, and Sir Peleus was no less surprised than his wife. Sir Julian and Madame Rosanna, standing below, secretly exchanged glances, a mix of joy and fear in their eyes. Fortunately, the commotion that had erupted below was gradually quelled by Sir Peleus's words. "Come now, let us enjoy the party." Aegis seemed to have calmed down somewhat. He slightly bowed his head and took Thalia's hands. Aegis pulled Thalia along with him. "Let's talk for a bit." The two quickly left the party, heading together to a rather quiet place.
Thalia followed Aegis, knowing that he was in a terrible mood right now. The radiance emanating from the special ability Aegis had just awakened was truly captivating, making it impossible to look away. Thalia thought sadly, perhaps she had been too hasty in deciding to hold the engagement party today. He must be very sad. Aegis continued to walk ahead, his grip on Thalia's hand tightening. Finally, Aegis led Thalia to a room far away from where the party was taking place. He shut the door firmly. Aegis lowered his head further, knowing that the radiance on him still refused to subside.
Thalia bowed her head, saying sadly, "I'm sorry, Aegis." He gently replied to Thalia, "Tilly, I'm not angry with you, so I don't want to hear any apologies from you. I'm just sad." Thalia didn't know what else to say. She could only bow her head in silence. Aegis spoke softly, "And scared, when you act as if you'll disappear at any moment." Thalia looked up at Aegis and saw him slowly walk towards her. Aegis placed both hands on Thalia's shoulders, looking at her with eyes filled with sadness and fear. "I truly don't want you to disappear. I know you're trying very hard because of our shared worries, but it's still not enough. It's not that I simply want you by my side. I want you to share all your thoughts and the burdens you're carrying. I don't just want to be by your side. All I want is you. I know it's impossible. I know there are many things you can't tell me because of your own destiny, and that's why I'm so sad and scared. If I were angry, it would be at myself, not at you. After all, I want to pull you closer." Aegis turned his head away after his heartfelt confession to Thalia, when suddenly Thalia said, "No." Aegis was very surprised, his voice trembling as he called her name. "Tilly."
Thalia told Aegis that if he wanted all of her, he also had to give her all of him. If he had such thoughts, he should have told her immediately. If he had done that, she could have tried to do everything better, not like today. Aegis hugged Thalia tightly. He understood that Thalia was also blaming herself a lot. "How many times have I told you that I choose you?" Thalia burst into tears, frankly expressing her choice to Aegis if something bad were to happen to them both. "If I feel you want to hold me back, then I will cut the ties binding us both and run away. I always thought about how I could be myself and still be by your side, and for us both to be happy. Why do you have such thoughts? Why?" Choked with emotion, Thalia couldn't speak. Sobs. Aegis sadly said, "I'm sorry." Thalia turned her face away and told Aegis, "No, we are both wrong." Aegis nodded slightly. Thalia continued, "So let's promise each other one thing."
Thalia's words seemed to take Aegis by surprise. He stared at her, wide-eyed. "Promise?" Thalia immediately said to Aegis, "If you can find your 101 priorities while keeping your promise, I will return to you unconditionally. Make one more promise. When I return, I will tell you everything about my choice, but by then, I beg you, don't think like this anymore. It's not that you're holding me back. You are the whole world I choose. So from now on, whether it's ego, pride, or greed, especially the things that happen in our relationship, I will do the same. Do you understand?" Thalia hadn't expected her words to make Aegis feel shy, to the point where his face flushed crimson. Aegis hugged Thalia tightly, as if he wanted this moment to last forever. Thalia gently soothed the fear in Aegis' heart.
I know that special abilities are divine power. It's like the divine power I possess. Divine power. Divine power is the very strength that creates and sustains this world. Thalia subtly frowned, and she too unconsciously hugged Aegis out of fear. But her own power was still too weak, so all she could do was wish, not act as an omnipotent being. The entire room was filled with a radiant glow emanating from the special ability Aegis had just awakened.
Thalia just remembered something. She gently patted Aegis's back for him to let go of her. "Ah, that's right. I'm sorry for ruining the engagement ceremony." Aegis gave a very gentle smile. "It's all right. I also used it for political purposes anyway." However, Thalia refuted Aegis's words. "But I didn't tell you beforehand." Aegis smiled and asked her, "You couldn't, could you?" As expected, Aegis understood Thalia very well. She turned her face away and remained silent. Aegis said to Thalia, "The vow just now was both to warn everyone and to remind you. I've envisioned a future with you where the one I love defeats the evil spirits, so I thought awakening special abilities was necessary. That means I could have awakened sooner if you had told me. Tilly, how much time do you have left?" Thalia avoided Aegis's adoring gaze as she answered, afraid that if she kept looking at him like that, she wouldn't have enough courage to speak. "Approximately less than a year." Hearing that answer, Aegis's heart skipped a beat. However, very quickly after that, Aegis acted as if it was no big deal. "All right, I'll arrange a meeting with the Emperor as soon as possible." Thalia told Aegis that there were a few things they should do before the meeting. Aegis asked Thalia, "What are they?"
Thalia replied to Aegis after the meeting concluded the Queen of Celis would continue to want to kill Jan, actually kill him. Aegis was stunned. He quickly asked Thalia the reason for it. Why? Thalia frowned, trying to recall what she knew. When they prepare for war, they will lower their guard, and that will be her opportunity. Aegis was furious. What is she thinking? Thalia explained to Aegis that from the Queen's perspective, she knew she would lose if Jan awakened his special ability and automatically became the victor. The king's forces would grow, and after the evil spirit was sealed, she would no longer be able to kill Jan and make Abel king.
Livia would seize every opportunity to kill Jan. Aegis hadn't expected Livia to be so brutal. He was so angry that his eyes turned bloodshot. Thalia looked straight into his eyes and assured Aegis, but they would let their guard down when preparing for the war. Aegis asked Thalia, "So you want to launch a surprise attack?" Thalia turned her head away, crossed her arms, and glared angrily at Aegis. "I'm not like that. When I want to attack someone, I'll stab them from behind." Aegis chuckled at Thalia's jest. "You're so wicked." Thalia tilted her head and asked, "So what? Don't you like a cruel queen?" Aegis hugged Thalia tightly and soothed her. "Of course not. I told you back then that I wanted you to kidnap me first, remember?" Thalia replied, "That's right. You're allowed to choose to come, but not to choose to leave. You're not going anywhere." Aegis nodded gently. "Yes, I'm not going anywhere." The ceremony continued, and everyone was still discussing Aegis's awakening, which was surely related to the first prophecy. "Do you think so? Did the prophetess tell Miss Thalia about the future?" Another person replied, "Quite possibly." Another noble said, "Perhaps from now on we should ask Miss Thalia about the future." Lewina, standing behind him, interrupted impatiently, Hey, where are Tilly and Aegis?" The maid in front of Lewina replied, "They are in the drawing room. Should I go and call them?" Lewina shook her head. "No, I'll go myself. Who are these flowers for?" The maid replied to Lewina, "Prince Rayan sent them along with a congratulatory letter for this engagement." Lewina was quite surprised, as she had never imagined someone as cold as Rayan could be so romantic. "From Rayan? Then I'll deliver them."
Lewina hugged the bouquet and went to look for her sister as she had said she would. As Lewina walked, she thought, I bet he personally picked and dried each flower. He's such a sweet person. Oh, he also wrote me a letter. Some rose petals had been carefully attached by Rayan to the letter he sent Lewina. Rayan's gentle smile suddenly appeared in Lewina's mind. She secretly thought, I heard Abel got engaged recently. I wonder when Rayan will get engaged. Lewina went to her sibling's bedroom and knocked on the door. Tilly, Aegis, I'm coming in. Lewina slightly opened the door and peeked inside. Lewina saw Thalia leaning her head on Aegis, both fast asleep from exhaustion.
Lewina smiled happily, wishing she also had someone to give her whole heart to. Lewina quickly closed the bedroom door to avoid waking her two siblings. Lewina didn't know that Abel was chatting with his brother Rayan in the flower garden. Abel looked at the roses and smiled, saying, "We have such beautiful flowers this year, don't we?" Rayan smiled back. By the way, don't you need to leave early? I heard you have a meeting with Marquis Tahu's daughter." Abel looked at Rayan. "I still have time." Rayan didn't press his younger brother further. He replied, "All right." Abel then asked Rayan about his own affairs. "By the way, don't you have anything to say about your engagement?" Rayan picked up his teacup and took a sip. Abel said worriedly, "Marquis Tahu will help me as an heir to the throne, but aren't you the heir? Is it right for them to do that, brother?" Rayan looked at his reflection in the teacup. He told Abel, "A king needs support, but not too much. In fact, I should be thanking you." Rayan told Abel that Marquis Tahin had visited him once. As you know, the Marquis family is on Mother's side. He told me that his daughter was Mother's portrait. After hearing that, I had to look at Mother's portrait again. Their eye color and hair color were exactly the same, but they didn't look very similar. A portrait can differ from the real person, so people would probably think they were one and the same. Marquis Tahin is a snake who only cares about his own interests. I had been wondering what to do, but now I can put pressure on him through you, so I really should be thanking you.
Abel didn't expect Rayan to be able to so frankly reveal his thoughts to him. Abel was a little angry. Brother? Rayan quickly said to Rayan, don't look at me like that. Your gaze makes me feel so guilty. Abel let out a breath. You don't feel guilty at all. Rayan corrected Abel. No, it should be you who shouldn't feel guilty. Abel suddenly told his brother, you've always taken advantage of me, and now I'm allowing you to do it. But Rayan cut Abel off. Abel, you haven't done anything wrong. Not a single thing. Abel lowered his head. He didn't even have enough courage to face Rayan. Maybe I haven't done anything wrong, but I also don't know anything. Rayan told him the reason. You're still too young. Abel sadly shook his head. I'm not smaller than some 5-year-old child. Rayan chuckled. Why are you comparing yourself to me? Besides, why are you taking responsibility for what I've been through? Abel still kept his head down while talking to Rayan. Because I am Mother's child. Rayan suddenly asked Abel bluntly, do you think Mother truly sees you as her son? Abel recalled the times he was with Mrs. Livia. There was never a moment she was gentle with him. Abel, my child. Abel had once struggled to beg Livia, Mother, please, if I awaken my special ability and become the successor, please spare Brother Rayan.
Livia coldly looked at her cowardly son kneeling on the ground. I told you this war wouldn't end unless one of you died, didn't I? Abel pleaded with her. I'll do whatever you want, just don't kill Rayan. Please let him return to the Remedio family. Livia turned her head and walked away, vaguely replying, I'll think about it. At that moment, no matter how sad Abel was, he couldn't do anything to help Rayan. Abel shook his head. No. Rayan told Abel, I wanted you not to know the truth for as long as possible. I wanted to protect you, but I was also afraid you would distance yourself from me. And you really did distance yourself from me. Abel hastily tried to explain, but that's because, indeed, he couldn't fully express all the things he had kept in his heart for so long to Rayan. I really wanted to stop Mother. I'm sorry. Rayan smiled. Abel, I don't blame you. I just want us to be as close as we used to be. It seems difficult now, but someday I want us to be normal brothers again, like before. Abel smiled happily. Yes, I hope so too. Rayan didn't expect Abel to agree so quickly. Really? Abel affirmed to Rayan once more. Of course.
The next day, Rayan returned to the blooming roses. He had truly taken meticulous care of them. Mr. An approached his young master. I heard that Sir Abel came to see you. Rayan turned his head. Sir, this is the busiest time of the year, isn't it? Mr. An smiled and replied, Yes, but you are even busier than I am. Rayan asked Mr. An, Are you complaining that I'm not working? Mr. An quickly denied it. Not at all. You just do whatever you like. He smiled gently when he saw Rayan opening up to him. Mr. An suddenly informed Rayan, the news stunning him. I have received a message from the Emperor. Crown Prince Aegis has awakened his special ability.
Rayan softly said, The battle for the throne ended sooner than I thought. Mr. An asked Rayan, Aren't you happy? Rayan shook his head and replied, But I think I feel a bit empty. Mr. An burst out laughing. I think you must be too busy to think like that. Rayan felt this was quite a good thought for Mr. An. Do you think so? Mr. An honestly replied to him, That's just a small step forward in the journey to conquer your dreams. Rayan turned away, feeling a sense of relief. I think you're right. Perhaps I'm too busy to feel that way. Mr. An hesitated and said, And now that Prince Abel is engaged, people will start thinking about your marriage. Rayan was not pleased to hear this. If you shorten the list of candidates, then I'll probably take a look and decide. Mr. An didn't think so. Are you sure you want that? Rayan replied, What else can I do? I can't stay single forever like you.
Mr. An retorted, But I've dated before. Rayan looked at Rayan and asked, Are you saying I want to date? Then I won't get married. Do you want me to stay single my whole life? Mr. An was startled. He asked Rayan, But I thought you had fallen for someone. Rayan, picking flowers, replied to Mr. An, No, there's no one here. You can speak. If it were true, receiving Rand's permission, Mr. An awkwardly said, Yes, I didn't mean that. Rayan told Mr. An, It's not Tilly. She's my little sister. Mr. An asked Rayan, Then who is it? As soon as he heard Mr. An ask, Rayan's face suddenly flushed red. He shyly replied, It's Loire Remedy. Mr. An didn't expect his young master to like that spirited girl. He confusedly asked Rayan, Since when? Since when have you liked her?
Rayon reminded himself of that beautiful moment. Well, perhaps it was from the moment I included flowers in every letter I sent her. Rayon sighed softly. He looked at the blooming flowers in his hand and told Mr. An, "It's okay. These feelings will fade with time." Seeing his young master so sad, Mr. An felt no comfort at all, even though Rayon was consoling himself with those insincere words. Mr. An told Rayon, "There's something important I want to let you know." Rayon asked him, "What is it?" Mr. An informed Rayon that Miss Thalia had known in advance that Crown Prince Aegis would awaken his special ability. Rayon still didn't understand Mr. An's meaning. So what? Mr. An looked at Rayon in confusion. "Aren't you surprised? The problem is, she made this public, and many in the Gen community are abuzz because of it, especially in the kingdom, because such an awakening has never happened before. Many people have visited the Empire just to ask which of the two princes awakened first, because that would determine their fate."
Rayon toyed with the roses in his hands. He brusquely dismissed what didn't concern him. "Fine, let them be." Mr. An frowned slightly, saying worriedly, "Everything Miss Thalia said has come true, and that's why the Queen is feeling threatened." Only then did Rayon truly pay attention to Mr. An's words. A coup? When the Queen realizes that Abel isn't a puppet, her only option will be to use force. Everyone will do everything to consolidate power for Abel, then have him sit on the throne and do nothing. Rayon remembered that he had once bluntly asked Abel about hens. "Do you think Mother truly believes you are her son?" Come to think of it, I've never spoken directly with the Queen. Mr. An was utterly surprised when Rayon said that. "Pardon?" Rayon looked up at the deep blue sky above. He repeated what he had just said. "Should I speak with the Queen before meeting the Emperor?" Sure enough, immediately after that, Rayon went to Hen's castle. For the first time since he had grown up, Rayon willingly sat alone in front of Hens to talk with her. Rayon looked at Hens, his eyes devoid of any affection.
Livia was the first to speak, unable to tolerate Rayon's intense gaze. "You're the one who wanted to meet me, so say something." Rayon finally spoke, but as soon as he did, he went straight to the main point. "What do you really want?" Livia didn't bother to hide anything. She bluntly stated her intention to Rayon. "I want my son to be king." Rayon asked Livia, "What's in it for you if Abel becomes king?" Livia sneered in response. "Power, of course, so no one can disrespect me like you." Rayon asked coldly, "Is that all?" Livia frowned, scowled, and asked back with extreme dissatisfaction. "What?" Rayon continued to ask Livia, "You only need power so no one treats you badly?" Livia replied haughtily, "That's not the only reason." Rayon pursued the topic with a question. "So, what else do you want once you have power?" Livia couldn't immediately guess Rayon's intention for meeting her today. "Why are you asking me this out of the blue?" Rayon negotiated with Livia. "I want power, so I will do anything. That's why I want to know why you do too."
Livia smiled. "Rayon, did Thalia Remedio tell you that you would awaken your special abilities first? You must be very happy if you were chosen, right?" Rayon asked her back. "Chosen? By whom?" Livia replied as concisely as possible. "God. But I am not, because I was not chosen by God. God only uses power to oppress others. In fact, there's nothing God could do, otherwise the world wouldn't be in such a state. The power God bestowed upon the three families was only to keep this world on the right path, and all three could be chosen to become kings because they were chosen by God." Rayon thought to himself, "I will break this law." Livia continued with her reasoning. "The three families are simply choices. Humans are the ones who control power, not God." Rayon looked at Livia coldly. He thought to himself, "She has the same thoughts as me." But the queen only wants power for herself, and for that she can do anything, even to Abel. Rayon suddenly stood up. Livia unconsciously watched him. Rayon warned Livia, "So don't regret what you will have to face at the end of the road."
Livia paid no mind to Rayon's warning. "That's your business. Do you think everyone is like that? Are you feigning sympathy to lecture me?" Livia clenched her fists in anger. She heard Rayon say, "I'm not lecturing you." Livia frowned, staring at Rayon without blinking. Rayon continued, "I've confronted you my entire life. I hate you, but I don't want everything to be solely aimed at you, so I'll focus on the end." After saying that, Rayon turned away, not forgetting to remind Livia to sever all ties so that nothing would remain. Livia watched Rayon's retreating figure disappear into the distance, an indescribable emotion welling up within her. That evening, Rayon suddenly dreamt of Mrs. Rosanna, who affectionately embraced him as a child. Rayon opened his eyes, waking from his trance. "Mother." Rayon looked up and saw his soldiers. Ah, it was a dream. The soldier stepped beside Rayon and said, "You should go to the resting tent to conserve your strength for tomorrow, sir." Rayon softly replied, "All right." In the darkness of that night, a few small fires flickered. Rayon entered the resting tent. He looked at the armor in the corner of the tent. Tomorrow was the meeting. I can't wait to see my mother.
The area between the Empire and the nation. Thalia rested her chin on her hand, her eyes thoughtfully gazing at the piece of paper in front of her. The nobles in the room were also worried because of this. They didn't even dare to make a sound. Thalia glanced to the side and saw someone. Thalia was very surprised. She hadn't expected her mother to appear here. Oh. Madame Rosanna looked at the little rabbit Thalia had drawn on the report paper in front of her and teased her daughter, saying, "I thought you were reading ledgers. I guess I know what's going on now, don't I?" She then asked, "Why are you here so early?" Thalia lifted her chin and answered her mother in a very proud tone, "Because I am the Demon Queen." Madame Rosanna chuckled at Thalia's words. "You're just like Julie."
Thalia smiled at the thought in her head. I want to arrive early to see who is spying for the queen. Fishing is much more fun. Suddenly, a soldier entered and reported to Madame Rosanna. "Madam, the king and Prince Celis have arrived." Madame Rosanna ordered him. "Invite them in." The soldier, having received the order, quickly left. "Yes, madam." Very quickly, the Emperor of Celis entered. Mr. Julian and the Emperor exchanged a warm handshake. Mr. Julian spoke. "Long time no see." The Emperor of Celis smiled and replied, "Indeed." Mr. Julian looked behind the Emperor of Celis and saw Rayon and Abel nod slightly. Aegis also gave a slight nod, acknowledging Rayon and Abel. Loina, standing beside Aegis, flashed a bright smile. Rayon unconsciously smiled back at Loina, his gaze incredibly gentle. Mr. Anne, standing next to Rayon, looked at him, seemingly a little worried. Just then someone announced loudly, "The Guardian has arrived." Everyone looked towards the door. Rayon's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Madame Rosanna and Thalia approach. Thalia smiled, and Madame Rosanna was also looking at Rayon with eyes full of loving affection. Rayon smiled happily. "Mother." The announcement sounded once more. Let the meeting begin. Everyone sat around a round table and discussed state affairs, with one person after another giving reports. Although Thalia was looking at the report in front of her, her mind was elsewhere. I'm so hungry. When will this end?"
Thalia was a little distracted. She looked across the room, and then something unexpected happened. Huh? Thalia saw the gentle gaze and flushed cheeks of someone who had just genuinely fallen head over heels. Thalia froze, her mouth agape in utter astonishment. Aegis also happened to notice Rayon and Luina in front. Sure enough, the smitten Rayon still hadn't realized that his feelings had been discovered by her siblings. Thalia hadn't expected this boring meeting to be such a good opportunity for an opportunist. Oh ho! Aegis broke out in a sweat. Thalia quickly whispered into his ear, "Shh, pretend not to notice." Aegis felt dizzy and lightheaded, and he nodded repeatedly. Finally, the meeting ended. Thalia tiredly stood up, secretly sighing in relief. Phew, it's finally over.
Thalia looked ahead, seeing Loina's face flush red for no apparent reason. Too embarrassed, Loina buried her face in her small hands. Rayon, beside her, chuckled at Loina's action. Thalia also laughed, waving Rayon over to her side. Upon receiving the signal, Rayon immediately went to Thalia. As soon as he leaned down, Thalia launched a rapid-fire attack, whispering into Rayon's ear, "You like Loina, don't you?" Rayon instantly shook his head vigorously. Thalia laughed and asked, "Are you sure?" Rayon bowed his head, not answering, while Loina, still red-faced beside him, looked at Thalia with a bewildered expression. "Well, I'm about to see two of my favorite characters go on a date." Thalia and everyone else headed to the dining room after the meeting, which had lasted longer than expected. Rayon walked between Loina and Mr. Julian, all three chatting and laughing happily. Abel walked right behind them, carefully observing the look of overflowing happiness on his brother Rayon's face. Abel suddenly felt a heavy heart. Thalia turned her head and called out to Abel, "Prince Abel." Abel then looked up at Thalia. "Yes, Miss Thalia." Thalia smiled and asked Abel, "Are you hungry, sir?" Abel quickly denied it. "No, I'm fine." Thalia paused. She said to Abel, "Looking at your face, I'd think you're as hungry as Loina." Suddenly, her older sister read her like an open book in front of so many people, which startled Loina. Loina cried out in embarrassment, "Sister Tilly!" Abel stared blankly at Thalia. He hadn't expected Thalia to think that. "Me? Hungry?" Thalia urged everyone on while stepping forward to open the dining room door. "Let's go quickly." Seeing Mrs. Rosanna already waiting in the dining room, Thalia asked in surprise, "Mom, I thought you went to eat with Dad." Mrs. Rosanna tilted her head and smiled. "I gave them a little private space to talk like friends. May I join you?" Aegis burst into the dining room from outside. He nodded repeatedly and said naturally, "Of course, Mom. Feel free to join us." Rayon felt a surge of emotion upon seeing Mrs. Rosanna. He called out affectionately, to Abel's astonishment, "Mom!" Mrs. Rosanna opened her arms to welcome Rayon as she always did. "My son." Rayon was so moved he was about to cry. He pressed his lips together tightly to stop himself from bursting into tears in front of so many people. Rayon rushed into Mrs. Rosanna's warm embrace. He had missed it and longed to hug her for so long. Mrs. Rosanna's eyes crinkled in a smile, and Rayon felt happy by extension. Suddenly, the cold words Rayon had once said to Abel flashed through his mind. "Do you really think she sees you as her son?" Abel stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded. Rayon truly has a family. The one who has nothing, perhaps, is me. Abel felt an unpleasant sadness well up inside him. Then Abel suddenly flinched from Thalia's rather strong flick to his forehead. Ouch! Abel's eyes widened as he looked at Thalia. He saw her looking at him.
Thalia turned her head and called out to Mrs. Rosanna, "Mother, Sir Abel is hungry." Abel stood there, bewildered, not understanding why Thalia was doing this to him. Looking at the table laden with tempting dishes, Thalia immediately sighed. "I'm so hungry." Meanwhile, Rosanna was handing a large chicken drumstick to the man sitting next to her. "Here, Jan, eat this drumstick." Beside them, Abel looked pensive. "I feel so uncomfortable." Suddenly, Rosanna picked up another piece for him, her tone gentle. "And this is for you, dear." This action left Abel thoroughly confused, and he stammered, "Thank you, ma'am." Then Rosanna, sitting among everyone, spoke up. "Let's eat, everyone." Hearing this, a whiny voice unexpectedly asked, "What about me? Aren't there any drumsticks for me?" Immediately, Aegis showed concern. "Should I order another chicken for you?" But Thalia immediately brushed him off. "It's fine. I'm like Mother. I prefer chicken wings, so you can eat all the drumsticks. Here, this is for you."
Seeing this, Aegis blushed and smiled gently, musing, "But I know she likes the drumsticks the most." He then looked at the server and requested, "Bring another chicken." Meanwhile, Abel could only gape at Aegis, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Suddenly, Rosanna picked up a huge steak with her hand. "Here, eat this, child," causing Abel to awkwardly refuse. "No thank you, I'm full." No sooner had he finished speaking, Rosanna couldn't help but click her tongue. "You eat so little. Both you and Jan are terribly thin." Hearing this, Abel wondered, "Thin? You should eat too. You've been diligently serving everyone else this whole time." Rosanna, meanwhile, smiled sweetly and gently. Upon seeing this, Abel immediately cast his eyes down in contemplation. Before him was a plate of strawberry cake, still intact. A moment later, Rosanna suddenly changed the subject. "Tilly, the military supply lines were mentioned earlier." These words left the other person somewhat bewildered, their face etched with surprise. "I wasn't really paying attention during the entire meeting." Upon hearing this, Rosanna tilted her head and silently gazed at the other person.
Tilly picked up her teacup, her face stiff. The evasions lasted for 6 whole hours. How could I possibly remember everything? She calmly continued, "I said I wasn't paying attention, not that I've forgotten." Tilly, sitting opposite Rosanna, added, "But I'm guessing they proposed too many routes, didn't they? Just leave it be. This year and next year we'll see an unprecedented bumper harvest. It's better to keep the supply lines as they are and adjust the procedures instead." Abel sat to one side, lost in thought. It will be a good harvest, but why is she so certain? Luina, a little puzzled, placed a hand on her chin. "A good harvest. Will we get any benefits then?" Hearing this, Aegis immediately reminded her. "Luina, even with a good harvest, the treasury won't increase by much." But Luina was still engrossed in her own planning. "Besides, we should raise more funds from the nobles. I need to go to the salon now. I can contact them there, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Aegis asked again, "Is that the place you used to go with Hardin?" Rayan sipped his tea as he listened to the other person reply. "We experienced many places before we broke up." Hearing this, he was slightly startled. "You broke up with him?" Luina calmly replied, "Just recently." Rayan's expression showed a hint of disappointment, his eyes glancing to the side. "Is that so?" Opposite him, Tilly raised her teacup to her lips, silently watching the person in front of her.
Just then, Abel suddenly stood up. "I have to leave now." Rosanna didn't have the heart to press him. "You could stay a little longer." However, Abel still firmly refused. "I'm a bit tired. I'm sorry." Rayan slowly walked towards his younger brother, calling, "El," and he quickly replied, "Yes, brother." Then Rayan placed his hand on his chest worriedly. "Are you uncomfortable?" "I'm sorry, I should have paid more attention to you." Abel immediately explained, "No, everyone has been very kind to me. It's just that I'm tired, so I feel uncomfortable. It's been a long day." Both of them stood facing each other thoughtfully for a moment.
From behind, a girl's click of the tongue echoed. Tilly approached where the two brothers were standing. It was then that Rayan spoke up. "Tilly, I'm sorry, but I have a few things I want to discuss with my brother." Immediately, she challenged him. "I'm your sister too, you know." Hearing this, Rayan quickly replied, "That's not what I meant. There's no need for you to." Tilly's next sentence left the two brothers standing motionless. "What do you mean it doesn't concern me? I'm the one who pushed the emperor into this coup after all." She stood with her arms crossed, extremely serious, remarking, "I realized that understanding her was much easier and more convenient." Meanwhile, Rayan and his brother remained utterly silent. Tilly's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness and cunning. "I'm the one who got Prince Abel involved with your maternal relatives, so the queen would realize he wasn't a puppet. I also threatened those who intended to blackmail you." Hearing this, Rayan's face turned pale as he asked, "Is that the terrible thing you mentioned? You did that for me?" But Tilly remained perfectly calm. "This is nothing compared to what's truly terrible. The terrible things are what I do for my own benefit. I already told you, didn't I? Now, let's get to the point." As soon as she finished speaking, Rayan quickly asked, "Tilly, are you angry?" It was then that she gently placed her hand on his chest. "I told you everything would be meaningless if you weren't happy."
She forcefully pulled the collar of the person in front of her closer to herself. "Are you happy now?"
Tilly's tone was full of reproach. I told you not to give up because I'm always on your side, aren't I? She began to question. I supported your choices, believed in what you did, so why did you give up after all that effort? Rayon was utterly confused by these words. What are you talking about? Hearing this, Tilly raised her voice slightly. Lowena, I know you like her. This answer made Abel panic as well. Lowena? You mean he? At the same time, Rayon finally admitted. I do, but I shouldn't have. Tilly immediately explained, because the heads of the three families shouldn't marry each other. Rayon sadly continued, if I expressed my feelings without thinking of the consequences, it would affect Lowena, Mom, Dad, and even you. He closed his eyes, blaming himself. That would be too selfish. Tilly, on the other hand, feigned sympathy for him. Everything in the world is uncomfortable for you. Is that even a problem then? Rayon then softly called, Tilly, do it as many times as you want. I'll help you. Hearing this, Tilly seemed to be muffing de Bersen in front of her. Or do you want me to show you how to be with Lowena without any consequences?
Rayon looked at her and softly called, Tilly. Thalia pointed at herself and said in a serious tone, You too want me to show you how to get to Lowena without any consequences? Rayon asked doubtfully, How? Thalia lifted her head, her gaze gradually becoming complex. Defeat the evil spirit, and then the political barrier separating you and Lowena will disappear. Abel and Rayon were stunned by her words, unable to utter another sound. Rayon hesitated, muttering to himself as he faced Thalia's resolute expression. No one has ever defeated an evil spirit, but why do you speak as if it's possible? Thalia suddenly raised her hand and pointed directly at Abel and Rayon. You. No, both of you. Abel's eyes widened in horror. Why me too? Thalia stepped closer to him and sincerely said, Prince Abel, I will keep an eye on Abel later while I make my plans, so if you reject everyone, reject me. Abel suddenly bowed his head and whispered, You're the one who needs my help.
Thalia continued softly, Even so, I cannot deny the truth that I wish for your unconditional sacrifice. Abel suddenly became flustered and stammered, I can't blame you. Thalia looked at Abel's sad face and gently asked, Is that why you blame yourself? Abel, you did nothing wrong, so there's no reason for you to feel guilty. Am I wrong? Abel retorted gloomily, lowering his eyes. That's not what I want. Everyone tells me I don't need to be responsible, but what can I do? My mother is still my mother, and he is still my brother. Am I not allowed to feel guilty? But why do you tell me I don't need to feel guilty? Rayon gently placed a hand on Abel's back and softly reassured him. Abel looked up and said loudly, with deep disappointment, Why do you say I blame you? Ah, because you are Rayon's sister, because you stand by him. Me too. I am also his brother, so I also stand by him. Rayon and Thalia remained silent, simply watching their younger brother, lost in their own mature thoughts. Abel nervously clenched his hands, then hesitantly and in a fluster he spoke. That's what I wanted to say. Thalia suddenly burst out laughing, then looked straight at Abel and said, All right, if you are his brother, then I am also your brother. Abel looked bewildered when he heard her words. Thalia explained again in a low voice, This is your choice. I'm not forcing you at all, but don't suppress your feelings. Until the day the queen pays for what she's done, do you think you can pretend nothing happened? Thalia looked worriedly at Abel. No, I don't think you can, because you're easily bound by a sense of responsibility. Yan is also worried about the same thing. He's afraid you won't be able to move on because of that sense of responsibility. Abel was moved to tears as Thalia continued. Why don't you let it all out and look around? Then you'll see what your choices mean to you. He bowed his head and burst into tears, while Rayon gently patted his back and said in a reassuring voice, El, I'm sorry, El. I'm sorry. Thalia glanced over and lightly tugged at Rayon's sleeve. Rayon immediately understood and moved closer to Abel, hugging him tightly and repeatedly saying, It's okay. I'm here. It's okay.
Thalia suddenly leaned towards Abel and asked irritably, Why do you keep limiting yourself with this sense of responsibility? I know your environment isn't good, but don't act as if you don't deserve happiness because of it. Don't do that. Especially you, Yan. Don't give up before you even try. You're only allowed to give up when Lowena chases you away. Rayon blushed shyly and hesitantly asked, Do you think Lowena will accept me? Thalia closed her eyes, furrowed her brows tightly, and replied with a firm voice, I know she won't abandon her feelings just because of family issues. That's how I raised her. Rayon nodded with a thoughtful expression. Thalia sincerely spoke up again. I want you to be happy. I'd turn the world upside down if it would make you happy. Rayon and Abel smiled faintly and replied in unison, Understood. Just then Aegis suddenly ran up behind Thalia, wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, and cheerfully asked, Are you done talking? Aegis turned his head to look at Abel and Rayon and suggested, You two should go rest.
You need time to sort out your thoughts after being lectured by Tilly. Thalia irritably exclaimed, Let me go! Let go, you big oaf! Aegis smiled and leaned down to look at Thalia. You've taught them already. Now it's my turn. Thalia irritably struggled to escape Aegis's embrace. What? You want to be lectured? I'll eat you up. Aegis blushed shyly, then turned his head and uttered a dazed remark. All right, if you like, you can eat me up right now. Say, ah. Thalia's face darkened with annoyance as she muttered to herself, If I were to eat this big oaf, my stomach would surely burst.
Time flew by, and the next day Loiana cheerfully sat by the flower bed, joyfully shouting to Rayon, who was standing nearby, Ah, I found a violet, exactly like the one you gave me. Do you grow violets? I don't see them often. Rayon looked at her gently and explained, No, I found it in the garden while picking flowers. They often pick and discard wildflowers. Loiana suddenly lowered her head, looking away to avoid Rayon's gaze, then said, Then I'll keep it. I'll send it to you as a gift in my next letter. Rayon replied softly, Thank you. Loiana's gaze subtly stirred, drawn towards something. She suddenly reached out, took the flower sprig in her hand and placed it by Rayon's ear. The flower sprig, not being fixed by anything, immediately fell when Loiana let go, and she exclaimed in disappointment, Oh! Rayon closed his eyes and gently teased, If you want to pin a flower in my hair, you should choose a more suitable one. Loiana turned her head away in a huff. Just as she was about to walk past Rayon, she suddenly stopped dead and looked down. Rayon's hand was gently holding Loiana's hand, and he looked at her with gentle eyes. Loiana quickly pulled her hand away from Rayon's, as he shyly said, Sorry. Loiana asked softly, suspiciously, Jan, is there something you want to tell me? You've been acting strange since yesterday.
Rayon's lips parted hesitantly, but he didn't answer her question. He gently moved closer to Luina and placed a warm kiss on her cheek. Rayon shyly pulled his head back. He looked at Luina with captivated eyes, then blushed and said, I'm sorry for kissing you without asking first. I kinda like you, Luina. Luina suddenly hugged her small stuffed rabbit tightly, then became flustered and embarrassed. She collapsed onto the bed, tears of shyness streaming down like a river. Luina recalled the afternoon scene when Rayon had kissed her and said, I'm sorry for kissing you without asking first. I kinda like you, Luina. The words kept echoing in Luina's head, making it impossible for her to close her eyes. I kinda like you. I kinda like you. Suddenly a knock on the door from outside startled Luina, making her jump up.
Julian outside was anxiously looking at her room door and then asked, Luina, what's wrong? What was that noise? Luina's face darkened and a terrifying scenario of Julian meeting Rayan flashed through her mind. Oh crap, it's nothing, just a mosquito biting me. Julian asked again, doubtfully. Really? Then go to sleep. Luina obediently replied. Okay. She sat motionless on the bed, listening to the movements outside. After Julian left, Luina suddenly bowed her head, blushing. She covered her mouth with her hand to prevent any more sounds from escaping, then thought to herself, This isn't the first time someone has confessed to me, so why is my heart beating so fast? What is this? Why? I need help. Luina nervously raised her hand and knocked on the door. She stood still, waiting for the person inside the room to come out. Luina softly called out when she saw Thalia step out. Tilly? Luina looked in panic at the room, which didn't just contain Thalia, while Thalia still smiled softly and said, I'm ready to give you some dating advice. Luina blushed and stood frozen in panic. A silent, desperate scream echoed within the luxurious mansion. A few minutes earlier, Thalia helplessly said to Rayan, Tsk, you're too distracted. Rayan closed his eyes and regretfully whispered, I shouldn't have done that. Thalia advised, You should tell her. Rayan stammered in confusion, explaining, That's not what I meant. I meant... Thalia looked up suspiciously. Did something happen? What is it? Huh? Tell me. Rayan closed his eyes and said hesitantly, I don't want to. Aegis was still bewildered, softly asking, What is it? So Rayan suddenly leaned in and whispered into Aegis's ear, much to Thalia's suspicion. Why won't he tell me? Aegis looked at Rayan in surprise and grumbled. You kissed her cheek? Is that all? Rayan shyly yelled, Aegis! Thalia, on this side, also disappointedly picked up her wineglass, gently shook it, and said, What? I thought it would be something more serious. Rayan grumbled, whispering with Aegis's agreement, How could you do that? Loina has never even thought of you as a man. Thalia exclaimed, That's true, but she also acted as if she didn't like him. So what about your conversation with Abel? Rayan suddenly bowed his head and seriously replied, Well, we both talked about the queen. Abel agreed with the punishment I had in mind. Aegis discontentedly questioned, Not the death penalty? Based on what she did, the death penalty is what she deserves. She planned a coup, didn't she? That's enough to issue a death sentence. Rayan silently bowed his head, But I know something worse for her than death. Aegis wondered, What is it? Rayan said with a firm voice, It's her stubbornness. Thalia, holding her wineglass, lowered her eyes and thought to herself, Stubbornness. That word perfectly describes her. The meeting concluded when all the wineglasses were empty. Thalia gently stroked Aegis's hair as he lay half drunk on her lap. Rayan looked at Thalia doubtfully, then suddenly asked,
Hey, aren't you drunk? Thalia honestly replied, I don't get drunk when I'm angry. Rayon asked doubtfully, because of the queen? Thalia looked down at Aegis's sleeping face and replied, partly, and also, I want to create a peaceful world. Rayon gently reassured her, you are trying. Thalia closed her eyes and gently shook her head, saying, but I know it's impossible. That's why this world will never be peaceful. In the end, I'm still just a person full of contradictions. There's never a moment when I'm not human. Rayon looked at her with a heavy heart, then called out, Tilly. Thalia's whole body suddenly trembled, and she whispered, I'm sorry, Jan. Rayon gave a bright smile and said, it's okay. No matter what wrong you do, even if you ask me to forgive you, I will forgive you, Tilly. Thalia looked up doubtfully. Even if I am God? Elsewhere, a cup of coffee was slowly spilling.
Livia irritably raised an eyebrow, staring into space. She fearfully bit her finger, thinking, Thalia is getting close to Abel, that cunning girl. Where did I go wrong? I'm too obsessed with bloodlines. Outwardly, Abel seems to like me, but he still loves his father more. Maybe Ryan is better than Abel, or maybe now I should manipulate Ryan to be mine. The image and sharp voice of Thalia suddenly flashed in Livia's mind. Don't regret that things didn't go your way. Livia raised her hand to her chin and told herself, yes, that might be the biggest mistake, trying to kill Rayan and entrusting the task to a fool. All of them are useless.
As what must be completed cannot fail, I will make Abel king. The problem is I can't control Abel, even if he becomes king, because maternal love alone won't easily control him. What must I do to make him obediently sit on the throne? I must find a way to shock him. I must hurry, or someone will notice. Thalia bowed her head and softly said, even if I am God. Rayan asked doubtfully, what? Thalia lowered her eyes and replied seriously, I might be the god of this world, you know, but there's never a moment I'm not human. I am an imperfect human, yet not terrible, always striving to do my best. Rayan stared at her and softly called, Thalia? You are the most humane person I know. Thalia was stunned by Rayan's words. Rayan continued sincerely, you always know the answer beforehand, but I know how difficult it was for you to find that answer. That's why you're not God. I think you're drunk, Tilly. I'm taking Aegis away. The curtain suddenly blew open in the wind, revealing a dark expanse outside the window. Thalia sat thoughtfully on the sofa after everyone had left. She bowed her head and murmured to herself, but Jan, The next day, Thalia sat looking outside, her face full of contemplation. She suddenly turned her head and wearily murmured to herself, in the end, I can't say this world is just a story I wrote. Aegis suddenly walked closer to Thalia and called out, Tilly, what are you thinking about? Thalia reached out and touched his cheek, then gently said, you're so cute that I can't think of anything else. She suddenly placed a soft kiss on his cheek. Embarrassed sounds echoed in the small room.
Thalia boldly pushed Aegis onto the chair and gave him a passionate kiss. She tilted her head in satisfaction, thinking to herself, this feels so good. She pulled away, intending to give Aegis another kiss. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Thalia suddenly sprang up in a panic, feeling embarrassed. Thalia's face flushed with shame as she told herself, no, not now, snap out of it. But looking at Aegis's captivating beauty made her dazed and changed her mind. Why not? It's fine. Thalia quickly covered her eyes and tried to calm herself. No, not now. What about the 5 years that have passed? Get a grip, me. Aegis suddenly placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Aegis shyly asked, to wait for you, right? Thalia blushed, staring at Aegis, thinking to herself, I let my guard down because Aegis acted like a cute puppy, but I never thought Aegis would use the word wait like this. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. A voice from outside gently called in, Your Highness, are you with Lady Thalia? Aegis asked suspiciously, What is it? The person respectfully replied, There is a letter for Lady Thalia from the Holy Land. It appears to be an urgent matter. Thalia murmured suspiciously to herself, The Holy Land? Aegis quickly opened the door for the messenger outside.
He hurriedly stepped in. He bowed respectfully to her, then handed her a small letter, along with a message from the sender. This is Father Loomis's last letter for you. Having delivered the letter, he immediately turned and departed. Thalia suddenly fell into deep thought, clutching the letter tightly in her hand. Aegis looked at her gently, worried, then softly called out, Tilly. Thalia hesitated and reached out to open the letter. Inside were the words of advice Loomis had written during his prolonged illness. I will likely go to the Lord first. Please take as long as you wish. I can wait an eternity. Heartbroken, Thalia clutched the letter tightly and burst into tears. Meanwhile, everyone had gathered at the meeting table with 2 empty chairs. Lowena worriedly thought to herself, why haven't Tilly and Aegis arrived yet? The meeting started a while ago. She suddenly lowered her head, then suddenly glanced in a certain direction.
Following Lowena's gaze, Ryan was sitting on a chair, propping his chin with his hand, lost in thought. Ryan thoughtfully turned his head away. He quietly recalled the words Thalia had said to him. I could be the god of this world, you know. Ryan lightly tapped the documents on the table, then thought doubtfully, What did she mean by that? She didn't seem to be rambling because she was drunk. What is Tilly thinking about? Seeing Ryan still distracted, Abel hesitated before calling out, "Brother." Ryan flusteredly said, "I'm sorry." Abel lightly coughed, then helplessly replied, "That's not it." Ryan's gaze subtly shifted, then moved toward somewhere. Ryan's and Luina's eyes suddenly met. From Ryan's perspective, Luina, who had been looking at him intently, suddenly turned her head away, puffing her cheeks in a pout, thinking, "What is he thinking? Is he no longer interested in me? I thought he was the one who liked me." Meanwhile, Ryan was intently looking at her, then smiled and exclaimed, "She's so cute." Luina immediately blushed in panic, silently screaming, Why is he smiling like that?" Embarrassed, Luina brought her hand to feel the rapid beating of her heart.
She recalled that day and mused to herself. If I told him I liked him too, would that mean we'd become a couple? No, Jan only said he liked me. He didn't say anything else. Just then, someone spoke up. "All right, let's take a break." Luina stood up abruptly, a cold resolve in her heart, thinking to herself, I'd better find out why he confessed his feelings to me and what kind of relationship he wants with me. Luina looked at Ryan and, lowering her voice, suggested, "Come outside with me." Ryan didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in agreement. Under the lush green trees outside, the two awkwardly strolled together in the garden. Ryan suddenly called out, making Luina stiffen in surprise. "Luina, when I expressed my feelings to you that day, I truly wasn't expecting an answer." Luina, stunned, asked back, "What do you mean?" Ryan turned his head away to avoid her gaze and then hesitantly continued, "As you know, there are some difficult issues between us, and I can't be in a relationship with anyone right now. I always have to be on guard and protect what I care about." Luina angrily furrowed her brows and questioned, "Then why did you tell me you loved me?" Ryan sincerely explained, "That's what I think." Luina, skeptical, "What?" Ryan immediately replied to her in a sincere tone, his hand touching his chest. "No matter what fate holds, my feelings for you remain unchanged."
Actually, Aegis and Tilly have known about my feelings for you for a long time. She was really upset that I wouldn't confess. She said it wasn't just to satisfy my heart, and I accepted the difficulties because the world always put me in tough situations. I didn't intend to cause problems, but I wanted you to think about me. Luina's face flushed red as she stared at Ryan suspiciously. What? What did he mean by that? Ryan suddenly stepped closer to her, then took Luina's arm and continued, "I have to change how you see me as an older brother. You don't need to answer me. Just know that I have romantic feelings for you." Luina angrily clenched her hands, then irritably questioned, "Wait, why are you telling me not to do anything after confessing your feelings? Now it'll never leave my head. How dare you? You're a jerk. I hate Tilly too." Ryan covered his mouth and chuckled, while Luina irritably held her head. "I know, I'm sorry." Luina suddenly calmed down and stopped her frantic steps. She urgently pointed directly at Ryan's face and said in a firm voice, "Regardless, I will answer, but I won't tell you when. I will tell you when I accept your feelings or not, after you've resolved your issues. I'm not deciding the answer I'll give you yet." Ryan hesitantly called out, "Luina." Luina interrupted Ryan with determination. "But I've decided after defeating the queen and the evil spirits, in my heart is only concerned with how well you treat me, so from now on you'd better treat me well, understood?" Ryan stared blankly at her, unable to utter a word. He hesitated before asking, "Are you saying you'll accept dating me if you accept my feelings?" Luina turned her head and honestly replied, "I will follow my heart, but yes, it's also true that I will give you my affection if you treat me well." Ryan hesitantly asked, his voice still tinged with shock, "Are you okay with dating me?" Luina replied in a low voice, "If I like you, then of course. Unlike you, dating someone isn't an issue for me. The relationship between 2 nations and 3 families might be an issue, but nothing is more important than my heart." Luina's resolute image made Rayhan suddenly recall what Thalia had said to him. "I know she won't let the issues between the 3 families affect her feelings. That's how I taught her." Rayhan shyly turned his head, covering his face with his hand. He whispered, "I'll do my best." Back in the room where Thalia and Aegis were, Thalia painfully thought to herself, "Why am I like this? I thought I was ready."
Aegis gently stroked Thalia's head as she lay on his lap, then called out worriedly, "Tilly!" Thalia didn't answer him, still lost in her own thoughts. "I did my best, but I can't shake the feeling that I missed something very important." She suddenly sat up and hugged Aegis tightly. "Aegis!" Aegis gently used his hand to caress Thalia's face, which was red from tears, then softly comforted her. "Just keep crying." Thalia turned away, quickly wiped her tears, and composed herself. "No, I can't. I have to attend the meeting this afternoon." Aegis looked at her reassuringly. "It's okay. You can take a day off."
Thalia suddenly hesitated and asked, "Do you want to rest?" Then she suddenly sadly bowed her head, looking down at the ground. Aegis reached out and tightly clasped her hand, then softly called, "Thalia." Thalia looked up and replied, "Yes."
Aegis looked at her and gently said, I can wait for as long as it takes, so remember to come back. Thalia tilted her head and smiled. I promise I'll come back, but I'm still worried. Is there anything you want to say before I go? Aegis said indulgently with a teasing tone, If you don't say it, I'll chase after you. No matter where you are, I'll stick to you. Thalia raised an eyebrow at Aegis, then feigned annoyance and scolded. All right, you silly goose. Aegis gently replied. Thalia thoughtfully asked, When everything is done, what do you want to do? Aegis firmly stated, I want to marry you. Thalia said helplessly, That's obvious. I'm asking what you want to do with me. Aegis turned his face to look out the window, then hesitantly replied, I'm not sure. Thalia irritably repeated his words and questioned, You are not sure? What kind of answer is that? Aegis looked at Thalia, flustered. I don't know. It's not bad to not have a goal. Thalia made a dejected face and said, It's still better to have one. Aegis suddenly smiled, then closed his eyes and imagined, Then my goal will be the days after we get married. I'll do everything I like in that dreamlike world.
Thalia's eyes widened in surprise when she met Aegis's sincere gaze. She nodded happily, thinking to herself that the story had a beautiful ending, so everything would be fine. Then it was Aegis's turn to ask Thalia, So what's your dream, Tilly? As soon as he finished speaking, Aegis answered himself to tease her. To become rich so you don't have to work? But Thalia replied very seriously that she wanted to go on an expedition. Aegis was a little surprised by Thalia's answer, and he replied half-jokingly, I didn't know my demon queen was interested in going on an expedition. Thalia retorted, Who says I can't? Aegis laughed heartily and pulled her into his embrace. Haha, you're right. A moment later, Luina and Ran entered together. Not seeing Thalia, Luina asked, Where's Tilly? Aegis replied, She's taking the day off today. Hearing this, Luina asked Aegis worriedly, Is she okay? What happened? Aegis replied, She just received news that a priest she knew has passed away. Luina thought to herself, she must have been very close to that priest. Should I go visit her? After that, Luina immediately ran to Thalia's room. She saw a servant receiving a letter from Tilly. I assure you the letter will be delivered, Miss Thalia. Before Luina could speak, Thalia saw her.
Thalia spoke up and asked Luina, Did you walk out of the meeting? Luina hesitated and replied, I wouldn't say I walked out. Luina stood in front of her sister, and suddenly all the words she wanted to say vanished, feeling extremely embarrassed. She thought to herself, Thinking back, Thalia always accommodated me, but I've never done anything for her. Then Luina finally gathered her courage and spoke, You're the one who walked out, aren't you? Hearing her sister say that, Thalia burst out laughing, but Luina noticed Thalia's eyes were red from crying. She thought to herself, she's crying. Thalia suggested to Luina, Why don't we do something while everyone else is in the meeting? Luina asked back curiously, Do what? Thalia continued telling her, Don't you feel stifled sitting in a chair all day? Since this is Celis's territory, we should ask the caretaker if we want to go outside.
At the mention of going out, Luina became extremely enthusiastic, and she excitedly asked, Are we allowed to go out? Thalia winked in response. Who's to say we can't? We've already skipped today's meeting anyway. Then the two of them rode their horses out. The scenery and weather outside were beautiful. Luina gazed at the forest, her heart filled with joy, as she remembered her childhood, when they had both skipped training sessions to do this. It was still as fun as it used to be, despite the long time that had passed. Thalia, however, didn't stop. They both urged their horses deeper into the forest. It was then that Luina gradually realized, and she called out in alarm, Tilly! Luina thought to herself, It seems we've gone a bit too far. Seeing that Thalia still hadn't stopped, Luina called out even louder, Tilly! Tilly! Let's go back! It was then that Thalia tightened the reins and stopped her horse. Thalia seemed downcast as she turned her head to look behind them. The two of them then dismounted.
Thalia and Luina stopped by the lake to let their horses rest for a bit. Luina had noticed Thalia's strange demeanor for a while now, and her heart was filled with worry. Suddenly, Thalia called out, Luina! Luina startled, then replied blankly, Yes? Thalia told Luina, Tell me that everything is all right. Hearing her sister say such strange words so suddenly, Luina froze, unsure how to respond. Luina worriedly thought, What am I supposed to tell her? I don't know anything. She's the one who knows the future. Then Thalia seemed to notice Luina's awkwardness, so she ignored their previous conversation. Thalia simply smiled and told Luina, Let's head back. Suddenly, Luina stepped closer to Thalia, took her sister's hand, and said, Everything will be all right. Thalia stared blankly at Luina. Luina smiled brightly, comforting her. I know. Scene change, back to the Empire. Not long after the meeting concluded, Luina was fumbling with a letter on the table. After finishing, Luina sighed in relief. It's so hard to stick the violet flower on. I wonder how Jan used to do it. Admiring her handiwork after a struggle, Luina was very pleased. But this flower looks beautiful, doesn't it? Let's see, where did I put the sealing wax? Suddenly, Thalia appeared right in front of Luina, making her jump and scream. "Lily!" Thalia spoke up. "Well, why are you screaming?" Luina asked Thalia, puzzled. "When did you arrive? I didn't hear you knock." Thalia replied, "I knock once and then just barge right in, like I always do." Thalia picked up the elaborately decorated letter with the violet flower and asked Luina, "Is this from Jan? Is this how he writes letters to you? I've never received a letter like this." Hearing Thalia say that, Luina couldn't help but blush completely.
She thought to herself, so he only put flowers on me? Luina replied to Thalia, "It's very hard to put flowers on." Then she asked, "Anyway, what brings you here?" Thalia then asked Luina, "Do you want to come to the kingdom of Celis with me?" Luina was a bit surprised to hear that, and she wondered, "Huh? Is something happening there?" Thalia winked and replied, "Yes, and you can deliver this letter at the same time." A soft voice echoed in the room. "The queen will soon plan a coup." Hearing that, Luina flinched, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. "A coup? At this time?" Thalia calmly replied, "That's exactly what she's going to do. If Jan awakens her special abilities, that will be the end for the queen." Hearing this, Luina fell silent, her whole body trembling slightly, her face paling with a hint of worry. "So will Jan get hurt?" Thalia calmly replied, as if to reassure her, "I'll do my best to protect everyone."
Under the vast, deep sky, Rayan silently looked up at the clouds drifting by. Rayan gave a faint smile. Then he mused, "It's a shame that he's the only one who feels at peace." Just then, a male voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Sir, there's a letter from Miss Thalia." Rayan took the letter, his eyes subtly scanning it. Suddenly, a few seconds later, Rayan sprang to his feet. The bodyguard, startled, asked, "Is it an emergency?" He replied, "Yes." That statement made the other bodyguards anxious and tense, thinking, "We didn't expect the queen to act sooner than we predicted." "No, not that kind of emergency." "Then what is it?" Unexpectedly, Rayan asked the man next to him a question on a different topic. "How do you attract someone you like?" The bodyguard was taken aback and replied, "Pardon?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Tell me, does anyone here have a significant other? You're married, so you must understand, right?" The bodyguard hesitated. "Well, it depends on your relationship. What stage are you two at?" Hearing that, Rayan stroked his chin and replied, "I've already confessed my feelings to her." "You confessed first, sir?" "Mm-hmm." "So what did she say?" "She hasn't made a choice yet." Hearing this, the bodyguards were bewildered. A unified thought appeared in their minds. Who wouldn't date our crown prince? He's handsome, has a great voice, and is incredibly cute every time he's honest. Rayan continued to ask, "What stage is this?" Seeing this, the bodyguard didn't know what to say and let out a silent sigh. Just then, another bodyguard interjected, confidently answering, "This is the flirting stage." As soon as the words left his mouth, another bodyguard lunged forward to shove him back.
The person on the other side was pushed, crying out, "It hurts too much. That's not right." Rayan smiled and replied, "It's okay. Is there any way for me to win her heart?" Rayan sighed softly. "I told her I would try my best, but I don't know what to do." Hearing this, the bodyguards were helpless. Not one of them spoke up. Suddenly, some words flashed through his mind. "I think you should just be yourself. Yes, you're best when you're yourself. That's right." Rayan casually asked, "Doesn't anyone want to give me advice?" "No, not at all." Immediately after that, the bodyguard next to Rayan shouted, "Everyone, return to your positions." Then, turning to him, he said, "I apologize, sir." He smiled faintly and replied, "Does this help you relieve stress?" "Sir, it seems everyone has an advantage, doesn't it? That's true for those I cherish. But she didn't say that, but I know I can do it. May I ask what kind of person she is?" Hearing this question, Rayan's eyes lit up. He gave a thumbs up and eagerly replied, "She's truly admirable." Seeing Rayan's expression, the guard could only smile. After that, the sky opened up with a torrential downpour. A troop of soldiers was riding horses through the rain, each drop of water falling onto their heavy armor. It was an army too large for 20 people to fight, too many for us. The captain of the troop raised his hand, signaling those behind him to stop. The rain was still home, each raindrop lashing against the trees. The two armies stood face to face. Thalia's voice rang out, "Brother, this is not the right place for us to meet." "Excuse me, Tilly, it's raining. It seems everyone wants to get sick. Standing in the rain like this will catch a cold if we stand in that rain. But that's not your case, is it?" A guard, puzzled, spoke up. "Why is the royal army here?" Thalia replied, "Are you asking me? How sudden?" The person next to her suddenly took off their hat. A familiar face appeared. It was Aegis. He spoke. He's still polite. The guard was startled when he saw his face and asked in confusion, "The crown prince himself is going to battle? Are you planning to participate in this fight?" Aegis immediately replied, "Of course. Have you forgotten that we are fighting evil spirits? Prince Rayan is said to be leading the imperial army on the front lines. What's wrong?" Hearing this, the man flinched and thought to himself, "I've spoken out of turn," then stammered, "We didn't mean that." Thalia said sternly,
You've confessed before I even asked if military secrets were leaked. You're right. The horse's leg was raised as if acting under her command. Then Thalia continued, we demand everyone surrender immediately. Whoever wishes to die can charge forward and die in vain. Whoever wishes to live will be spared. This rebellion will not succeed, so I hope everyone surrenders. This is a decision concerning everyone's lives. Hearing those words, the entire opposing army fell silent. No one spoke, and the rain continued to pour down. Thalia thought to herself, don't they believe me? I can't confront them indefinitely. Just then, Loina unexpectedly advanced. She spurred her horse forward.
Thalia panicked. Why is the one I care about at the forefront? Loina began to speak. I definitely cannot cure the common cold. Hearing that, the army on the other side was dismayed, their eyes wide. Her voice continued in a steady tone. I can only heal superficial wounds, and I can't heal that many people, because I will die if I use my ability too much. But I cannot die now, whether I want to or not. So even if you all get injured one after another, I won't be able to heal you. Thalia gave a helpless light laugh. Oh my God. When her words ended, no one from the other army replied, only the sound of heavy rain still pouring down onto the ground. Another man unconsciously tightened his grip on the rope. The soldiers wavered. One person inadvertently dropped the flag onto the deep green grass. The soldiers who had originally intended to rebel against Loina immediately surrendered. Seeing their reaction, she smiled, giving a slight nod to Rayan. He was embarrassed, a faint blush appearing on his face, and he smiled gently. Meanwhile, at the magnificent and luxurious castle, standing majestically amidst the gloomy sky, inside the castle, a soldier approached and respectfully reported to Livia, Madam, you have received a message that Prince Rayan has fallen in battle. In a hidden corner, that soldier bowed respectfully. It seems the Emperor is coming to the main hall. He probably intends to gather everyone for a protest. After hearing this, she knew it was time to act. This will be a disadvantageous situation for me, so I must resolve this quickly.
Lydia gazed at the scene outside the window, then calmly ordered, if necessary, we can burn down the estate to kill those whose departure we cannot confirm. The soldier immediately complied. Yes, ma'am. But she also had her own arrangements. As for me, I need to speak with the king. And then, everywhere Livia passed, soldiers and servants lost their lives. Shattered furniture lay scattered everywhere. Thus, she led her soldiers, cutting a bloody path straight to the main hall. The queen had arrived. From behind the door, a voice echoed out, Must you really do this? Livia, still quite cheerful, casually stated, Yes, your majesty, we must, because your presence no longer holds value. If you do not leave, we will burn this place down. Don't you wish to see your son one last time? She used a gentle smile to conceal the sinister calculations in her heart and opened the door. As soon as the main hall door opened, Livia decisively stepped inside, but when she looked up at the person before her, her steps halted.
Seeing Abel dressed in the Emperor's attire, his head adorned with a noble crown, Livia involuntarily blurted out, Abel! He stood on a high step, boldly questioning her. You came here to kill the Emperor, didn't you? But I've just ascended the throne, so I suppose you intend to kill me now. Watching Abel take steady steps towards her, Livia was utterly bewildered. What are you doing here? He simply replied nonchalantly, I am the Emperor, so of course I must be in the main hall. However, Abel was also quite troubled and a little disappointed with Livia. But why couldn't you recognize your own son's voice? Do I resemble father that much? Or do both our voices sound the same? She, however, paid no attention to that, her mind solely focused on power. Good for you for taking the throne. Now there's no need for any more meaningless announcements. This is a voluntary succession.
Hearing this, he fell silent, sinking into contemplation. Livia still didn't forget to eliminate future troubles. I will spare the former king, and I will consider sending your brother to Rimateo. Abel smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking to himself, why would mother suddenly think that? At this moment, he calmly uttered a sentence, how strange. Then Abel bluntly exposed the hidden truth. You must have received a false report about my brother's death, haven't you? Receiving this news, Livia was deeply shocked, completely unable to accept it. A false report? She still didn't believe it, immediately questioning, Rayan is alive? Are you lying to me? At this moment, Rayan slowly stepped out. Can you still call yourself Abel's mother after what you've done? Seeing his sudden appearance, her face changed color, startled and filled with horror. Rayan was unharmed, still wearing his full battle armor from the battlefield. Seeing him, Livia hastily ordered the soldiers to charge. Kill them! Everyone dies except Abel. We still have a chance. There aren't many soldiers in this room. We outnumber them. The soldiers blocked the front, taking a defensive stance, confused whether to act or not. Sir! Rayan didn't hesitate, stepping forward forcefully, confronting the soldiers.
However, Loina rushed out to block his path. She stopped Rayan while roaring, Stop!
The soldiers immediately recognized her and quickly bowed respectfully. She was Ramatio's guardian. As they obeyed the command, Loina signaled him with her eyes. Then Rayon, with an imposing demeanor, spoke in a stern voice, reminding, "It's all over. Let my brother go." However, Livia was still unwilling to accept it, rushing forward to grab his hand. "Abel is my son!" Seeing her hand tightly gripping his arm, Rayon calmly stated, "Yes, he is your son, not your property." But he quickly pulled his hand free and stepped back, an action that utterly astonished her. At this moment, Abel slowly took off his crown, saying, "I am your son." However, he also knew he had to guide Livia back to the right path. "Stop, mother. You are truly pathetic." She couldn't accept that she had lost, gnashing her teeth and trembling as she said, "Huh? Why? I am different from everyone else. I am unique." Livia immediately reached out her hand to snatch the crown from him. However, the crown fell with a loud thud. Failing to achieve her goal, her spirits crushed. She collapsed onto the floor. Time quietly passed, and the magnificent castle remained unaffected by the events. Thalia gracefully walked on the expensive carpet in the main hall. She observed the magnificent scenery here, thinking to herself, "I think Jan will awaken his special ability at this time, and there's no sign of Arlene." From behind, Aegis approached and called her, "Tilly, let's go." A worry stirred within her, but what was this feeling? She had never felt it before. Seeing Thalia lost in thought and not responding, he stepped closer and gently called, "Tilly." By this time, her face was drenched in tears. This familiar feeling, was it sorrow or concern? Aegis, worried, asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Let me see. Is something wrong?" She immediately replied, "No, it's not." Only now did Thalia suddenly realize she was crying. Within her heart, there seemed to be a desolate desert, full of hazy dust, and she felt the same way when looking at a desert.
Thalia quickly made a decision. "We cannot return to the Empire right now." Hearing this, he asked doubtfully, "Why?" She quickly pushed him away, urging him, "Aegis, postpone the trip back immediately." In the palace, he was simply confused. "Tilly, what do you mean?" She hastily arranged the schedule. "A week will do. Just postpone our return." Aegis reached out and wiped away a tear from her face, gently comforting her. "It's all right, Tilly. Don't cry." Thalia took his hand and leaned her face against it. "It's not me. I'm not the one crying." Because in the hazy mist, the faint silhouette of another person was visible. The next morning, at this very moment, in the dungeon beneath the castle, resting her chin on her hand, Mrs. Livia couldn't stop wondering, thinking to herself, "Why did I do that? Why did I lose control and collapse in front of everyone, completely unlike myself? Wasn't it their red eyes?" Suddenly, a guard brought her a tray of food and said, "This is lunch. I'll bring more food for dinner." Seeing him about to leave, she quickly called out, "Hey, you!" Seeing that he didn't bother to stop despite her calling out, Mrs. Livia couldn't help but feel disappointed.
She hastily bowed her head, looking down at the food tray on the floor, then slowly picked up the bread and gloomily thought to herself, "I can't be defeated like this. Someone must be able to help me, right?" After that, she unexpectedly crumbled the bread with her hands, then let out a soft, agonizing sigh. Just then, someone suddenly announced, "You have a message." As soon as she heard the familiar voice, Mrs. Livia immediately looked up and thought in surprise, "Thalia Remetio." Thalia suddenly turned to the guard and gently smiled, asking, "Could you leave for a moment?" Hearing this, he hesitated slightly and said, "Madam." She quickly added, "I have orders from Prince Rayan." Hearing Thalia say this, the guard replied, "All right, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Mrs. Livia asked dejectedly, "Have you come here to mock me?" Hearing this, Thalia let out a soft breath and replied, "No, I haven't come here to mock you." Hearing her say this, she was extremely suspicious, so she quickly frowned and gritted her teeth, asserting, "I have no regrets." Thalia calmly asked back, "Is that so? Well, I do, and this is where regret has brought me. As for you, the punishment has been set. Can you accept it now?" Mrs. Livia angrily clenched her fists and growled, shouting, "Shut up!" As soon as she saw the food scattered on the floor, Thalia was a little surprised and immediately asked, "What is this? Were you expecting a secret message or something hidden in the bread?" She furiously shouted, ordering, "I told you to shut up." Then she quickly stood up and loudly declared, "I will regret nothing and will never regret anything."
Thalia calmly replied, "I don't care if you regret it or not. You said you would accept this outcome even if you died before gaining power. So, do you prefer to accept this failure or death, or will you act because you believe failure is equivalent to death?" Just as Thalia finished speaking, the guard suddenly entered and announced, "Miss, your time is up." Upon hearing him, Thalia quickly added a few words. "I advise you not to play with your food next time. You won't find what you're looking for." At the same time, in the mansion's dining room, while tapping her spoon against her food plate, Loina involuntarily recalled the bloody scene of that day. Then she quickly closed her eyes and thought to herself, "No, don't think about this anymore. Don't cry. You'll feel better after eating." Just then, someone suddenly entered, so she quickly looked up and called out, "Jan?" Ryan immediately asked,
I heard you're having lunch alone. Where's Tilly?
Luina immediately replied. She said she had something to do. Rayan asked in surprise, "Something to do?" She quickly answered, she already took her meal. He exclaimed, "Oh really?" Luina asked with concern, "Have you eaten yet?" He immediately replied, "Not yet." Hearing him say that, she promptly asked for help. "Ma'am, could you please bring some food for the prince here?" A moment later, as soon as the food was brought out, Luina watched Rayan eat, thinking to herself, he must be very hungry. Then suddenly, a little curious, she asked, "How is Prince Abel?" Rayan immediately replied, "I think he's burying himself in work to avoid thinking. Sometimes that's a good way."
She asked curiously, "What about you?" Rayan said softly, "I'm not sure. Too sad to feel happy. But I realized I can finally sleep without putting a sword on my bed. I still have a habit of doing that, but I'm sure it will gradually disappear." Luina, hearing this, smiled with her eyes crinkling and asked, "Is that so?" "I am not so sure." He quickly added, "Well, I also don't need to check if the food is poisoned, and I can talk to Abel comfortably. Oh, and I can also go to the Empire." She smiled and remarked, "You're right." Rayan hastily added, "Besides, I have to perform well because you can give me an answer at any time." At the same time, down in the dungeon, Livia, banging her hands on the bars, furiously shouted, "My son! Why isn't my son visiting? Surely Abel doesn't know I'm here because Rayan hid it from him, right?" The guard indifferently replied, "How could Prince Abel not know? He is royalty, and he chose not to come. Should I tell him you're waiting?" Upon hearing this, Livia immediately froze, speechless and stunned. She then immediately knelt down and buried her face in her hands, crying. Seeing this, the guard suddenly felt a little pity and said, "You're more pathetic than I thought. I understand now why he said killing you would be meaningless." She asked in a low voice, "What do you mean? Killing me would be meaningless?" He calmly explained, "Your punishment is imprisonment. When I step outside, this place will be sealed with bricks. You will be fed every day, but the door will never open." Inside the gloomy prison, where light only seeped through a small window, Livia lay face down on the cold ground, surrounded by shackles.
Livia slowly sat up, her mind vaguely wondering how many days had passed and where Abel was. Suddenly, cold whispers drifted through her mind. How could Prince Abel not know? He is royalty, and he chose not to come. I know why he said killing you was meaningless. Her rough fingers lightly scratched the dirty ground, a thought creeping into her mind. Then death it is. I can kill myself. Her gaunt pale face and disheveled hair slowly lifted, her dazed eyes inadvertently falling upon something. A sharp, moldy piece of wood. Lydia clutched the piece of wood tightly, intending to do the worst to herself. Just then, a voice emerged from the shadows. "I've heard that if you stab yourself the wrong way, it'll be extremely painful." Hearing this, Livia paused for a beat, her hand trembling. After that, Livia threw the piece of wood to the ground. The rusty prison door and cold walls created a place full of loneliness and darkness. Livia sat in a corner, her face buried, sobbing uncontrollably. Each sound was muffled but brimming with despair. Suddenly, the voice echoed once more. How ridiculous. Her and everyone else. Livia heard it, startled, and lifted her head. Before her stood a shadowy figure, its form indistinct in the darkness. Seeing this, Livia cried out in alarm, "Who's there?" The voice emanated from the figure. "Well, you don't need permission to fall into despair, do you?" The words made her freeze, her eyes widening. Another Livia appeared in the darkness, a version of herself dressed in luxurious attire, exuding power, with an arrogant gaze. "Me?" The replica slowly approached, continuing in a sharp, firm voice. "Your despair has summoned me." Hearing this, Livia seemed to recoil. Livia stammered, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Her replica immediately replied, "I am everywhere, and now I am here. The most despairing thing for you is realizing your own weakness, isn't that right? If you take my hand, you can be like me, simultaneously in this place and everywhere else. Leaving this place will be as easy as pie."
Livia was bewildered. "I can leave this place?" The offer came forth, "Take my hand, Livia Adelon." Livia hesitated briefly, her hand reaching out tentatively. Her copy continued to entice her. "If you take my hand, no one will ever be able to despise you again." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Livia's lips. Without waiting for Livia's reply, the copy, with its terrifying face, lunged forward and tightly grasped her hand. "Good, now come with me." Scene change. Inside the mansion, Thalia suddenly froze. The notebook she was holding suddenly fell. Luina and Aegis said nothing, their faces showing a hint of worry. Rayan, sitting nearby, saw their expressions, realized something was wrong, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, everyone? What's wrong?"
Even you, isn't the cake sweet? Thalia's face paled slightly. A strange sensation fleetingly passed through her, making her dizzy, and she thought to herself, this feeling is so familiar. I wonder if Luina and Aegis feel it too. Did I miss something? Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. Sir, the queen has escaped. Hearing this, Rayan jumped to his feet and replied, She escaped?
Perhaps someone helped her. Even the prison exploded. A corner of the majestic and enormous mansion came into view. Rayan ordered, Send people to pursue her. Just how many people are helping her and where is she going? The soldier immediately replied, Actually, the queen returned here alone. Upon hearing this, Rabbel's face turned pale with fear. Rayan asked again, Alone? Yes, we ordered the guards to apprehend the queen when she approached them, but I don't know what kind of explosive she had. Suddenly, Luina and Thalia's faces turned pale as if they had seen something. Luina whispered, What is that? Outside the window, a swirling vortex appeared, surrounded by black smoke that covered the entire sky. Thalia, seeing this, worried. No way, Jan hasn't awakened his special ability yet, and the evil spirit has returned? How is this possible? Realizing something, she quickly turned her face, her gaze falling upon him, Aegis. His face also showed a hint of worry as he stood silently. She thought to herself, if it's not Aegis, no one here can stop the evil spirit. Breaking from her thoughts, she reached out and took his hand. Thalia's heart pounded, but even if he could stop it, then what? How long can we protect the capital? How can Aegis do it alone without the help of the Guardians?
The whirlwind still swirled fiercely, creating an eerie whistling wind. Thalia trembled. No. Aegis saw her expression, gently took her hand and spoke. Tilly, is this what I'm thinking? Thalia replied, Quite possibly. Rayan also spoke up. What the hell is going on? Do you know something about this? What exactly happened to the queen? Thalia closed her eyes and quietly explained. Evil spirits can possess the souls of those who fall into despair and turn it into power. Evil spirits? If the queen has been possessed by evil spirits, this is very dangerous. In the worst case, everyone in the capital could be possessed by evil spirits. We have to check first. She trembled slightly, but a worrying thought crossed her mind. I can't be certain, but I must prepare for the worst.
Aegis's voice rang out, his eyes resolute. Jan, send word to the Emperor and the Tower to order the immediate evacuation of everyone, the immediate evacuation of the capital. I will try to buy as much time as possible. She glanced at him, thinking to herself, he's still going, right? The Aegis she loved would definitely go. Then Thalia placed a hand on Aegis's shoulder, smiling gently as she encouraged him. Go on, Aegis. Hearing this, Aegis offered a faint smile and nodded in response. Then Aegis gently embraced her. After that, he turned and walked away, his figure straight as he headed towards the door. Beneath the howling, swirling wind outside the window, the four stood in silence, their eyes following the unsettling vortex. The air was heavy, as if pressing down on every breath. Rayan nervously spoke softly. Thalia. Thalia immediately replied in a serious, decisive tone. We don't have much time left. Order the soldiers to retreat. The more people there are, the more bodies the evil spirits will have to possess. The defenses are only manned by a few knights. The other soldiers will assist with the civilian evacuation. We don't know how long Aegis can hold them back. Thalia, without Aegis, it will be very difficult to enter the desert later. We must make the most of him and retreat at the very last moment. Her hand clenched slightly. I need a few knights. If that truly is an evil spirit, everyone must evacuate immediately. Luena, startled, called out to her anxiously. Thalia, calm down. We don't even know if it's an evil spirit yet. Hearing this, Thalia fell silent, deep in thought.
Amidst the heavy atmosphere, Rayan spoke softly. I'll go see how Aegis is doing. Ayan, don't worry about Tilly. We'll sort this out, brother. As he was speaking, Rayan suddenly stopped, a worried expression on his face. Thalia looked at Rayan without a word, then lowered her head as if understanding. We can't guarantee anything right now. Her face became serious. You two should stay here and prepare for battle. Loyana and El nodded slightly upon hearing this. After giving his instructions, without wasting any more time, Rayan immediately set off. Tilly, let's go.
Outside, the mansion was engulfed in heavy darkness. The sky was steeped in a gloomy, biting cold, and whistling winds echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Thalia approached, saw him standing there, and spoke. Aegis saw her and said worriedly, Tilly, look. Thalia suddenly froze. In front of her was Livia's familiar figure, standing motionless, her face blank, her eyes lifeless. She immediately realized that it was no longer human. Questions flooded her mind. It was an evil spirit, but why was it standing so still? Was it waiting for something? Aegis's voice rang out. Tilly, is that an evil spirit? She replied, Judging by the sandstorm, it's definitely an evil spirit. Rayan's voice called out, Tilly, Aegis. At that very moment, Livia's face turned pitch black, transforming into an evil spirit. It twisted into a grotesque, distorted, monstrous smile. Thalia flinched and looked over, then called out, Aegis.
He seemed to understand, his face furrowed. Energy began to emanate from his entire body, forming a star-shaped aura that brightly illuminated the encroaching darkness. The evil spirit tilted its head, laughing grotesquely, its voice dry and raspy, echoing, "How pathetic that you must hide like a coward."
You think you can stop me? You intend to abandon the Celis territory outside the capital? What about the engineers standing here? Are they people you don't care about? Hearing this, Ryan clenched his fists, a slight frown on his face. Then Ryan asked, Aegis, how much longer can you hold out? Aegis replied softly, 3 days, or less. She looked at him, secretly worried. 3 days was not enough time to evacuate all the citizens. In the worst-case scenario, we would have to abandon the Celis territory and retreat to the second line of defense. This would be the worst case in history. In the original storyline, they were pushed out to the Holy Land. She turned around, her face serious, her eyes filled with determination. I won't let that happen. Just then, the soldiers' voices rang out. Something's coming. Hearing this, all three turned to look. Stumbling footsteps were approaching erratically. In the dense fog, soldiers controlled by evil spirits, walking with a distorted gait, their bodies twisted, heads bowed, stumbled behind hens. The other soldiers cried out in alarm. Soldiers! They've been possessed by evil spirits! Seeing the soldiers' anxiety, Thalia shouted, Calm down and hold your positions. Ryan stood there observing, his voice soft. Those soldiers are controlled by the Queen, but they still have families, Yan. The only way to rescue those possessed by evil spirits is to use a special ability to purify their hearts, otherwise their souls will sink into agony. Ryan gently closed his eyes, his face becoming pensive. As if realizing something, he suddenly opened his eyes.
A brilliant light suddenly flared up around Rayan, sparkling light emanating from deep within him. Rayan's face grew stern, his eyes filled with determination as he looked straight ahead. I cannot lose anyone else. The dazzling stream of light stunned the surrounding soldiers. The energy emanating from Rayan intensified, as if ready to face whatever lay ahead. Witnessing this scene, Thalia couldn't help but be astonished, softly calling out, Yan! Meanwhile, the knights were utterly amazed, shouting in awe, Prince! Prince Rayan has awakened his special ability! Prince Rayan! Prince Rayan! As for Livia, she seemed rather pleased by Rayan awakening his special power, eagerly clapping her hands in continuous applause, accompanied by a wide, ear-to-ear grin that looked utterly grotesque. Seeing this, the knights couldn't help but be bewildered. She suddenly chuckled and asked, Do you think you can seal me? Humanity will be devoured by me. Even if you try to seal me, I will return again and again.
Regrettably, I am not here to fight today. I have come to inform you that the only thing left for you is despair, and the soldiers, one is gone, but it doesn't matter. Head to the desert. No sooner had she finished speaking than she instantly transformed into dust and was carried away by the wind, vanishing from everyone's sight. A knight in the group, seeing this, limped forward and reported, The sandstorm originated from the desert. Upon hearing this, Rayan immediately demanded, No one is to approach the storm and warn all territories in the storm's path. The knight immediately replied, Yes, sir. As if by unspoken agreement, Rayan and Thalia then looked at the knight with the cracked armor standing beside them and pondered for a long time. Then she suddenly asked, What should I do with this man? He replied without hesitation, I will purify him, then immediately drew his sword. He then plunged it straight into the center of the man's chest. Because he had personally used his sword to end the life of his close subordinate, Rayan was overcome with immense pain and burst into tears, and those tears simply fell to the ground.
Thalia, standing nearby and witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Rayan. Covering his face with his hands, Rayan's father spoke with undeniable grief. The evil spirit's voice has been heard by everyone in the capital. How can this be? Is that its power? We must devise a plan as quickly as possible. All the guardians present here must go to the desert immediately to purify the evil spirit. Upon hearing this, the guardians immediately spoke up. That's right. Rayan's father paused for a moment, then continued to ask. The evil spirit called the guardians to the desert, didn't it? Thalia didn't answer, instead gently closing her eyes and thinking to herself, How can I make them understand that the sacrifice of the guardians from the three families is not trustworthy? This must change before we can make a difference in the world after the evil spirit disappears.
Seeing everyone nervously chattering among themselves without answering his question, he immediately raised his voice, demanding silence from everyone. It seems the Queen is not the only one threatening my son's life. A certain guardian, hearing this, hastily explained, No, sir, that's not it. Rayan's father bluntly questioned, Then how dare you say all the guardians are here? The prophetess hasn't arrived yet. Hearing him say that, they could only pretend to clear their throats to ease their embarrassment. Seeing this, he gave a slight embarrassed smile and explained, "The prophetess is not only the one who conveys God's words, but also the first guardian. Surely she will tell us how. What's the point of sending guardians to the desert without guidance or direction?" Seeing the atmosphere suddenly fall silent after Rayon's father's recent words, Thalia secretly mused to herself, "He might be a weak king, but he is truly a good person." A certain guardian suddenly spoke up, "Sir, I ask you to remain calm. As I said, we must plan first." Two other guardians, hearing this, immediately chimed in agreement. "Marquis Tahin is right, sir. I agree too." As soon as Thalia heard the other person mention his name, she was slightly surprised and thought to herself, "Marquis Tahin? Jan's grandfather? They're nothing alike." Just as Rayon's father began to say, "So now we discuss," Rayon suddenly gave a faint smile and said, "Everyone here knows there's no other way. We prepare and head to the desert to fight and destroy the evil spirits." Hearing this, Marquis Tahin suddenly felt a glimmer of hope and asked, "Sir, is destroying the evil spirits truly possible?" "I don't know, Marquis Tahin, but the safety of humanity will be threatened if we don't do this. It is said that evil spirits grow stronger in a healthy body, but that body can still become vulnerable to purification abilities." Whether it's a failure or a success, this is also a turning point for humanity. And more importantly, I don't want to pierce the heart of any subject again. The atmosphere of the meeting fell silent once more after Rayon's recent words. Upon hearing this, Thalia couldn't help but silently concede. Jan is right. This shouldn't happen again. We cannot be careless or negligent ever again. She then bowed her head in contemplation for a long time. A long while later, as she placed her hand on the letters, Thalia thought to herself, "I should return after the evil spirits are destroyed and the country is rebuilt. Perhaps a year if things move quickly, or not." Having finished her thoughts, Thalia immediately turned around and gently opened the door to leave. But to her surprise, before she could even leave, Aegis was already standing at her door, and she didn't know how long he had been there, saying with a faint smile, "Hello, Tilly?" She immediately asked curiously, "How long have you been standing here?" He calmly replied, "Since you entered the room." Hearing this, she scoffed slightly and exclaimed, "You're crazy, 4 whole hours?" As he reached out and pulled down Thalia's hood, Aegis smiled dotingly and reminded her, "You should say, 'Wait for me,' before you leave. But tonight, you don't need to say it." Thalia blushed and shyly chided him, "Don't smile, you're too handsome. So wait for me, okay?" Aegis replied with a joyful smile, "All right, I'll wait." She praised him loudly, "Good boy." No sooner had she finished speaking than he suddenly took her hand and gently placed a kiss on it. Then he softly expressed, "But next time, I won't wait. After you come back, I will never wait for you again."
Thalia heard that and quickly spoke to reassure him. "All right, I promise I'll come back." Aegis pouted and warned, "If you make me wait too long, I'll have to drag you back. I can't live without you." As she pressed her forehead against his, she gently reminded him, "This should be something both of us say, so you must also return safely." He softly replied, "Of course, I promise." A moment later, as soon as he saw the prophet draw back the curtain and step out, the subordinate prophet quickly bowed and greeted. "Prophet," she quickly explained, "I'm just going for a short walk." He heard that and replied, "Yes, ma'am." A short while later, the prophet had now arrived at her destination. As soon as she saw Thalia standing in front, she immediately called out, "Miss Thalia." Hearing this, Thalia quickly turned her head and replied, "Prophet." As she walked closer to Thalia, she exclaimed, "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Miss Thalia?" Thalia softly replied, "Mm-hmm." Pulling down her hood, the prophet smiled kindly and asked, "You've grown so much, haven't you?" Thalia's eyes crinkled in a smile as she replied, "Of course." The prophet smiled gently in response, "Thank you for keeping your promise and coming here."
She politely refused. "I am not worthy of your gratitude." The prophet suddenly asked curiously, "May I ask why?" Thalia replied a little awkwardly, "Because it's me." She quickly added, "Because you created this world." Thalia asked back in surprise, "You knew? Since when?" He gently smiled and replied, "I knew you were God since the first time I met you." Thalia thought in silence for a moment, then affirmed loudly, "It is true that I created this world, but I am not God." The prophet involuntarily broke into a sweat and asked, "Then who are you?" She replied in a low voice, "I am the author." He asked back puzzled, "The author?" She replied sternly, "This is the world in the story I wrote." Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "The story?" Thalia continued to explain, "I am a person living in another world, an ordinary human being." When the prophet heard her say this, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and thought to himself, "So the fate I had foreseen was merely a part of the story, and the reason I couldn't see further was because the story had ended." Then he suddenly burst out laughing.
Seeing this, Thalia could only stand silently to the side. After clearing his mind, the prophet smiled, his eyes crinkling, and remarked, "I understand. Everything is clearer now." Hearing this, Thalia feigned ignorance and said, "Prophet, I don't know what you're talking about, but are you saying I'm ready?" The prophet stated gravely, "You said that I am the protagonist of my own life.
Perhaps I am not the protagonist in the story you wrote, but you created me and gave me the opportunity to be the protagonist. Thalia couldn't help but ask with concern, is that change okay? After all the years you've endured, is that truly okay? He immediately replied, of course not, but you don't need to feel guilty towards me. I wouldn't blame you if you chose to return to being the author, but I know you always try your best. Thalia stared at the prophet for a few seconds, stunned, then spoke in gratitude. Thank you. Soon this world will no longer be a story I wrote. He continued with a faint smile. Besides, everything that happened was just a mistake. You didn't do anything wrong. But actually, I don't think this was a mistake. Regardless, you tried your best to take responsibility for this world when you realized it had become real.
She loved everything in this world like a true god and did everything she could as a human. At this point, the prophet suddenly paused for a moment, then squinted their eyes and expressed, that's why I can't hate you. I should actually be grateful. Because you created me, I think I could become a good protagonist. So with everything that has happened, can I give up my role as a prophet? Hearing this, Thalia immediately took her hand, then gently smiled and affirmed, of course you can. Would you mind if I gave you a name? Like a friend. Uriel. After hearing this, she couldn't help but be moved, tears welling up in her eyes as she asked, Uriel? So am I a woman? I am Uriel. I always wanted to be your friend. Thalia gently replied, I'm very happy about that. Take my horse and go to the capital to find Viscountess Egresso. She will be your guardian until you settle down. Uriel stammered slightly in response, I don't mind, thank you. Thalia smiled faintly, her heart at peace, and suggested, go, Uriel, life is short.
I will defeat the evil spirit so that what you wish for is not just one day, but many days. A moment later, just as the two finished exchanging each other's attire, Uriel suddenly called out, Miss Thalia, may I hold your hand? I will transmit the prophet's memories to you. With that, Uriel immediately transmitted her memories to her. Immediately after, an image appeared. A young man with platinum blonde hair holding a blonde girl whose entire body was covered in blood in his arms. Shaking the girl, the young man anxiously cried out, Please, no. Prophet, help. Is there any way to save her? I can't do it with just my abilities. Please, show me how to save my friend. The prophet replied, To save her, you must use all of your power. Special abilities are not omnipotent. They come with a price. If you wish to save someone who stands on the brink of death, you must accept that it will cost your own life. Upon hearing this, Ryan asked in utter shock, Stop, stop. Are you telling him to sacrifice his life for her? Because the Remedio family already has a successor? The prophet stated in a low voice, At this rate, Acer's successor will die. The blonde girl painfully whispered, Take care of my family. Ryan cried out in agony, No. No sooner had his words ended than the girl took her last breath in the boy's arms. As soon as this memory ended, Uriel began to explain, but then the evil spirit kept returning despite being interviewed by the press multiple times, and members of the three families continued to die off generation after generation. They never stopped. He was the last king of Remedio. Wiping away the tears welling in her eyes, Thalia choked out, Uriel. She sternly advised, You must have connected with my emotions, because I showed you my strongest memory. The desert is vast and harsh. I hope my memory will help you. Please, return safely. I will wait for you. Thalia smiled faintly in response. All right, don't worry. 4 months later, in a flash, as soon as she stepped in and saw Mrs. Rosanna also among the welcoming party, Thalia couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking to herself, Oh, my mother is here too. I must be careful not to get caught. Placing a hand over her chest, Mrs. Rosanna bowed slightly and greeted, Long time no see, Prophet. Thalia didn't answer immediately, but quickly thought to herself, Even if the priests don't recognize me, when I speak into their minds with my special prophetic ability, it should be fine, right? Then she bowed her head slightly and replied, Long time no see, ma'am. Seeing the woman suddenly stare at her, she couldn't help but feel bewildered. Then the woman suddenly turned and offered, Allow me to escort you. Seeing this, she felt a pang of self-reproach, thinking, It seems mother has had a difficult time since I disappeared.
Then he slightly bowed his head and silently followed her. A moment later, as soon as they arrived, Mrs. Rosanna announced that the prophet had arrived. As soon as Aegis, Luina, and Rayan saw Thalia in the guise of the prophet, they immediately bowed in greeting. Seeing this, Thalia quickly used her special ability to speak into their minds. I introduce myself to those who follow the Lord. She then thought to herself, so all the guardians have gathered in one place. After taking her seat, Thalia silently asked, How is the situation? Rayan's father replied, It's unusually quiet. There hasn't been an attack in the past 4 months. Hearing this, she was slightly surprised and exclaimed, Is that so? He then curiously asked, When do you plan to venture into the desert? Thalia whispered in response, I'm leaving tomorrow. Is everything ready?
Aegis immediately replied, "Yes, it's ready." Hearing this, Thalia quietly mused, "The evil spirits will surely start attacking after we reach the desert, so we must not let down our guard. The three of us will have a long journey tomorrow, so get some rest early." Hearing her words, Luina and Aegis immediately nodded in agreement. Rayan, sitting opposite them, also quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Thalia stood up and quietly suggested, "Then this meeting concludes here." No sooner had she finished speaking than a servant suddenly rushed in and announced in a panic, evil spirits are attacking us." Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but be startled and thought to herself, "Now? Could it be that they waited until all the guardians gathered?" At the same time, outside the castle, the evil spirit was also flashing an extremely wicked smile. It ceaselessly conjured up whirlwinds, sweeping soldiers into them, making them frantically scream for mercy. "Ah, stop!" As Thalia and Aegis stepped out and witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but feel astonished. Seeing Madame Rosanna drawing her sword, preparing to charge and confront the evil spirit, Thalia hastily cried out in her heart, "Mother!" Just as she was about to run to her side, Aegis suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path, and urged, "Step back, prophet." She replied, secretly worried. But, to her surprise, before Thalia could finish her sentence, the evil spirit had, without anyone noticing, approached and grabbed her leg. Seeing her in danger, Aegis quickly used his sword, stabbing it directly into the evil spirit's arm, causing it to scream several times in agony. Seeing Thalia suddenly stumble as if about to fall, Aegis immediately steadied her and asked with concern, "Prophet, are you all right?" Ryan, seeing this, also quickly ran over and inquired, "Prophet, can you walk? Oh, Luina should look at the wound. Before Ryan could finish his sentence, Aegis suddenly bent down and lifted her into his arms, then suggested, "I'll carry her." Thalia, blushing shyly, silently responded, "No, I'm fine." Aegis immediately asserted, "No, let me take you." With that, Aegis strode away carrying Thalia, making her blush shyly and think to herself, "This is too close, he'll realize."
He suddenly called out, "Prophet?" She whispered her reply, "Yes, sir." He immediately asked straightforwardly, "What would you do if you could defeat the evil spirit?" Thalia wondered silently and asked back, "Why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" Hearing that, Aegis immediately suggested, "If it's too difficult, you don't have to answer." She replied in a quiet, serious tone, "I want a trip." He repeated in surprise, "A trip?" She smiled faintly, silently confirming, "Yes, it will be a fun trip." Hearing her say that, he smiled faintly to himself, while his cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Then he mused to himself, "Now I understand. She had prepared herself to replace the prophet without telling anyone. It was all for everyone."
Back then, I said that the future I knew was changing, and now no one can foresee the future anymore. But when the mission ends, nothing will threaten the Guardian's life anymore. Threatening the Guardian's life, the prophet is also one of the Guardians. Thalia took his place to protect him. She kept saying she was the most important, prioritizing herself, but in the end, she was the one who neglected herself the most. A moment later, as soon as she saw Aegis carrying Thalia in, Luina immediately asked with concern, "What happened?" He replied, "The prophet's leg was injured from an evil spirit attack." Saying this, he quickly carried her to the bed and sat her down. Seeing this, Luina quickly sat down to examine her injuries. Next, for some unknown reason, she suddenly turned to stare at her, then quietly announced, "It's strange, it can't be healed." Hearing this, Aegis rested his hand on his chin and pondered silently. Could it be because wounds created by evil spirits are harder to heal than usual, or did the evil spirit do something else? Thalia quickly stood up and quietly asserted, "As long as I can still walk, I'm fine. Please save your abilities."
Luina couldn't help but feel worried upon hearing Thalia say that, and thought to herself, "But Tilly." She then replied, "Yes, prophet, that evening." As Thalia looked out the window, she silently gave thanks in her heart. "Thank God the attack has stopped. I hope they won't ambush us from behind when we reach the desert tomorrow." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked, "Prophet, are you still there?" Thalia silently wondered and asked back, "What is it?" The person replied, "Duke and Duchess Remedio have arrived." Thalia quietly suggested, "Please sit down." Upon hearing this, Mr. Julian and Mrs. Rosanna quickly walked to the chairs and sat down. Seeing that her plate of food was still untouched, Mrs. Rosanna kindly offered, "Your food has gotten cold. Shall I have someone bring you something else?" Thalia quietly replied, "Oh, it's fine. I haven't had a chance to eat yet because I've been busy thinking. There's no need to bring new food." Mrs. Rosanna gently bowed her head and softly urged again, "You should eat." She didn't answer immediately, but bowed her head, lost in thought for a moment. Then she quietly replied, Besides that, why have you two come here? Could it be that you've come to ask about Miss Thalia's whereabouts? Although I cannot tell you her exact location, she is doing very well. She will return in a few years." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Rosanna couldn't help but be surprised and asked again, "A few years?" She immediately confirmed quietly, "Yes." Hearing this, Mr. Julian slightly bowed his head and replied, "Yes. Thalia had left a letter before she departed. I wish I could exchange letters with her over the next few years, but unfortunately, I don't know her whereabouts.
Thalia quickly and quietly suggested, "If you give it to me, I can send it to her." He joyfully asked in return, "So, can I receive a reply from her?" She subtly smiled and quietly affirmed, "Of course." Hearing her say this, Mr. Julian immediately beamed with delight, while Mrs. Rosanna showed no clear reaction. He suddenly offered a faint smile and revealed, "My daughter has been very special ever since she was born. She learned to speak very early, but Mom and Dad were the last 2 words she learned. She pretended to be a normal child for our sake, but she always looked like she was in trouble. I don't know what her troubles are. She has never told me."
I thought about confronting her and pressing her until she spoke, but it seems doing so would only push her further away. Hearing this, Thalia quietly wondered and asked, "Do you think she would distance herself from you?" Mr. Julian sadly replied, "She's already gone." Upon hearing these words, Thalia couldn't help but feel a vague sense of guilt and quickly apologized silently in her heart. "I'm sorry, Father." Mr. Julian quickly added, "But all parents are forced to let their children leave at some point. Just receiving letters for a long time is enough." Thalia gave a faint smile and silently replied, "Okay." He suddenly declared emphatically, "Ah, but marriage is out of the question." Mrs. Rosanna frowned and reminded him in a low voice, "Julie." He firmly explained, "But Roxy, you saw how Aegis looked at Tilly. His eyes were exactly like a predator looking at its prey." She blushed deeply and awkwardly thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Father, but I'm the predator." Mrs. Rosanna quickly apologized. "Sorry for taking up your time with such nonsense. We still have a few things to say." Thalia quietly asked, curious, "What is it?" Holding a gift box in her hand, she smiled kindly and said, "Please share it with the other guardians. I know you'll be provided with food, but it's truly a long journey." She quickly took the gift box and silently thanked them. "Thank you." Mr. Julian advised with concern, "And please return safely." She silently replied, "I hope so."
"I will do my best to bring everyone back safely. Don't worry." Thalia, dressed in the prophet's attire, stood beside the brown horse, rummaging through her bag. A moment later, she slowly pulled out a glass vial from within. Suddenly, someone called out seriously, "Prophet?" Hearing this, Thalia immediately looked at the person and replied, "Crown Prince?" At this, Aegis quickly reminded her, "You should ask someone else to do this for you. How are your legs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Thalia calmly replied, "The dark marks have disappeared, and I have no difficulty walking. Don't worry." After hearing this, Aegis solely instructed, "If you feel pain anywhere, remember to tell everyone." Thalia, facing him, continued, "Yes, you too. The desert is a barren place. I know your duty is to protect everyone, but don't gamble with your life." Moreover, these words surprised Aegis slightly. "Prophet?" Thalia, in turn, slowly bowed her head respectfully. "Yes, sir." Seeing her trembling hands, Aegis asked, "Why are you trembling?" After a moment, Thalia whispered, "Everyone says a prophet can see the future. In truth, that's not the only thing I can do. I can also see the past. Before coming here, I saw many things that happened in the past." An image of Aegis, dressed in blood-stained attire, appeared. His dazed eyes staring into the void were etched into Thalia's mind. "I know those incidents are in the past, but I still can't stop thinking about what would happen if Aegis were to fall into such a situation."
At the same time, he put on a pensive look and lowered his gaze. "What is the past, if I may ask?" Immediately, an awkward silence fell between the two. Then Aegis slowly lowered his face. "You often see those memories?" Thalia, still not looking at him, replied, "No, not often, but I can know a person's past when I touch them." Aegis, however, stubbornly pressed further. "Can you see my past?" But he still received an unsatisfactory answer from Thalia. "No." Aegis seemed to have no intention of giving up hope. "Then why don't you try now? My memories might help ease your worries." Upon hearing this, Thalia remained silent. Her hand slowly rested on the other's palm. Immediately, the image of a little girl hugging a stuffed rabbit appeared. The person's radiant, flower-like smile seeped into Thalia's mind, truly warm.
The feeling of love, so warm, it was Thalia, wearing a crown on her head with a striking beauty. At this moment, Thalia's eyes became extremely panicked. She pulled her hand back without a word. Meanwhile, Aegis merely stared at Thalia with gentle eyes. He gently inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Upon hearing this, Thalia immediately replied, "Thank you." Aegis added once more, "I'm glad to hear you say that. I also need to go prepare now. We'll meet again later." After hearing her reply, "Yes," he immediately turned and walked away. At this moment, left alone, Thalia couldn't help but blush, covering her mouth in panic. He intended for me to see that, the cunning fox. He must have known everything already. Arrogant Aegis suddenly sprouted 2 fox ears. Elsewhere, Luina stood looking down from above. This is the prophecy. She stared intently at the crowd below. Beside Luina, 2 more male figures appeared. This might be the last time. With this final expedition, the war against the evil spirits that has lasted for so many years will end. I want to live. This is my wish, so I will defeat the evil spirits at all costs. The sky suddenly turned pitch black.
a tornado, formed by countless winds, also appeared. 2 people dressed in black and 2 people dressed in white rode horses across the desert.
Thalia's face was etched with extreme worry. If we go any deeper, we'll be in the eye of the storm. Let's rest for a bit. She dismounted, standing beside her steed. Thalia slowly closed her eyes to compose herself. Suddenly, Aegis came before her and asked, "Prophet, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Thalia was still trying to calm herself, thinking, "Pull yourself together. A leader cannot lose heart." With that thought, she pulled out a glass jar and said, "Does anyone want some candy? We'll all make it back alive." The 4 continued their journey on horseback, moving forward across the desert.
Thalia looked at the compass in her hand. She wore a tired expression, her eyes vacant. "I can't tell the time or the direction. I guess I'll have to rely on the prophet's memories now." Suddenly, Thalia yanked hard on the reins, making the horse rear up and stop. Her eyes widened in confusion. What's wrong with the horse? Seeing this, Aegis, who was walking beside her, called out with a hint of curiosity, "Prophet!" Meanwhile, Thalia mused, "I have to jump off before I fall." Then she lost her balance and fell off the horse. This sight immediately caught Aegis's attention. "Prophet, are you all right?" But Thalia didn't pay attention to his question. "Why is the horse?" At this moment, something made her panic. Countless wisps of energy flew past the 2 of them, and many black arms sprouted from the ground. Seeing the figures that had just appeared, Thalia immediately recognized them. They're evil spirits. Aegis quickly grabbed the person next to him. "We have to run." He turned his head to look behind him. Aegis frantically called out, "Jan!" Hearing this, the other person quickly assessed the situation. Running away isn't how we defeat them. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures on the opposite side were still closing in on them. Seeing this, Aegis recoiled slightly. "But there are too many of them." Rayon, unfazed, asked directly, "How many soldiers have gone missing already?"
Immediately, Thalia turned to answer, 76. But it seems there are over 100 of them here. They aren't entirely real people. I think some of them have fake bodies made of sand. Evil spirits are using fear to make people waste their special abilities. After hearing Rayon's answer, "I see," Thalia pondered again. Do evil spirits understand emotions? Then she began to speak. They know how to threaten us into wasting our abilities, just like humans. At the same time, Rayon gripped his long sword firmly. But abandoning these soldiers and fleeing will only make the fight against the evil spirits more difficult. Let's defeat them one by one. Thalia, at this moment, gently touched the horse's mane. If we fight, let's fight wisely. The 3 said nothing more to each other. Suddenly, Rayon growled, "Step back, Prophet." Thalia slowly drew her sword from its sheath. "No, you are the one who needs to step back." Rayon hadn't even finished speaking. "But if not for me," Thalia quickly interrupted. "Some of them are fake. We need to identify who needs to be purified." As soon as she finished, Rayon immediately summarized, "But it will be very difficult to tell with the naked eye." Hearing this, Thalia slowly continued, "So let's use the evil spirit's weakness. For those evil spirits made of sand, this solution can attack them." Suddenly, blood immediately splattered everywhere. The horse collapsed to the ground. The sword tip was stained with blood. Thalia's voice was cold. "I knew these horses wouldn't be able to go all the way with us. This is the only option. Here, use this sword." Seeing Thalia's hand, Aegis immediately recognized, "Tilly, I knew it was you." His face was utterly stunned. The sword and bloodstains were everywhere on the ground.
Luena stood aside and whispered, "Luli." Blood appeared from someone's mouth. A shadowy arm pierced through Thalia's body. Seeing this, Aegis frantically called out, "Luli." The evil spirit's voice rang out, "I knew it. I will fail if you use your purification ability to inspect the soldiers." Thalia, trembling with exhaustion, called out, "Evil spirit," while her voice calling, "Luli," still echoed. Luena rushed forward. The evil spirit immediately demanded, "Stay right there. If you come any closer, I will break her neck." So Rayan had to embrace Luena, holding her back. Aegis also collapsed to her knees.
From within Thalia's body, several brilliant golden lights appeared. Aegis immediately realized these were the memories of an evil spirit. This was an evil spirit with strong emotions. "Wait," a girl with Thalia's face introduced herself. "My name is Mizun. Mi is the surname, and Zun is the given name. Mi means dragon." Aegis touched his left chest, feeling that this was the sensation of love. "Spiritualist, this is the name God bestowed upon me, but everyone calls me an evil spirit because of false rumors claiming my name would bring suffering. I have known for a long time that this would be the last time. The prophet is not the only one God informs about destiny. God also informs me. I have never been curious why my fate is like this. That is the reason. The only reason I want to know is why God gave me emotions. God created me as a malevolent demon, but why also give me the emotions of a human?" A figure sat huddled in despair. "It's so painful. I feel so lonely. When will this end?" But no matter what I thought, nothing changed. Until I was born into my own world. A child who should not have existed. A child who could change destiny.
Young Thalia stood by the window, staring outside. Perhaps that child could also change my destiny. I can only stand and hope for help. Thalia sat up abruptly, her eyes wide open.
She looked at the person who appeared before her and asked, "Who is that?" Yan, at this moment, Rayon's thoughts appeared once again. But I cannot let the child know who I am because I fear she will be afraid of me. No, the child you speak of is already asleep in her bed. At the same time, Thalia grew extremely impatient. So who are you? Rayon heard this and gave a slight smile. I will not answer now. Rayon is also a precious person to me. If things follow destiny, Rayon will be by my side until the very last moment. I want you to change Rayon's destiny as much as I want you to change my own destiny. That is why I appear with the name Rayon. Unlike him, I have no choice, because I am an evil spirit. Unfortunately, I couldn't say anything, so I decided to watch you be happy from afar. Thalia met Aegis's gaze. What if the evil spirit is destroyed? What if one day everything ends?
Immediately, Aegis replied, "Both evil spirits and humanity will be destroyed." Hearing this, Thalia slowly closed her eyes. "If you can change my fate, if I don't disappear from this world, then the world I belong to will collapse. That is when I accept my fate. I cannot allow this country to be destroyed." The sky was still clear and blue. Thalia stood pensively by the window. "I don't need to wait wearily until the end, because just seeing you is enough to make me happy." The scene shifted. Thalia gently touched her chest. "I might be the god of this world, you know, but you are God." Hearing this, Aegis, sitting opposite her, gently replied, "Thalia, you are the most humane person I have ever met. I cannot believe that the child I cherish most is the god I have always hated." A moment later, the sky turned ink black. The evil spirit sat huddled in a corner, its head buried in its arms. "So I will continue to do what I must do." "Very well, now you will come with me. I am doing this not for God, but for you."
Under the moonlight in the vast expanse, Thalia spoke first. "It's true that I created this world, but I am not God. I recognize you are not God, but this is the story I wrote. Is this merely a story? Then what about everything that has been drawn into this place? That is all of me, a character who was killed." Hearing this, Yeriel immediately half closed her eyes. "Perhaps I am not the main character in the story you wrote, but you created me, giving me the chance to become the main character." Someone else's eyes welled up with tears. "What about me? Is my future just death? Why don't you give me another chance? Yeriel, I have a name too, don't I? Why don't you call my name? Don't you see how much I love you? I did everything for you, endured pain to be by your side. My God only wants me to become a villain." Fingers intertwined. "I want to live." That was their wish. Seeing this, the shadow was somewhat surprised. "Finally, you wished for something."
Anyway, I will defeat the evil spirit. Fine then, I will be the best villain you've ever seen. You're the one who said I'm the protagonist in my own world, so I will write my own story too. Thalia thought, why did I think he was Rayan from the original storyline? Because he looks like Rayan. So why was the evil spirit, in the form of a man completely clad in black, embracing Thalia? Her pure white outfit was now stained red with blood everywhere. He caressed her blood-smeared face and softly asked, "Does it hurt? I've pierced your lung. I could rip out your heart, but I can't let you die so easily." Thalia, her face with blood-matted hair and a mouth gushing blood, groaned in pain. In the darkness, the only light clearly visible was Thalia's pained face, staring directly into the evil spirit's crazed eyes. It softly spoke, "But if it hurts too much, shall I kill you right now?" Aegis, wearing a black cloak that concealed his face, couldn't bear to watch it threaten and drain Thalia's strength. He shouted, "If you dare touch her again!" His sharp eyes, along with the sword in his hand, swung up as he sternly looked at it. "I will kill you, evil spirit." Thalia, struggling painfully in the evil spirit's grasp, looked over at him, her eyes still full of trembling worry, softly called, "Aegis." As if she no longer had much strength to speak, she could only try to stop him in her own thoughts. "No, Aegis." The evil spirit's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Don't worry." It held Thalia, who was rapidly losing too much blood, close to its body, looked towards them and smirked, saying, "After I'm done, I'll let you destroy me at your leisure." Aegis was poised, ready to swing his sword and kill it at any moment.
The furious Spark watched Thalia threatening everyone. Rayan and Loyana stood behind, anxiously following her every gesture and word. Rayan whispered, "What?" Loyana remained silent, her fearful, anxious eyes fixed on Thalia. The evil spirit leaned close to Thalia's face, which was pale from blood loss, a sinister smile spreading across its face, revealing its white teeth, and announced, "But I will take this girl."
These words made Aegis, standing outside, anxious. His eyes were now slightly sunken, and he spoke unwillingly. "Kill me instead." The evil spirit sat up straight, looking at him mockingly. "Why? Is there any reason for me to kill you?" He retorted. "Then what reason do you have to kill Tilly?" Its cold, calm voice rang out. "Of course there is. This is revenge." Loyana's tense eyes widened as she spoke. "Revenge? But what did Tilly do?" It replied, "This is my revenge against God." Rayan leaned close to Loyana's ear and whispered a question.
Is Lily truly the god of this world? Even Aegis turned his head back in doubt. Jan. Loina turned to look at Rayan, wondering, what do you mean? Rayan's sharp eyes under his black hood appeared as he coldly asked the evil spirit, "That's why you tried to kill her." The scene encompassing the evil spirit's face and its slight smirk made the bloody coldness look truly horrifying, and it spoke. "If she weren't God, I wouldn't have gone this far. Have you ever wondered why the supreme God created a tormentor like me? Why did the three families possess special abilities to fight evil spirits? The answer is simple. You all need a villain to showcase your abilities." Loina spoke up, asking it, "What is this world you speak of?" It explained frantically, "This world is a story, and you three are the main characters. Thalia, the one you love, is the author of this story. She wrote such a foolish story, didn't she? Don't you think so?" The evil spirit cupped Thalia's face. She startled, opening her eyes in fear to look at it. She struggled to pull her head away from that filthy hand, thinking, no. Suddenly, a shimmering golden light appeared around Thalia, flying up into the ethereal air, enveloping the dense blackness. They rushed to Thalia. Aegis embraced her shoulders. Thalia, exhausted, slumped her head down in pain, and he worriedly called out softly,
"Tilly!" Loina extended her hands towards Thalia, preparing to use her power to heal her severe injuries. Suddenly, Thalia, her face covered in blood, looked up, grabbed Loina's hand, and softly said, "No, Loina." Loina, bewildered, realized something was wrong. Aegis turned to Loina and asked, "What's wrong? Your special ability isn't working. What did he do?" Rayan, poised with his sword ready to defend at any moment, turned to look at them. Loina's eyes widened in anger as she turned to the evil spirit, her voice cold as she demanded, "What did you do to my sister?" The evil spirit looked at Loina, silent, offering no reply. It then turned to Thalia, who was covered in blood. Her tired eyes looked very weak. The evil spirit told them, "She took Loina's special ability, just as she took the prophet's ability." The evil spirit slowly advanced, its voice laced with sarcasm as it softly said, "You're a blindly devoted fool, aren't you?" Rayan, with a sharp gaze, raised his sword to block its approach. It continued, "But at least you were always loved." Loina, holding the weak Thalia, looked towards the evil spirit, which was furiously screaming, "But at least you are always loved. Loina, why are you protecting her? She is the root of your misfortune." Aegis's cold, sharp voice challenged it back. "Didn't you also target the horse lord, didn't you?" He placed a hand over his heart, asserting, "But that doesn't change this love." The evil spirit sneered at him mockingly. "You might think so because you are the protagonist, but I am the evil spirit, the villain of this story, so I cannot love her like you can. I cannot." Thalia's sorrowful eyes looked up, and she gently let her blood-stained hand fall to the ground. Thalia trembled. Spiritist and Aegis quickly intervened. Tilly, the evil spirit, looked at Thalia and softly called out, "Mia, Ka." It bowed its head and knelt down, full of misery. With both hands covering its face, it trembled slightly. "I hate you." "Mia," the evil spiritist, bowed its head, covering its face. Thalia looked at it with a heavy heart and softly said, "I'm sorry." Tears streamed down the spiritist's face from its weak, pitiful eyes. It looked at the back of its hand, stained with tears, and softly said, "Both you and I are failures. Any of us could become a villain or a hero because of the power of love." Thalia quickly and gently touched a tear falling down the evil spiritist's face and softly said, "No, look at them." The spiritist then said, "I failed because I killed you, yet you saved me. I am stuck between those boundaries. Choose your side." Thalia cupped its crying face. She softly smiled and said, "You've already made your choice. You didn't destroy this world." The evil spiritist felt the warmth from her palm gently touching its face. The spiritist tilted its head, gently took her wrist and said, "I want to live." "Mia," Thalia replied. "I know," the spiritist said with anguish. "It's terrifying that you are the reason I want to live."
Thalia, her body covered in blood, lay motionless. The evil spirit gently lifted her. Thalia looked dazed, her eyes unfocused, thinking she was about to lose consciousness. If it weren't for the saint's power, she would have died long ago. The evil spirit slowly said, "Mia, I saw you in my dream last night. You live in a happy family, with a family that loves you.
An image of Thalia before she transmigrated, with long hair, appeared. The evil spirit then continued. The reason you came here after death is because it was my wish. I have spent thousands of years wishing for only one thing, repeatedly. Thalia could always stare wide-eyed at the person in front of her. Meanwhile, the evil spirit was still stroking Thalia's hair. I will never forgive you, so never forgive me. Destroy me, it said. You should use your special ability to destroy me. Hurry, before Thalia dies. Rian silently approached the evil spirit from behind. He raised the sword in his hand high, then plunged a fatal blow into the center of the other's human-like body. His eyes were closed in intense concentration.
This scene left Luina and Aegis on the other side, staring in wide-eyed astonishment. A dazzling yellow light appeared. At the same time, tears gently streamed down Thalia's cheeks. Arkling's face drew even closer to Thalia's. It also shed tears and quietly asked, "Have I played the villain's role completely?" Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. "You are the protagonist." A moment later, the sword's tip was still pointed towards the ground. Aegis came to Thalia's side and called Tilly. Luina's eyes widened. "I can't find her pulse." Both of them, one after another, called out sorrowfully, "Tilly, Tilly." Suddenly, Rian couldn't help but say sternly, "No." At this, Luina's voice trembled, "Tilly," while Thalia, completely calm, asked, "Why is everyone crying?" Aegis, understanding immediately, picked her up in his arms, suppressing his tears. "We still have a long way to go. It's not over yet. Let's go back with Tilly." Seeing this, Luina was a little stunned. "Aegis," but he calmly replied, "It's okay. Tilly promised me she would return." His feet began to move. He slowly and calmly walked forward. "So everyone, don't worry." The clouds remained white, and the sky remained eternally blue. A rainbow appeared in the desert.
From behind, someone's voice called out, "Aegis." Hearing this, he immediately responded. Rayon quickly reminded him, "We've gone far enough for today. Let's rest here tonight." Aegis replied without hesitation, "All right." Meanwhile, Luina continued to shed silent tears. By now, the night was full of bright stars. The four of them gathered around the campfire. Rayon spoke first. "Tomorrow, we'll switch who carries Tilly. You should take care of yourself a bit, Aegis." But the other person only whispered, "It's fine, I'm okay." A silent space settled among them. Rayon lowered his gaze. "What will we do after we return? First, we'll have to announce that Tilly is the successor prophet, and then organize the funeral. Please, please, Tilly, please." Scene change. After hearing the commotion, "Sir, sir," Rosanna galloped forward, calling out, "Luina," and she immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. "Mother." The woman stood stunned in front of the four of them, adding, "Luina, Jan." Luina repeated in the same tone as before, "Mother." Rayon quickly interjected, "Tilly, the prophet has been severely injured."
Julian rushed over in a panic. "Tilly, what do you mean?" A voice immediately called out, "Father," and he seemed unable to believe it. "No, this can't be happening. Father will never let you go." Meanwhile, Peleus and his son were also arguing. "Aegis, put Thalia down." "I'm sorry, Father." He slowly laid the person in his arms down. "I don't think I can live without Tilly. My life has no meaning anymore. How can I live without you?" A hand gently touched her pale face. But at that very moment, deep within Thalia's consciousness, a voice pursed under its breath, both annoyed and helpless. You're not dead, you idiot. You're not dead." To be precise, the sacred power of the prophet Luina Spiritalis and Jan had taken your soul from your body. Immediately after, Aegis gently lifted her, each movement delicate, as if afraid a strong touch would shatter a treasure.
Meanwhile, in that fragile silence, she was vaguely sensing her surroundings. I couldn't see my surroundings very clearly, but I could say that everyone had crossed the desert and reunited with those who were waiting for them. "Do you have any idea how hard I'm trying to open my eyes before they hold my funeral?" She cursed him silently. "You idiot, unbelievably stupid. What were you thinking, planning to die with me?" Just as her thoughts ceased, at that very moment Aegis gently bent down and kissed her lips. A burst of light flared up, passing from him to her, blazing in the air as if rekindling life. Aegis's power had returned.
Thalia, in a pure white dress, her serene face silently contemplating, realized this was divine power. Her glowing pink eyes slowly opened, eyes that reflected sacred power and held countless things. So the power had been obtained, after everything. Along with her thoughts came images from a past filled with happiness, but they were shattering into pieces. Thalia and Mia held hands, Thalia's face showing a hint of sadness as she looked at Mia, and Mia's trembling return to life. That was the wish she desired. But if she went back, she would regret the time that had passed, and perhaps even more. A perfect ending for a perfect protagonist. A happy scene gently appeared. Thalia's family was smiling affectionately at her. This power belonged to this world. She had to return it. For the best outcome for the protagonist, her heart felt warmed and her face full of happiness. She smiled back at everyone. In the clear blue sky, white clouds drifted, and a gentle breeze blew, making a leaf flutter in the air. Deep green grass grew resiliently amidst the vast brown earth. Immediately after those thoughts, Thalia slowly opened her eyes. Her body stirred slightly, which made Aegis freeze, momentarily confused. Before he could react, she suddenly reached out, grabbed both sides of his hair, and pulled hard. Her action made his eyes widen, not knowing what was happening. Everyone around who had been crying was also bewildered, their eyes wide as they stared at Thalia. Immediately after that, her furious voice rang out. "I told you I'd come back, didn't I? I promised you." As Thalia spoke, she hit him repeatedly, her face scowling and flushed red. "You idiot, do you want to die with me, huh? Fine, then let me show you what death is like." But disbelieving his eyes, Aegis thawed slightly, tears still in his eyes. Then he asked, "Is it really you, Thalia?" Thalia yelled back, "Who else would it be, you fool?"
Upon hearing Thalia's confirmation, Aegis immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. His body trembling, he whispered, "I'm sorry. I love you, Thalia." Thalia gently raised her hands, wrapping her arms around him in return. She burst into tears, softly saying, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." As night fell, the sky shone brightly, sparkling with countless stars, as if forming a Milky Way, and the space around the mansion was enveloped in silence. Inside the room, Thalia suddenly woke up. She thought to herself, I have to get through these things. I guess I'm back to being a normal person anyway. Noticing two people quietly sleeping at the edges of the bed, her face was nonchalant as she silently grumbled, "What are they doing in my bed?" As if sensing her awakening, Rayon immediately sat up. "Tilly," she asked, "both of you, why are you sleeping here? You must be very tired." He replied, as if a burden had been lifted. "We wanted to make sure you were really alive." Thalia said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Rayon smiled brightly and asked, "Is it because this world is something you wrote?" She said nothing, her small hands unconsciously gripping the blanket. Rayon continued, "Thank you, Tilly." Immediately after, she replied, confused, "What are you thanking me for?" Rayon answered, his voice sincere, from the bottom of his heart, "For being my friend and sister, and for creating this world. Thank you for letting me meet Loina." Hearing that, Thalia spoke up, "Your feelings are also just a part of the story I wrote. Are you still okay with that? You like Loina in that story, don't you?" "Does Loina like you back?" "Yes." "Then you couldn't ask for anything more." As these words were spoken, Loina, who was sleeping face down on the bed, stirred slightly. Thalia seemed to realize, thinking to herself, "You're awake, aren't you?" Rayon suddenly exclaimed, "Tilly, where are you going?" She stepped off the bed, replying curtly, "Don't follow me." Inside, a mischievous thought flashed. "I need to go see where my little boyfriend went and give these two owls some space." The room door opened, and she gently walked towards Aegis's bed, her face radiating mischief.
She secretly marveled, thinking he looked exactly like a prince from a fairy tale. Wait, he is a real prince after all. Snapping out of her thoughts, she leaned in towards him, intending to do something. A romantic moment unfolded as Thalia lightly kissed Aegis's lips. Suddenly, those deep blue eyes fluttered open, his gaze meeting hers directly. Seeing he was awake, Thalia lightly propped her chin and gave a teasing smile. "Did you sleep well, my dreamy prince?" Aegis immediately sat up and asked, "Where am I?" She replied, "The castle of the evil queen."
Aegis's face flushed slightly, his lips curved into a faint smile, and he teased, "So you finally kidnapped me, have you?" Thalia gently touched his head and said softly, "That's right, no princess is coming to rescue you, so you'll just have to live happily ever after in my castle." Aegis joked, "So do I get to marry this evil queen?" "Of course, and have children together too." Hearing her casual remark, his face turned crimson, full of embarrassment. Then he chuckled in response, his voice tinged with shyness. "Children of the evil queen? It sounds cruel yet somehow cute." No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly coughed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet room. Thalia immediately wrapped her arms around him. Then she spoke, her words an undeniable assertion. "You can't run away from me, so you'll just have to marry me." Unexpectedly, Aegis said no. Hearing this, Thalia's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He began to whine playfully. "If you want to marry me, I want a wedding ring." "Oh, a ring?" His voice rang out again, "But I've already prepared." No sooner had he finished speaking than a small blue square box was opened. Inside, the silver light from a ring gleamed, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Aegis looked at her tenderly, and the proposal was uttered. "Marry me, Tilly." This surprise made Thalia's face flush crimson, her heart pounding. A wave of emotion washed over Lydon. She simply held out her hands, and he immediately took them, slipping the ring on. The sparkling ring was now on her ring finger, a testament to their eternal love. The two held each other close, warmth spreading between them, dispelling any distance that had ever existed. Scene change.
Thalia in a pure white dress that hugged her slender figure, the dress simple yet elegant, her long golden hair neatly tied back, creating a graceful look. She thought to herself, I look quite convincing, don't I, even though I no longer possess any divine power. She stood before the mirror and gently closed her eyes, full of serenity. Suddenly, a voice called out, Prophet, may I ask about the fate of the previous prophet? Everyone is worried about her. We didn't realize this when we escorted you. Thalia didn't answer immediately, thinking to herself, most of the priests here were adopted by Yariel, so their worry is understandable. Immediately after, she flashed a bright smile and replied softly, like a gentle breeze, Well, perhaps she's out on a picnic. The weather is so lovely today after all. Outside, the dazzling sun shone brightly, as if diligently going about its familiar daily work. The azure sky, white clouds drifting lazily, blended with the deep green grass, creating a magnificent natural painting. After the celebration, my duty as a prophet will conclude, but the Holy Land and the tower will still be used because people still believe in God. Beneath the clear sky, Thalia, in a white dress, stood on the green lawn, facing everyone, her hands clasped in prayer. She gently closed her eyes, calmly speaking the prophecies. However, the tower no longer had the power to change this world. Before her were various royal figures, all of them looking towards her. And now I will deliver God's final admonition. There is nothing in this world that I do not love. That love gradually became so boundless it seemed foolish and enveloped everyone. And now it is time for everyone to depart, but I hope everyone will remember the affection I have for you all, and I will forever love you all. Suddenly, a priest spoke up. Prophet, what does that mean? Her gentle voice spoke evenly again. Evil spirits are no longer in this world. There are no longer heroes from the 3 clans, no more sacrifices, and God has prepared for a long journey. Even though God is no longer with us, He leaves behind the power to determine everyone's destiny. Not many destinies are predetermined, so everyone can live a life striving for happiness.
A few days later in the kingdom of Celis, a majestic mansion. Inside, the seemingly tranquil atmosphere was suddenly broken by a resolute voice. We're going to be dating. It was Rayon's determined declaration. Hearing this, Julian froze, his face turning pale with alarm. Cheerful voices rang out. Congratulations to you two. Congratulations, brother. Julian teared up upon hearing his precious daughter was dating. But Rosanna calmly reminded him. Julie? He asked helplessly, his voice choked. You knew already, Rosie? Did you have a feeling? Then his face darkened, and he turned to ask her, What about you, Tilly? She said nothing, wearing her movie glasses and eating popcorn in lieu of an answer. Peleus immediately spoke up, asking, So, are you two planning to get engaged first, or just get married right away? Julian teared up, calling out to him helplessly, Peleus!
Peleus continued, I mean, you two are serious about each other, right? You need stability. What do you two think about the royal family and the throne? I want to abdicate. Loinar immediately replied enthusiastically, I will become emperor. Rayan smiled and added, I also want to be king. Well, you two are very enthusiastic, aren't you? So when are you getting married? We're still planning. A stack of papers covered in writing was piled up. The 3 people picked up the papers to read. Emperor and successor to the emperor, chosen based on hereditary succession in imperial council. Thalia's eyes scanned each line, and she involuntarily thought, similar to the political system of ancient Rome, which makes sense. It's too early for a democracy now, until the 2 nations are stable and merged. On the table were meticulously documented papers, along with warm tea. Hearing this, Rayan spoke up. So we've decided to postpone our ascension to the throne. Hearing this, Peleus teared up and said flustered, What about my abdication then? It'll be at least another 10 years. Loinar suddenly turned to remind her, eyes sparkling. Tilly, you too. Thalia was startled and replied, Me? Loinar's eyes crinkled in a smile as he continued. When I said I wanted to ascend the throne, you promised to help me, didn't you? Right? Then Loinar turned to Aegis. Aegis, you too. He was bewildered. Me too? I've been crown prince for a long time. Who could know more tricks for success than me? Aegis and Thalia seemed to slump, sighing. Well, you're right. And just like that, goodbye, my freedom and happiness.
Melancholy, like a thin veil, enveloped Thalia. Her face fell, a hint of sadness, as she sighed softly, thinking, They had set their wedding date for Sunday, but I'm not happy at all. Have we been too intimate before marriage? Why is there just so much to do? On the long table, towering stacks of documents rose on both sides. Thalia sat in the middle, slightly hunched, her face haggard, dark circles prominent under her eyes. Her thoughts flowed steadily. The desert had become a grassland, a place where people could live, so before a war broke out there, someone experienced and wise had to step up.
and that responsibility had fallen upon her. She rubbed her forehead, waves of fatigue washing over her. Besides, Aegis had renounced his position as crown prince, but he was still the successor of the Osser family. It was understandable that Aegis was busy, but she would make it easier. Suddenly, her aide leaned in and asked, "So what is your new name now?" She didn't answer with a name, but blurted out a curse. "Ah, damn it." The aide calmly took that as the answer and jotted it down. "Excellent. So Thalia will be, damn it."
Thalia glanced. "Can't you take a joke?" He calmly replied, "Miss Thalia, I'm very busy, so please decide on the name quickly. We need to publicly announce the marital relationship and the new clan that you intend to establish, don't we? In the meantime, we need to think of a surname, a family crest, and first of all, a name." A corner of the table came into view, with countless documents piled up like mountains. "So let it be, damn it, House," she said sternly. "Anastasia. That's a great name. Well, you've performed a resurrection on it." Hearing this, Thalian jumped up. "That's not a resurrection," he replied. "Huh? You're leaving, aren't you?" "Yes, I'm leaving. You should finish up quickly and go home early."
Outside, the sky was a bit gloomy and the air was cold and damp. Thalia stepped down from the large carriage. Thalia stood there, extending her hand towards the falling snowflakes. Come to think of it, today was Christmas. Just then, a voice joyfully exclaimed, "Boss!" Then Helena rushed over and hugged her tightly. Thalia smiled and said, her eyes reflecting a hint of warmth, "How are you? Did your trip back to the capital go well?" Helena immediately replied, "Of course, I rushed here as fast as I could. Boss, you made me wait for so long. I was so sad." "I'm sorry. Where's Uriel?" No sooner had she asked than Uriel appeared, radiant with her silver hair, and softly spoke, "Miss Thalia." Having said that, Uriel quickly stepped closer to her. Thalia's eyes crinkled in a smile, and she asked, "Uriel, how are you today?"
Today was so much fun, but I still haven't finished my snowman yet. Then hurry up and finish it and come inside. On days like these, we absolutely must have hot chocolate and marshmallows, shouldn't we? Hearing that, Uriel nodded and smiled in place of words. It was already dark, and in the dimly lit room, 2 empty teacups showed that they had finished their drinks. Thalia and Uriel sat on the chairs, leaning against each other, asleep, with a sliver of light filtering into the darkness. In the quiet atmosphere, footsteps suddenly echoed. Hearing them, Thalia woke up. Before her was Aegis. Seeing him, she asked curiously, "Aegis, how did you know I was here?" "I heard you finished work early and disappeared somewhere. I bet you asked that idiot Sage again, didn't you?" Hearing that, Aegis replied casually, "You're mistaken, Tilly. When I arrived, he answered before I even had a chance to ask." Thalia happily hugged him. "All right, I'm sorry for leaving you behind." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Uriel, who was sleeping on the chair. He thought to himself, "The prophet. Tilly was born from the prophet's wish, wasn't she? I'm glad they made that wish." He looked away, closing his eyes, his arms tightly embracing Thalia. Thoughts still flickered in his mind, thinking about how many years it took her to separate from her family. It must have been so difficult. The wooden window was simply made, with a little light from outside filtering through it. Aegis softly spoke, "How about dinner? Let's go on a date." She replied, "You know we have a date tomorrow too, don't you?" "Of course I know." He smiled tenderly, reaching out his hand to help her. Thalia took his hand and stood up.
Uriel suddenly woke up, vaguely asking, "Are you leaving?" Thalia's eyes crinkled in a smile as she replied, "Yes, just go back to sleep." Uriel softly said, "Happy birthday, Miss Thalia, and I'm sorry." As soon as the words left her lips, Uriel slumped back to sleep. Seeing this, Thalia smiled gently, her eyes full of tenderness. Outside, the night was truly silent, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. Aegis and Thalia strolled out. Aegis asked, puzzled, "Tilly, wasn't your birthday a month ago?" She turned around, smiling, and said, "Today is also my birthday. It's Misun's birthday, so give me a gift." Aegis grumbled in response, "That's not fair. I only have one birthday." She didn't reply, but laughed and continued walking. Suddenly, he called out to her, "Misun, happy birthday."
Thalia casually asked, "Where's my gift?" "You're the gift." "Oh, really? I haven't even gotten to touch you all day. Why? You turned me down before, didn't you?" Well, a threat from Julian echoed in his mind. "Absolutely not. If you dare do anything to my daughter before marriage, I'll send you straight to heaven." He and she sat in the carriage, leaning against each other, warmth spreading between them. He thought to himself, well, if Tilly wants it, I guess I have no other option. With that, he embraced her, and both drifted into a peaceful, happy sleep. It seems they would be spending the entire night out. Time flew by, and soon 2 months had passed. Today was the wedding day of Thalia and Aegis. As soon as the church bells chimed, signaling the sacred moment of the wedding,
The bride, Thalia in her pristine white gown, and the dashing groom, Aegis in his white suit, immediately shared a passionate kiss, marking the beginning of their marital journey. Seeing this, Lowena and Rayan couldn't help but feel overjoyed for them both. Meanwhile, Mrs. Rosanna stood to one side, smiling helplessly as she watched Mr. Julian wipe away tears with a handkerchief, sniffling and crying. Aegis and Thalia couldn't help but burst out laughing at this sight. The next morning, Thalia was lying on the bed, feeling utterly exhausted, and thought to herself, "I'm so tired." After arriving in Enfield, he truly gave his all, as this was their first night as husband and wife. It's insane. This must be the hardest thing I've ever done. I feel like I'm on the verge of death. Seeing him sleep so soundly only made her more annoyed. After her silent thoughts, Thalia slowly sat up and stretched to relax. Next, she gently rang the bell a few times. Then she spoke, requesting, "I'll take a bath first. In the meantime, please bring breakfast to my room." A servant from the group quickly asked, "We'll prepare the bath. What would you like for breakfast, madam?" She suddenly let out a long yawn and replied, "Steak with lots of pepper." The servant, hearing this, smiled brightly and responded, "Yes, madam." A little while later, Thalia and Aegis's breakfast was brought up and laid out on the table for both of them. She saw him suddenly cover his mouth with his hand, while his complexion had turned a little pale, so she quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" He mumbled in reply, "I don't want to eat breakfast." She broke out in a sweat, her eyes wide with surprise, and asked again, "Huh? Are you sick?" He quickly reassured her, "No, I just don't have an appetite. Coming to Enfield must have made me a little tired. You go ahead and eat. I'm fine."
Hearing that, Thalia immediately spoke up, suggesting, "If you're tired, you should eat more. Here, have something." She then slowly brought the fork with a piece of steak skewered on it towards Aegis, but he quickly turned his head away, avoiding it, then mumbled an explanation. "No, the smell of meat makes me nauseous." Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, "This situation, I don't think I wrote this into the plot. Nah, that can't be right." After thinking that, Thalia immediately started tapping her fingers, calculating something. Then she resolutely suggested, "Call the doctor immediately." Aegis, sweating and stunned, explained, "Tilly, I'm fine." She suddenly stood up and declared loudly, "No, I'm not. I need to be examined right now." He couldn't help but ask, bewildered, "Why do you suddenly want to be examined?" She calmly replied, "Yes, just call the doctor quickly." A moment later, the doctor suddenly burst out laughing and announced, "Congratulations, it seems to be 2 months already. Please abstain from alcohol and strong irritants, and you should only drink 1 small cup of coffee per day. Oh, right. Are you taking any medication for morning sickness symptoms? I don't know if it's effective for men, but I'll prepare some." Aegis asked, bewildered. "For me?" Thalia calmly confirmed, "Yes." Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, confused, "But why? You're the one who's pregnant." She calmly replied, "But you're the one experiencing morning sickness." Aegis, even more confused after hearing this, asked, "But why? Why am I the one with morning sickness?" Thalia blushed shyly and secretly answered in her heart, "Because you love me too much." The doctor smiled and explained the reason to him. "It's a phenomenon that occurs because you both love each other so much. It's because the husband doesn't want his wife to suffer." A little while later, as she walked along the lakeside with Aegis, Thalia speculated, "This must be from the night we slept outside, right?" Rubbing his forehead, Aegis sighed softly and confirmed, "I guessed as much. I was hoping we could enjoy our married life a bit longer." She asked, a little puzzled, "You don't like it?" He started, quickly reminding her, "Hey, don't say that. The baby can hear you." She casually replied, "At this stage, the baby doesn't have ears yet." He continued to remind her, "But you still shouldn't say things like that." She calmly responded, All right. This child will need a lot of education. I'll teach it everything I learned in that other world." Aegis asked, stunned, "Huh?"
She confidently asserted, "The child will love it." Hearing her say that, he suddenly had a question and asked, "Education, but Tilly, you didn't like studying at all when you were little, did you?" She immediately corrected him. "I don't like relearning what I already know. I like learning new things." He asked skeptically, "Really? Is that true?" Thalia burst out laughing and exclaimed, "It seems you don't understand, do you?" Aegis gave a wry smile and admitted, "Actually, I really don't understand." Hearing him say that, she involuntarily smiled to herself, thinking, Aegis is a good student, but it seems he doesn't enjoy studying much either. I hope the baby isn't like its parents. Suddenly remembering something, Aegis quickly asked, "Come to think of it, you said people learn a lot in your world, right? It's great that everyone has access to equal education." Thalia quickly corrected him. "Actually, it's not that equal. Every place has its own problems." He quickly replied, I understand. Well, there's quite a gap between us, isn't there?" She hummed in response. But we will change that. I'm curious what kind of world this child will live in after I give up my holy power." As she said this, Thalia suddenly became pensive, thinking to herself, "I've left a mark to prevent his soul from ever returning. But naturally, if he doesn't wish it, it won't happen." She suddenly paused for a moment, then gently rubbed her belly.
Then she continued to think to herself, but I still want you to come back to me. Then everyone will love you.
At the couple's mansion, Thalia sat on a chair eating fruit while watching Aegis work. After a while, she tilted her head and asked, "Do you need my help?" Aegis, looking exhausted, replied, "No need, I'm fine." After hearing that, Thalia thought, he doesn't look fine at all. I don't have any pregnancy symptoms. Honestly, after resting for a while, I even feel full of energy now. What's more, thinking of this, Thalia immediately stood up and said, "I'm so bored." Aegis immediately looked up and said, "Huh? Really? How about we try a prenatal class?" Thalia rubbed her chin and replied, "Oh, that's a good idea. Usually prenatal classes give math exercises. I heard it can make the baby smarter." Aegis gave a forced smile. I don't wish for our child to be too smart. You'd better rest, Thalia." Thalia said, "No, they should be at least a little smart." Aegis quickly shook his head. "If the baby is as smart as you, life will be extremely difficult. All right, don't think about it anymore. Go out and play."
Thalia let out a weary sigh. After leaving the room, she thought to herself, what's the point of going out to play? Luina is in the kingdom of Salis, and Mother is also very busy, so there's no one to play with. Pausing for a moment, Thalia looked up at the sky, rubbed her chin, and continued thinking, Dad must be at work by now. Maybe I should go visit him. He cried his heart out after finding out I was pregnant, so I've been deliberately avoiding him. By now, he's probably done crying.
Soon after, at the Duke's mansion, while Julian was working, a servant suddenly announced, "Your Grace, Grand Duchess Anastasia has come to visit." He immediately stopped writing and looked up. In front of him, Thalia tilted her head and called, "Father." Seeing Julian's eyes welling up, Thalia thought, a bead of sweat forming on her brow, "Oh, I thought he wouldn't cry in the office." A moment later, Julian buried his face in his hands and sobbed loudly, "Wah, my child, my child." The butler beside him quickly reminded, "Your Grace," but his words had little effect. Julian continued to cry, "Wow, why is my daughter?" Thalia's face slowly turned red with embarrassment. She said, "Father, you're already so old, it's not appropriate to be called a child anymore, is it?" Then she turned to the butler beside her. "I'm sorry, I've caused a disturbance. I didn't expect things to turn out this way." He quickly replied, "What do you mean? Even if you hadn't come, things would have been the same. Lately, His Grace cries a lot." Thalia asked, startled, "He cries even while working?" The butler sighed, "Yes." Thalia then looked at Julian and thought, "That's a bit much." After a moment, Thalia said loudly, "All right, does my pregnancy make you that sad?" Julian sobbed, "No, it's just that I feel everything is happening too fast. I thought it would be at least 2 or 3 more years before you got pregnant, but now in just a few months you'll be a mother."
Thalia suddenly felt a bit flustered and said, "Haha, regarding this, I don't really know what to say." Julian then said, "There are still so many things I wanted to do for you. It's truly such a pity. I still can't quite believe you're married. I had always hoped you could leisurely enjoy your newlywed life. Tilly, you had such a difficult life before, didn't you?" Thalia stammered in response, Is that so?" Julian added, "I hope you can enjoy life."
Thalia thought to herself, who else could enjoy life more than me? Julian suddenly asked, "Thalia, is there anything you want to do?" Thalia mused. Seeing his smiling, expectant face, she thought to herself, that's right. In my previous life, I also wanted to enjoy my life. At that time, there were many things I wanted to do, but since coming to this place, I don't really want to do them anymore. Although I won't continue writing novels, I can still do other things. Life is a journey that can be restarted at any time before death knocks. Thinking of this, the corners of Thalia's lips curved slyly. She said, "Father, thank you." Julian immediately let out a sob. Hick. Thalia was startled and asked, "Why are you crying again, Father? I'm not suffering anymore." Julian replied, "Hick, those are 2 different things. You're still so young and you're already going to be a mother." Thalia said helplessly, "That's really..." She walked over to him and gently said, "The baby can hear Father crying." Julian immediately retorted, "The baby doesn't even have ears yet." After a few seconds of being speechless, Thalia said, "About the baby's name." Julian looked up and asked, "Huh?" Seeing this, she chuckled and said, "Please discuss with their majesties and mother to give the baby a wonderful name." Julian excitedly said, "All right, I'll help you choose a name for the child." Thalia added, "Since we don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, we'll need to choose 2 names. Hearing her say that, Julian immediately asked, "Oh right, does the baby have a milk name yet?" Thalia looked bewildered. "Milk name? 7 months later, a desperate scream echoed through Grand Duke Acer's mansion. "Ah, it hurts so much!" Outside the delivery room, Aegis thought anxiously, "Little one, please come out a little sooner." Immediately after that, a tender cry rang out. A doctor quickly stepped out, and Aegis asked anxiously, "Tilly, where is Tilly?" The doctor said, "Her Highness is still a bit tired right now. She'll be fine after resting for a bit. As long as she receives good postpartum care later, there probably won't be any problems." Aegis let out a breath and muttered, "Thank goodness, it truly is a blessing."
The doctor then said, "You can go in and see your son now." Aegis immediately entered the room. Upon seeing him, Thalia smiled and said, "Aegis, this is our son." He gently sat down. Thalia then said, "I've decided what I want to do. I want to establish compulsory education and open a university."
Aegis held her close, smiling as he said, "Then you'll be very busy." Then he asked, "When will the baby open his eyes?" Thalia replied, "Probably in 3 days." Aegis continued, "It would be wonderful if his eyes were purple like yours." Thalia laughed and replied, "I, on the other hand, hope the baby has blue eyes." Aegis nodded. Suddenly Thalia said, "Aegis, call the baby's name." Aegis looked at the baby in her arms, and after a moment he softly called out, "Avis, Avis Anastasia Essel." A few years passed. Outside the Essel mansion, a blonde child was sitting under a tree, engrossed in a book. Suddenly a voice called out, "Brother." Avis looked up, only to see his little sister Sylvia scurrying out. Midway, she tripped over her own feet, cried out in alarm, "Ah!" and then fell face first right at Avis's feet.
Hearing his younger sister cry, "Hoo, hoo, hoo," Avis immediately closed his book. He walked over and asked, "Where are you hurt?" Sylvia got up, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, "I'm not hurt." Avis wondered, "Then why are you crying?" Sylvia was silent for a moment, then said, "Hug me." Avis nodded. "Okay, why is your hair so tangled? Let me comb it for you." Sylvia whispered, "The comb hurts too much." Avis said, "If you don't comb it smooth, your hair will get more and more tangled, and then it'll have to be cut." Sylvia crossed her arms, frowned, and said, "I don't like either of those." Avis shrugged. "If you don't like it, there's no other way." Hearing this, Sylvia stroked her own hair, annoyed, and said, "It's the same today. The wet nurse suddenly said I had to comb my hair, and wash my face too." Seeing her demeanor, Avis couldn't help but wonder, why does Sylvia hate being touched by others so much? Being of noble birth, she should be used to this. While he was pondering, Sylvia was still muttering incessantly. After pondering for a moment, Avis suddenly remembered, but it's fine when mother and father touch her. Just as he thought this, a voice suddenly called from afar, "Sylvia, Sylvia Anastasia Asser." Seeing Thalia approaching with a comb, Avis sighed, thinking, so the little girl ran here because she didn't want to have her hair combed. A moment later, Sylvia was also pulled back to the hair combing room.
Thalia, while brushing her hair, asked, "Hi, what exactly did you do to your hair look like this?" Sylvia cried, saying, "It hurts so much." Thalia stopped and said softly, "All right, wait a moment. I'll go get a different comb that hurts less for you. Hey, keep an eye on your sister for a bit. Don't let her run off anywhere." Avis, still glued to her book, replied, "Yes." Seeing this, Thalia immediately covered her face and sighed. Oh dear, one loves to be pampered and the other is so aloof. She had just picked up the other comb, and before she could even turn around, she heard a loud scream. "Ah, my hair!" When she saw her return, Sylvia immediately ran over, calling Mommy. Thalia looked at the scissors in Avis's hand and said in alarm, "Avis! That's dangerous. Give Mom the scissors." "Were you cutting Sylvia's hair?" Avis replied, "Yes, she said her hair was tangled and it hurt a lot." Hearing this, Thalia said helplessly, "All right, Sylvia, don't sit down. We just need to trim a little." Sylvia cried loudly, "Boo!" Then a few snips echoed, and several clumps of hair fell to the floor. After a while, Sylvia's hair was neatly trimmed. Thalia asked, "How is it?" As Sylvia's eyes welled up with tears, Avis reassured her, "It'll be just like Grandma's and Auntie's hairstyles. Very pretty." Hearing him say that, Sylvia immediately turned to ask, "Mommy, am I pretty?" Thalia replied, "Of course, my darling." "Avis, would you like to take this opportunity to get a haircut too?" Avis quickly answered, "No need, thank you." Thalia nodded, After a while, Sylvia regained her confidence and happily ran around. "Wow, Mommy, look at my hair, it's so shiny." That evening, in Thalia and Aegis's room, she complained in a low voice, "I wish I could put these two kids back in my belly, mix them up, and then split them into two halves again." Aegis said, "I don't think that's a very good idea, Tilly." Thalia wondered, "Why not?" Aegis replied, "Do you know what would happen if you mixed them both up and then split them in half?" Thalia asked curiously, "What would happen?" He said, "You'd get two children exactly like you when you were little."
Their separation into two distinct poles is truly God's miraculous arrangement. Furthermore, Aegis is both stronger and smarter than children his age, which will surely make things more difficult. But fortunately, my son is so well behaved. Thalia crossed her arms and said thoughtfully, "You know, it took me quite a bit of effort to pretend to be a child." Aegis nodded emphatically. Right. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Aegis walked in wearing pajamas.
Asked in a low voice, "Did you sleep well, Father, Mother?" Aegis said, "Avis, don't go. Come here and sleep with us too." Avis was silent for a moment, then he turned and closed the door. Then he crawled onto the bed, and he and Sylvia lay between the two of them in the silent atmosphere. Avis suddenly said, "Father, Mother, I want to learn to ride a horse."
Aegis was surprised. Horse riding? It's still too early for that. Avis hesitated. But there's something I really want to do. Aegis asked curiously. What is it? Avis then seriously said, I want to ride a horse galloping across the prairie. Thalia paused for a moment, then asked, Do you absolutely have to ride by yourself? Avis shook his head. No. Aegis suggested, How about you ride with father or mother? Avis smiled and replied, Okay. Thalia then kissed his forehead. Good, now go to sleep. She began to sing a lullaby. My mother's star, my mother's darling, one day you came to me. You shone brightly in the night sky, then landed beside me. Your eyes sparkle like the stars, but at night I will hide you away. I'm afraid you'll leave me again. My mother's star, my mother's darling. Thank you for watching today's video. This marks the end of this captivating series. We'll see you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.